running out the top lane because he wanted to get his blue buff. Everyone trying to collapse in on the dragon, but Dignitas trying to get it low. If they get caught on this dragon, it could be a difficult fight. They're going to get sandwiched here by AZUBU. Whether they can peel off in either direction, we'll have to see.
Yeah, the dragon's low, but they're going to chase straight on down. They don't quite get Skarner. He's at half health, though. Will they pick that one up? Yes, that's the second dragon now, but here comes Shy. Where's this fight going to go? Oh my gosh, he gets the fling in. There's the pull back. Skarner completely isolating Dominate, but he stealths out. This is good for him. Diana chasing in. Singe is huge right now. Can they get Captain Jack? Yes, one kill goes down. Absolute Zero hits almost everybody, and Dignitas are on the hunt right now. Can they pick up the kill? Skarner so low. Double kill for Dignitas. Now 3. Singe picks up 1. Lustboy is already fallen though. Singe now falls, and only Ambition left alive, and they've only picked up 2 kills for it.
Dignitas gets the dragon, 4 for 2. Brilliant fight by them, actually. IWDominate with perfect timing on his stealth. He actually ticked into stealth as Helios pulled him, so they couldn't target him despite getting in the Skarner ult. And when that Skarner ult hit, everyone was sitting in Rumble's ultimate from Crumbzz, so that crushed them down. And then to top it all off, when Patoy was channeling his NuNu ult, Scarra pulled them all in with the Diana vacuum, so they procced that as well. Everything went right for Dignitas in that fight. They were behind in the game, and they pulled themselves back into it with that fight.
And they're now up finally again, like 100 gold for themselves. Cutie-Pie is still scaling, and it seems like this team is actually able to shut down Captain Jack's Vayne. You can see him 0, 2, and 3. He's not had almost any luck in these team fights yet.
That was IWDominate just diving on him and dumping as much damage. He has the double W. He just crushed him down. That got him low enough, and Scar just came in for the cleanup. So the dive seems very potent. It's going to get harder and harder, though, as Ambition gets more and more ability power. The shields on Captain Jack are going to get more and more potent. Lulu and Ambition can really spam those down. So it's all really going to be about getting him down early or not, because the Shy damage is persistent over time, and considering how well Dignitas dives, they don't really care about him that much in team fights. It's all about Ambition and Captain Jack, and if they can continue taking down Jack, they're going to continue winning these fights.
All right, so we're seeing here now, 21.5 minutes in. Again, the score is just neck and neck right now. 1 kill lead between the two. 2 turrets to 2 dragons on the other side. And AZUBU, though, even with equal gold, they are going for that push. They're going to get their 3rd turret here in this mid lane, and they are still playing aggressively.
Oh, here comes the Rumble ult, actually.
Yeah, they're going to try to dive in. Equalizer, yeah, it doesn't quite land enough. Everyone kind of just getting out of that one. But actually, they found Shy at the top of this one, getting down to half health, but they're chasing Singe. This could be a little bit tricky. The shields are on from Ambition, but Crumbzz still in the front line. They might go for some more pressure here. They're still just kind of just facing off here in this mid lane, but Shy's going to leave up to the top lane, and Dignitas looks like they're not going to chase too much.
Another big thing that happened in that last dragon fight is the Oracle's Elixir was dropped off from AZUBU, and they have yet to purchase a fresh one. So all the wards from Dignitas are going to stick, which really gives them a slight edge in the upcoming things, since it's been AZUBU pushing onto them. So whenever you're in kind of enemy territory, your wards are a bit more important than theirs. So neither team actually has Oracles here, which will make fights fairly difficult to happen without a big objective to fight over. Actually, Dignitas trying to get their first turret here. They do need to start coming back here. It's a testament to them that they're down 3 turrets to 0. Yet even in gold. A lot of that has to do with the 2 dragons.
Oh, absolutely. And Dominate actually playing aggressively, pushes onto Shy right now, but they're running into a 2 versus 3. They're making a 3 versus 3. Scar coming in from the side. He's going to stealth out. Shy very low, gets the pull in on the Diana, and she's going to be a bit alone because here comes Vayne and just crushing Scarra's health bar right now. He's not going to get out of that one. Rengar trying to run away, but he's been slowed as well. It's a 2 for 0, and there's the gold Captain Jack wanted. A double kill for Vayne.
Yeah, and Ambition still trying to follow down the Crumbzz. There's the shockwave.
And that's going to be Crumbzz caught out again. Must flash away from that one. He will get away from Skarner, but still that double kill. They traded the turret for it, but I don't know if that's the best situation for him.
That was a miscommunication for sure by Dignitas. They didn't realize everyone from AZUBU was coming up that lane. They should have just finished off the turret. It's now 4 turrets to 1, so it gets traded immediately back, and those 2 kills were a big disadvantage. They're going in, Ambition getting dove.
Oh man, so much health. He's going to pick one up first though. Crumbzz taking a lot of punishment as a result, but still getting the shutdown, getting that killing spree ended, and giving the gold to Cutie-Pie. That's a good thing.
Top lane as well. AZUBU just pushing in with 3. They decided not to go for that top turret. Cutie-Pie still farming up, and actually, let's see how close these matchups are gold-wise. Looking at Singed, 500 ahead of Crumbzz. See, IWDominate 600 ahead of Helios. Then the mid lane matchup is really starting to even out. It was 1,500. Scarra now only 800 behind, 8,600 to 7,800. 80 carry-wise, they are neck and neck, 75-80 to 75-86. It's almost identical. That is absurd.
Yeah.
24 minutes into the game. And the supports are identical as well. So this game is really, really close. Dignitas has to continue team fighting well because the instant they can't kill Vayne in these team fights, it seems like they might lose this game. But so far, the dives have been very, very potent for them.
Yeah, and the thing is that, Abyssal Scepter has come out now for Crumbzz. The difficulty, though, is I don't know if that's going to help Scarra too much. The Abyssal Scepter sort of magic resist reduction aura range is not really huge, and if Crumbzz doesn't really, sit nearby Scarra, he's not going to get that MR shred to help him burst down Vayne. So, I mean, that could potentially be a bit of a trouble there for Scarra's burst damage, but he is going, looks like, toward either a Zhonya's or a Death Cap there, stacking a bit of resistances and has that needlessly large rod. So, they're still going to go up in damage, and it looks like Captain Jack really not entertaining the idea of magic resist just yet. So they might be able to one-shot him in this mid-game.
With BF Sword, he's going for that Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge Rush. All the defenses are actually for him going to come from the shield that Ambition throws on him with the Protect, and then the Lulu ultimate as well as Lulu shield. So that's what Dignitas is diving against here. Has anyone picked up an Oracles? Yes, Patoy has it on Nunu. Ambition, or Lustboy has it on Lulu, so we very well could see another fight here. The Dragon has come up. Dignitas has picked up both of these before. This is where they win most of their fights. This time AZUBU seems a lot more ready for it. We have to see a fight around this next Dragon. It's just a question of who's going to get it right. Last time Dignitas had everything go right for them. Look for IWDominate to try to jump in with stealth.
Yeah, it's a full 5-on-5. Looks like not a lot of vision on both sides there. There's actually that one good ward here for Dignitas that they're not able to sweep out, so they're in pretty good shape here. They're still just squaring off on the sides. AZUBU's still waiting around by the Dragon Pit. Dominate is waiting in the brush, his natural habitat as Rengar. And honestly, like, Dignitas has vision here, and AZUBU does not. AZUBU is fully blind. They cannot see Dignitas whatsoever in this matchup. We'll see if they're going to go in for this one. Dragon gets pulled out. It's going to reset, though. AZUBU's still waiting off on the eastern side. They're not getting stopped right now.
This is AZUBU playing it a lot smarter. In the fights they've lost, Captain Jack has not been protected, so they're making sure to create a very strong front line. Singed and Helios staying very much ahead. Shy actually flanked around the side. They're hoping Dignitas dives in on them so that Shy can come around the back.
And there we go, the Dragon getting lower and lower. Ezreal ult comes out. Will Dominate pick them up? No, blue team has slain the Dragon. Dominate coming in Shy up in the middle of everything, and Captain Jack is not getting crushed right now. The pull off on Dominate, he stealths out. He's not finding Jack. Helios getting low. Jack now in the front, but MaKNooN must flash away from this one. Dominate's going to be the first to fall, and Bishop picks that one up. Jack is low, but not dying. He's going to flash out. Scarra picks up Helios, a 1-for-1. Now Jack does fall. Crumbzz picks that one up. Shy's still in the middle. He's going to get chumped up by Diana. Pulled back. Yes, that will be a kill for Dignitas as well. A 3-for-1 in that fight. Crumbzz trying to dive on through. Lulu down by her turret, misses the Glitter Lance, and everyone from AZUBU Blaze now going to run back. They picked up the Dragon, but they lost that fight 3-1.
Dignitas really showing that they have the superior team fighting right now in this matchup, because that was an initiation that didn't even go right. They ended up putting a lot of damage onto Lustboy because Captain Jack stealthed away with his tumble at just the right moment, but still they were able to finish him off. Shy was not successfully able to zone out Dignitas. They were able to chase him down at the end of the fight. They didn't let him just run away. They successfully chased Singed. Once again, a lot of that has to do with the persistence. Successful team fight for Dignitas. Now Last Whisper getting completed onto Imaqtpie as well. Is going to be to focus down Shy in these team fights. He's not committed to diving. He's really only looking to kill the tank line. This is a pretty good plan by Dignitas. Really impressive showing early on, first game of the day.
Yeah, and I'm surprised too, because they weren't able to catch Captain Jack at the beginning there. Like you said, he stealthed out really, really beautifully. Scarra never the one to really get on him so much, and Dominate was the first to fall, and yet even still they managed to find the damage there. Crumbzz eventually picking that kill up, removing that AD carry, and then without any more huge damage threats, you're right, they could actually just chase Singed and kill him out. Dignitas' team fights, I'm just kind of rehashing what you're saying, but it's true. Their team fights are so incredibly good. We're 28.5 minutes in. The score still 1 kill away. The gold, 1,000 apart. 2 turret kills separate, 2-1 on Dragons. It's so incredibly close. I don't know what to say except that it's identical on both these sides here.
So we've had the majority of these fights happen around the Dragon Pit. But when you reach this part in the game, we're now 29 minutes in. They're going to have to start happening around Baron, but the thing is, neither team is far enough ahead to actually force it. So they're in a very odd state of limbo here. Normally, We'll see one team strictly in the lead and the other team strictly playing defensively, but they're both still hovering around the middle of the map. If anything, AZUBU would have a slight pressure advantage because there's less turrets for Dignitas to fall back onto. But with Dignitas winning these team fights, they're okay being there because they haven't had to fall back from anything. They're sweeping with the Oracles on Patoy. They just saw someone go back. They're hoping that AZUBU will check here, but if they get a fight in very close quarters, Ambition could destroy them with Orianna. In that last team fight at Dragon, he actually whiffed the shockwave entirely. And here comes Dignitas.
And they're going to jump in. Helios getting the brunt of it right now, but he's separated from the team. Crumbzz still chasing this one out. He's been pulled back. Now where's the rest of the damage going to come in from Dignitas? Cutie off to the side. Helios falls down. Dominate picks up one. Will they get the rest here? They don't quite want to chase Shy on his turret. They'll just get the one free kill on the jungler. And the difficulty here is AZUBU Blaze is fully blind. They have 0 wards out on the map. And Dignitas still a bit aggressive. Crumbzz going in for a slow on Lustboy. A little bit of a slow on Shy. Fight's going to reset, and they're going to go for a turret here.
Ambition had to back as well, so it was 3 versus 5 at that turret. No one really on Dignitas took much damage in that last fight. They took a turret with creeps up in the bottom lane, so 4 turrets to 4. First biggest goal lead of the game for Dignitas, 1,500, and they have control of this area. They know the shockwave is down for a bit more on Ambition. Good blue steal here by Dignitas. They really actually seem to be exerting control here.
And they gave that one to Cutie. Yeah, and this is crazy. I mean, again, you know, they have complete ward control now over this side of the map. They're just trying to finally get some wards out from Lustboy and get some reveals on. I mean, you know, they've got to almost make this mad dash for Baron because they don't know what's happening. And Dignitas actually, they're still waiting around a little bit. You can see them kind of looping around on the sides. A bit of poke from Cutie. He's got to be a little bit careful. Actually, listening to them playing against CLG Europe, they had a missed team fight where he dove in for 2 kills and died as a result. And they said, Cutie, just sit in the back and don't die. Just put your damage output out. So he's got to make sure he doesn't get caught.
And that's exactly what Dignitas wants to do. The dive has been working out so well. IWDominate and Scarra just double teaming all of these kills. They jump on the same target and they have enough burst to destroy it. Deathfire Grasp been completed for quite a while, getting them all low. The equalizer from Crumbzz actually contributing very well because he's getting the backline low with his ultimate and then he's peeling with Singed with Imaqtpie. So they have kind of 2 tag teams that work very well together. Patoy seems to just sit in the middle of things, pop his new ultimate, and be a disruption. They're team fighting very well organized, whereas AZUBU doesn't quite seem to be there. Shy is really kind of going in alone. Helios isn't tanky enough to sustain any damage. The Orianna ult is trying to get channel onto Shy, but he's not able to get close enough to anyone of Dignitas because of the persistent slows. They need to find a way to get the right team fight for them. They need to get a shockwave off on multiple people if you're AZUBU, and Captain Jack has to find a better way of staying safe or being protected because he has all the damage in the world. He just needs a bit more life, and here we see neither team being all that aggressive. Gold still 1,000. This game is so close, Phreak.
It is absolutely neck and neck here, and the thing is, you know, almost no matter who Dignitas focuses, they're still able to pick up that kills, or those kills. You know, we saw the Dragon team fight. They still got Shy at the end of it. This one, they found out Helios pretty much just with 2 people, with just Nunu and just Crumbz's Rumble, and they still managed to make that one happen. You're seeing, again, the team squaring off in this mid lane. AZUBU not wanting to kind of fight for an objective, but maybe playing a little bit more their terms here. And you're seeing, you know, who's going to go in for the pressure. It looks still to be Dignitas, who feels ahead. They're up 2 kills. They're up 1,000 gold. 32.5 minutes in. They've actually finally equalized on turrets now as well, so that's 4-4. The Dignitas, I think, have turned around all the early disadvantages, and they've now even got free reign on Dragon.
Just, you can see the pressure. When a team is able to get a Dragon like this, just completely uncontested, that just shows you who the teams think is ahead right now. So it is clearly Dignitas putting the pressure on AZUBU, and AZUBU has their backs against the wall. Really, they see Captain Jack right now getting his Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer. They want him to get a GA or a Quicksilver Sash, and then they're going to start rolling. Dignitas needs to be really careful to get this game going quickly because Scarra's been getting substantially outfarmed this game. It's 316 to 217 between Diana and Orianna, so he's actually down still 1,000 gold in that matchup. They have to press. He's been out team fighting Ambition, but he can't continue laning. They've been killing Captain Jack, but that can't happen forever, and it's just a matter of Dignitas putting the pressure on something NAJIN SWORD was so good at yesterday, and here they come again. IWDominate jumps on Helios.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of punishment, but there's a lot of CC coming onto the back of that. Look at that amazing equalizer, just crushing his health bar. Lustboy low as well. Cutie gets the slow. They're not going to keep up on this one, though, but they do have 2 members now below half health. This could be their chance to just like dive. You see PewDiePie putting the Essence Flux on his team. They're running in toward Baron Nashor. They sweep it out with Oracles. They're going to find Shy. Can they get the damage out? But he's down to half health. They're chasing his cinch. A great shockwave. Captain Jack down to half health. Scarra pops the Zhonya's hourglass. Crumbzz goes down first. They're still diving in. They've picked up 2. Now it's Lustboy so low. Ambition as well. Can they pick this up? He's going to shield himself. Lustboy, 1 hit from Jatt. Now Ambition picks up Dominate, but they're going to trade that one back. It's 2 alive versus 3.
So they able to kill Jack immediately again. Just the Rengar roar just jumps on top and destroys. The other 2 members of AZUBU got away with very low health. Surprisingly, Dignitas probably could have 3-man Baron there, but they are playing it conservatively. They won another fight. They're going to have to heal up before the next. They're trying to take as many advantages as they can while they have the 1-man advantage on the map. But these fights continue to be close. It seems to just be Dignitas diving on and AZUBU running for their lives. They're able to pick up a few kills here and there. But man, Crumbz's equalizer was not even up that fight, and they still came out ahead. It's going to be a very, very close finish.
Yeah, it was a really clever fight as well, though. You saw them, okay, we got 2 out of half health. We're just going to run at Baron Pit and then just hide right across the wall. And the second we see a hero, let's just dive in and try to kill that champion out. It's a pretty good ploy right there. Again, map vision seems to be this big lead for Dignitas. They're able to make just a few more moves around the map as a result of that.
So let's see. Imaqtpie, defensive build here. Quicksilver Sash picking up another BF sword. He doesn't like going much attack speed on Ezreal. He instead relies much on the Mystic Shot and Essence Flux. So his persistent damage isn't going to be at the point where Captain Jack's is. You can see Captain Jack working on that Guardian Angel. So he's got a lot of resist now. It's really going to make those shields and added health from Lulu much, much more powerful. IWDominate not really going for extra damage in his build, instead getting a Guardian Angel on Rengar. So they got to be a little careful. They've been instantly killing Captain Jack this whole game, but as soon as that ends, big, big trouble again were formed around the dragon. There's been some ward sweeping going down, so AZUBU Blaze does not have vision in this area. They got to be very careful. Dignitas going.
And they're going to find Lustboy. The damage output is there. The great stun from Captain Jack. The Ezreal ultimate does knock down a few. Here comes the pressure on. It looks like Scarra taking a lot of pain, but dives right onto Ambition. He's going to pop the Zhonya's. There comes Crumbzz as well. Ambition to pop his Zhonya's as well. And look at Captain Jack in the fight. Trades kills on the AD carries. Are they going to pick up any more? They're trying to dive in. Crumbzz, can he get the damage? He's dropped low on the turret. He's not able to pull this one up. Shy makes that one okay, and it's just a 1-for-1. Both AD carries dying here, but Dignitas are still looking aggressive. They've caught out Lustboy. Can they get the damage up? But Scarra walking back in. The shield is on. He's going to get killed out by Ambition. They won't get the kill on the turret. And look at that. AZUBU Blaze stays alive in their base.
The shields are really potent right now for AZUBU. That was a dangerous fight for Dignitas, and the overdive by Scarra trying to get that support kill, not quite making it. Dominate backing in a very dangerous spot. All of AZUBU running through. He's canceled that since then. AZUBU now might have some control over the dragon. They picked up that delayed kill on Scarra, which means there will be a 20-second gap where no one from Dignitas is alive. Dominate never went back to shop. They see him with that ward is really low. But AZUBU's actually going to back away. They only would have taken that Baron if they could sneak it clean. These fights are getting very, very close. Dignitas trying desperately to end this game. They really need to get a good pick around Baron. They might be getting a little too aggressive with these dives. Guardian Angel completed for Captain Jack. This might be trouble.
Yeah, that's a really, really big thing here. There is getting that AD carry not killed anymore. Quicksilver Sash had already been picked up for PewDiePie, used in the last fight. Still wasn't enough to keep him from falling in that battle. So yeah, Captain Jack, you sort of mentioned that once he starts getting some real resistances, those shields gonna make him survive really, really well. And you're seeing, this late game. You said that the late game still, it's a bit of a lead for AZUBU. It's working out overall. So 38 minutes in, the gold's still 600 apart. Kills only 2 apart. Dragons 3-1. Turrets 4-4. Neck and neck still this game. You predicted a late game edge for AZUBU Blaze. We'll see if that comes true.
Poking around here. See AZUBU just pushing up the mid lane. Blue buff's getting cleared out. Dignitas does seem to be on the back foot a little bit here. And when Imaqtpie jumped over that wall at the end of that last fight, he seemed to get obliterated by Captain Jack. They got to be very careful with that. And they're actually stealing Dignitas's blue. So Ambition picks that up. No blue coming out for Dignitas. How are they actually going to end this game? Because they won so many fights in a row but didn't turn it into a victory. Now that they've gotten almost to that 39-minute mark, might actually be really, really difficult for them to close this out.
Oh, they are squaring off in the mid lane here. Helios jumping in with some extra movements. We dominate up in the front. They're just going full out right now. Looks like they're not going to quite get a fight for this. Shirelius pop. They're going to go in. He gets the pull. Is that going to be the damage they need? Look at the damage on a scarra. Getting dropped so fast. Gets his Zillions down. Crumbzz in there. Absolute zero as well. Captain Jack pushed away. Shy. He's going to be the first to fall. Now Helios is in front. Dominate. Guardian Angel is forced. Helios still taking all the damage in the world. 2 for 0 now. Can they chase this down? Captain Jack is low. He has Guardian Angel. PewDiePie hits him. He's reviving. That's going to be Captain Jack. Can they get the damage? He tries to put the shots down. Double kill for PewDiePie. Here comes DIGNITAS. Crumbzz. Is he going to fall? Yes. It is a 3 for 2, but they are still smelling blood. DIGNITAS, will it be Baron? Will it be the base, or will they just heal?
So Ambition and Lustboy both sitting on nothing. A successful fight there by DIGNITAS, jumping just at the right moment. Scar got the Zhonya's Hourglass down. Shy unable to zone out with his solo dive, and here we see a 4-man Baron by DIGNITAS. Looks like Lustboy might try to harass that. No, he's going back to base. This will be a clean pickup for DIGNITAS. They may have finally grasped control of this game.
When you look at that, 40 minutes in, DIGNITAS picking up Baron Nashor. Up 4 kills and 3,500 gold, still trading turrets back and forth, but that is the one big thing Dig needed, was a great 4-1 team fight, sorry, 3-1 team fight victory, burning Captain Jack's Guardian Angel and getting Baron afterwards.
So the Deathfire Grasp coming in big for Scar there. He used on Shy, but it's still been very potent, and the huge amount of AP still isn't there for Ambition. He went for a very defensive build. You can see 170 magic resist on Orianna with 140 armor, but he doesn't have the oomph in his fight. Like, if he lands a shockwave onto Imaqtpie, he's not just chunking him down and killing him immediately, and it's allowing them to just chase down. AZUBU doesn't seem to have the damage. Everything's focused on Captain Jack, but since Captain Jack is getting dove so hard, he's mainly in retreat mode the majority of these fights, and it's just when DIGNITAS is chasing him so hard, they're not getting punished for it because the persistent damage doesn't seem to be there for AZUBU at this point. Really just, and that goes down to how well DIGNITAS is handling the team fights, getting Shy and really just tag teaming on multiple fronts to get these down. Another Dragon comes up for DIGNITAS. They still haven't picked out any of these inhibitor turrets, and it is very hard to push on Orianna. But we'll see if they're able to pull something together here, finish off AZUBU Blaze.
And they do have some long-range tools, though. They've got Ezreal in the lineup, despite the rest of that lineup being melee. So, you know, we'll see. I guess it's going to be all about PewDiePie, him putting the damage there and trying to wear these down. Now, thankfully for them, they've got the Baron buff, so they've got quite a bit of health regeneration. They can take some poke and still kind of keep trucking through those fights. They've pinged that secondary bottom turret. They might make a move pretty soon if they can get the minions to push down.
So it is a fairly common tactic here. You take out the outer turrets before you go for the inhibitor turrets. These outer ones are really difficult to defend. You can see, just because it's so easy to get around behind the turret, it doesn't really offer much protection. Your backline gets dove on very easily, and seeing as how Captain Jack's been getting
dove on 6
deaths and just destroyed, still not picking up that last whisper. He's rushing forward as fast as he can. Actually, take a look here. Imaqtpie, 15,700 gold to Captain Jack's 12,400, so a 3,000 edge coming out for Imaqtpie there. That's going to be really big in these fights. And yeah, this is an uncontested turret. Shy actually going top lane to push that one out. They might try to fast push down on this next turret because they know Shy's at least 10 seconds away.
Yeah, a 5-on-4 dive, and this is what this team's all about in the first place, is diving. A good amount of poke there onto Ambition. Skarner taking some punishment. Crumbzz still around the front as well. PewDiePie gets that turret down to half health, but now he's low. They've got to be a little bit careful here. PewDiePie, look at the lifesteal, that Bloodthirster pulling him all the way back to full. They do that one more time, and that turret's going to fall.
This time, though, Shy has made his way all the way back, so half a turret, not that bad. Scar going out to mid lane, trying to shove it out. Don't think Imaqtpie is actually just sitting on top of wards, trying to poke in onto AZUBU. Lustboy picking up another Oracles, trying to keep the vision outside of AZUBU's base. They might just be making the sweep, going for yet another outer turret. That would be the smart play for them. Yeah,
they're moving around, stealing away as much of the jungle as they can. We saw this actually in DIGNITAS versus Counterlogic Europe in Game 3. They sat there in front of their inhibitor turret, and all they did is just roam and take away the jungle monsters over and over and kind of kept getting a farm lead that way. And every single time, PewDiePie would just hit that turret, lifesteal back up, hit the turret, lifesteal back up, and they would just wear down the defenses here. AZUBU Frost actually trying to defend, though, at their second turret here.
Really have to worry for PewDiePie, though. If he is the main damage dealer here for DIGNITAS. He's the one who's taking down Shy. He's really the only one who can deal with Singed. And with him poking down these turrets, no Guardian Angel. If he drops, if he gets caught out, even though he has his Quicksilver Sash, that would be a lost fight for Dignitas, so really carefully poking down this turret. Orion is so scary. AZUBU actually defending this one fairly well.
Yeah, it's still just PewDiePie putting down the poke when he can. Unfortunately for him, whenever he lands those basic attacks, the ball just comes out from Ambition and it wears him down a little bit. One good shockwave is all it takes. You mentioned if PewDiePie gets caught, it might be all over. The Baron buff has worn out, which means we're just 3 minutes away from that respawning. We'll see if Dig can keep the moves going.
An extended siege here. The creep's actually not even making it to the tower for AZUBU. The Baron buff completely gone for Dignitas. And here comes Helios.
He's going to jump in. Oh, he flashes away the pull just in time. Completely out of range there, not getting him pulled back. That was rather close. Helios keeps the cooldown, though. He burned his own flash as well. So we'll see what that turns out to. AZUBU coming around the side. PewDiePie far from the team. A 4-on-4 could actually be in AZUBU's favor if PewDiePie's not there to help with the damage on the Singed.
So really, Crumbzz flashing over. They're actually going with an equalizer in mid lane, but that's not going to be an initiation. They got to be careful here because IWDominate used his ultimate to farm. Crumbzz used his ultimate for not much effect, and if they get anyone caught out, AZUBU's going to get the fight, and IWDominate gets pulled.
He's stealth, though. He's going to have a little bit of time here for the Oracles, of course. It does not matter too much. Jumps onto Captain Jack, not much damage. Got the Guardian Angel, tries to flash away. He's actually still alive in this fight, and here comes the damage. The Shockwave's going to stop the ult. Jack picks up one. Crumbzz goes down. The fight is still there. Double kill. PewDiePie falls down. Oh my gosh, Blaze is looking so good. It's going to be Scarra trying to get away. He's going to do that, but it is a 5 versus 3. They're going to push so hard in this mid lane.
They had the ultimates down, and AZUBU just pounced. You saw it in them. They realized they'd have an advantage in a fight, and they just jumped immediately. Dignitas tried to save and just rescue that fight, but it was not to be. Now the middle turret getting pushed down. 5v3, still 40 seconds left on these death timers. Dignitas has to be careful to give up this inhibitor and hold as the double turrets, otherwise they could lose right here.
Yeah, if they get caught out, that one more kill gonna happen. Now, they don't have the ultimate from Ambition or Helios, but they can still put the damage. Dominate in front, has Guardian Angel. They're trying to stop Shy. Helios dropped low as well. Great pull from Scarra. Look at the damage output. Shy, he's about to fall. One hit to go. The ball's gonna save him. Can Dominate get it? Can Ambition fall? Yes! And Dominate's just going to revive. Scarra low, he's going to fall. A double kill for Dominate. Looks like he's in bad shape. He will drop. Now it's only Patoy alive, but with 2 dead for AZUBU and 2 reviving, they're gonna stop that. They'll keep their turrets alive.
Boy, that was a dangerous close play by Dignitas, but they were able to hold that off, trading 2 kills for 2. Scarra, Dominate going down, Crumbzz and IWDominate back alive. Now this game's gonna have to be decided by the next Baron. IWDominate actually picked up a Guardian Angel, so very defensive Ezreal build. He does not want to get picked off in any regard. Big issue here, though, is Captain Jack picked up a lot in that fight. He'll be getting his last Whisper, and Vayne may have finally reached critical mass. How will Dignitas dive in on them? We'll have to see at the next Baron. The issue here, though, is that with the inhibitor down, Dignitas will continually have to peel away to keep those turrets alive. Every lane's going to push now. Inhibitor down, side lane creeps gain 100 health, Baron's up. The pressure's back onto Dignitas. AZUBU in control. How are they going to force this one?
Well, so right now, Dignitas, because, as you mentioned, those lanes are going to push, Dignitas gets to farm off their side lanes. Is it bad if someone gets caught farming solo because they give up Baron, or is it okay to let PewDiePie buy more items here and keep farming off the side lanes like this?
I mean, it's terrible, obviously, if someone gets caught at this point. The death timers are well over a minute. They have to push the side lanes, though. IWDominate is actually max items, if you really think about it.
That's true.
He doesn't want to sell any of those things. If anything, he'd sell a QSS for another attack speed item. He could really use a Phantom Dancer or a Trinity Force for sustained damage, since really you can only do so much damage with Qs. And because everyone's running out of the base, AZUBU's just forcing the Baron really hard here. Wards coming in and out, AZUBU getting peeled off, and this is really just about initiation and going in at the right time. Helios going in!
And it's going to be PewDiePie taking a bit of pain. They're going to pull up on a Scar, but he's going to Quicksilver Sash that. Helios a bit of damage. Captain Jack up in front. Crumbzz, he's going to drop immediately, and Captain Jack still alive. PewDiePie pinned on the wall. That's going to be Guardian Angel pop. Are they going to get any more damage output? They're trying to chase down Captain Jack. Dominate just getting kited around. He's going to fall. And look at that, 4 for nothing. AZUBU Blaze looking for the kill now. They've got everyone alive against just Patoy's Nunu.
And that was just the wrong fight for Dignitas to take. Crumbzz got pushed on by Captain Jack, of all people. Just a scattered fight that AZUBU was able to jump on top of. Now they're taking down the Nexus turrets. 48 minutes, 48 kills in this game, and a great comeback I'd have to say the best game we've seen all tournament. Well played by both teams. 1-0 AZUBU.
Patoy picks up a kill, 2-0 in 19, but GG. Well played AZUBU Blaze. Game 1 going to them in the winner bracket semifinal. But this is best of 3, and it's double elimination. None of these teams are going anywhere.
You can see just exasperated AZUBU just exhaling after that game because they did not want to lose game 1. They came together, though. They might be more warmed up now. That was a great showing by Dignitas, in all honesty, though. They were right in that game. They, in all honesty, probably should have won that. They had the edge to win in multiple scenarios. They just desynced their ults and got pounced on by AZUBU at just the right moment, and that's really what turned the match. But I got to say, that was impressive.
Yeah, those two slightly misstepped fights, and I don't think anyone was coming in, you know, seeing Dignitas go 0-3 in their group stage and seeing AZUBU Blaze, who, let's be fair, are just absolutely amazing, and everyone knows that. But Dignitas, I think they're turning some heads here. Even with the loss, I think they're really turning some heads here. That was a really, really good strategy and really good execution overall from that team.
Dignitas looking pretty good there. They actually don't. Normally, when they lost in the World Finals, they were just kind of yelling at each other after games. They're pretty composed here. They knew they had that one. They knew they can improve in game 2. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, and we're going to find out if they can do it. We'll be right back after a short commercial break with game 2 of Team Dignitas versus AZUBU Blaze. Hey everybody, welcome back to the MLG Fall Championships here in Dallas, Texas. You can see a beautiful blue sky out there. It's pretty nice overall. Once again, I'm David Phreak, joined by Joshua Jatt Leesman. How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. We're already into Champion Select for the next game, and that first game was pretty awesome in all regards. 48-minute victory. We saw really late game Vayne finally make it to late game and then take it over. But Dignitas, impressive showing. We had that huge discussion in the pregame about, how are the American teams going to compete with these Koreans? And Dignitas can, because they very well almost should have won that game. Need to steal a joke from Optimus Tom. This is not me. He said, Dignitas, as a Broncos fan, they throw as hard as Peyton Manning. But, it's just, I can't endorse the joke, but I have to say it was a pretty good one.
I'm a fan overall, and we're seeing actually the concentration on the AZUBU BLAZE players, but you're actually seeing almost identical bans back and forth. I think the exact same 3 bans coming out for Dignitas. AZUBU realizing, you know what, we're gonna ban Ezreal this one, and I gotta respect that. I think they're pretty afraid. Apparently they're not afraid of Rengar though, because they've immediately locked that one in.
That was really effective pick for Dignitas last game. No surprises that they picked it there, but this still leaves up Orianna. Lulu's obviously still available. Ssong and Ezreal are gone, so I'd expect really another Lulu pick coming out from AZUBU. Overall, team comp-wise, I don't really see what huge changes they'd make. They did manage to win the last game, right? So you don't need to make any huge adjustments. They didn't really dictate their bans that much aside from the Ezreal. And these picks, not really sure what AZUBU's going to go for here. Be curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think because I think both teams liked their compositions overall. Obviously, AZUBU BLAZE got the win. I think Dignitas liked how most of that game ran. The difference, though, is AZUBU is like, no, we're going to go for entirely different things here. With that Rengar picked up, they're going to pick, more of a carry bruiser. So if they go for the dive comp, Jatt can take over instead. Lee Sin already grabbed up. I mean, heck, that stealth reveal. I mean, yeah, you can have the pull from Skarner, but heck, revealing IWDominate's not really the worst thing either.
That could be actually a very important thing. So comfort picks here coming out from AZUBU. Shy, his Jax is so potent. And could we actually listen in to Dignitas here to see what they're planning with picks 2 and 3?
So Nunu, and then
cat.
Okay, I'll take the Nunu.
I'll take the cat. Are you thinking Diana again?
Let me see the pick. Let me see.
If not, you can play cat as well.
No, I'm thinking about Ori because I think we might need damage.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Fuck, I'm pretty sure they're gonna fucking hide their AD. Because if they do ban, I can do Draven, but... Do you want a Draven against Jax, Lee Sin, Diana?
Actually, yeah, if it's Diana.
I was gonna say, that's pretty retarded.
That's like,
yeah,
you're gonna
I could probably do
like, you realize that you don't even know how to use Flash?
Yo, fuck you.
Well, it was bound to happen.
It was bound to happen. It happened, I think, every time we've pulled over the audio, actually. That's all right, though.
But we heard Draven, if they hide their AD, he doesn't want them to hide their AD, but that would be an exciting thing. Scarra coming out with the Katarina when that happened at the World Finals. Didn't work out for him, but we've seen some huge success with Katarina since then. Picking Diana up against Katarina, though, is brilliant. That is the counter pick to Katarina, really. Out-trades. If you try to pop your ultimate on Diana, she's just going to interrupt it with that vacuum. So it's going to be a tough matchup for Scarra once again.
Yeah, and they've grabbed that Lulu right away as well, which is just, this great sort of pickup for trying to dominate, with a tanky frontliner, or, whether it's protect the Vayne or whether it's protect the big frontliner. Jax comes in, and he's just kind of happy to get that wild growth. There we go, Cutie-Pie gonna grab up Corki here, and would you look at that, Orianna coming in as well, so top lane Katarina.
That's it. They've done this before, too, actually. It was a TSM tournament. They ran this exact double composition. Well, not this. It was this exact double composition, actually. Orianna, Katarina. The top lane didn't work out that well. What they do is they'll stealth Rengar with an Orianna ball on top of him. He'll jump in. They'll pop that. Katarina will jump in at the end and try to clean up. It's difficult to get out of the laning phase, but they team fight extremely well. And unfortunately, AZUBU did hide their AD, so Imaqtpie didn't feel comfortable picking Draven very early. Yeah. That would have been something great to see. And Vayne, once again, so 4 games in a row, Captain Jack going for that Vayne pick. This should be a good match.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm surprised here because you've got the exact same dive-heavy composition and now no Orianna to protect you. Is this risky?
It's very risky. The thing with this, though, is they have Shy, who is a more attention-grabbing target for them. So it's multiple hyper carries instead of just one. So if they focus down one, hopefully the other creates for them. It's one of those things you bring 3 high threats in a roundabout way of protecting the cog. They can do kind of the same thing with Vayne.
All right, cool. So, we've got these team lineups here. It's Katarina, Rengar, Orianna, Corki, and Nunu up against Jax, Lee Sin, Diana, Vayne, and Lulu. It's going to see what happens with these 2 teams. The game's about to go underway. Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the MLG Fall Championships. AZUBU BLAZE and Team DIGNITAS here squaring off in Game 2. The Koreans of AZUBU BLAZE up 1-0 in a very, very narrow Game 1. And one of the few American teams left in the winner bracket, DIGNITAS, looking to pull themselves back and tie it up to 1-1.
In that first game, we saw very defensive level 1 openings, and it might be the same this time. However, AZUBU, all 5 together, yet to decide a place to invade. You can see the Orianna ball from Scarra going out to scout. Everyone's going to walk through that bush. They're going to have vision of all 5 of them. So no surprises here for AZUBU, but they just might brute force their way in here. Crumbzz is still up top. They really just brute force a ward. They wanted to make sure they had vision of that Wraith. They're just going to end up backing right away. So not much doing early on for AZUBU. Some pings going down. It looks like we'll just see some pretty standard level 1 here.
Yeah, so both these teams putting out some early ward coverage to make sure that no invasions kick anyone, from out of nowhere. And yeah, you're right. No invasions, pretty safe level 1s. Lee Sin about to start red. Rengar the same for DIGNITAS. We'll see who makes the first move here.
All right, so actually, both junglers completely manaless. Orianna going to have pretty good access to blue buff. Same for Diana. And this is the reverse matchup in mid lane that we saw last game. So Ambition switching roles. This time he's Diana against the Orianna. Whether or not Scarra can put a couple solo kills down onto him is yet to be seen. Scarra walking through that ward to get the pull for IWDominate. Everyone knows now at this point that IWDominate started red buff. The secrets are still for AZUBU though. And here we actually see a 2-man lane up against Crumbz's Katarina. So this is going to be a tough lane for him. Shy going to be 1v2 against KorkNunu as well.
Oh man, and Crumbzz taking a lot of damage already. Oh, the Glitter Lance misses. That would have been huge for putting down Crumbzz, but he will get out of this one. But this is a very unsafe lane now. Crumbzz is not going to like his chances too much. Now, one interesting thing, though, is for AZUBU, they actually let Diana take the Wraiths and Jax take the Wolves. You can see he's already almost level 2, and they just let Helios just hit level 2 off that Golem buff to start roaming through his jungle.
It's going to help Shy stay alive in this lane. IWDominate taking the blue buff. Helios taking red. They might try one of those early 3-man dives. They're holding the lane just at the right point so that Captain Jack is going to hit level 3 when the wave hits the turret, and Crumbzz is still going to be level 1. So IWDominate will either have to guard there, or Helios will just come in from the back for that gank. And you can see he might be going right for this. This could be big trouble for Crumbzz if he gets in there. This looks like what they're going to end up doing.
And Helios moving in. Dominate still just chilling in his own jungle. He's moving up, though. He senses this. He's going to be in the tri-brush as well. Let's see what happens here. Helios waiting around in the fog of war. Crumbzz still level 1, waiting by his turret. He's going to find Dominate. The damage output is on both sides, but Dominate so low on health. He's going to have to try to flash this wall. He will get away, but Helios still chasing down. Here comes Lustboy, gets the slow. First blood for Helios, and that's going to be his for free
now
right
Crumbzz
here.
is in trouble.
Oh man, Crumbzz trying to survive this one. Captain Jack a bit of damage. He's completely surrounded here. There's not a lot of options. He's level 2. We'll see if he can survive everything. Looks like they're not going to go in for the kill. Helios going to walk away from this one.
So they figured they were low enough from the kill onto IWDominate. Still, they got the double buffs onto Helios, took them away from IWDominate. That's going to be a big lead early on for him in the jungle. And the shove continues for AZUBU. 19 minion kills, although Crumbzz did manage to pick up the 7. So in the lane itself, he's not that far behind. Still going to be big trouble overall for them because IWDominate's pretty far behind.
That's going to be a pretty brutal situation now. You saw that first game started out pretty okay for DIGNITAS. This one blazes off in the driver's seat, 300 gold up. However, you're seeing the lanes as they pan out. Corki does have more minion kills than Vayne, and Orianna, though, actually only tied right here. So, right now for DIGNITAS, their only real saving grace is that IWDominate is currently out farming Captain Jack just a little bit.
So minion-wise,
Cutie pie.
They're actually winning because the first blood granted about 600 gold for the whole team, and they're only 300 or 400 gold behind. So that means they are out farming a little bit. There's a fight going on in the bottom lane, actually.
The stun comes off on a Patoy. I don't know if he's quite going to die to this one. That red buff on Lee Sin helping quite a bit. Looks like he will make it out anyway. Patoy and Shy both putting their flash. And actually, here comes a 3-on-2. Can they pin down anyone? Looks like they're not going to get much out here. Dominate going to go back to his jungle here. Is actually out-leveling Helios somehow.
Let's take a look at these lanes a little bit. Helios must have just spent so much time ganking and camping lanes that he has yet to clear his jungle, really. He picked up a double buff, and then he's just been roaming around. Helios still spending time in this bottom lane, so IWDominate experience-wise in a pretty good spot. And just looking at these lanes, they're fairly even in most regards. You see 33 minion kills for Imaqtpie, 39 for Captain Jack. All the health pots actually getting burned, and the big thing here, if we look top lane, is that turret is getting destroyed. It's not going to last more than another wave if AZUBU decides to push it down.
And after that turret kill, are they going to pull their sort of normal strategy and lane swap that and push another turret, or do they just want to create a total farm lane for Captain Jack?
They would most likely just go for the fast push at this point. If you take a turret 6 minutes in, you can't afford to freeze it. They're going to be 2 pushed in, and there it is, 5-minute, 55-second turret. Here comes that quick turret taken that we've seen so much of, Lulu. They both go back to base now. I almost expect Shy to go back as well, and they'll just kind of swap lanes, or we might see a 3 or 4 man push bottom.
All right, well, they're going to recall immediately back, and there they go. That bottom lane, you called it, and that seems to be the strategy here. Now, Shy still actually having an okay time with this lane, 22 minion kills, though he is out of potions. He's just going to recall back himself, and looks like Helios not looking like he's going to make any moves, so just that quick swap, the 2-on-2 about to happen at bottom lane. But at this point now, Captain Jack is winning in minions. He's got double Doran's Blade and the Vampiric Scepter, so he's going to be pretty happy about this lane.
He actually might be able to trade a bit in this lane now. Imaqtpie just with the 1 Dorans. There's no GP10 items coming out for either of these guys, but there's a health crystal onto Lustboy. There's a big wave forming here. Fortunately for Dignitas, Corki shoves a lot better than Ezreal did, so they might not be able to take the second turret down right away. But it looks like they're definitely going to push it. They want to take down these turrets fast.
Well, Dominate in the mid lane, actually in a fight with Ambition. Here comes Scarra, Shockwave, but he's going to flash away. Ambition still to get chased down a little bit. Looks like he's actually going to walk away from this one pretty much alive. That was a nice attempt there. The flash did get burned.
Players are getting better and better at flashing out of Shockwave. Saw the animation going off there, and he just pulled it down. Actually, some trades going down in the bottom. Imaqtpie wants them to get off of that tower, but Captain Jack and Lustboy relentlessly pushing. 1v1 lane also happening up top between Crumbzz and Shy. Crumbzz rushing the Stork Shoes. It's going to be really tough for him to deal. Shy can stun him out of ultimates, and he's also 1 level ahead.
Here we can see that, you know, this bottom lane still pretty much happy for Captain Jack. This top lane pretty happy for Shy as well. Now with the flash down, there's a chance here for Scar to actually make some moves. We saw the Orianna Diana lane go Orianna's way in game 1. We'll see if Scar can replicate that with the roles swapped here.
Oh, top lane.
And then the top lane, look at the damage of it on both sides. Shy just trading out so well, and he's going to just leap strike for that one. Kill picked up 2-0. Crumbzz not in the best place now.
And that was Crumbzz just trying to sit an ultimate Shy. Shy didn't even interrupt it. He just tanked it through with his ultimate, but he was strong enough that he could just brawl Crumbzz through all of his Katarina damage. That's going to be big trouble now. Crumbzz in a long lane like that, once you start losing to Jax, doesn't give you many options to come back. He's just going to have to try and passive farm. But Shy is just going to keep the wave at his side in the turret. So again, Katarina top lane, tough to get through the lane, great in team fights. It's just a matter of will you lose the game at that point.
Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. Crumbzz, he's not, actually I was about to say he's not having the worst luck in the world, but really he's down half the minion kills.
Behind.
Yeah, he's pretty far behind. He's down a kill, he's down, 23 minions. This is not really where they wanted him to be. We'll see if he can pick up the magic penetration that he needs, though. He can rely on base damages if he starts to get some items rolling there to start, penetrating through the opposing team. But right now, again, I've got to think it's Orianna and Corki who are going to make all the moves here. And we'll see if they can actually make something happen throughout this mid game. We're 9 minutes in, not a kill yet for Dignitas, a 2,000 gold lead for AZUBU, and they've already picked up a turret as well.
We actually see Boots of Mobility rush coming out for Helios. He's had these for a while. He's flying his way into that top lane. There's already a turret down, so really not sure how he's planning on getting any kind of gank happening there. And here comes Jatt bottom lane.
MaqTpie getting completely jumped on the knockup as well, and that is just one last strike to get that kill picked up. Captain Jack, is he going to dive the turret? Ignite is on. Patoy will live with 30 health. And there is not a roam coming down there. Great moves there. Ambition getting the gank there as Diana.
AZUBU making all the right plays thus far. Diana with the roam bottom lane, going to give them the window they need to just shove damage down onto this bottom turret. The pressure from Shy in the top lane is coming out as well. Scarra has been out farming Diana, but he's not crushing in the way that Ambition did in the first game. Rengar coming in mid for a gank.
And they're going to put in, there's a shockwave as well. 2-on-2, immediately jumps out of Scarra. Scarra flashes back. They're onto Ambition, but they don't quite have the damage because Helios is just too fearsome there. Red buff leads in, stopping the push in from Scarra, and that push was stopped.
So another failed gank there by IWDominate. I mean, they're burning flashes occasionally, but nothing successful coming out. And when you burn Orianna and Rengar all not coming away with anything, already down 3 kills to 0, that's just going to be trouble for you at this point. So Dignitas really has to pick something up here. Dragon getting pinged on by AZUBU. They know that the Rengar and Diana ultimates are dead, and they know that Crumbzz is stuck up top lane. They might just go straight for this. Dignitas still trying to push up this bottom lane, but lead getting bigger and bigger. This is not game 1 for Dig. They're in a bit of trouble here.
And here we can see just, yeah, this is exactly, it's still at 2,000 gold deficit. They've now gotten a 3rd kill here as AZUBU Blaze. And, you know, I'm looking to try to find what Dignitas' sort of ace in the hole is, who's doing really, really well. And they don't have significant leads really anywhere on this. They've got a bit of a minion kill lead for Rengar, a small minion kill lead for Scarra as well. I just don't know if that's enough to carry through as 2 members.
So Dominate actually having to kill a ward. Lustboy was able to ward him out in the bottom lane. So they know it's a 2v3. They also know that Ambition was down there with Diana for another gank. Everyone's just going to end up backing away here. But the story here, I got to say, is Shy in the top lane. Happily farming away on Jax, and that is never a good sign.
And they haven't put any pressure on him at all. You're absolutely right. Now 81 to 45 in minions, and Katarina has not done anything to stop that aggression from him. So, you know, you talked about those hyper carries putting pressure off of Vayne, and that's exactly what's happening here. Vayne's probably not even the biggest threat on this AZUBU Blaze lineup now.
Even Ambition in this game still just pushing up the mid lane. He's only 14 minion kills behind Scarra, but he's contained Scarra. He hasn't allowed him to pull off anything with Orianna. Scarra's probably happy farming this, but even then it's good. And we see Dominate level 7, Helios level 7 as well, and we could see a bit of an engagement here, keeping the pressure off Shy.
They get the slow on. Shy is there around. His counter-strike is down, though. Look at the damage, though. Dominate getting just chomped down. Katarina with the damage. Could you get it? Yes, there's one reset. Dominate actually still alive.
Oh.
Now can Crumbzz put the damage in? Yes, he will. Double kill for Katarina. Now at the bottom lane, it's Patoy getting jumped up by Captain Jack. Captain Jack will pick that one up, making it a 2-for-2 all across the map.
Great turnaround there by Dignitas, I have to say, though. Crumbzz really needing his way back in the game. The 2 kills will jumpstart him, kickstart him, get him ready. The problem with that is, though, you kill one hyper carry on one side of the map and Shy, and oh no, Captain Jack just 2v2'd and killed Patoy, as well as taking down that turret. 2 turrets to 0, 3,000 gold lead, and even more control for AZUBU, even with a double kill turnaround from Crumbzz.
Yeah, they're now up to a 3,000 gold lead, the second turret as well. I mean, all things you just mentioned, of course, but yeah, exactly. You know, who do you go for here? You put the gank on a Jax, you get a really good thing there for Crumbzz. I mean, he is getting that magic penetration. I mean, maybe Dignitas can out-carry. Maybe you don't have to think about what does Jax do, what does Vayne do. If you get a fed Katarina and a fed Corki,
yep.
I mean, that's pretty good too.
They're still going to be team fighting extremely well if they can get to a point of pulling it off. IWDominate will still be able to stealth in. He'll still get a good Orianna ult off. They picked up an Aegis of the Legion. They would get the team fight, but AZUBU is pressing and forcing hard. 2 turrets down and a dragon on the way. So big global gold advantages coming for AZUBU, and they seem one step ahead. Backs against the wall really for Dignitas, trying desperately to keep up. And you can see they've actually foregone pretty much all GP10 items. They're really trying to win now. No heart of gold on IWDominate. Really needing to team fight. They know this is the point. The problem is you would team fight around a dragon, and AZUBU just took it away.
Oh yeah, it's brutal right here. So you know, there isn't this location for Dignitas to go to and force a fight on their own terms. I mean, maybe they defend a counter jungle or something, and you know, then they get a 5-on-5 in a more neutral situation. But it seems like Dignitas is kind of forced just to lane here and be at the mercy of the roam from Diana and Lee Sin. So, you know, Shy still having a great time at his turret, still 20 minions up. Katarina, actually Crumbzz with some decent trade, to be honest. And actually, yeah, you know, just shumpoing around to minions, and with a Haunted Guise actually has a chance for some damage on Shy overall.
Full magic pen build by Katarina, really just taking advantage of the base damage. All the new Katarinas maxing that W ability, Sinister Steel, so able to trade there. You can see, though, AZUBU just keeping the pressure up in almost every lane. Mid-turret, the only outer not to fall, but Ambition is keeping that pressed up, keeping the farm even with Scarra. You can see Athene's on Holy Grail and Scarra, but Sork Shoes double Dorns for Ambition, so the aggression coming out there. And here comes Lee Sin bottom. They're just trying to push him in, but Helios might be falling a little bit behind here. And Boots' mobility not really paying off.
Yeah, he's got the Wriggles Lance, he's got 2 kills. but he's still only level 8 to Dominate's level 9. So you're absolutely right. You know, he's not getting anywhere near the farm, and even at the beginning, you mentioned the minion kill lead, which is helping Dignitas stay in the gold. I mean, when you mentioned that, it was 19-8 in minion kills there, with Dominate being above. That even though that first blood came in for Lee Sin, it was still a really good situation there for the farm, and that's still the case here over and over. They're spending so much time trying to harass that they're actually getting some decent gold on Dominate, and he, you know, and if he gets farmed, he can actually shut down that Vayne, and they can worry about everyone else relying and kind of working out on that Jax.
Unfortunately, Scarra missed his shockwave mid lane on Diana, and that is just enabling Ambition to flank around. There's no turret for the 3 of Dignitas to get back here. He jumps over onto the golem, and Dominate face checks.
And that's going to be really brutal. There comes Diana. The pull is on. Dominate taking a bit of damage. Must stealth away, but he's been revealed. Lulu in there. Lee Sin in there as well, trying to heal. Still very low. They pull that in. Can they get any kills? Absolute Zero not killing much. PewDiePie does get Helios. They take that back, but Shy is going to fire back into the top lane, killing off Crumbzz in a 1-on-1. A 2-on-1 on this map.
Oh man, this keeps happening for Dignitas in this game. They'll trade a fight fairly well, but then they'll lose an even numbered fight on the opposite side of the map. Crumbzz cannot die to Shy 1v1 in that lane. It just puts too much pressure on the rest of the team. Shy split pushing like a champion here. 40 minion kill advantage onto Crumbzz. He's got 1.4 thousand gold, so there's no way Crumbzz can even think about dueling him. He has to be turtling down. AZUBU just seems to have the mobility, pressure, and speed advantage here. Dignitas trying to chase down him, but they just can't catch him.
Scar's coming from the side. If he can land an ability here, his shockwave is up. He's not going to catch it. Lustboy gets slowed. That might be the kill into Lustboy. Scar getting some counterattack damage. And Captain Jack, actually they've got the lizard buff. Captain Jack still taking damage, but here comes Helios, and that's going to keep them from diving in, but they did pick up the 1-for-0 at least.
0 for 2 there for Scar on shockwave, but it doesn't end up mattering. Needs to pick up his game a little bit here. They really need him to land those clutch ults in team fights. They still should have a good chance if they get into the right fight. All their composition is really, really key for that. They can snowball it so well with Crumbz's Katarina. They've hit the breakpoints. They have level 11 on Katarina. They have level 12 on Scar. Their ultimates are getting powered up. They haven't lost that many turrets. The next dragon will most likely be where they try to force something. They have to do it now because we've seen you let Jax and Vayne get late, you're going to have pretty bad time. So Dignitas needs to get it going really soon here.
Yeah, so we're seeing now 18 minutes into the game, 4-7 in kills. AZUBU Blaze up 4,000 gold as well, and 2 turrets. They've definitely got the lead here. Crumbzz getting pulled in. Ambition with a lot of damage output there. Oh, nice flash again to dodge the shockwave. You can't really call that a miss from Scar, but it's great play from Ambition overall.
It's the second time Ambition has been able to flash out of that ultimate. Just so good at reacting to those Orianna plays. Plays a lot of Orianna himself, so he knows exactly how to escape the clutches of Scar. Even then, though, Dignitas still trying to force. They know they have Vayne and Jack split pushing. They really need to push up the mid here. It's a 5v3. There's not much wave clear for AZUBU, so they might get this turret. They might try to continue to because AZUBU's not looking like they're going to back off those side lanes.
Yeah, the slow goes off in the Helios, but they don't quite pick up anything off the back of that one. But there is Shy split pushing. It's like he's singed. He's crushing that turret's health forward. You look at that thing fall down. Shy is forced to run back, but he's still getting a lot of farm, golden experience out of all this. You look at Crumbzz, he's a level down still, and 35 minions away as well. So this is really still very good for AZUBU. But Dignitas, if they can keep making some moves, maybe they can pull it back.
Take a look at some of these items. Phantom Dancer completed onto Captain Jack. We got double gold items, been on Lustboy for quite a while. Take a look at the overall gold. He's actually got 1,400 over Patoy, 4,300 to 2,900. That's because he got his Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone so much sooner than Patoy. AD carry-wise, pretty even in farm, 163 to 148. Mid lane, a lot of Magic Pen coming out for Ambition. Abyssal Scepter as well, Sorcerer's Shoes. Themes Unholy Grail, the common choice on Orianna for Scarra. Aegis Legion Rush for IWDominate versus Boots Mobility for Helios. So the team fight, despite this 3,500 gold lead for AZUBU, they have no big team fight items, and the synergy is really all about Dignitas in these fights, so still not out of it yet. But with that dragon being up and Crumbzz getting caught in the top lane, they might not be able to force this. They really, really need to, though.
Yeah, well, let's see if Dignitas makes any moves down. They do not have vision. Actually, Scar getting jumped on. Ambition just fully running him away. There's a shockwave. Dominate coming in as well. Dragon falls down. and Ambition just not taking much here. He's going to push back onto those minions. He's still taking damage, but here comes Shy. Here comes Captain Jack. Dominate, not in the best place. Look at him getting pinned on the wall right there, and that is the kill for Captain Jack. They are not able to kill Diana whatsoever here.
They seem out of sync in a lot of regards, and there's a dive by Ambition.
And Ambition getting very low on the turret, will get picked up. PewDiePie, now his third kill of the game. Will they turn this one around? It's a 4-on-4. The mid laner is dead. Shield off on a PewDiePie. They're not going to move in too much, though. Crumbzz not going to dive either. It's going to be a straight 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for mid laner. Actually not too bad for Dignitas.
With the dive, getting that over with is actually pretty good. And they dive onto Captain Jack, getting, wow!
Oh my gosh, would you look at that? And the reset on a Lustboy. Lustboy falls even despite the flash. Would you look at those moves? Diving in headstrong. And now it's a 5-on-2 in the map. Dignitas can keep pushing. Will they get, they're gonna get at least one turret. Let's see if they can get more here. Gonna back off, a little afraid of Lee Sin.
Wow.
Rengar running top lane. Yeah.
They evaporated there. Captain Jack and Lustboy just disappeared. They were gone as soon as IWDominate and Crumbzz decided to go on them. That's the team fight that Dignitas has a potential for, and when you consider that that should be started by a Rengar burst on top of an Orianna Shockwave, they're still in this very much so. They've been out of sync. They seem to be outplayed, but what we just saw shows that Dignitas clearly has the potential to take this over, and it's just a matter of getting together, getting synced up, grouping and team fighting properly.
So if you're afraid of this, you know, let's say you're AZUBU BLAZE and you're afraid of this Dignitas team fight comp, where, you know, if they're actually synergistic and they put their things together, they have, you know, really good chance this one. What's your strategy here as AZUBU BLAZE? Do they split push heavily? Do they suck it up in 5-on-5? Do they wait for items? Like, how would you beat this if you have just kind of these solo queue all-star champions?
I think they try to keep picking off like they've been doing now. So they keep the split push going, and they keep trying to keep Dignitas scattered. They're pushing down bottom lane with Shy here. If everyone doesn't form up for Dignitas, they can never create the ultimate team fight machine, and AZUBU will continue to pick them off. And when you can see Lustboy flanking around the side here, Shy coming, and everyone on Dignitas is behind, here's a fight.
And they're going to just destroy Lustboy immediately. PewDiePie cut out a bit. He's going to fall 1-for-1 here. Dominate is stealth. He's going to jump on Shy. Shockwave goes on. They find Helios. Captain Jack likes to be aggressive, though. Here comes Crumbzz. Will he get the damage? He's spinning. Is he going to win as a result? Shy is low. Captain Jack picks one up for it. And Ambition now dueling up against Patoy. They're not going to get much more out of this, but he's on the turret. Scarra could fall as a result. The shield is on Ambition. Does pick up Scarra. Absolute Zero will trade that one out. Dominate picks up Helios, but Captain Jack still in full cleanup mode. Would you look at that? Only Patoy alive. It's a 3 versus 4, which isn't too bad, but still better for AZUBU BLAZE.
And the 2 that are still alive for AZUBU can crush down this turret, so Dignitas might actually lose an inhibitor turret. So close there for Crumbzz. He really needed the reset. If he had it, they would have cleaned house. Turret doesn't fall. They're maybe able to keep it up. Bomb comes in from IWDominate, and that gonna be easy for them to push down later, but it's still up for now, so that's not that bad. So close for Dignitas turning around that fight. Really, still very much in this game. We can see these team fights are explosive. They just have to worry about who the kills have fallen to, because Shy and Captain Jack looking pretty strong.
Oh, absolutely, and you're seeing something that looks a little bit similar to Dignitas' game 1, where Jax and Diana together are really wreaking havoc on that Dignitas, you know, back line. PewDiePie got, you know, helped get that first kill onto Lustboy, but you just saw Shy just straight up duel him and crush that Corki at the beginning of that fight. If PewDiePie can actually survive those encounters instead, it's going to be a much better team fight machine for Dignitas. So, you know, AZUBU with almost a little bit of a dive comp as well. So let's recap, right? We had a really bad early game here for Dignitas. They started out pretty behind, but now it's 10-12. 24 minutes in, only a 2-kill difference, not too bad. 4,000 gold is meaningful, but as you've been mentioning, this team fight comp for Dignitas, incredibly fearsome. We'll see if they can pull out this game 2.
And of course, those of you just joining us, this is game 2, second day of MLG Fall Championship. AZUBU up 1-0, so Dignitas, if they lose this one, they would drop into the loser's bracket. If they win, they'd force a game 3, and AZUBU forcing into the red buff. All 5 of Dignitas are here. If Dignitas can grab a fight here, they will take it. Here they come.
And they're going to jump in and get Diana caught out in the front. It's going to be her jumping onto Katarina. The damage output everywhere stops the ultimate as well. They will almost get the reset. Ignite not going to pick up the kill. Ambition getting away. Now can they chase down onto Helios? They stole away the lizard buff, but will they make it a kill trade for it? Yes! Crumbzz picks that one up. So they've got a 5 versus 4 on the map. Actually, call it a 5-on-3 because Ambition must heal. But look,
He's going for that last turret. He
top.
knows it's one hit away.
Yeah, and Lustboy's going to pick that one up for himself, and Shy just split pushing the top lane. And DIGNITAS is saying, screw it, let's just push mid, that's fine. Lustboy will pick that up off the back door. Looks like he won't die to minions. We
know that Crumbzz can't solo Shy, though, unless Shy gets taken too low from this turret.
And Shy is low. Look at that. Crumbzz really got a lot of damage, but here comes the Ignite. Will they get the damage up? But Hextrigger going to stop that a little bit. They might trade inhibitors. Captain Jack has a red buff. He has damage on the Dominate. He's been ice blighted. Dominate picks up that one. Shy wins the duel, though, and that's going to be him picking up Crumbzz, and they've got to make some moves to stop that. And look at that. They pick up Rengar after all, so Captain Jack making that 2 kills on the map. They trade inhibitors. Sorry, yeah, they're going to trade inhibitors because Shy's going to get that one for free.
IWDominate falls as well, so they trade inhibitors as well as lose 2 members. AZUBU really charging out. They can actually just force a Baron at this point because everyone is sucked back to stop Shy. He's going to be a handful to take down as well, and it's just Scarra trying to stop this 4-man Baron attempt. Tall task. They're trying to peel off a little bit. This is real trouble for DIGNITAS. Everything getting forced.
And that's going to get dropped out. Nice try by Scarra to stop that. He won't be able to. Shy's still caught up in the base. You look at him to kind of crush out minions. And DIGNITAS, like, you know what? You're right. We can't kill you. Let's just back off. They're going to go back in. Here's the dodge. But the damage from Dominate is strong. Can they pick this up? Here comes Lulu. Here comes Katarina. Can they get the first one? That's the shutdown. They're going to move on towards Lulu. Can they get more? A little bit of damage from Crumbzz. They're still looking to chase this one. Dissonance comes out. Dominate might still look to chase this one down. Diana putting some damage as she runs. There comes the push on the Diana. They've got the ball in there. Can they get the damage up? But Shockwave's still on cooldown. They're trying to push the damage in. That's going to be almost one picked up. Yes, they pick up the kill onto Ambition. They're still moving forward. Captain Jack's been slowed. There comes Imaqtpie. Can they get the kill? Captain Jack trying to stealth back. Gets the missile barrage onto his face. DIGNITAS, now they find Helios. Helios, will he fall down? He flashes over the wall, but Imaqtpie is there. Scarra picks up the kill. They picked up 3 for nothing. DIGNITAS has the inhibitor killed as well. They ping the Nexus. Will you believe it? Do they have what it takes to kill this off? They've got 30 seconds of a 5-on-3.
Everyone's really low on mana. Captain Jack is going back as well. They have to back off. There's no way they can take that Nexus. But still a good turnaround. They have the Dragon pinged as well. Everyone low, but the chase really, really strong. The new train began, and they finished it off. Finally taking down some turrets. They've lost 7 of their own. They got Baron off of 3 members, so that was good. Everyone can go back, buy some big items. They picked up a lot of good things there. Still, surprisingly, in the game, you think of the hyper carries coming through from Captain Jack and Shy, but we've seen their assassination capability. We've seen their chase potential. DIGNITAS hanging on by a thread despite it being 14 to 14 kills.
Oh man, I mean, if they're trading equal on inhibitors, I mean, yeah, they're down Baron, but they picked up 3 kills with that Baron, so there's not a lot of those Baron buffs really waiting around. It's just that bottom lane of Captain Jack and Lustboy that are wearing it, so you can't count the Baron buff as meaning too terribly much right now. Yeah, it means a lot in golden experience, but even with that, you're seeing DIGNITAS do very well in team fights over and over. So sure, 20.5 minutes in, sure, 7,000 gold, but just watch how the fights are going. Watch the kill score, because that tells you how well these teams are doing battle, and DIGNITAS are doing battle very, very well.
Oh, and IWDominate catching Helios out in this bottom lane. There's no one there to help him. Looks like he's going to fall.
He's going to jump to a ward. His team is nearby on Dragon, but Helios just completely crushed down. Patoy stealing away the kill, unfortunately, and the rest of AZUBU BLAZE, 3 strong, are pushing mid. Of course, no one there to defend that just yet, so I don't know, I'd trade a jungler for a turret kill. That seems pretty okay, actually, if I'm AZUBU BLAZE.
Something that AZUBU's been doing very well. They're trading objectives for kills all the time. That's why DIGNITAS is up in kills, but down in the game. Here comes a fight in the jungle.
And they're going to find Shy. They've got a potential 5-on-4. Crumbzz coming from the side. Scarra coming from the back. Dominate taking a lot of punishment. They're going to find Shy a little bit. There's the shockwave. Shy getting so low on health, putting the dodge back on. 1 hit to go. Captain Jack picks up the kill. Now Ambition is there to put on the pain. Jack there as well. Imaqtpie at half health. Oh my gosh. This is looking bad. Ambition taking a lot of pain. Jack's still around. Ambition goes in, pulls in. Not going to get much for it, though. They picked up 2 kills, but they're pinging the top of the base.
Oh,
the
Nexus turret's going down.
And
the super creeps are just pushing it really, really hard. They have to go back for it. So close for that turret falling, and really AZUBU knows this. That's why they're taking these fights in the jungle, and they seem to just be keeping the pressure up across the board onto DIGNITAS. How many times have we seen an AZUBU member just get away with under 100 health? That's got to be the 2nd or 3rd member that has happened to. DIGNITAS so close to getting the reset and just jumping, comboing through these fights. It just hasn't quite happened yet, and it might be getting too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been pretty brutal. These Dignitas fights have been, you know, hey, they started out a 3-on-1, so they got a kill, and then it's a 5-on-4, so of course they're going to win that fight outright. But even with those 4-on-5s happening for Blaze, you're still seeing Captain Jack pick up those kills on people like IWDominate. You're still seeing it work pretty well. Dominate going for a Guardian Angel to try to stop that from happening, but Captain Jack already has his. We talked in game 1 about, you know, how difficult it was for Captain Jack to live, but if you got some defensive items, it'd be okay.
Oh, here comes the fight.
GA. There's the initiation. Shy getting crushed on a half health. The spin is on. The damage up there. He's just going to jump back. Here comes Helios. PewDiePie diving in, gets kicked back. They're going to spin onto Helios. The damage output's still good at half health. Crumbzz still in the front right there. Look at the burst. Can they pick it up? He's diving back to his teammate. Patoy trying to join in. Ice Blast goes down. Can they put the damage output in? Exhaust is there, but here comes Captain Jack. This is risky. Some damage still going back on all sides. He's at half health, and they're going to pick up the 1-for-0. Dignitas will pull back.
And look at this, 8,000 gold down there, still just shoving back AZUBU in these fights, but man, their base is so vulnerable. Inhibitor down on the left side, getting pounded by super minions. The other side, no super minions, but still exposed and vulnerable. And the counter push is coming out here from AZUBU. Everyone on Dignitas having to fall back and deal with these minions.
And the crazy thing to think about here is, you know, we looked at the kill score not long ago, and, you know, Dignitas was within 2 kills, and they were tied in kills, and now they're up in kills. But the gold difference is actually growing every single time I look at that scoreboard, that it's these turrets and dragons and the Baron and everything else. AZUBU is despite, you know, by all rights losing the fights, they're actually stretching their lead somehow, even despite that. So, you know, even though you gotta feel confident as Dignitas, you gotta feel like your team fights are going really, really well, there's still something that AZUBU is pulling out here that's pulling themselves ahead every single time.
I have to point out here that Lustboy on Lulu has picked up a frozen mallet. So that's the thing. So what he's doing is
Crumbzz?
he's essentially just chaining slows on people, so he's comboing with Glitter Lance and then is continuing to auto attack. I don't know if it's the best choice. You might help more with the Zeke's Herald just for attack damage or attack speed onto Captain Jack, but with the Frozen Mallet, he's just a counter slow train. So when people are trying to chase down with the Nunu, the Rengar, and they're really just running them down, Lustboy's training them in the opposite direction. So that's something I've never seen on Lulu, and I just wanted to point it out. Here comes the fight bottom lane by Patoy.
Yeah, so there's 4 bottom, 1 top. They're going to jump in. There's a shockwave. Lustboy immediately pops down. Captain Jack left alone. Is he going to fall? He's doing as much damage as he can. Shy picks up the inhib. Actually, Captain Jack finally forced to revive. Spin from Crumbzz, but they're not camping Jack anymore. He's going to get out away from this one. They pick up the 2 kills, but Shy in the base. Looks like he won't quite get the turret. Crumbzz not really able to chase here. That inhibitor turret, Dignitas right now are so thankful that Nexus turrets regenerate health, because that would have fallen there to Shy if it weren't for that trait.
So continually AZUBU is actually trading kills for inhibitors, but the longer and longer they do this without ending the game, the more and more trouble they kind of put themselves in. We've seen some games in the past where they just continually trade kills over and over, and if a team can never finish, eventually it does end up losing. There's still a few members of AZUBU that are down, and they just 5-manning this Baron. Again, Shy might look to trade this for an inhibitor, but with a Baron up, Dignitas, this would extend the game longer and longer. What's going to happen here? They're rushing down the Baron. Will they be able to get back and defend their inhibitors? Because Shy actually is just going for the red buff. They don't even know their Baron went down.
Oh my gosh.
They're going for a push here. Will they be able to collapse down? How many turrets are they going to lose?
Well, they're going to recall. Actually, they're just going to run straight back here. We'll see if they can pick one up. Ambition is going to be caught alone. I don't think they knew that Baron was already dead here, because, you know, Shy went for Lizard buff not knowing it was a trade just yet. And they don't even get anything out of this. Would you look at that? Dominate, gonna dive in. He's going to find Ambition, roots him in place. Crumbzz right behind. Now, will they have the damage they need? There's the spin. Ambition finally with the Moonfall, but he's so low. Captain Jack actually finds one. This could be bad. Jack gets Shockwave back. They trade down to Ambition. What's going to happen here? It's 4-on-4. Where's the damage going to come from? Dignitas trying to chase in. A 4-person stun from Shy. Here comes the rest of the fight. Crumbzz trying to kill Jack. Jack very, very low. Will they get it? Dominate is trying, and they're not getting anything for it. The kills picked up so well for AZUBU. 3 for 1. Only Scarra is alive.
I mean, once again, how close can you get to a reset and not get it on Katarina? These fights very well could have turned. Scarra landed a great shockwave, but it was countered by a great 4-man stun by Shy in that fight. One inhibitor down, a 4-4-2 fight for them. The Baron buff completely removed from everyone except for Scarra. And the game just seems to go on and on because no inhibitors taken, no turrets taken, seemingly just traded, reset again.
Oh man, and so we'll see what happens here. You know, even with 3 members, or, 2 to 3 members still alive there for AZUBU BLAZE, they did not push him for the base despite just being as 1 member here, just with Scarra. It seems like the curse of Baron as well, where last time we saw AZUBU BLAZE pick up Baron and immediately lose 3 members of their team. We had kind of the reverse here happen for Dignitas. It's keeping the gold. It's back to 8,000 difference. It was so very close right after that Baron pickup. It was 7,500, and they got Baron bringing it to 6,000, and now it's back to 8. AZUBU BLAZE are, they're making it look close, and then they just seem to come out ahead at the end every single time.
And really this whole time, they've just been starving Dignitas of resources. They're trying to just get all the objectives down. 8 turrets to 4. Dignitas is going to run out of resources pretty soon. I mean, the top lane just continually getting pushed with super creeps. They're going to try to force in. They got to win this fight right here.
And it's going to be Lustboy in the middle. They got the reset finally.
Oh, wow.
Finally for Dignitas the reset. They picked up Ambition, immediately then picked up Helios.
Yeah, and there's 2 members down for AZUBU here. They're all turtled in the base, so it's a 5v3. If they win a fight in the base here, they're going to end. The super creeps won't push fast enough, and for the first time, AZUBU does not have someone split pushing the base. This could be Dignitas' moment.
And they've got the inhibitor down. They've got a few minions to ride out. The AP mid is dead. Dominate going in. What are they going to find? Captain Jack's GA is down, but Dominate dropping so very, very fast. They've pushed on the Jack. Look at Jack taking that damage down to a quarter. Shy in the front. He's going to pull back. No one yet dead on either side. The harass coming out. PewDiePie so low. Still not quite picking up the kills, but 1 turret's going to fall. Lustboy to half. Helios dead. Ambition dead. Lustboy not gone though. Dignitas running backwards. Scarra putting the slow down. Jax has a Guardian Angel. He's already popped Randuin's. Dignitas running backwards, and now they are defending their base. Those minions so prevalent there. They're actually gonna, looks like they're gonna trade Nexus turrets here.
And man, Captain Jack was under 100 health again in that fight. If they would have been able to pick up Vayne, I think they could have just tanked up the Jax and just finished the game. But because he escaped once again with such a sliver, they remain in the game. Dignitas not able to finish these fights. Brilliant disengagement by AZUBU BLAZE. I see Shy, and I think AZUBU Frost just constantly able to get out of these fights with nothing left. So good at just judging the damage and shielding at the right moments. Resources continually getting depleted. This game continues.
I want to point out that Lustboy is going Stinger. Lustboy is going AS on hit Lulu.
What?
Lustboy is becoming a carry this game. I'm just saying. You said the protect the Vayne is get 3 damage threats. So you don't have to worry about Vayne so much. Lustboy being a damage threat. He's getting pulled in. Look at that. Just immediately blows up that Dignitas lineup over and over that same play. And their top inhibitor has respawned. This top lane has 1 super minion left in it that might stop this. Shy coming in now. Guardian Angel is on half health. Look at him getting chunked down. He's still not yet dead. He's reviving finally. Captain Jack exhausted, not quite picking up kills. Shy reviving. Scarra, he's going to drop down. Shy, is he going to fall? Yes, he will. Crumbzz gets the reset. He's going to find Captain Jack. Guardian Angel on Ambition is popped. Crumbzz waiting around for it. 1, 2, and now 3 dead for AZUBU BLAZE. 2 are dead for Dignitas. Will they have what it takes?
Push.
Helios and Jax are both recalling. Jack actually has his Guardian Angel still. Can he 2v3 this?
With the Guardian Angel, this is going to be so difficult for Dignitas to push. He was very good at escaping here. People on Dig are very low. Their inhib is going to fall to those super creeps if they don't finish it off. So if they stay in the base here, they're saying they're going to end on this push. This must be what they're going for because they're staying in.
And
all
actually
right,
with Helios and Jax showing up, they're like, nope. They're going to run on back. That inhibitor is losing health very steadily. The revives are 50 seconds away. I think the inhib might actually fall for this. PewDiePie finds the remnants. He's going to get the red buff himself, but this inhibitor is totally going to fall out here. I don't see it getting defended in time. It's down to 600 health. That's going to be the inhibitor death unless something miraculous happens here. Crumbzz shows up. They actually might just defend this. 80, 60, 40, 50, 23, 35. Yes! I'm counting out lottery numbers, but that was the health bar there. Someone has won $1 million.
Yeah, so close to getting that inhibitor, and a slight bit of indecision when Dignitas was thinking of whether to go into the base or not. Another thing that could have barely been avoided, just Dignitas ends up losing this set. It was by a sliver because so many things barely falling by the wayside for them in this game. This has been such an action-packed game. I keep saying this game extends, but we're only at 40 minutes. There's been 45 kills, super action-packed, and this, I mean, if Rengar stealths in and kills Lustboy again, I'm gonna think I'm stuck in a loop because that just keeps happening over and over. Dominate into Orianna, the Baron's gonna be up soon. Really, if anyone can actually clean up a team fight, the game will end. Both bases are just deserted, the turrets are gone, inhibitors are down. Really, anything could decide this game.
Yeah.
Guardian Angel up for Jack. Any Guardian Angels down for Dignitas, doesn't look like it. Still, this next fight's going to be huge.
Yeah, they're going to actually find Helios a bunch of damage.
Wow!
PewDiePie gets one for free, and here comes Dominate. He's found Lustboy. It's Groundhog Day. Is he going to die again? Ambition in there. Shy now in the mix. Captain Jack off on the side. No one's stopping Captain Jack. The knockups are there, but Shy is taking so much damage. Crumbzz gets a reset. 3 kills. Jack picks up 1. It's a 4-on-2. The minions not yet a threat at the top of the map, so Dignitas, they're going to Valkyrie forward, trying to pick up minion kills. Crumbzz running as well. Do they have what it takes?
Okay, so 2 carries are still alive for AZUBU. Ambition and Captain Jack. There's still a Guardian Angel that's yet to be popped. There's no tank for Dignitas to tank this turret. It is going to be Nunu, but they can burst him down. This is going to be such a close finish.
They're going to pull onto Ambition. There's the Zonia's Captain Jack. What can he do? PewDiePie has a shield. Captain Jack is exhausted. The damage output isn't there. He's taking more damage. Guardian Angel still up. He will heal. PewDiePie took turret aggro. That's not the best target for that. Now they're going to have Helios up in 4
They're on to the
seconds.
Nexus. No, the inhibitor respawned!
Oh my god, are you serious? The inhibitor comes back up. They can't get it. There's the inhibitor, but that bot, those 3 seconds they needed. Ambition pulls in Scarra. Ambition is a little bit fearsome here. Captain Jack not going to chase through. Helios not going to chase through. They get the Nexus open a back door. I mean,
the timing on that, I mean, they knew it was coming. The announcement was called out. We just didn't realize it. Dignitas may have. They fell back immediately. They didn't actually seem to be confused by the fact that the Nexus wasn't targetable. They came straight back, finished off the inhibitor, and they're trying to keep the pressure up. Now we can actually see, though, free Baron probably for AZUBU. Captain Jack still holding on to that Guardian Angel. Such a threatening vein. No way Dignitas can defend this. They're going to have to win their next fight with a Baron up AZUBU.
Well, their hopefully saving grace here is that Guardian Angel is back here for Rengar, but they are very nearly back for both Ambition and Shy. Those are so close on the cooldown. That's a very scary place to be for Dignitas, is having those 2 melee carries who are diving your team just revive in the middle of that fight. And that, I mean, that's really, 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 really difficult for these guys. Crazily enough, PewDiePie actually picking up a Hex Drinker to try to survive the magic damage burst overall. That's kind of the level we're at here, where he's like, I need to not die. I need desperately to not die. Patoy working on a Zeke's Herald. I know you mentioned that as a possible pickup for Lustboy, but Zeke's could be pretty good too. I mean, they've got a number of carries here who do want attack speed.
And the big thing for AZUBU here is whether they have the Guardian Angels up for the next fight. Very close to getting both Ambition and Shy's up, but here comes a stealth IWDominate. Actually looping around. Where's he going to go?
He's going to find Shy there. The Guardian Angel's not just yet up. It's a second away. PewDiePie getting fully caught up, though. This is looking bad. Captain Jack is legendary. Picks up 1. There's a spin from Crumbzz. Can he get anything out of this? Looks like he's not going to. Double kill there.
They're going for the Nexus, though.
Well, but they're diving the Nexus. IWDominate is inside the base. Does he have the damage? Here's Patoy. They're channeling their inner CLG. Can they do it? They're going for the damage uplift. It's down to half. It's down to half, but they're getting jumped on so hard. Patoy trying to put the damage. It's getting lower, but they're getting crushed right here. They will fall down with 1,300 health left on the Nexus.
A valiant effort by Dignitas, not quite able to finish that one off. This game, Phreak, has been so incredibly close. Now look at these death timers, 50 seconds, 27 seconds. There's still 1 Nexus turret up for Dignitas. The inhibitor is down and they are charging. Will Dignitas be up in time? Captain Jack leading the charge. Let's see if they can take this one out.
The middle inhibitor turret has no health on it. It's a free kill for Jack. 3 attacks, and that's going to fall. Sorry, 4. That inhibitor's now theirs. They might as well go for it here. There's a big minion wave inside the base that's going to stop them from killing the Nexus too quickly. Nope, they're just going to backdoor for it. Here's PewDiePie. Can he have the damage? Looks like yes. They reverse fates here. The AD carry stops the push. 44.5 minutes in, a 3-kill lead for Dignitas. And a Nexus turret lead for Dignitas, I guess. Like, Oh my gosh, this game.
This gold lead doesn't seem to be doing much for AZUBU because they're still struggling in team fights. It's still so back and forth. It's all about who just gets focused at the right moment. Dignitas, look at Imaqtpie and Captain Jack, just both completely obliterating here. 11-4-13, 14-1-4. This is so strong. We can actually do a quick team tap with Dignitas to see how they're going to try to finish off this game.
Like flashes and shit.
No, I flashed to like over a wall to try to get to the next fast.
Alright.
Just kill all the creeps.
Just keep me blood boiled. I'll try to.
5 seconds on it.
Okay.
All right, we're back in. They are looking really for blood here. They've called out their flash timers. They know that not everyone can dive in here. They know that Nexus is low. AZUBU has to defend as 5. If Dignitas wins this fight at all, the game ends for them. But they're going to be a little bit safe here. They know what's on the line.
Dominate actually just used his ult, decided not to go in. There are still 4 Baroned up members of AZUBU, and whoever wins this next fight, since both Nexuses are pretty much entirely exposed, Dignitas doing their best to just split push, kill all the creeps, make sure their lanes don't get pushed in. But Imaqtpie cannot get caught out of position again. Every Guardian Angel is up for AZUBU, so they will have 3 revives to Dignitas's 0. This next fight is very, very difficult for Dignitas to pull off properly. They get 1 turret, maybe that's going to help them with some items, but for the most part, they're just looking for that 1 kill that can just snowball the rest of them. So hard for Katarina to get the reset though when they have 3 Guardian Angels to deal with. Who are they going to go in on first, and are they going to fight? Ambition actually starting.
He's going to go in front. Dominate taking a whole bunch of damage. Absolute Zero putting on the pain. Helios in the mix as well. Who's going to fall first? Dominate getting crushed down. Looks like he's going to be one of the first to fall. Shy in the mix getting pushed back. Dominate will fall down. Captain Jack legendary still. Shockwave goes off. A lot of pain onto Crumbzz. Ambition pulls in. There's Azonia's Hourglass. Can they get any more pain? Shy picks up his 2nd kill. Still looking very good. I don't see anyone from Dignitas trying to backdoor. Are they going to send Scarra or Cutie-Pie? It looks like not. Actually, Scarra is trying to run around the right-hand side of the map, but they're going to send Ambition to recall. So Cutie-Pie is going to be alone in his base. You see Scarra running up the mini-map, but I don't know if he's got what it takes. Cutie-Pie's been revealed. He's still not able to defend this. You see Vayne and Jax running in, diving for that Nexus turret. Scarra's got to kill an inhibitor. He's not going to get that one. Shy and Captain Jack still for the pressure. Cutie-Pie still outside the base. That's going to be game 2 going to AZUBU Blaze, and the closest series I've seen in a very long time.
2-0 does not really do this set justice.
No,
because
not at all.
AZUBU Blaze, 2 crazy, exciting, close games against Dignitas. Really just a fraction away from winning those games in both regards. So many moments could have went in either direction for Dignitas in that one. They just, you can see full-on handshakes coming in from both these players. AZUBU Blaze really giving them the respect because those games were awesome. And we had the debate whether Dignitas could stand or stick up with the Korean teams this tournament. And even though they were 2-0'd, I'd say they definitely can because those games were super impressive by Dig.
That was incredible. I think a lot of players, again, you come into this where they got a really underwhelming performance at the World Championship.
Listen to the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. They know Dignitas showed up today with their A game. Their A game really up to par with the world's best A game. Yeah. I mean, honestly now, I wouldn't have predicted them that high, but I could see Dig as an easy top 3 here.
It was one of those things. Dignitas does, we've seen the interviews with Scar, practice more than any of the North American teams. Obviously, AZUBU Blaze practices a bunch as well. They're the victors, obviously. Tons of credit to AZUBU Blaze.
Oh, yeah.
We're just talking about Dignitas, but man, AZUBU Blaze really sticking those games late. The Vayne and Jax did come in late for them. The games were crazy chaotic. So good for them to stick together and deal with all those times where Lustboy just kept getting picked off again and again by an invisible Orioned Rengar. They stuck it together. They came out on top. Good job for them beating Dignitas.
Yeah, really, really well played overall. Great games. We've got more coming on. We've got a NOS replay with MonteCristo coming in right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. More action at the MLG Fall Championships.
Welcome back to the MLG Fall Championship. It's a sunny, beautiful day here in Dallas, Texas. I'm MonteCristo, and joining me once again is my casting lover, Optimus Tom.
Oh, casting lover, is that my official term now?
That's right. You guys should be sure to follow Tom on Twitter. As I like to say, he's more than tweets the eye.
Oh, you are really, really bad with these puns already. I'm going to have to warn Doa about that. But regardless, we are in sunny Dallas, Texas. Quite the stark contrast to our Atlantean home now, New Jersey, New York area.
Yeah, lucky to get here, actually.
Yes, very lucky. But regardless, we're here to bring you fairly soon a very exciting matchup. We, of course, did just see Dignitas and AZUBU BLAZE in a very impressive matchup, especially on the side of Dignitas. Coming out of the Season 2 finals, they had a couple things to work on, and if those games are a testament to anything, boy, did they work on it.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas looking extremely strong, really giving BLAZE a run for their money, and that was one of the most exciting League of Legends games I've probably seen in the last 6 months.
Very true, until this game starts, that is, because we have NAJIN SWORD going against the Bay Life Bros at TSM, and both of these teams out for blood. NAJIN SWORD has been rampaging through all the competition they've faced off recently, and TSM, much like Dignitas, have a lot to really play for now that they're coming into MLG Dallas after not so satisfying Season 2 finals performance.
And a thing to mention here is that TSM, in terms of map score in competitions, LAN competitions, they are 0-7 against Korean teams, so they have a lot to prove here in Dallas against NAJIN SWORD.
We're going to have to see now if MaKNooN and company are going to be able to give TSM a 0-9 in that category, or if they're going to come back into these picks and bans and wind up taking away their first win against Korean teams.
Speaking of picks and bans, we have them going down right now. TSM banning Rengar, of course. MaKNooN, known for his top lane Rengar. He typically played him AP, but he actually still has been playing him significantly. We have Evelynn now going down as well. Ssong doing an excellent job playing against CLG North America with Evelynn earlier in this tournament. Darius now off the board. Dyrus dunking hard in the first games against Curse.
Yeah, and you mentioned before, Ssong kind of, to continue with your puns, the unsung hero of NAJIN SWORD, as his Evelynn play in the beginning of this tournament was spot on, impeccable, as well as his Karthus play. So we're going to have to see, is TSM going to wind up giving that away? Are they going to try to ban out a Karthus as well? Or is, NAJIN SWORD going to wind up taking that away from them, away from Reginald? And they are going to wind up banning out Ezreal because this is the Kha'Zix patch.
It's going to be a Jace pick, I believe. They've left Jace open for MaKNooN. There it is.
That is the Kha'Zix patch Jace. He is pretty much on a rampage, and once you give that away to MaKNooN, well, it's going to be very difficult. However, NAJIN SWORD has done the favor of banning out Darius, so Dyrus is not going to have that Jace versus Darius matchup, which you saw at Season 2 finals. Did not go well at all for him.
Yeah, in case you guys are not familiar with MaKNooN and NAJIN SWORD, MaKNooN is one of, if not the best Jace player in the world, so you're definitely in for a treat. It is before the Jace nerfs, that acceleration gate still so strong, mana cost still very low, so definitely a solid pick there. But I assume if they're gonna let MaKNooN do this, it's not like TSM doesn't know that they've got a plan to counter it.
And they do wind up picking up Shen and Skarner first. This, of course, is Skarner without his minor nerfs as well. That Impale is going to be very useful. Not going to have the flash nerf that it did suffer in the recent Shadow Isles patch. Shen, of course, is going to let them split push as well as offer a little bit of protection to that AD carry in these team fights. We did mention a little bit earlier, these Korean teams tend to focus a little bit more on their mid and top lanes, whereas their bottom lanes are really their weak spots. TSM, though, in this case, you have Chaox and Xpecial, one of the best bottom lanes in North America.
The thing is that NAJIN SWORD might be going for a 1v2 lane. MaKNooN is very good at doing the 1v2 with Jace. Jace very hard to gank with that knockback. He's got a lot of escape mechanisms, and of course, very easy for him to farm.
Dyrus, no stranger to that 1v2 lane either. We have seen him play it with Shen, we've seen him play it with Rumble, and even Darius. So both of these top laners could potentially have that 1v2 swap going down for them. But we do see Jungle Lee Sin being picked up, and Sona pre-Shadow Isles buff Sona, meaning that now she has a lot more HP than a minion, being picked up for the side of NAJIN SWORD.
Yep, and it looks like we might be seeing TSM pulling the Corki Taric, and that is what we are going to see. That's an extremely bursty bottom lane with the P-Bomb Shatter combo. So we'll have to see if they decide to do a 1v2 for NAJIN SWORD, if they can actually hold up against that if MaKNooN can keep his health bar up in that laning phase.
And that is actually a very good acquisition for TSM. If they do that 1v2 lane, not only the Shatter and the P-Bomb for the burst damage, you have Shatter and Gatling Gun to shred away any semblance of armor that MaKNoon's going to want to be picking up. You put a Dazzle down, even though MaKNoon's going to have that acceleration gate for harassment, as well as the ability to escape from that combination. You stun him with Dazzle, you get the Shatter, you turn on that Gatling Gun. Jace is not a tank. He's going to wind up melting.
Yeah, you know what I really am interested in here is we saw them banning out Dyrus very heavily with the Darius and Olaf bans, and so they're obviously not very concerned about what Reginald's going to be doing in that mid lane. They're going to pick up Orianna on Ssong. Looks like they've got a pretty good long-distance poke comp going on, and they'll lease in to kind of give them some extra early game power.
You have Kog'Maw, you have Jace, you have Orianna. Even Sona and Lee Sin are going to have spells that let them just harass from a far away position. Although I wouldn't necessarily call it a true poke competition. These are the Korean teams. This is Najin Sword. What they're going to do is poke and harass on a tower and then just dive in for kills.
Not to mention they have extraordinary mobility here. So when you're talking about those dives, the acceleration gate combined with dissonance from Orianna and perhaps a Shirelia's Reverie, you're going to be dealing with immense disengage, immense engage. It's going to be very hard. Now, conversely, you have Skarner, who is the king of preventing a disengage with that Impale. So smart picks there. Karth is going to be the last pick on Reginald. No surprise there. They have a lot of global pressure. They've got Karthus, they have Shen, and TSM's key really here is, are they going to be able to gank the other lanes effectively early, because there's less mobility from lane to lane coming from Najin Sword. Jace is not going to be able to leave lane in the same way that Shen will with Stand United.
We're going to have to see if TSM is going to go a little bit of CLG style, maybe camp a little bit more in that mid and bottom lane and give away that top lane, especially if it's going to be a 1v2 already. They could just see a little less pressure on that one.
Absolutely. So guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but when we get back, the hotly anticipated match of Najin Sword versus TSM. Can they take their first win against a Korean team? Welcome back to the MLG Fall Championship here in Dallas. This is game one of Najin Sword versus TSM, and we'll have to see here if TSM can take their first game against a Korean team or whether they will continue their losing streak that they've had in the past few events.
And not only that, but we are at one of the most exciting parts of a TSM game, and that is the level 1 engagement. We're going to have to see if they want to get aggressive on Najin Sword, who is known as one of the most aggressive Korean teams when they have a Shen, a Skarner, and a Taric at their level 1 disposal.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up where we are going to have standard lanes at first blush here. MaKNooN trolling around the top lane with Jace, but there's still a lot of movement going on in this map. Prey and Cain going to have to play very conservatively in that bot lane. They've got some good poke with the Bio Arcane Barrage and the Hymn of Valor, but if they get any kind of sustained trade, or if they allow Taric Xpecial to get a good dazzle off, it could be lights out for that squishy Kog'Maw.
We'll have to see if Chaox winds up rushing for that Phage first as well, even for going Doran's Blades, because that means he's going to have the effective HP to win out in those trades against Kog'Maw. And like you said, the Shatter, the Dazzle coming out from Taric, that's going to be a lot of pain being put down. However, TSM now rotating around, dodging that ward that Najin Sword put over by the raids and swapping the 2v1 lane.
Yep, and looks like that is going to be their game plan, trying to shut down MaKNooN. I have to think that this may not be the best plan for TSM. MaKNooN is extremely good at 1v2 lanes, particularly with Jace. Very experienced player in this situation.
You have to see TSM is probably going to want to go a little bit harass heavy, like you said, trying to shut down MaKNooN's Jace, as well as Reginald at the early level 1 stages, putting those late wastes over the wall, recognizing that NAJIN SWORD was starting at rates, going for red buff early, just dishing out a little bit of extra pain onto Ssong in the mid lane, already at about half HP, chugging HP potions. Yeah,
and we did see the early golems being taken by NAJIN SWORD's bot lane, and that'll give them just a little bit of a boost against this Shen played by Dyrus. So we'll have to see how well they can poke. And looks like MaKNooN sitting back in top lane, not wanting to get anywhere close to Xpecial. Watch, on the other hand, going to take the blue buff after already picking up red.
Yeah, and we do have MaKNooN's Jace only running 29 armor, so that means Gatling Gun and Shatter are going to put him down to basically absolute 0. So that is going to be heavy harass coming out from Chaox and Xpecial, and then actually we see OddOne coming over potentially for a gank with red buff at level 3.
Yeah, in the meantime, Ssong is actually trading very effectively in middle lane with Reginald. He's already forced him to burn a pot just from some auto attack harass and command attack harass, so great control and playing an aggressive Orianna, trying to zone him out from getting some CS.
And we did see OddOne poking his head into the brush top lane, not being able to go around for a gank just because of the natural wave pushing power of the 2v1 lane. No wards were actually down there for Jace to know it was coming, but OddOne decides to head back. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we do have Dyrus still in the same position. MaKNooN is just on the opposite side of the map, only level 1 compared to level 3 on Prey, and in a bad spot against his tower.
Yeah, again, this trading is very interesting in mid lane. We see Ssong using his command attack primarily to zone Karthus out and just auto-attacking the minions. So he's definitely trying to do all he can to push Reggie's Karthus back and delay him getting some of those powerful items.
We do see both junglers kind of milling about mid lane. Watch is just going to poke through, as well as OddOne. He's going to come in, flash forward from Reginald. They're trying to go on to Ssong, but Watch is there with the shield. OddOne getting extremely low, is not going to fall, though. The Ignite going to tick away, and he's going to be A-okay.
It was great presence by Watch in that lane to come up and respond to that immediately, turning around in NAJIN SWORD's favor, and that's going to be OddOne retreating to his own jungle, while Watch is free to do a little counter jungling and perhaps gank that top lane.
Not to mention both of the summoner abilities burned by Reginald in that fight. Exhaust and Flash now down for Karthus. There's going to be a lot less pressure on that mid lane, which means Ssong and Orianna is going to be content to sit back, farm, and harass away.
Yeah, and the 2v1 lane's going about the same for both sides. Dyrus with 7 CS, MaKNooN's Jace with 8. So not too much of a difference. MaKNooN hasn't gotten a big advantage yet. Neither has Dyrus. They're getting poked down in bottom lane. That Bio-Arcane Barrage and Hymn of Valor combo kind of keeping him on his heels.
Not to mention that, but that extra range from Bio-Arcane Barrage on Kog'Maw means that he's taking a lot more shots at that tower in bottom lane, as opposed to Chaox on Corki, not being able to poke down nearly as much damage on the top lane tower for MaKNooN. MaKNooN being able to respond with his own poke, though, with that acceleration gate and shock blast, whereas Dyrus has to step up the trade with Vorpal Blades.
You know, what's interesting about this lane swap, oh, there's a Dazzle going down. He's taking a lot of damage. He's actually going into on Chaox's Watch comes in from behind. He will land the cripple, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There it comes, the shockwave, but it's not going to be enough. Chaox forced to go back under turret, burns a health bot with Ignite ticking down on him, and he will just head back to base soon enough.
Don't know about that one. He's kind of milling around top lane, has those health potions ticking away, potentially waiting for something from OddOne, but OddOne's kind of putting a little more pressure towards bottom lane, maybe trying to turn something around with Dyrus there. Chaox is eventually going to decide to recall. Dyrus, in the meantime, that tower is down to about below 400 HP. OddOne sitting on a ward in that brush. Prey and Cain know exactly what is up, and it looks like he's just going to give a little bit of relief to Dyrus, so he decides to go back to base and buy up.
Yeah, and the window of time to kill this Kog'Maw, I really like NAJIN SWORD's team comp because they've made it advantageous in this 1v2, both for MaKNooN, but also for their bot lane. They don't have the pressure of the burst coming out of TSM's Taric and Corki combo, so they're going to allow Kog'Maw to get quite big. He hasn't had as much farm.
Mid lane, though, we actually see MaKNooN deciding to tower dive onto Reginald, takes to the skies, but it's going to take a couple too many tower shots, getting extremely low, but no Ignite from Reginald. Running exhaust on Karthus means he's not going to be able to pick up the kill. But Ssong going a little bit deep there, uses the command attack just to force Reggie back. Requiem now, as he is level 6. Is he going to get MaKNooN? No, the recall goes off in enough time. He's going to be healed up from that fountain and barely survive that one.
Yeah, that Requiem being on cooldown now without getting that kill is actually going to be pretty critical for the next couple of minutes. It's really going to limit TSM's global options. You typically, you want to get that kill or you want to combo it somehow with the
Speaking of wanting to get kills, watch going in. Orianna pops the shockwave. First blood picked up on Reginald, and that is NAJIN SWORD up 1-0.
And that's been the whole story of this mid lane is Orianna just continually poking and poking and poking Karthus. And it was a matter of time, really, if Reggie stuck around as to when that combo was actually going to land on him.
Yeah, Summoner Spell is down, his ultimate down, like you mentioned. Reginald being the priority target in that mid lane, kind of left as a sitting duck just in the middle of absolutely everything. So now NAJIN SWORD, about a 1K gold advantage, 7 minutes into the game. It's not too much, but now they're going on the offensive, taking away that red buff, knowing their enemy mid laner is down. Watch Prey and Cain just easily sniping that one away.
Yeah, and that was a perfect timer right there. While Prey and Cain walked up, they knew exactly what was going on, considering that they had a ward early on next to the Wraiths of TSM, so they knew Skarner's jungle route, knew the timing, and of course that 7:15 mark, pretty critical, and they're just going to go ahead and snipe that away. So great timing all around, and this is an example of how these things can snowball. You get that kill on Ssong, and all of a sudden now there's no blue buff for Reginald just because there was no way to counterplay that.
Meanwhile, that 2v1 swap coming out from TSM really not working in their favor. Bottom lane's tower is almost dead, whereas Chaox and Xpecial haven't been able to really pressure MaKNooN, and his tower only taking about 100 HP worth of damage, which is, well, 100 HP is pretty much all that Dyrus' tower has left. So NAJIN SWORD, being very accustomed to the lane swap, just like you said, paying off in spades to them as MaKNooN knows what to do.
Watch going in now. TSM does have a ward. They're trying to see if they can get this blue buff. Watch is just going to back off. Let's see if Ssong, he's coming in with that dissonance, speeding up, trying to get somebody over there. They've got 3 members of TSM, not Karthus up there though, so they're not going to give it to Reggie, just trying to take it away.
Looks like maybe going to give it to TheOddOne, as he is going to be able to get the experience and move through the jungle quicker. No command shockwave and Orianna means that NAJIN SWORD very wisely backing off of that engagement. TSM's members just had a little bit too much HP compared to their own.
You know what I love about NAJIN SWORD's play right now is that they've frozen the lane. So previously you saw Prey and Cain pushing up towards that tower, getting it very, very low. But now they're content just to keep it low, so they can take this tower anytime they want and force that map control that it will give. But also, they're just going to farm up Kog'Maw until it's an absolute necessity that they can do that. They're trying to get Prey into that late game Kog'Maw state and get him as farmed up as possible before taking that turret.
And TSM identifying this, giving that blue buff to Skarner, getting him the extra HP. Now that he's hit level 6, we could potentially see a play being made on bottom lane. The Karthus Requiem is almost up. Skarner's going to have that impale, and Shen's going to have a little bit of damage. I think NAJIN SWORD identifies this though, and as you mentioned, taking down that tower in just enough time to get Kog'Maw to a safe spot.
And Prey already being ahead in CS this game is going to give him a big advantage. Looks like he's going to be building some attack speed first, so he's all about the Bio-Arcane Barrage.
It's very true. Kog'Maw, of course, is going to be able to chunk away on Shen, chunk away on Skarner, and these big beefy characters in TSM quite easily by just going for that extra attack speed. Reginald and Chaox not going to have the most HP in the world regardless, so Kog'Maw's still going to be dealing a decent amount of damage. Top lane, though, we see Chaox and Xpecial putting a little pressure on the MaKNooN. He decides to turn it around with an acceleration gate there. Xpecial dropping to about half HP, but Chaox pushing him back with those quirky rockets. But now the bottom lane and the jungler from NAJIN SWORD coming up onto TSM. Lands the living artillery, so he gets vision. Corki going to be able to Valkyrie away from that one, though, but now 4 members of SWORD in top lane.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to just continue this very strong tower push that they've got going on. They didn't get the kill that they wanted, and they might get it soon. Chaox and Xpecial are staying under there, and NAJIN SWORD loves to blow like 8 summoners at one time just to kill one person. They're not afraid of going kind of all in under a turret.
Well, if they might be able to get the turret as well, already dropping down to half HP because of the superior poke coming out from Jace and Kog'Maw, just being able to harass TSM while also getting the turret. We did have Skarner kind of coming up and around from the jungle, showing his face to try to make them back off of this one, but with a 4v3 numbers advantage, I don't think SWORD's going to back off anytime soon.
Well, of course, we do have the global presence of Shen and Karthus, so that could turn this fight around very, very quickly. There comes the impale onto Prey. They're going to pull him under the turret. Xpecial goes down almost immediately, but here comes Requiem, and there goes MaKNooN. He's running back Prey very low. Dyrus gets into the mix with Stand United, and are they going to be able to finish Prey or MaKNooN?
They really got to wind up getting one of the members of NAJIN SWORD to make this trade worthwhile. Prey actually coming around, gets hit by a Corki rocket, so he knows that he's there, trying to get damage onto Chaos. Living artillery not going to be enough. OddOne is going to net himself the kill there, and a very nice 1-for-1 trade, or 1-for-2 trade for TSM.
That was the dangerous situation that we mentioned right before that kind of tower dive went off. Great play by OddOne, and pulling Kog'Maw into the turret and securing that kill. coupling it with the ultimates from Shen and Karthus.
Yeah, actually getting those 2 kills makes it worthwhile to blow those 2 globals, because now Najin Sword, the gold counts have been a little bit more equalized, still only about 1,000 gold disparity at the 11.5-minute mark. TSM, with those globals down, means they can't really be omnipresent on the map anymore, so Sword could potentially be looking for a little bit of a timing window to start another push here.
Yeah, it looks like there comes the shockwave onto Xpecial. He's going to flash over the wall, take a little bit more damage from command attack, and back off.
Yeah, just a little bit of poking and prodding going down. Xpecial trying to be very aggressive on the map with those wards. Give TSM that vision to know if Sword is going to be grouping up to try to go for something like a global jump, like this dragon over here. We do see that Chaox and Skarner actually going in, getting a lot of damage down onto MaKNooN. End of watch. Gonna have to back off of that one. Gets the vision from the phosphorus bomb, realizes they're backing away, and TSM trying to prevent Sword from getting a gold advantage through global objectives now.
Yeah, Sword does have a subtle advantage purely from getting that first turret down, but that's not going to be a lot. And here comes TSM. They are converging right now onto this dragon, trying to take it for themselves. Ssong is on the outside doing a little bit of zoning, but I don't think that Najin Sword is going to be in a position to actually contest this.
No, they have 2 members in top lane being able to push that tower down, which is why TSM is going for this one. Watching Ssong doing a good job trying to zone out Reginald, but Xpecial comes in, winds up popping the Taric ultimate. That's a decent amount of damage down to watch. Ssong now getting chased out by Reginald. No mana in order to put down that wall of pain, though, so they're not going to be able to chase, but they do wind up taking the dragon for it.
Yeah, and we still have about 1,000 gold lead for Najin Sword due to the farming up in top lane that Prey was able to do. He is now up 116 to 92, so he continues to roll on with a bit of an advantage. And Prey getting back, Prey getting grabbed again under turret. There's the crescendo, same play as last time. OddOne gonna back off. Here comes MaKNooN, and is he gonna get Dyrus? No.
However, Chaox is in the back, gonna clean up, nets himself a double kill on Orianna and Kog'Maw. They wind up turning it into a 2-for-2 trade, and TSM, maybe a little bit more hip to the tricks from Sword, winds up trading even in that engagement.
Yeah, great play there by Chaox, coming in and cleaning up the back lines, taking out both carries and feeding himself some kills, so that'll give him a solid lead in the carry battle.
Now this mid tower, though, is extremely low, and in the grand scheme of things, if Najin Sword's able to knock it down, they will come out ahead after all of those trades back and forth. Reginald, with a fresh amount of mana, now being able to just push the low members of Najin Sword back, saving that mid lane and saving the gold lead.
And with those 2 kills, we actually see Chaox kind of pull about 100 gold ahead of Prey, so he's looking pretty sharp right now. Prey going to be heading over to that red buff while Reginald takes TSM's blue.
Yeah, and we do have Chaox rushing for that Trinity Force. No Doran's Blaze required because he was in a 1v2 lane, relatively safe with his support and Xpecial, even though MaKNoon's Jace is putting down a lot of poke. That means that TSM is going to be a little bit stronger, a little bit earlier in these team fights, because they're going to have around that 16 to 17 minute mark instead of the 18 to 20 minute mark, a Trinity Force AD carry.
And you know what we're seeing here is actually Deathfire Grasp built on Ssong's Orianna. That is an unusual item simply because you don't typically want to get in range with Orianna to use that DFG. She typically pokes from afar and is used more for her utility rather than her burst. So we'll have to see how well he can utilize this to pick up some early kills and get that damage down.
That could be a little deceptive, because if Skarner or Shen's going to want to dive into the back of that AP carry and she's able to burst somebody down, that could be a quick turnaround on these fights. We've already seen the fact that they're baiting Kog'Maw into getting these impales from Skarner, turning it around with those crescendos. If you get a crescendo, a command shockwave, then assassinate someone with that Deathfire's Grasp, since they're all in your face already, that could be devastating for TSM.
Yeah, Prey needs to fix his positioning a little bit. Each time he's been kind of in the front of his team at those turrets, and that's got him killed a couple times now.
Yeah, meanwhile, top lane, looks like the lane's kind of going back to their original states or normal states for the metagame. MaKNoon and Dyrus trading blows back and forth. Dyrus actually a little bit ahead of MaKNoon, picking up a Kage's lucky pick in order to get a little extra gold pretend going down.
Yeah, MaKNoon also going to get that Hex Drinker to help him survive against Requiem and Karthus, as well as the magic damage coming out in lane from Shen with those Warple Blades.
Oracle's Elixir being picked up by both junglers as well, so now the ward clearing war has begun. That means that both teams are going to be all about positioning, and Najin Sword, with that 2 tower to 0 advantage, kind of has the presence on map advantage at the point.
Yeah, both teams content to just farm it up right now. The gold difference is dwindling to about 500. 4 to 4 are the kills, and we have a 2 turret advantage, so a bit of more map presence for Najin Sword.
And TSM is, like I said, they're going to want to farm Corki up to that Trinity Force as quick as possible. Go for some sort of mid-game team fight. We've seen this a lot from them. The next time Dragon respawns, they could potentially be going for something around that area. They could be going for maybe a little bit of a forced engagement around a Baron Dance, or maybe a push on a tower or something. But TSM, as soon as that Trinity Force is completed, as soon as Karthus has all his cooldowns up still, has a blue buff acquired, that's going to be when they want to engage down onto NAJIN Sword.
Yeah, and Phreak going to go ahead and do some trades with Chaox. There comes the Dazzle, doing a bit of damage with that P-Bomb, getting a Phage proc, but nothing serious in the trade, although NAJIN Sword comes out the worse for wear. Yeah,
and like I said, once Chaox has that Phage acquired, he's going to be able to have that effective HP to trade back and forth with Kog'Maw, despite him having the Bio-Arcane Barrage, dealing a little bit of extra magic damage. Corki a little bit more bursty with those Phosphorus Bombs, Gatling Gun, and the Taric Shatter, like I said, going to be absolutely devastating for a pre-late game Kog'Maw.
And we now have Phantom Dancer completed on Kog'Maw, so a bit of a power spike here. Ssong's going to go in with the Shockwave. Here's MaKNooN. There's the Shen shield coming down, but he manages to die before Shen can actually pull that ult off. They will trade 1-for-1, however. Yeah, and the jungler acquiring a kill on the mid lane and on both sides there, kind of equalizing regardless of the fact. So both mid lanes are down. Karthus did save that Requiem though, so as I mentioned, he's going to want to utilize that in a better team fight situation. TSM not being able to capitalize on that one. Like you said, Shen not really teleporting in. NAJIN Sword is going to take this tower, establish a little bit more of a solid gold lead, a little bit more of a forward presence against TSM. All the outer towers are now down, and TSM, like I said, they want to go for a fight towards the middle. They want to reestablish positioning on the map and try to take the aggression onto Sword. Yeah, it looks like Sword is just going to return to their own jungle for the time being. Reginald has finished his Rod of Ages here at the 18-minute mark, so a bit later than would be optimal. He has died a couple of times. No stacks on that yet. Meantime, Kog'Maw going to be continually getting scarier and scarier up to that 160 mark, so still a bit ahead of Chaox, but probably a bit behind in gold due to those kills. And we see Dyrus in the back requiring a recurve bow. We're going to have to see. He already has the Ruby Crystal, most likely going for that Ionic Spark, going for a little bit more of a split push composition. So that means we're going to see Dyrus pushing away in top or bottom lane while TSM goes for that engagement somewhere else on the map, tries to contest a global objective from Sword. Going to want to go in with that Stand United, but if they're able to melt down the primary targets like Corki, like Karthus, as they did in that previous middle engagement, it might not really work out the best for TSM. Yeah, and TSM's what they have to work on right now is just surviving long enough at turrets while the siege goes down. Of course, NAJIN Sword is a very strong team for sieging. Watch got to be really careful. Skarner not going to actually land the ultimate, is on cooldown, so Watch using his own to knock him away. Dyrus in the meantime getting jumped on by MaKNooN. There's a taunt going down. The crescendo goes across Reginald and OddOne. Reggie going in the middle of absolutely everything. Chaox is going to take down MaKNooN. Sona going to get the kill on Karthus, but here comes Requiem, dishing out a little bit of pain, not being able to pick up any kills as anybody is not low enough for that to go down. And TSM forcing to engage, going 1-for-1, and looky here, Global Objective Dragon is now respawned. Yeah, and NAJIN Sword's prey there got a really good exhaust on him from TSM, so that prevented him from doing most of the damage that he could have done in that fight because he had a good positioning and was opening up with that Bio-Arcane Barrage the whole time. So nice job there by, I believe, Xpecial. Ooh, the Dragon Steal by Orianna. TSM not going to be happy about that one. We do have OddOne's ultimate up though, but Skarner not going to want to go for any engages on there. That was really clutch by Sword. Well, we saw a lot of Dragon Steals actually by TSM yesterday against CLG North America, so they're getting a little bit of their karmic reward, getting it stolen today by Orianna. Oh, karma. Too bad we're never going to see that champion here at MLG. But regardless of the fact, TSM now still has a little bit more forward map presence, even though they've given up the global objective of Dragon, or not given up, but lost it, unfortunately. The gold count's still about that 1K to 1.5K gold. We had that mid lane pushing out a little bit. Not going to go to try to knock down any towers or anything now with Sword on the recall from that last Dragon fight. But now just going back, acquiring their buffs. We see Chaox picking up his red buff. Dyrus clearing out that top lane as it tries to push back against them. And they're just going to try to, like I said, establish a little bit more forward presence against Sword. Yeah, and a lot of it's going to come down to how the wards are knocked out. We see a lot of map vision right now for TSM. They've got a bunch of wards on both sides of the river currently, and Watch has that Oracle, but he hasn't been doing as good of a job of sweeping as OddOne Skarner. Yeah, Skarner doing a really good job of clearing out those wards. It set up the fight around Dragon. It set up the fight around mid lane. Watch did wind up surviving that engagement that they had in the middle, so his Oracle's Elixir has been saved. But as you said, not really roaming around as much as Skarner has been, but that is, of course, because Sword's been a little bit more
clustered together and going for those towers with the 3-0 advantage.
Yeah, MaKNooN also running a lot of armor penetration runes. He started with about 15 and only about 6.8 flat damage. So he's been getting the Hex Drinker. Now the Brutalizer added onto that, and his poke is going to start hurting a lot, especially if he picks up a BF Sword or a Bloodthirster next.
Yeah, it's also going to be doing a little bit more damage against a TSM comp that has a lot of extra armor from that Taric Shatter. Now TSM maybe putting a pincer down on Sword. Dyrus taking a brunt of the damage, is going to taunt away. OddOne actually walking into a crescendo there. Dyrus barely staying alive because of the feint, but now we have Chaox taking a lot of pain. Reginald coming in the middle of absolutely everything. OddOne trying to chase after Lee Sin is going to fall, so one Oracle's down. Reggie in the meantime is still alive. He is taken down very, very low. MaKNooN going to take to the skies and finish off Reggie there. No Requiem available to clean up this fight. Xpecial now getting extremely low. MaKNooN cleans up with a double kill, and that is a 3-for-none, and Oracle's down, and NAJIN SWORD taking it to TSM.
Oh, Tom, look at Reginald's Requiem comes up right now. So if he had managed to live for just a couple more seconds, he probably would have been able to clean up a couple members of Sword. That's what happens when you don't fight with that Requiem. They had some good fights earlier, turned in their favor by that spell, but not now.
Yeah, now that middle turret taking a lot of pain from Kog'Maw Orianna, potentially going to knock this one down, and that's going to be a 4-0 tower advantage for Sword. Top lane tower as well, it could be a 5-0 tower advantage. And I can't help but think that TSM knew what Sword was doing there. They walked past a ward over by the Baron area. They had TSM trailing them and following, and Dyrus decided to go into that brush before the team is there, before the Requiem was up. And like you said, Reggie had that Requiem, that would have been a completely different fight.
Also, I have to give some props to Cain. He's had some great crescendos this game. Every time OddOne, he will wait for the Impale to come in, and then he will immediately crescendo the whole team as they cluster up to focus on the Impaled champion.
And Dyrus getting taken out by Orianna in that bottom lane. They're trying to teleport over to OddOne because of that, but no go there. Two members of NAJIN SWORD still stuck in the bottom lane to kill that Dyrus, though. Now TSM trying to take a 4-man Baron. They have Karthus. They have Smite available. This could go down fairly quick.
And Kog'Maw running as fast as this little monster legs can carry him. There comes the Wall of Pain, zoning out. Baron at 2,800 HP, dropping 2,500. Here comes MaKNooN trying to take out Reginald. There's an exhaust. He'll live, but take out Reggie.
Oh, and the Baron is just super low. Orianna now joining the Phreak. Xpecial takes down MaKNooN, but double kill now acquired from Orianna. Skarner being able to take the Baron buff, but Xpecial's going to get hunted down, and that is going to be a kill for Kog'Maw. Not the person you want to wind up feeding. And now the only member of TSM, does Dyrus have it? No. Just Chaox with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and this is going to be really good for NAJIN SWORD. Let's see if they're able to actually put on some pressure before the members of TSM come back up. Looks like Prey's more concerned with farming right now. He is up 183 to 174, so a subtle difference. Gold right now, 7,500 for Chaox, about 8,000 for Prey. So just a slight advantage. Again, this game still definitely difficult to tell who's going to come out on top.
I mean, even though they didn't get the Baron buff on absolutely everybody, they gave it to their AD carry, one of the most important people in order to have that, to get the little bit extra oomph for his Trinity Force already. Now acquired a BF Sword from the extra gold that they've acquired from it. TSM, they're down 5 towers to 0. They're down in kills 13 to 7, but take a look at the gold count. They're keeping it within 3,000 to 4,000. About a 4,000 advantage now for Sword. It's the largest it's been in this game, despite Sword having all this forward bat presence, all these objectives down. TSM trying to stay neck and neck with this one.
You know, I have to say that NAJIN SWORD is really executing on their game plan very, very well. So we saw the Dyrus, the bans targeted against Dyrus in the picks and bans stage, and what I said was I'm curious about why they're not worried about Reginald. Well, look at Reginald right now. He's 1-5-3. Their plan was just to ban out Dyrus and then control Reggie in that mid lane. They've dove him multiple times, keeping Karthus down. So they're not so concerned with Reginald, and they've done a great job of mitigating against him in this game.
I can't help but think that a lot of that was also because having OddOne going on Skarner, because of the being the path for Skarner is a little bit stronger than he is currently. OddOne, haven't really seen him play a lot more Skarner. He's been playing, of course, Maokai. He's been playing more aggressive junglers like Shyvana as well. His Skarner play wasn't able to camp that mid lane for Reginald early with those twisted advances. Skarner a little bit later on the ganks. They kept him down by stealing away his buffs and stealing away the jungle as well. He wasn't able to hit level 6 until that bottom turret was already gone.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see Prey drawing ever closer to that Infinity Edge, and that's going to be the point where he starts doing just a preposterous amount of damage. Dragon is unwarded and undefended, and that'll be a free Dragon for NAJIN SWORD.
And that is going to help Kog'Maw pick up that Infinity Edge all that much quicker, already on the way back, completing it because of that global goal from Dragon. So now Kog'Maw, Phantom Dancer, Infinity Edge. It's 25, 26 minutes into this game, MonteCristo, and that Kog'Maw is already approaching basically endgame status.
Well, yeah, I mean, NAJIN SWORD has done an excellent job of getting prey farmed up. That has been their focus. They had a game plan coming into this, and they're executing it very, very well. The 2v1, I think, ended up in their favor purely for late game reasons, and prey getting absolutely terrifying. Now with that Infinity Edge, totally finished.
Yeah, even though Corki has 3 kills and 3 assists, he just does not have the same kind of farm that Prey was able to get in that 1v2 lane, as you mentioned. He doesn't have the global objective goal from all those towers and the dragons they were able to secure, 2 of them as they stole 1 away from TSM. So right now, NAJIN SWORD, they've gotten past that kind of potential where Corki is a maniac with that early Trinity Force being acquired. Now he doesn't have the little bit of extra oomph and HP. He doesn't have the big sustained damage coming out from the items, only completing his Bloodthirster now, so there's 0 stacks on that. At this point in time, NAJIN SWORD is just that much stronger than TSM. Right,
and put yourself in NAJIN SWORD's shoes. They say, well, we want to play for the late game with Kog'Maw, so what do? They shut down the late game for TSM by forcing kills on Reginald. So they've set themselves up quite pretty, and they have a pretty strong advantage coming here as we hit the 27-minute mark.
Yeah, and because they forced this early endgame build for their own AD carry, they're going to want to try to end this game before Reginald is able, on Karthus, to use that Requiem to get himself back into this own game. Now with 5 members strong pushing in that top lane, they're already going down on their first inhibitor turret here, using that superior poke they have against TSM just to back them off this tower. Wouldn't be surprised to see them immediately engage with a Crescendo and a MaKNooN though. Yeah,
MaKNooN also getting that Guardian Angel. That's so he can dive into Defile and snipe Karthus. He's just trying to assassinate him by using To the Skies. It's been effective so far. He's died for it a couple times, but he's hoping to avoid that same fate in the future.
Like I mentioned before, just a lot of poke going down, trying to get TSM low enough for them to want to engage. MaKNooN, like we said, not afraid to try to dive in and take out any carry from the enemy team. Command Protect as well going down on combo. There's a Skarner ultimate going down onto Watch, pulling him back into the fight, but there's a Sona Crescendo going off across most of the members at TSM. MaKNooN going to come in, take out Skarner, but Corki on the back foot takes out Watch. Karthus' Requiem is still up, going into the middle of the fray now, trying to get as much damage on as possible. MaKNooN finally going to take him out, but here comes the Requiem. A lot of members of NAJIN SWORD low. Azanya's from Orianna's going to keep her alive. Chaox over the wall, able to take down Sona. Turns around, but MaKNooN's going to take him out. He does manage to kill Kog'Maw. Triple kill acquired by MaKNooN now as Orianna on her own taking out a double kill, and that is an ace for NAJIN SWORD. 5-3. They are taking down the inhibitor, and TSM nothing to do.
And that's why you don't give MaKNooN Jace, Tom.
Unfortunately, TSM did give MaKNooN Jace, and he's able, not even Guardian Angel being popped in that fight. He and his team take out that top inhibitor, 18 kills to 10, 46K to 39.5K gold advantage. NAJIN SWORD in a commanding lead in game 1 against TSM.
Yeah, I find it interesting that they chose to push that top lane just because it doesn't put as much pressure on Baron if your blue team, usually getting bottom lane, of course, it's further away from the Baron pit, but nevertheless, that inhibitor going down quite quickly, and NAJIN SWORD setting themselves up with a pretty big advantage.
We have about a minute and 15 seconds until Baron build comes up anyway. And if you're NAJIN SWORD at this point, you have the superior team fight. You have a lane, like you said, pushing in the top lane, not applying the same kind of pressure for the red side if you are going to be on the blue team. However, they are going to be able to quickly transition if they take a team fight at Baron. That top lane is a lot shorter distance away. They could just push in and wind up winning against TSM if they take them at a Baron fight.
And Prey now has picked up a Quicksilver Sash with the money that he's made in the last couple team fights, and that's kind of goes double duty against a team like TSM. Of course, that'll help protect him against the Requiem, as well as giving him that cleanse out of the Impale. So that's going to solve a lot of his problems that he was having earlier this game. And by the way, in that last fight, again, Cain coming with the Crescendo over the top once Watch was grabbed with Impale, so he just locks up the team so that they can't do anything with that Impale and they can't focus fire and actually kill somebody. They did get Watch, but they put a lot of effort into it while MaKNooN was going hog wild on them.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, not being able to really snipe down a member with the Trinity Force acquire from Corki, of course, with Karthus being able to shred away HP very quickly, as well as put a wall of pain down across those targets, or at least zone out the enemy team. That Crescendo coming in means that TSM has no sustained damage whatsoever, and if Watch is able to survive, he's able to, of course, safeguard Iron Will, acquire more shields for his team as well as dishing out a little bit of pain. He has acquired, actually, the Aegis of the Legion for the squad as well, which means he's going to be a huge presence in these team fights. Not taking him out is very, very difficult.
And there comes the quick Baron. They were able to do it quickly because MaKNooN had picked up the BF sword on his most recent back, meaning that his damage output was considerably higher than it was earlier. They tricked TSM because Prey on Kog'Maw stayed in mid lane, so they didn't think that they would be able to do the Baron quickly without Kog'Maw there.
They do have a Wriggles Lantern on Lee Sin. Of course, Smite's going to help out, and MaKNooN just dishing out a ton of damage already. Means that that Baron was not long for the world regardless. Dyrus continuing to try to split push, but even the split push on TSM's not being as effective because of how far forward NAJIN SWORD is on the map. Look at their wards, look at their minions, look at where they are. They're completely into TSM's base. Even though Shen's being able to split push, has the Stand United to do so, he's not really able to even push past his own river.
Yeah, we'll see if Prey can actually bait the Skarner ult out here. I'm sure they've noticed that he has the QSS, but he tries to make himself an attractive target. So he does have his flash is not up and his cleanse is not up actually. So there comes the cleanse up now, and they're going to just poke down this inhibitor, and TSM is not going to be able to do anything about it.
Taunting them a little bit by leaving the inhibitor at just a little bit of HP to see if TSM was going to want to try to engage on them and save it. TSM, though, a little bit more wise than that, backing off, and they do manage to take down the inhibitor. Now, with 2 inhibitors already taken, they're going back, securing their own buffs, securing the enemy buffs, taking down the global objective at Dragon. Kog'Maw just shredding through that like it was absolutely nothing, like paper or something. Just being able to take all these gold advantages, furthering out to almost a 10k gold advantage over TSM. And I don't quite remember the statistic, but when the enemy team has 2 inhibitors down, there's a very slim chance they're able to come back from it.
Yeah, and also we see Cain picking up that Shirelia's Reverie. The amount of engage and disengage on NAJIN SWORD is enormous. Basically, they're going to be able to kite Reginald all day, get out of his Defile, easy peasy, and that's going to be very difficult for him to do any damage besides with his Requiem.
And the best thing is with this Baron buff, with everything, actually, Skarner going to go in, flashes in, gets the Impale onto Watch. Crescendo a little bit too late. They're able to take him down fairly low. Chaox actually going to be able to pick up a kill. MaKNooN dropping very low. Karthus did flash forward, wound up trying to get a lot of damage on, pops the Requiem. Guardian Angel now down for MaKNooN. Are they going to try to get the taunt down? Yes, he is. Shen getting the taunt across, shut down on the MaKNooN, but the Shockwave is going to wind up knocking down Chaox low enough for Prey to get that kill. Now chasing down the OddOne, double kill acquired. Ssong actually having his own Guardian Angel pop in that fight. Actually, no, there's a Zanya's Hourglass saving him. Dyrus now having the Guardian Angel proc as he's trying to chase him down, not being able to pick up kill on Orianna. Dyrus now not long for the world, and that is just Kog'Maw tearing through TSM.
And you know what? They can grab Watch all they want, but at this point in the game, Lee Sin is not a really threatening target. When you put all of your damage out onto Lee Sin, what's going to happen is Prey is just going to open up with the artillery on your carries, and that's exactly what happened. And unless there's a miracle here from Xpecial, this will be a game 1 to NAJIN SWORD.
Xpecial's worked miracles in the past, but I don't think he could do much against a 4-member team strong of NAJIN SWORD. Wailing away on the Nexus, not even bothering at Reginald. They're going to take a pretty decisive game 1 in this best of 3 against Team Solo Mid.
Absolutely, Tom. So NAJIN SWORD there, looking pretty calm after a big win. They're 1 game away from heading into the winners bracket finals against AZUBU BLAZE. Will TSM be able to come back?
We're gonna have to see. We got game 2 coming up in just a little bit.
All right, Tom. Well, let's go to a quick commercial break, and after that, we will be back with NAJIN SWORD versus Team Solo Mid Game 2. Welcome back to the MLG Fall Championship here in Dallas. I'm MonteCristo, and with me is...
Well, I'm Optimus Tom.
Good to be here with you.
Good to be,
casting
always.
this great TSM versus NAJIN SWORD series, a hotly anticipated matchup. And we're seeing it go into game 2. NAJIN SWORD up 1-0 right now.
And TSM's really going to have to adjust what they did in game number 1 in order to really bounce back and try to force a game 3 against NAJIN SWORD. First off, the big mistake they made was they didn't ban Jace. So Jace got picked up by MaKNooN. Second mistake was they put Jace in a 2v1 lane. And it's MaKNooN. So it didn't really work out for them that well. So hopefully they're going to readjust in the picks and bans, as well as, well, with their decision making in the early stages of the game, not let NAJIN SWORD take those forward towers that early, not establish a lot of early map presence. And you know what I want to see? I want to see aggressive level 1 TSM against NAJIN SWORD and shut them down early.
I think that they have to take a risk at this point because last game, NAJIN SWORD's team comp was very strong. They never actually let TSM have any kind of use of those global abilities because the lanes were always pushed so far that Dyrus could not split push effectively with Shen.
And that's one of the things that with the Karthus ultimate and the Shen ultimate a while ago, getting that nerf in their timings, making them go that much longer, the global presences have been able to be abused by these very quick tower pushing kinds of strategies, especially coming out from the Korean side of the metagame. And immediately, Jace and Darius being banned out, no surprise there. Evelynn, of course, being banned out because this is the Kha'Zix patch. We have OP Evelynn and OP Deathfire Grass still in this patch. Olaf being banned out, something, and once again, they're kind of target banning Dyrus and letting it, like two top characters be banned out already.
Well, that's going to pull off some of the global champions that NAJIN SWORD is going to have to deal with MLG again. So the same bans coming out for NAJIN SWORD. They left Rengar open. I think probably MaKNooN hoped he could pick it up, but that's going to be taken by Dyrus.
MaKNooN, I guess, doesn't watch Dyrus' stream 24/7 like the rest of the community, so he doesn't know that Rengar has been acquired by Dyrus for a very long time now, and that is going to be a powerful play in that top lane. Although we did see, I believe it was AZUBU BLAZE shutting down Team Dynamics' use of Rengar in that top lane, and seeing BLAZE play against Dignitas, you know, it was a little bit more effective for them in the jungle. We're going to see if NAJIN SWORD has a way to counteract that, and they do wind up picking up Ezreal and Sona.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what MaKNooN plays because he is a Rengar expert, so I'm sure he knows some pretty good counters up there and how that play works up in that top lane. So we'll have to see what he chooses. Ezreal being the first choice. We did have an Ezreal ban last game.
We did. So there are no Ezreal shenanigans going down, but they are going to have that for this game. Corki and Taric once again being acquired by TSM. Chaox and Xpecial, like I said, this was a very good lane to abuse the 1v2 with, or at least go toe-to-toe in a different sort of 2v2 regular meta-style lane. I just didn't see them getting as aggressive as they should have been with it. And once again, having the Taric Dazzle at level 1 is going to set up a little bit more aggression from TSM early on.
Yeah, and they still have a poke. We saw the kind of poke cop coming out from NAJIN SWORD last game, and again, here it is. At least early, it appears that they're going to be doing some of the more pokey strats once more. So let's see what their next 2 picks are.
Like you said, I'm still like waiting with bated breath to see what MaKNooN's going to pick up. It looks like he's going to wind up picking up that Malphite.
Yeah.
Of course, this could be either a direct Malphite against Rengar, kind of 1v1 style, or it could be potentially now NAJIN SWORD going for a lane swap. But regardless, we have Orianna actually still on the table. We have a Malphite being acquired by NAJIN SWORD. This puts TSM in an awkward position. Do they take Orianna for Reginald and deny that hard engage from the Nocturne and the Malphite, or do they let it go to NAJIN SWORD and have to deal with pretty much an astounding team fight composition?
Yeah, I agree. I think that Orianna is definitely going to be the preferred last pick. So let's go with the team chat for TSM, courtesy of Turtle Beach.
Okay. Almost? Okay. Dylan? First gonna build cows and farm. Okay. Okay. I'll get Dylan. I haven't played Dylan in a month. Like, since before World. Don't worry about it, we know. Just play to the best you can. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna try to play my best, but like...
We have OP comp, dude.
I haven't played Dylan in days.
We have a much stronger comp than them. We have a much stronger comp than them. Like, you guys should be able to instigate mid, for sure. You guys should be able to instigate, just don't fuck it up.
All right, so Zilean going to be picked up from Reginald. This is kind of old school Reggie that we're seeing here. He has been playing Zilean in some online tournaments recently, the solo mid invitationals. He has been pulling out that Zilean and winning games.
Yeah, and what they're going to have here is, of course, a very strong composition revolving around the fact that Corki's going to live multiple times. If they acquire a Guardian Angel, then, of course, Corki's going to live 3 times in these fights. So having a very heavy reliance on having Corki stay alive in these fights, actually picking up Rumble as well to go into top lane against Malphite, kind of playing some mind games. I actually wasn't that familiar with OddOne practicing Rengar at all.
Neither was I, so it'll be interesting to see how it comes out. But if we look at what the strategy is, they were talking about how they could just pretty much insta-jib mid lane. So we're going to see Karthus come out. Interesting choice. Not a lot of escapes there from Karthus, so might be dangerous. He's going to have to hug his turret. But really, the double bomb coming out of Zilean combined with the leaps from Rengar, that is a lot of early game burst.
You got to watch out, though, because if Karthus is actually going to jump in the middle of you and get blown up, he's still going to hurt.
That's absolutely right, Tom. So we're going to go to a commercial, and when we get back, it'll be Game 2, TSM, Najin Sword. We are now in Game 2 of TSM versus Najin Sword here at the MLG Fall Championship in sunny Dallas. We have 1-0 for Najin Sword so far. This is going to determine who goes into the losers bracket and who will face AZUBU BLAZE in the winners bracket finals.
Yeah, and like I said earlier at Champion Select, I want to see an aggressive TSM. They have Rengar to leap out of brushes. They have Taric Dazzle. They have Dyrus on that Rumble, able to land Electro Harpoons. The bombs coming out from Zilean, and of course, Corki dealing a % true damage. Not a lot of early level 1, but still has a Phosphorus Bomb to reveal in brushes and get AoE damage down. If TSM wants to be aggressive, this is probably one of the best comps I've seen for it from them.
Also, OddOne, if we take a look right now, he is running heavy AD runes, 76 starting AD, so he's going to be looking for those early ganks to maximize that advantage. We also have MaKNooN pulling a lot of magic penetration on his Malphite, running Magic Pen, Reds, and Quints, so he's probably going to be looking to get that early Seismic Shard and harass Dyrus's Rumble from outside Flamespitter range.
TSM's bottom lane's got to be very careful. There's no early aggression from them in this game, much to my dismay. However, Najin Sword has grouped 4 members up in this bottom river brush. TSM has no idea it's there, and Chaox is left all by himself. If they go for this bottom lane, go for the double golems, MaKNooN is distracting up here kind of towards the Wraith area. They're going to try to invade and take it away from him.
Reginald dropping an early time bomb onto the Wraith to help OddOne out a little bit. We have an early invade from Najin Sword. They're going to try and catch Rengar out on red.
Ooh, Xpecial actually going to wind up face checking the brush. Xpecial, no! You have to flash away. Exhaust is down, and First Blood going over to Nocturne. OddOne now having to use his own flash. Prey trying to chase after that one. Reginald comes down from mid lane, but Ssong's just going to put some layaways down, try to chase him away from that one. Reggie not going to get that one up, though. They are going to wind up taking the red buff away. Cain getting an extremely low ignites, not going to take him out. Karthus and Zilean in the meantime just continue to trade Qs back and forth as well as auto attacks, and that is TSM giving up First Blood.
And what a play there by Najin Sword. Now without red buff, that's going to really hamper OddOne's efforts on Rengar to gank early. They knew that he wanted to get those early ganks, and they just took him right out for the first couple of levels.
Yeah, now Nocturne actually going to be able to take this blue buff, potentially giving it away to Ssong early on. So that is going to be, an early blue buff donation to Karthus, letting him spam those spells in mid lane against Zilean. That is going to be a very difficult matchup now for Reginald to win.
So Reginald continuing just to farm up in this mid lane, and we have standard lanes so far this game. Again, MaKNooN heading top with all that magic band, looking to do some early trades. He has traded very effectively with Dyrus. Dyrus has already burned 2 health pots, and MaKNooN looks like he's burned a couple as well.
Yeah, so Dyrus just going back and forth with MaKNooN. As you mentioned, Rummel having a little bit of an HP disadvantage in those trades. Early on, Malphite is, of course, going to have that passive shield to give him a little bit of more damage absorption, but still just going back and forth. Malphite with a little bit of a CS advantage against Dyrus' Rummel in top lane. I don't think it's going to last for much longer, though.
Yep, and again, everything just kind of returning. Looks like Watch is going to go ahead and move actually over for a potential gank right here. He's roaming through Tribrush. There's no ward for Dyrus. We'll have to see if he gets the fear off. Flashes up for Dyrus. Watch is going to back off. Yeah,
Watch is going to just back away here. Dyrus actually overheating. It would have been the perfect time for him to go in. MaKNooN just laying the pan on with the seismic shards and the ground slams as well.
And so we actually have back into this bot lane. Again, Prey going to go ahead and farm up. No big difference in CS right now. Nothing much happening since that early level 1 invade. OddOne simply trying to catch up at this point. He's going to pick up an early Ruby Crystal, probably for a Heart of Gold, and that will actually catch him up from his early game deficit. So it's not going to be like what we saw Dignitas going with Rengar. IWDominate picking up a couple early Doran's Blades and then rolling from there. Instead, a triage build. Gold for 10 is going to be the name of the game. OddOne now roaming up into top lane, try and put some pressure on MaKNooN. And we have a gank actually in bottom lane currently. We have a gank coming up at top. OddOne sitting in the brush, but there was a ward there. It has seen OddOne, and that's not going to do anything. MaKNooN pulling back and staying back right now. Meantime, Prey putting a lot of pressure onto this bot lane. It's like he actually is even with Chaox in terms of potions right now.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, they're putting a lot of pressure down onto this bottom lane, already pushing it towards the tower. No real shots going down on there, but still, the poke from Ezreal and Sona are going to be harassing down Xpecial and Chaox a lot. So that is going to be a lane that we have to keep a little bit of an eye on. Now we have Watch on Nocturne continuing the pressure into OddOne's jungle, coming through, potentially taking out some rates, or maybe just even going around to try to gank on Reginald. Nope, he's going to put a ward down in that brush over here. Wind up taking those rates away and
Ssong is low, though. Here comes the double bomb. He's going to flash away from the OddOne. Ignite is ticking down, and he's going to live with... Oh, he goes down. The last tick of Ignite, finishing off his 8 HP, and that is exactly what TSM was talking about coming into this game.
And that is a crucial kill for Reginald. Not only is it going to relieve pressure on that mid lane, it donates a blue buff over to him, and with the heavy counter jungling being done on OddOne, when that blue buff comes up in about a minute and 15 seconds, OddOne's going to be able to take it for himself, get that extra experience bonus, and get himself right back into the game.
Health crystals all around for TSM. Looks like they're just insistent on staying in lanes this game.
Yeah, top lane, MaKNooN and Dyrus. Now, like I said, a little bit later on in the laning phase, Dyrus starting to get a little bit of the advantage over MaKNooN. You mentioned the Ruby Crystals being acquired for a lot more effective HP in these trades. Dyrus just winning out, now drawing the attention of Watch in the top lane, but very wisely putting a ward down, knows that he's coming, and going to deter any sort of shenanigans coming out from Nocturne.
Right, but the Malphite pick, as we were talking about, was really a response to Rengar, and I don't think NAJIN Sword knew. And there's the equalizer, just tapping MaKNooN to prevent him from going back and clearing out that minion wave.
Yeah, so Dyrus just trying to keep as much pressure and keep that advantage, wants to farm up as much of the wave as possible, get a little bit of tower damage down because he knows MaKNooN going back. He has acquired a little bit extra gold in that lane earlier on, so he is going to be able to pick up a Chalice of Harmony to go against the magic damage. Dyrus going to want to try to push back that lane a little bit to recall and buy up as his own.
So Reginald going for a Catalyst and Rod of Aegis, you know, if you can get an early kill on Zilean, and here comes Requiem.
Going to wind up sniping down Chaox in that bottom lane, took a little bit of that poke harass down from Ezreal and Sona. Like I mentioned before, it's going to have to be a point of contention from NAJIN Sword, because if they get one of them low enough, that omnipresent card is just going to snipe someone down like we saw.
So the thing about Zilean is, as I was about to say, is that if you get an early Catalyst on him, he becomes an extraordinary lane bully simply because of his sustain in lane and the fact that he can just continually double bomb you. So it is, I think, a later Catalyst than he would have wanted. but it's still going to come relatively early. And here comes OddOne. He's been sped up. He's on the hunt. He's going to dive. And there goes Ssong. What a play. OddOne, will he get out of the turret? No, lay waste, but the Reginald's ult is going to save him. Watch able to do nothing.
And that is one of those plays that you only see in those trolly solo queue games. You have an invisible member of your team, you put the Zillion bomb on him, you speed him up and jump into the enemy team. It is an absolute troll play, but look at how effective it is against NAJIN SWORD. That was just a brilliant execution. OddOne knowing that even if he tanked all the tower shots, the chrono shift coming up from Zillion, sorry, I almost said Ezreal. Zillion was going to keep him alive and keep him safe, and what a play by TSM.
And waiting for that chrono shift until the last possible second. He didn't know if OddOne was going to be able to make it out or not, but he still managed to save it with him. And now we have a play onto Prey in bottom lane. Xpecial and Chaox doing huge damage, but the Ignite going down. Cain is going to save him with a Sona heal.
Yeah, and even though it's not early level 1 pressure like I would have liked to see from TSM, they are still being so much more aggressive against NAJIN SWORD in this game than they have been in game number 1, and it is paying off in spades. Dyrus using that equalizer, not being afraid to use it to farm as well as harass down on MaKNooN, keep up his CS lead, 49-44 against MLG, and TSM, they are really changed a little bit in this game.
Oh, Tom. That was a really bad play from Prey. Bit of a miscommunication. He actually arcane shifted into Xpecial and got immediately dazzled and hit with the Shatter Aura and P-bombed and just melted.
So that burst potential, that Corki Taraklin, we talked about it a lot in game number 1, finally seeing it come to fruition in game 2 here. TSM 3 kills to 2 against NAJIN SWORD, but even though they're ahead in kills, they gave up first blood, so SWORD keeping the pace with farm and in all those lanes, still with a slight couple hundred gold advantage.
Yeah, OddOne still prowling the jungle. Rumble looking like he wants that early haunting, guys. MaKNooN already picking up the Chalice of Harmony, so he's going to be looking to stay in lane, keep on throwing down those seismic shards and ground slams.
We got to look out. OddOne once again going invisible in the mid lane. Is Reginald going to put the bomb on him? Are they going to have the chrono shift up as well? Reggie speeds himself up, flashes forward, but Ssong going to flash in response. OddOne gets very low, but that chrono shift is on him. He's going to revive, but in a bad spot between 2 towers. Watch going to come in the meantime, gets the paranoia down on Reginald, no ultimate available. That is going to be a kill on Reggie.
I think Ssong got wise to their tricks after falling to it once. OddOne in trouble with the wall of pain. Here comes Watch. He's got his shield up, going to block that Mystic shot. But here comes the Fear Tether. Will he actually pull this off on OddOne? And yes, he will. That is the Watch that we're used to seeing, responding extremely well with the Paranoia from Nocturne, one of his most played champions.
And now we have 4 members of NAJIN SWORD grouped up around the mid lane, taking out 2 members of TSM. Numbers advantage means they're going to go to contest this Dragon. They have Smite available on Watch's Nocturne. They have Karthus to shred down those global objectives like nothing, and they take a first Dragon of the game 10.5 minutes in.
And that's all going to come off the mistake that we saw TSM make, going a little bit too deep. And that'll be Ssong farming up the Wraiths of TSM. They are now up 2.6k gold as we head into the 11-minute mark.
And TSM, with that early headstrong aggression, got themselves to a little bit of a kill advantage. Gold counts are all but equal, but being a little bit too overzealous at that mid play, going for the Rengar ultimate and Zillion bomb combo with the flash up on Karthus. It did not work out for them in that amount. And now the completely turnaround from NAJIN SWORD. MaKNooN, though, taking a lot of the pain damage from Dyrus in top lane, dropping to about half HP as Dyrus overheats and not able to keep the chase up in that one.
Yeah, and as we see Karthus right now, Ssong a little bit ahead in terms of CS, down in kills, but up in assists. So the gold so far, Ssong at 3,600, Zillion at 3,200. So a subtle difference right now for Ssong, but he's going to be a lot more effective in late game. After a certain point, Zillion kind of turns more into a utility machine. They have to get an advantage early with this Rengar and Zillion pick, because if they don't, they're simply going to be outclassed by NAJIN SWORD's team comp in the late game.
Watch, we did see coming around potentially for a gank on Dyrus top lane. Has an Oracle's Elixir, knew there were no wards, decided to really just turn around on that one. MaKNooN, in the meantime, going back, picking up the Sorcerer shoes. He has been known to play Malphite in that very bursty kind of style. You did talk about that yesterday in the games before with NAJIN SWORD, where he likes to go for Deathfire Grass, play him like an Evelyn, play him like an assassin, just run in behind enemy lines, use that unstoppable force to just absolutely melt enemy teams.
Yeah, his spell pen sitting up at 35 right now after picking up those Sword Torque Shoes and getting 15 off of Runes, so he's doing quite well.
We saw Reginald in the meantime trying to get something happen on the bottom lane. OddOne is also waiting over by the tower to try to come in through the lane, but MaKNooN surprisingly comes down into the bottom lane. Not sure if they read this play or what, but he is in position for this. Reggie in the meantime decides to go back on this. I don't actually think TSM's been able to see Malphite down here, as OddOne is actually going to wind up turning around a little bit. Nope, coming back into that bottom lane. It's just going to be a little bit awkward here for a little bit as they both dance back and forth trying to gank each other.
TSM has a ward deep in the lane, though, so they are going to see if MaKNooN comes in. He's going to have to flash ult if he's going to do anything at all here, and instead he's just going to blue pill. Opportunity's not there.
Yeah, but OddOne wasting a little bit of time, still milling around on this bottom lane. Now that MaKNooN's gone, they could potentially see OddOne going in for a gank, but still just waiting and waiting patiently for this one. Both teams have forward wards in those brushes, though, so if any shenanigans happen, like you said, it's going to be spotted immediately.
Meantime, Dyrus is getting a relatively significant farm advantage simply by sitting up in that top lane, while MaKNooN goes to gank MIA, excuse me, on the map. Ssong continuing his farming spree, up about 20 CS himself right now.
Uh-oh, Requiem coming out from Karthus as well. Dyrus getting engaged on by Watch. MaKNooN a little bit too far away from that one, though. Paranoia has been popped. It looks like Watch is going to try to stick to Dyrus. Flash forward in the tower range is going to wind up netting himself a kill there, and Dyrus not able to respond in time.
MaKNooN also had very little, if anything, to do with that fight, so purely...
Bottom lane, though, OddOne finally making his move, going into Cain, but a great crescendo across all three members of TSM. Gonna stop the aggression, but Prey in a bad spot, gets dazzled, the flash forward from Chaox, not able to pick up the kill with the Corky Rockets, and that is gonna be a nice escape from Sword in bot lane.
You know, I kind of feel like NAJIN Sword is pretending to be Bizarro TSM right now. Of course, that Nocturne Karthus combo, something that TSM has relied on so heavily in the past and being used against them extraordinarily effectively.
Yeah, so TSM gonna have to switch something up in order to try to get themselves back into this one. Down almost 3,000 gold. Once again, this is just like game number 1, Monty. They were down about 3,000 gold the entire time. Got to that mid-game area where they thought they were gonna be stronger by picking up a Trinity Force very, very quickly on Corky. Unfortunately, they're gonna be match pace for pace with Ezreal this game. He is still going to have that attack speed debuff on his Essence Plus as well. So TSM, they got to make something happen a little bit quicker. Otherwise, they might not have the same kind of strong team fight they want.
And Ssong now chasing Reggie down with lay waste. He's going to use the chrono shift on himself, but drop under the turret. Ssong popped exhaust on him to just kite him a little bit better down the lane, and he'll have to, looks like he's going to stick around his chrono shift, giving him enough HP, and he flashes. He flashes accidentally into some creeps, so that's going to be flash down for Reginald.
That's not Q, Reggie. That's F. So he's not going to wind up having the flash up for another team, but they're going to have to play a little bit more conservatively now. So MaKNooN, in the meantime, came down from top to try to make something happen in mid lane. However, OddOne and Dyrus were also waiting in the wings for Reggie to revive from that chrono shift. They are, however, going to get this blue steal off Dyrus, not being able to take that one away with the equalizer. And that is actually going to go down onto Watch. So now they have both blue buffs on the side of NAJIN Sword. Oracle's Elixir to continue to press their advantage through vision, and we're going to potentially see once actually going for a BF sword on Ezreal rather than going for the Trinity Force. So once that Bloodthirst is probably finished on the side of Prey, we could see them grouping up for once again more forward pushing presence.
Yeah, NAJIN Sword just doing a great job of controlling TSM. So, you know, Ssong has been back at his own turret for most of this game, and that's really protected him from the Rengar and Zilean play for the most part. He did die that one time, but managed to pick up a couple kills in the second wave of those attacks. You can see he's just freezing, trying to get his own wraiths, and staying back while Reginald plants bombs and pushes very, very aggressively.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the gold counts now, almost a 2,000 gold advantage in favor of Watch over the OddOne. That Oracle's Elixir paying off in spades, whereas OddOne, with the early disadvantage from his jungle being stolen away, the early level 1 invade from NAJIN Sword, not being able to keep pace, having to go for, you know, gold per 10 items, go for the Bone Tooth Necklace actually, which hasn't paid off for him. Only 0, 1, and 1 acquired for Rengar at this point in time. He just doesn't have the gold or the income to pick up that Oracle's Elixir and do the same thing that NAJIN Sword is doing to TSM. Yeah, and let's talk about the difference right now between what we were seeing Dominate play with Rengar as on Dignitas versus what we're seeing right now, TSM, TheOddOne. Paranoia popping that top lane as well as Unstoppable Force. That is a wombo combo. Dyrus going down with Requiem as well, and MaKNooN not taking more than one tower shot, gets away scot-free.
Meantime, TSM is going to get a free dragon, but it will come at the expense of the first turret going down in this game. So it looks like we're going to have the same lead pretty much for NAJIN SWORD, about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, you pick up a kill, you pick up a tower. It's relatively an even trade with that dragon acquired. Still about a 4,000 gold advantage in favor of NAJIN SWORD. 6 kills to 3, and like you mentioned, first tower going down. I'd say pretty late considering the two teams that are playing right now.
So I was going to go back and say Dominate picked up those couple early Doran's Blades, and then Aegis of the Legion, some trades going down on that bot lane. Now we see OddOne picking up the Heart of Gold and Bone Tooth necklace, so he's looking to try and get some basically stacks on that necklace, whereas we saw Dominate going aggressive early, but then kind of moving into a more utility support role with the aura items later. So kind of a difference in philosophy here. OddOne just trying to snowball with the gold per 10 and also get some of those kills to become a true invisible monster and jumping on the carries.
Speaking of being an invisible monster, he's now acquired his own Oracle's Elixir, deciding to go in with his ultimate, jumping down on the Cain. Sona having to pop the flash. Crescendo across all 3 members once again. True Shot Barrage being dodged by a nice Valkyrie there from Chaox. OddOne just leaping brushes onto Cain, will acquire the kill, but here comes Watch coming in. Oracle's Elixir has been activated on him. OddOne saving it for after the gank, though, is not going to wind up being a risk at losing that one. Reggie comes down from mid lane, trying to get the damage on the Prey, puts the double bomb down. MaKNooN comes in from top lane, though, as well as Ssong. Reggie secures a kill on Prey, pops a chrono shit down on himself. Sword trying to play patient, but they're not going to wait at that cooldown. They are going to wind up picking up a kill on Reggie, but he revives from chrono shit. Now it's going to be a dive with that unstoppable force. It has been acquired now by MaKNooN. It's off cooldown. Now they're going to have to be very careful with this one. Dyrus trying to make his way all the way down from top lane, but NAJIN SWORD going to take a tower as TSM wisely backs off from that fight. Yeah, especially Requiem just came back up, so if there was any kind of dive on there, the cleanup by Ssong probably would have been quite hefty. You can see actually Ssong's picked up an early Athene's Unholy Grail. Interesting, he's going to get that to try and prevent some of the double bomb damage that he was receiving, and now going for a later Rod of Ages. A lot of sustain there with the mana regeneration coming off of Catalyst and Athenes. Yeah, and you can't really knock him for getting the early Athenes and Holy Grail for the double AP composition. Ssong, though, going to face check a brush and finds a wild Dyrus. Paranoia coming back up from Watch. So this is going to go in. There's the Equalizer. Bombs being dropped down onto Ssong. Is he going to fall from this? I don't think Reggie has the AP yet. Is going to survive, but Reggie speeds himself up, going on a suicide mission. Flashes into MaKNooN! That is going to be unstoppable force as Cain winds up picking up the kill. Reggie not even netting the kill on Karthus. OddOne now in a bad spot as he's being chased down and constantly slowed by all of NAJIN SWORD, and they're going to come out of this one in a 1-for-0 trade. And you know, Tom, TSM has the right idea with this composition, but it doesn't seem like they're quite masters of it yet. They don't really understand the limits of what Zilean and Rengar can do, either independently or together. So I think it's something that we might see TSM developing here, and this is the first time I've seen it, at least, from TSM at a LAN. Yeah, now TSM, they're going to have to, like you said, they're going to have to adjust just a little bit. Down 7 kills to 5, down still about 4.5k gold. It's slowly but surely increasing in favor of NAJIN SWORD, but TSM is doing something right with their lanes, with their farm, still kind of keeping neck and neck with this gold pace, even though they're losing out on trades and losing out on kills. The blue buff is going to be donated over to Ssong here. Watch, still with the Oracle's Elixir acquired. Taking a look at OddOne, you know, he had acquired one earlier, still has it on him for now. Hasn't been able to really get a lot of stacks on that Bone Tooth necklace in that previous engagement, though, has been able to acquire 2 stacks for him. So hopefully at some point, OddOne's going to be able to dish out the damage he needs to. Are we going to see some sort of shift? He does have a Null Magic Mantle being acquired after already getting Ninja Tabby, so I can't help but think that, like you said, going for a little bit more of an IWDominate style, he's going to wind up picking up an Aegis and go for a little more utility. Yeah, but unfortunately for TSM, Watch already picking up the Aegis of the Legion, and that's going to be a very powerful item in upcoming team fights, especially with some of the AoE damage coming out of Rumble and Zilean. So TSM, like we said, they wanted to go for team fights in the middle stage of the game last time around. Might be going for a little bit more of a... It's kind of hard to tell, actually. Like you mentioned, Zilean falls off a little bit more, but Rumble only going to get stronger and stronger with those items. They have the double AP composition. Rumble has not acquired that Abyssal Scepter. When he gets that, Corki with his Trinity Force, and Reginald being able to put down the double bomb, that might be a little bit of a timing area we're going to see TSM try to engage. If OddOne is able to get that Aegis in enough time, we could see them actually coming out on top of that one. But for now, NAJIN SWORD still has a bit stronger teamfight presence. Yeah, you can see Prey actually using his Essence Flux there to pick off the Wraith that was being farmed by TSM. So a little bit of a cheeky move there, as D-Man would say. You're channeling your inner British there.
I am.
Are you going to start reciting Shakespeare too? I heard on Twitter you were going to do that.
Not this time, Tom. Not this time.
Oh man, I'm really disappointed. But regardless of the fact, TSM here, like I mentioned before, Reginald going back, they picked up, he has his Rod of Ages, picked up a Chalice of Harmony, going for the Athenes and Holy Grail, probably going to go for a little bit more sustain. And as you mentioned earlier, I don't know if that's quite what they want to do. It is still confusing with the Rumble pick, because he is, like I said, going to get stronger as he acquires a bit more of those items. Abyssal Scepter now, could be going for a Raleig's Crystal Scepter or Death Cap after that. But TSM, right now, they're worried about trying to survive NAJIN SWORD getting into a team fight, trying to survive them pushing down 3 towers to 0, and trying to keep them from getting any more global presence on the map.
Yeah, and again, Tom, you mentioned this during Champion Select, but I want to revisit it right now. Kind of all of the eggs are in the Chaox basket, really, and it depends on how fast Chaox can get some more damage, get a Guardian Angel, and how many times he can live thanks to Reginald if this goes to the 40-minute mark. Yeah,
they haven't really grouped up to have Chaox with that Chrono Shift on it. They've been using it for that little bit of a sneaky move with OddOne on Rengar, as well as using it on Zilean. Speaking of, OddOne's going to go in there. Crescendo goes across the other side, though. Reginald's going to melt instantly from that. Rumble Ultimate goes down. The Unstoppable Force did knock up most of TSM. MaKNoon's going to take down Chaox. No Reggie available for that at all. Dyrus is going to fall to Cain. Nocturne's actually going to pick up a kill on Dyrus, and that is a double kill being acquired by MaKNoon. That is an absolute ace on the side of NAJIN SWORD, and only Sona goes down in exchange.
And here comes Baron. They do have MaKNoon almost at full health. Ezreal and Karthus also still alive, so that'll be a very fast Baron here at the 23.5-minute mark. Easy for them to do with these champions.
Just to add insult to injury, OddOne's Oracle's Elixir goes down in that. They lose out in a giant team fight, all 5 members down. They lose the Baron buff. No Oracle's Elixir required. They're not even going to be able to kind of come back and take an objective or clear out map presence because of that one. So now NAJIN SWORD 12 kills to 6. 37k to 28.7k gold event, still only 3 towers to 0, but now this is what happened last game against TSM. They took such a lead at the point in time we thought TSM wanted to fight, and they just couldn't come back from it.
Yeah, and again, now they're facing down an 8,000 gold differential. That's going to be extremely difficult to overcome at this stage in the game, especially with the team comp they've selected. You know, Ssong is really starting to snowball here with the 208 CS, the 3-2 and 7 score. Not to mention Watch. Man, is that guy good at Nocturne.
Not to mention the fact that he has about a 2.5k gold advantage over the OddOne on Rengar. Taking a quick look at the gold counts as this Dragon's being acquired, now about a 1 to 1.5k gold advantage across the board in favor of NAJIN SWORD. MaKNoon in the top lane taking a bit of harass from Dyrus. He did overheat on this one, but saves the equalizer. MaKNoon now getting jumped on by OddOne from the brush. Is he going to go down here? Uses the Unstoppable Force to escape. Baron buff healing him up as he ticks away with that HP regen, and he gets out of a gank.
Yeah, had to use both his Flash and the Unstoppable Force, but managed to live. I want to point out real quickly that Reggie right now, 6,600 gold for Zilean, Ssong, 9,200 gold on Karthus. That is a devastating
True Shot Barrage
difference.
And Crescendo go off in mid lane, able to dodge that one. Dyrus is going to take the top turret in the meantime. Xpecial getting a little bit of pain down on him, but Ssong also going to take a brunt of the damage. Requiem goes off from Karthus. Reginald is actually going to live, but he takes down Chaox in the meantime. Paranoia pops from Nocturne. Is going to want to chase down on Taric, but in the meantime, Reggie's in a bad spot, gets chased down by Ezreal, and that is just NAJIN SWORD continuing to meticulously pick apart TSM.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually surgical on the part of NAJIN SWORD, and there's the surrender at 25 minutes. NAJIN SWORD 2-0, TSM 0-9 against Korean teams.
And I don't know what it is in Korea, maybe it's the kimchi or something, but it's kryptonite for TSM. They have not been able to take down a single Korean team, even on land where they are strongest, and this is basically home turf for TSM once again. Didn't happen in Season 2 finals, didn't happen here at MLG at the Arena or at the Fall Championships now.
Well, you know, Tom, I was really expecting TSM to come and give NAJIN SWORD a run for their money. They have been traditionally very strong at North American LAN events. This is like the first time they've been knocked into a loser's bracket in, I have no idea how many months.
I don't know. Online tournaments, though, they do like getting knocked into the loser's bracket and making that triumphant return to the finals just to take it away. Maybe they're pulling a little theatrical stunt on us. I could only hope so, because TSM, this is their environment. Like I said, it's home turf. It's a LAN. They have have something to prove, and they need to prove it.
And they can still come back, guys. They're not out of this tournament yet, and you better believe that they're going to be seriously reflective and a little bit mad about what happened here. And I hope that we see them coming out of the losers bracket with a vengeance and getting a rematch with either Blaze or Sword.
Well, they're going to be in a tough spot because they are going to have to take on CLG EU in that losers bracket match.
And again, Dignitas and CLG Prime also coming up for you guys as we wind down this second day here at the MLG Fall Championship. So we'll be flipping over to some commercials for just a couple minutes while we get the next match set up. Again, I'm MonteCristo.
I'm Optimus Tom.
We'll see you soon.
Going to keep take the inhibitor and roll on to the next one. And now here is the
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MLG Fall Championships. There is the beautiful sunny Dallas, and as you can see, it is looking a pretty good day today. And joining me is going to be Joshua Leisman. Hello, how you doing?
How you doing, D-Man? I mean, we've had pretty good games so far. And welcome back to the stream, by the way.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. It's a more casual day for me today. But we are going to be doing CLG EU versus Team Solo Mid. Oh my God, it's an Anaheim rematch. And this time without Crepo, though.
It is, and they had some really good games in Anaheim. I remember there was one point where Froggen actually had a Nivea, and there's another game we had 16 or 18 kills on AP Kog'Maw. Anyway, these teams match up really well with each other, is what I'm somehow getting at in roundabout fashion. Loser bracket, strange place for these teams to be. TSM used to dominating all these North American lands. CLG usually 55-minute games off the winners bracket, but they're doing all right.
And there's a nice joke between the teams. There's a bit of banter going on between them, and it's like, how do you kill a Korean singed?
Well, how do you do that?
You don't. That's what they both came up with. CLG and TSM said, nope, you don't do that. It's not possible.
Good point.
But the guys, they got a good bit of banter going between them. These guys have been around for a long time. They all know each other. They come to these tournaments all the time. Jree standing in for Crepo. And you guys have not even seen CLG EU this tournament. They've been playing off the stream. I know they've had some pretty impressive performances. We've seen Froggen on Lux, we've seen Froggen on Lee Sin, we've seen Wickd on Yorick, I believe, on the top lane as well. But they came up against Nien Tonso, who played Caitlyn mid, and they also had an Orianna Cat. So they've come up against all sorts of things. They did actually lose a game by forfeit. The first match against Team Dynamic because they were turning up late. And there you can see Snoopeh yawning right on the stream, right on cue. They were here till 1:30 a.m. last night playing Dignitas. These games went on for a long time, you know, as you'd expect. And if anyone's just seen Scarra's tweet saying, if the game happens fast, we're going to play on stage. This is CLG EU. Games don't happen fast. What are you guys thinking? We're into the picks and bans, Jatt. Let's see. What do you think are going to be the bans between these teams?
So CLG EU, notoriously slow starters here, and they actually picked a Varus game as well. If I had to see some bans, they're probably going to want to deny Maokai, probably Dyrus as well. Oh, Dyrus just got banned. And back and forth, mainly just some counter picks for each team. There looks like right now CLG EU is actually trying to ban out Dyrus, with Darius and Olaf being the first two. Not really sure back and forth what they're going to end up doing.
Well, there's Anivia being banned out, so they don't want Froggen. And the irony is, right, okay, they ban out Anivia. There's ban out Aurelia as well very quickly. The Wickd trying to do the Snoopeh stare, but it doesn't quite work when you're rubbing your hands. That just looks a bit freaky and it's a bit spooky, I gotta be honest. But Ezreal being picked up. You know, the fact they banned out Anivia against Froggen, Froggen's not played Anivia in ages because he never gets a chance to. And the fact he's been playing Lee Sin for about 2 weeks solid kind of says, yeah, well, that's probably what they want.
Froggen actually says that he doesn't even practice Anivia anymore, so it could just be an elaborate troll so he can actually get his hands on it once in a while, but none of these teams are willing to let it go through really quick there.
That's the stare. Is everybody in the crowd feeling fear right now? He's even whispering sweet nothings to us. Anyone lip read?
Well, he's calling tactics right now for his team, actually. He just never changes that look.
Oh, he had to break it off. He had to break it off. So Shen and Skarner being picked up. Actually had the pleasure of sitting with TSM while they were watching the Dignitas AZUBU BLAZE match, and Dyrus was basically saying, my God, why is nobody picking Shen? You've got to take Shen. We saw TSM Dyrus with Shen the other day. He absolutely destroyed the opposition. It's a good pick for them, potentially a Mumu being picked again here. We saw him yesterday. We had DFG and Frozen Heart.
He went 3 GP10 items and then upgraded his Cage's Lucky Pick as the first one. It's a good item for a Mumu. He needs cooldown reduction, and he's actually pretty good at bursting people out. He played a Mumu in all 3 games in the Dignitas set where they actually lost. But now that they're warmed up, they still seem to like that pick. And I was talking with Wickd during the earlier games, and he was actually saying how good Jree has been playing and actually how calm he is. He says, all Crepo does is whine all the time. Jree's just quiet and plays the game.
Potential change to the team.
Yeah, clearly. And he's been doing pretty solidly for them. So he's got Sona again, which falls right in with the Zyra and Sona that he's been so comfortable with before. And this is a pretty comfy lineup so far for CLG EU, especially all the AoE that's going to be coming out. All 3 of those picks early can crush them down. TSM's going to have to come up with something special. There's a Soraka, something we really haven't seen Xpecial play in quite a while. It's something he's pretty good at. So that's going to be a very defensive, almost farm-out lane for Chaox and Xpecial. Yeah.
And Civil being locked in there. So, and you know, we're talking about Jree. Actually, I was watching him playing Team Dynamic, and he had a big smile on his face while he was playing it. But the thing is, they've played the first 2 games off the stage. They're now on the big stage against Team Solar Mid. The nerves, it's got to be a thing now.
How calm is he still going to be? They say he has been really calm this entire time, but it's a lot different. He's never been in one of these booths. There's the white noise that gets pumped in all the time. The temperature is a little different in there. There's AC vents. Some of the teams block them off to stay warmer. Some of them just let them go, and it can get quite cold in there if they let it. The other 4 members of CLG are completely ready, and we can actually get some team chat on CLG EU as they go for these last 2 picks.
No, engage. If we engage, if you get Cartus, I think. What are you going to pick for?
Yori Cartus. You should do that. Yori Cartus.
I would honestly like Vegas more than Cartus.
I think Cartus is way harder to pull. Like, we don't have a good pull target now.
If you get Cartus, we can't pull anyone. That's fine. Cartus.
So looking like they are going to lock in Karthus and Yorick as well. And I saw Wickd playing Yorick earlier. He got a triple kill at the end of the Team Dynamic, I think it was the 2nd match in that series. So it was very strong. Evelyn could get locked in here by TSM. Of course, this is the DFG Evelyn. There's no nerfs in there. She would be very strong. Flicking between fears. And, you know, who would be better really against Karthus? Surely Evelyn would actually just pop Karthus.
Evelyn just beats up on Karthus, to censor myself there mid-sentence, but we've seen even in the World Finals just decimating that pick. Once he hits 6, not much Karthus can do. And you saw, though, with CLG EU, they're thinking about the team fights. They're thinking about later game like they always do, trying to eliminate the pull targets for Skarner. And you think about it, anyone they pull there is going to be able to turn around. They pull Ezreal, he'll be able to Essence Flux flash out. You pull Karthus, he's duplicated in your team. Even if you pull Sona, you're just giving her a better line for her crescendo. And they're just trying to nullify TheOddOne and really TSM's composition. But if they go with that Eve, which is now finalized, that's going to be a pretty bursty comp for TSM. And it's, I mean, we always know this for CLG EU, but they're going to be going for late game.
Yeah, but I mean, if they lock in there, things we saw, certainly earlier on today, AZUBU BLAZE, as soon as Skarner got in there, it's crescendo straight across.
Yep. It's a really good counter pick all across because they're pulling him right back in the team, and it's a natural reaction to just loop in around to Skarner. So they're just perfectly lining themselves up with crescendo. And on top of that, you got the Amumu ult, which AZUBU, Frost, and now CLG is starting to pick up. It's really, really potent teamfight comp, and it's really just about Snoopeh controlling and the lane staying safe.
So we're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be game 1, CLG versus TSM, packed house. Everybody is ready for this one. Who will win it? That's the question. It's the lower bracket. Back to in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and CLG on the invade already. Question is, will they go for anything? They just put the ward in there, Jatt, and really level 1 fights between these two. Who would you favor?
If there is a level 1 engagement to break out, I would actually, let's see what Xpecial ended up picking. He hasn't skilled yet. Surprisingly enough, a level 1 Soraka with Star Call first has the highest level 1 damage of any champion in the game. So I would favor TSM in any kind of extended fight. They'd have the perma-slow from TheOddOne coming down and the Star Call. But like we've seen all tournament, in stark contrast from what we saw a couple weeks ago, everyone playing this level 1 defensive, no one really taking any risks, and we're probably going to see just blue buff start for both of these junglers in a standard opening.
So looking like it's going to be a Mumu starting at the Wolves, and like you say, we'll be going for the blue buff start. And you can see Evelyn also going to go across to help out. They are just covering off all of the lines there. And Jree, this is his first game on stage for CLG EU, and it's against Team Solo Mid. The nerves must be immense.
He should be able to perform quite well, though. He's very practiced solo queue player. I mean, we were talking with some of the members of CLG, and even though they haven't practiced with him that much, they have all been kind of on a vacation, so they've warmed up now. They're comfortable. Hopefully Jree can just stick with it. And we see actually 2v2 lanes coming out already. Both teams sending both members top. Snoopeh got a smiteless pull on the blue and is actually running straight away. They might be going for a red bit.
Going straight for it, and that's going to be first blood immediately given. Absolute crazy level 1 fight. Froggen got in there. Froggen picked up the first blood, but it was also Reginald managed to get a reply. And that's a pretty crazy invade. And CLG EU are going to turn this into a red buff.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I was not paying attention to the mid lane there. I just haven't expected a mid lane to start that quickly. The red buff steal, very smart by CLG there. They realized TheOddOne is the one farming out the mid lane. That's going to help him experience-wise, and he actually might be able to steal the red of his own because 3 members top for a gank here.
They are going around the side there. Jree's going to put the damage down on towards Chaox and just force them away at the moment. And that's all they are going to pick up there. So mid lane, I mean, Karthus versus Evelyn, definitely a crazy one. And I would not have expected a level 1 fight there.
No, it's just a straight up brawl. Froggen and Reginald. That's, I mean, Reginald's known for his aggressive playstyle, but Froggen really just matching him there. And I got to say, TheOddOne almost level 4, 3 minutes into the game, all that mid experience, and he's sneaking in behind. They do not realize he's still on red. And here comes bot.
Bot lane, Scarra is coming in, and there he comes. It's going to be TheOddOne getting on towards him. I say Scarra, Wickd onto Wickd. Wickd's going to get taken very low. He will not get finished off here. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they are going towards it, and that's going to be a kill. Chaox taken down very low as well, but it was Xpecial going down. This is a crazy start that you do not expect from CLG.
All the invades, all the early fighting. Snoopeh's still level 2, but pulling off that successful gank. I think we just barely missed it, but it wasn't much. Xpecial flashed away, and again a gank coming in bottom lane, TheOddOne.
Yeah, and bottom lane, you can see it is Wickd. He's going to have to walk away from this one. The pressure going on him here. He's having to use those ghouls in that manner. Well, he's... Look at that, how confident he is. TheOddOne is still in that bush, hasn't gone back yet, and Wickd has just gone straight up the lane. He's not worried. Doesn't give a monkeys about TheOddOne. Now he actually engages him in that bush, goes to check it. TheOddOne's still with that double buff. He's actually being delayed here by Wickd.
Yeah, but the thing with Wickd here is he can't actually get up to this creep line. Dyrus very comfortable. If TheOddOne stays in this brush long enough, Wicked's going to fall really far behind. And because of that, Snoopeh's coming in from the back, and they're going to try to bait out TheOddOne here and turn this gank around on him.
Well, the flash was just used by Wickd there, so he had to get out of that one. You can see Snoopeh now coming in, and TheOddOne will spot that one, spots him in the bush, but they did manage to burn the flash eventually. So a very active start. Certainly not something you don't expect. And Reginald bullying out Froggen in that mid lane as well.
So Reggie, even though he's bullying out health-wise, minion kill-wise, he's quite far behind. 29 to 17 early on. A MonteCristo, all that Froggen has to his name, but he's just free farming at that turret. And Reggie, in all of his shoving and harass, is missing out on minions. Top lane, though, yellowpete takes Chaox to 47 health. One more auto attack would have been his life. It's going to send him straight back to base. And with all those early Snoopeh ganks up top, he's actually giving CLG EU's duo lane with Jree and yellowpete a pretty good edge.
Yeah, and meanwhile, it was actually, you could see that Reggie was on his way up the top there, so they had to back away because they would have had Reginald in their faces if they had stayed any longer. As it is, Wickd back on Dyrus down that bottom lane just to poke back and forth between them. Very much even in farm. Well, I said a lot. It's nowhere near even in farm. So I was looking at the other numbers, but 33 to 12, that is a huge advantage. And that's the advantage that the TheOddOne built up sitting in that bush.
And that was just good play there by TheOddOne. No, by not TheOddOne.
Yep.
That was the odd one.
It was the odd one.
Got myself mixed up. Speaking of the odd one, he's up in the top lane, got into that brush cleanly. With how aggressive yellowpete and Jree have been playing, once this lane shoves back, they might be able to pull a counter gank off, but the odd one would have to be very, very patient. Looks like he's going to end up just going back to base there. Yeah,
indeed. So he is going to back off. This mid lane, Dyrus shoved up. He's going to be happy with that. He can farm out, and honestly, his Wickd is going to be struggling in this one. The fact that he's been harassed, and with the 2v1 lanes, I mean, Yorick and Shen are both very strong, but as it is, I think they were expecting to be 2v1. They both rotated, and they kind of caused each other problems.
It's one of those things, they weren't going into the match preparing to fight each other, and they didn't really plan or build accordingly, so neither of them going very aggressive. Even Dyrus, with the double minion advantage on Wickd, hasn't shopped yet, so he's really not able to press any pressure. The thing that Wicked's doing is he's trying to keep the wave as shoved as possible so Dyrus doesn't have a window to shop. But now that he's level 6, the odd one's probably coming down for another gank, and again it's matched by Snoopeh. This is kind of what Snoopeh has mastered. He always knows where the other jungler is going to be, so instead of ganking himself, he just counter ganks. Reggie roaming up top though, might see a fight.
Chaox top line, they're going to go in towards it. Yellowpete's all over him. He has to cleanse it out. Surely Chaox will drop. There's going to be the Karthus ultimate as well. Can they get Xpecial? Yes, they will. It's a double kill. It's a Sona double kill. Jree gets it. And now it's going to be Reginald coming in out towards Yellowpete. Yellowpete is going to get dropped here. Reggie's going to try and follow it on to Jree. The Shen ultimate was used, but it was not required. And that was a little bit late on that ulti.
More than a little bit late, because
he's lane switched.
Yeah, I guarantee you though that Chaox or Xpecial could have been saved by Dyrus' ultimate, and he was probably just watching Reginald instead of watching the fight. And there may not have been the communication. The whole plan was to have Reggie come in as the bait happened, but they kind of overbaited a bit and got crushed by Jree and yellowpete. And Scumbag Crepo's known for his kill steals, but how about Scumbag Jree with his double kill on Sona? It's going to give him a good head start on his GP10 items, and he better be able to convert that into some good aura items.
He's gone for a heart of gold as well to start with. So again, a chunk of hit points. It's going to help him out in that top lane, or bottom lane, I guess. No, he is staying in the top lane, so it's going to be a 2v1 lane. This is what they were planning for originally, so they have managed to switch it up here. So who would you favor in these two top lanes, considering, I guess, Wickd is already behind after that start?
It's a little strange because Wickd is behind, but so is Chaox and Xpecial, and then Dyrus is ahead in his 1v1, and Jree and yellowpete were ahead in theirs as well. So right now, I'd actually favor this matchup going to York a little bit. Wickd should be better at farming out against the level 4 Chaox, whereas Dyrus will be in fairly big trouble since yellowpete and Jree are both about to hit level 6, and he'd be in danger of getting dove or not being able to shove back to the turret. Shen doesn't shove very quickly, especially before he's got his Ionic Spark or his Sunfire Cape.
So as it is, that top lane is getting chunked down. Yellowpete having a good go at it. Dyrus returns to lane, having to buy. Gets himself a Giant's Belt, so he's going to be a lot more healthy in the next fight. Chaox, meanwhile, in that bottom lane, trying to get a bit of poke on towards Wickd, but Wickd has already passed that limit where it's dangerous for Yorick. Now he's just in comfy farm mode. Snoopeh's tried to sneak into that bush, but he's just passed the ward, so they know exactly where he is. As it is, 4-2 in kills.
Oh,
just a slight advantage. They are going in towards it. They do manage to hook on towards Jree. Jree, though, has got that heart of gold. It's not going to save him. He's going to get dropped down. Now you can see yellowpete's also getting jumped on by Reginald. He might be able to get away from this one, but Reginald's putting a lot of damage down. He's going to have to flash away in a second. He hasn't got flash. It's going to be picked up, and one more tower hit is not going to land, and Reginald walks away.
That's the fear that Reginald will put on the rest of the map when he plays Eve mid. Froggen trying desperately to farm out in the mid lane, but that's now 3 kills that Reginald's picked up just by roaming. Wickd and Snoopeh trying their best to get bottom onto Chaox. Snoopeh still hasn't hit level 6, so his ganks just are not threatening. Froggen, of course, trying his best to farm up while Reginald roams. Who's going to win that matchup when they finally meet?
Well, this is something that we've always seen with Froggen. You know, he won't be roaming too much, but he will farm like crazy. It's at 97 to 62. But with that 3-1, I guess in the gold advantage, he's probably going to tilt towards... It is Froggen, yeah, so Froggen just farming away. And that's going to be a problem in that mid lane, because he's just going to push that tower more and more.
And once that turret dies, then Reginald's roam is going to become more and more punished. You can only leave your lane as far as it's not endangering your inner turrets in a lot of ways. So it's going to be a bit of a timer here, the more Reggie can roam, or if he gets strong enough that he can potentially take down Froggen. You can see Froggen's only sitting on that 42 magic resist, and Reginald again roaming bottom lane. They're looking to dive onto Wickd here. Froggen might be able to take this turret. Let's see if it costs Wickd his life.
Yeah, I think Wickd is in trouble here. Here comes Reginald. He's going to realize it. There's the exhaust goes down. They're going to dive into him. Starkle comes in. Snoopeh gets in just at the right time. Curse of the South Bomb goes across. Reginald's going to get dropped. Wickd had to use his ultimate, though. He has gone down. Can he pick up any kills off, though? No, he cannot. They're going to escape it. And that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Good turnaround. Snoopeh again with that sense of where the next gank is coming, able to turn that around. Mid lane turret's down, and top lane is getting pushed pretty hard too. That turret's below half. So Snoopeh finally reaching level 6. That took him a while on Amumu, but they may have gotten out of that point. 2,000 gold advantage overall here, so their farm has been very impressive. A lot of that just coming from the turret. But CLG EU actually putting the pressure on TSM despite all of Reginald's roam.
So 5-5 all square, but the gold advantage clearly in CLG's favor at the moment. Starting to ever so slightly edge it. You can see the pressure on towards Dyrus in this top lane. yellowpete and Jree definitely working it. True shot barrage completely mission. Crescendo follows up there. They are going to dive on towards the turret. They put the ignite down. How's it going to be enough damage? Here's the Carthus ultimate. Will he go down? No, he survives it. The ignite has run out. And Dyrus just strolls away with 87 hit points.
The one mystic shot that yellowpete threw out that Dyrus was barely able to juke is what ended up saving him his life. Used the flash while the Rec Room was on his head and was still able to get away from that. But now they're trying to back. The ping's going down. They sense that Reginald and TheOddOne are on their way. Even now, they're fearful of a tower dive. Here comes Reggie.
Yeah, they are very low on the hit points. Reginald's going to come around there. Is he going to have enough to dive it? He's going to need TheOddOne to help out. He's going to come in, gets the hate spikes down. He's going for Jree. The exhaust is on him. Is it going to be enough? That's going to be the hook from TheOddOne. They still have the tower doing the damage, and they do get a 1-for-1 trade. Can they get a second? The turret's going to hit. Is it going to be enough? No! The minions might get him. He got him! Oh, Jree gets the kill. And then minions, they are strong.
Blue caster minion, a little bit OP there for Reginald. Oh man, 6-3 DFG completed, but that's just not gonna do for TSM. All their ganks are getting countered. They're trading with this, and every time they trade, Froggen gets a little bit more farm, so everything is splitting, and all of Reginald's roam is actually getting countered. All of the kills really being factored towards Reginald's roam, and man, this is actually creeping away from TSM a little bit. They have to have these ganks work without getting them turned around.
Well, and while this keeps happening, you can see Froggen's already built up a 62 CS lead now over Reginald because he's been roaming, because he's been trying to pick up those things. He has got 6-3-0 though. So in terms of gold between them, let's have a look how he was working out. 4,800, even gold actually, despite the fact he's been roaming all this much. So Froggen continuing to farm, but DFG now picked up by Reggie. He's going to be very strong in the next fight.
And really TSM's just trying to get to those big items. We know when Dyrus picks up his Sunfire Cape on Shen, he gets a huge power spike. They're really going to need that if they want to force some kind of dragon. And again, this roam from Reginald is relentless. He's waiting on his ultimate cooldown. Looks like Wicked's actually going to back, so he's going to end up going
for Froggen
to mid lane. He might go for Froggen here. I don't see him winning this fight.
He's going in for it though, isn't he? Might be able to get on towards Froggen. He gets the exhaust down. That's going to be returned. And we immediately, and they're going to finish it off. Whoa! Snoopeh comes in. Snoopeh catches him. Cuts to the sad mommy. He's going to catch him down. The wish came out there, but it wasn't enough. And they do manage to get the kill as well as we all look through that blue screen. Meanwhile, Crescendo on towards TheOddOne. TheOddOne hooks in towards yellowpete. Can yellowpete Arcane shift away? Yes, he does. He saved it this time. Of course, remember, it is pre-nerf, so he does manage to catch it, but yellowpete avoids the damage. Very close stuff here, and it's looking like they're going to go for Dragon.
CLG just continually answering all of Reginald's ganks. He's got the 6 kills, but it resulted in 4 deaths, and now a Dragon. I have to say up top, yellowpete's learned since the World Finals to blink after the Skarner comes down, so he doesn't end up getting sucked in. But here comes TheOddOne, just powering down onto yellowpete. They might try another dive here.
They might try, but they don't have the impale, so they can't go for yellowpete, and he does force him away. Meanwhile, Wickd is putting the damage down on Chaox in that bottom lane and forcing him back. Xpecial comes back to lane, heals him straight up to full. No bother there. We are seeing TheOddOne backing off on top lane as well. So let's have a look down the lanes, Jatt, and take us through how this is going to be working in towards mid-game.
So really we have Dyrus and Wickd, even though they haven't been laning much against each other, their matchup is very even, 91-93 in the farm. Sunfire Cape needs to be completed onto Dyrus. Once he gets that, he might have a bit of an impact in team fights, but I think the impact is greater on Wickd. No matter who they pull in with Skarner, he's going to be able to put that Yorick ult in, kind of eliminating the pick potential. And in the jungle, the big thing here is Snoopeh started 3-0 and has 3 GP10 items, so his gold is going to be enormous. He's already 1,000 gold ahead of TheOddOne, and his ultimates have already been clutch, and that's before the team fight phase. We look in the mid lane, and it's just that 162. Oh, here comes bottom lane on Wickd.
Bottom lane, Wickd is in all sorts of trouble. He's going to go down. They didn't manage to, he didn't even bother using his ultimate. He was available, but he realized he wasn't going to get on towards Chaox. Snoopeh is desperately making his way down here, but Reginald picks up yet another assist. Actually, no, he didn't. He didn't get the assist on that one.
No, he did get, he was 6-4-0 before that fight. Now he's 6-4-1. And that's the first game TSM's actually pulled off without dying.
Top lane, the OddOne is in trouble now. Here comes the Dyrus ultimate, but he can see it's going to get Stan United. He's going to run out. That's going to be the OddOne down. Now Dyrus is in trouble. It's a straight up 1v1 brawl with yellowpete. yellowpete is going to get taken down eventually. Here's Dyrus. Can Jree finish this one else? No, but Froggen is there. Froggen's coming in. Reginald's making a mad dash up that river. He's not going to get there in time, and Dyrus goes down. And, well, Reginald is still coming here on towards his turret. Is he going to be able to go for anything? I'd be amazed if he went 2v1 here.
He's got 5 seconds on his ultimate cooldown. If he DFG spikes, he might try something. If they try a dive, he's definitely going to try to turn it around. Nah, he's just going to have to back away. Froggen's damage is too high right now with that Rod of Ages already completed.
So, as it stands, 10-9. Right. Very much even in kills, but that's a 5k gold difference by CLG from the lane phase. And Froggen's going for Reginald in that top lane. They turn it. Crescendo came out, but Reginald might be able to turn this one. He's trying to dodge those layways at the moment. He's desperately. Jree should finish this one up. Ooh, that was close. Jree does get the kill though. And the minions are actually doing a lot of damage. The Ignite was hurting him as well, but Jree manages to walk away from it.
Here comes the OddOne.
Here comes the OddOne. Is he going to be able to catch the Impale? Jree's in trouble. He's got to move in. And that's going to be the OddOne. The flash has come down, and the OddOne picks up the kill. It's 11-11.
The kill score looking even. TSM getting matched.
Oh, Snoopeh down bottom.
But the gold is so much in CLG EU's favor, and here comes the Amumu Wall.
Here comes Snoopeh. He's actually going for Chaox. Chaox actually used the spell shield to try and stop it. It's bandaged dust. It's going to come out. Kiss the sad mommy. Snoopeh picks up the kill.
Every gank that Snoopeh's been pulling off, so many of them counter ganks. That's really the first aggressive one. Is actually non-stop action. Dyrus getting out of yellowpete.
And he's just going to allocate shift away from that one. Dyrus could have followed through if he wanted to. And we also are seeing the DFG now coming out. We can see DFG on Karthus, and we're also going to see a DFG on Snoopeh. Snoopeh currently 4-0.
Snoopeh loves that DFG on Amumu. He's got enough gold to upgrade, but he might be going for the aura items very soon. So much
Here we
pressure.
go. That's going to be Reginald diving onto Wickd. He's got the tower damage on him as well. He's had to use the ultimate. He's been taken down. Now Snoopeh's trying to get away. If Reginald can take down Snoopeh, that would be a big kill. It's going to stop the kill streak that he's got going on. He can see he's going to dive it. He's going to go for the dive. The turret's on him. He does manage to make it. And that's the kill streak ended. Gives him a big chunk of gold. And Reggie at the moment, 9-5-2.
Reggie has been everywhere this match. Actually starting to claw back in. They were down 5 or 6k gold, but it shortened to 3. They need to start getting some of these turrets down. They're down 2 turrets to 0, and the pressure has been put on the lanes by CLG, and the relentless ganking coming out from Reginald is starting to punish them for that, especially if he's able to get that Abyssal Scepter shortly. It's only about 50 gold away, going to be able to pick that up in the jungle very shortly, and that's just going to be more and more pain coming out from CLG EU. They don't have enough magic resist really yet to deal with that Reginald roam, and they're trying so desperately just to keep the farm up in these lanes. Getting it to that CLG late game, it's going to be tough to shut down Reggie, but with him being the only one really with gold, might make it a little easier.
Well, the problem is surely as Dyrus gets into late game, you can see he's got the Sunfire Cape. If he gets to the Ionic Spark, he's just going to be off farming solo, and Wicked's going to be pulled out of it from them, so it's effectively going to be a 4v4.
And it's going to take the Yorick out of the game a little bit. If the whole point of having Yorick is to reduce the pull targets, with the added effect of being able to duplicate the guy who gets pulled, having Dyrus split pushing and no teleport to match from CLG EU is going to be pretty strong. Wickd hasn't been able to really farm up enough gold to successfully threaten Dyrus in this. You see everyone actually roaming down as well. Reginald would be around there for the flank. He sees them, but CLG doesn't know. They're really just waiting. Oh,
no, they're not waiting.
They're not waiting. The stream is waiting.
Oh dear.
Whoops.
Yeah, so that's a thing. That's a thing right there. Oh, we're moonwalking and we're paused. And we're paused. So, it is, hi, how you doing?
Hey.
It's good. Thanks for that. Just okay. back to me. So I'm watching the screen and I'm caught with you guys, but we're in a pause. We're at 13-12, TSM with the advantage, but they are down 4k gold. That gold lead is slowly being shortened though, because Reggie is really starting to pick up the kills.
Reggie's been picking up kills almost the whole game. It's just at this point, he's strong enough that every kill is working out and it's not getting turned around as quickly. He's killing fast enough for it to matter. But I still have to think, with the 3 GP10 items coming out onto Snoopeh's and Amumu, and all the early kills, the early start that Jree got on his econ items as well, already picked up an Aegis of Legion on Sona 20 minutes in, which is really early. A lot of times Sona doesn't even make it to one of those aura items. I still favor them in this. TSM, even when they're playing Najin, they're able to keep up in kills, and it seems like the team fights are close, but the overall objective game is being won by the other teams, and the overall farm game is superior from CLG EU right now. And I think, especially once the next Dragon comes out and we see the big brawly team fights, that's really what's going to decide it. With the Amumu ult and the Sona ult, I do give CLG EU a bit of an edge.
Well, I mean, we've talked about Scumbag Crepo before, but what about Scumbag Jree? Jree at 5-3-2 right now, so he's jacked 5 kills away from yellowpete. But actually, to be fair, a lot of those kills have been picked up after yellowpete dies.
It's true, and it's too bad, actually, that they didn't give those kills to yellowpete, because if you get like 6 kills on an Ezreal early on, that pretty much decides the game for you, even though they were able to take out yellowpete. So you can't really blame him for all this. Even with all that, though, he's still 1,300 gold ahead of Chaox. They won that 2v2 lane, Soraka plus Sivir against Sona and Ezreal really, really hard. And a lot of that came down to Snoopeh's ganks. I got to give him credit there.
Okay, so Chaox is saying he's frozen, but he's not. We can see him on the screen. He's right on my screen, in fact. And he's well in his base, so he's safe. But just got a slight pause here. So let's take us through what else has happened throughout this tournament. So we've got in the winner bracket final right now, NAJIN SWORD versus AZUBU BLAZE. The Koreans once again coming into this tournament and dominating.
I have to say, though, me and Phreak went through the big spiel earlier about how is North America going to come out in this. And the Dignitas games against AZUBU BLAZE were really, really close.
They were.
So of all the teams to fight up against, Dignitas did very well, but it still got 2-0'd.
But I would say AZUBU BLAZE are very much underpowered compared to NAJIN SWORD.
That's what it's looked like so far. NAJIN SWORD does look like the big favorites here. But the thing is, we say that, and we see the bracket right here. NAJIN SWORD, they played CLG Prime, who ended up beating Curse. And I'm not entirely sold that AZUBU BLAZE is that much weaker than NAJIN. We're going to get to see that in the winners bracket finals. No, I'm not entirely sold. Like, the team fighting by them was pretty strong, and we don't actually know how good Dignitas is. Dignitas is the only team to beat a non-North American team this whole tournament. They're the ones who knocked CLG EU into the losers bracket. And Solo Mid, we don't know how strong they are either. They dropped a game to Curse in a roundabout way, who Curse got 2-0'd by CLG Prime, who got obliterated by NAJIN SWORD, right? So trying to judge general power, it's hard so far.
I'm judging the general power and saying NAJIN SWORD are absolutely destroying everyone.
Yeah,
that is my judgment right now.
That's probably a pretty accurate assessment.
Because they have absolutely swept everyone aside. Dignitas and AZUBU BLAZE, Dignitas really should have won game 1. They should have won game 1. So, I mean, Team CLG versus CLG right now, going to see how that one's going to turn out. Dignitas versus CLG Prime, how would you wage that one?
So, that's actually the game that I'm going to use as my metric for how strong NAJIN SWORD is. I mean, if we have before the game, because Dignitas obviously lost to Blaze, and CLG got obliterated by NAJIN SWORD. So if that game's close, then talk myself in a circle here. If that game's close, it means something.
It means that NAJIN SWORD are very strong.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
indeed.
It means that NAJIN SWORD is actually that much better. But if Dignitas mops the floor with CLG EU, then we'll realize that, hey, maybe Blaze is actually pretty strong this turn.
I mean, what got me from Blaze is their targeting seemed a little bit off in the Dignitas game. They didn't seem to, you know, primary. You see NAJIN SWORD, and they get a primary target, and they'll just go at it.
Yeah.
Whereas you watch, say, Curse TSM yesterday, they were using the ping targeting to say, okay, we want to get this guy. NAJIN SWORD don't do that. They just see hero, kill hero, as
it's about the communication,
to coin an Alex each phrase. But yeah, the communication seems to be there. Well, there's a question for you on the bottom there. Which of these teams has won the most amounts of MLG prize fights?
Oh, wow.
I don't even know that because I don't get to see them because they're a ludicrous time for my poor European brain. But I would guess CLG Prime.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd say C. And of all the Xperia trivia questions, this is the first one I'm not sure on. I would say CLG Prime, though, because the last one we saw that was actually on between the games was CLG Prime winning. So, I mean, based on one, I don't know what the answer is.
I don't know what the answer is. Hey! God damn, I'm good at this. Oh, trivia. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I feel I'd like to thank my parents for taking this award. You did not tell me lie. The directors are trying to tell me they fed me the answer, but they did not. They did not. We can still tell you the game is paused, and there is Dyrus on your screen. So, and Reginald's saying he loves Wickd as well. So. There's a lot of love between these teams. You know, these guys have been in the game for a long time now.
Oh,
you think TSM, you know, they've been in the gaming house for over a year, but they're now moved, obviously, to San Francisco, I believe it is.
Their first tournament, actually, out of the gaming house was MLG Providence in 2011. And that was the gaming house, and yet now their gaming house is in San Francisco.
Yeah.
They've won that really since the gaming house. When they've come to MLG LAN events, I have to say they're undefeated if you don't count the Summer Arena, right? Because it wasn't, I don't think it was a full circuit event for that, but they've been doing pretty well in those.
Wickd saying they're just stalling the game out. This is standard CLG EU tactic. Yes, CLG versus Team WE. This is like reminiscent right here. This is standard CLG tactics. You know, Scarra was thinking he was going to get some stage time with CLG Prime.
No.
Not going to happen, guys. CLG EU on stage. There is going to be problems happening. But yeah, I mean, there's Froggen on the screen. Froggen now coming into this one. He's played a few different heroes, but he is back playing Karthus again. Karthus is something we've regularly seen. So were they maybe not taking the games so ultra serious and now they've hit serious mode, or is it just a case of Karthus fits the team?
I think it's a bit of both, in all honesty. When they were picking the Lee Sin mid, it's because he's been spending so much time practicing it, but I think they realized in that, when they were doing that, they were running things like Yorick top with Lee Sin or Relia top with Lee Sin, and they didn't have enough diversified damage, and until Wickd is playing those AP champions in the top lane, the Lee Sin mid just doesn't make much sense. So I think they gave it a try and probably decided against it. Even just overall, this tournament for CLG EU, this is a bit of a warm-up for them. They got knocked down by Dignitas into the losers bracket, and now they think they're warmed up. They're kind of ready to go. They are winning this game against TSM, and I gotta say, Froggen's versatility is high, but he's on to Karthus once again.
Yeah, and there's the Type A assassin signs in the crowd there. I mean, they are the monster team.
The champions.
So they are the champions, the world champions. And, you know, how would you really approach this? I mean, we saw CLG EU. They've had they had to take a 3-week break because they basically said, we've been playing 4 months solid. Everybody has been just working so hard on that. We've already got a few teams here that we didn't make it to the finals. But your CLG EUs, we saw Snoopeh went back to Scotland, he went back home. Crepo's gone back to Belgium, so he went back home. Yellowpete went back to Germany, so they've all went back to the homes. Ironically, the Danes didn't go home. They didn't want to go back to Denmark in the winter. Don't know what they're saying. I think they enjoyed life in LA a little bit more. But TSM, they've had their moving of house, so they've had a little bit of a break. So all the teams really have had a break. This is their first big tournament coming into this one. So do you think they just need that time to rest, that burnout that hits you? You know, you've just, as a pro player, I know a lot of the people watching at home have just been like, what do you want about? These guys get to play a game for a living, but burnout exists.
Especially for CLG EU, because they must have had the most chaotic schedule of almost any team in the world. They were playing in OGN Champions League, and then they were flying back and forth from Europe to Korea, to MLG Anaheim, to Europe, to Korea, constantly. And playing nonstop, practicing, trying to keep up with patches. Jree wasn't doing any of those things.
No, he is absolutely loving his moment here in the spotlight. So he's, what, 5-3-2, Sona. It's working out well for him.
It's been really impressive. CLG EU actually has nothing but positive things to say about him so far. Just to get back though, CLG EU, they need the break. Like, it is a full-time job, and you can see all these guys in North America, especially talking now, they know they have to step it up, but with that, taking breaks is good. Like, it will help them a lot in the long run. So CLG having that vacation is going to be good for them in the long run. It's just a matter of if it's going to hurt them this tournament or not.
And there's Bridget making an appearance on camera. And Damian. So there's a bunch of Riot employees. They're in there. They're checking things out. But, you know, these teams, and we're talking, you know, the fact that Jree's here, these teams need 2 substitutes. Because for Season 3, teams have to have 7 players, don't they? So does he put himself in a nice position here to potentially walk in as a substitute into a Season 3 team?
It would be good. And the thing is, there's going to be a lot of teams.
Who do you approach as a sub? I mean, who would you want? Would you want a support? You want an all-rounder, really, don't you?
I think you'd want someone a little more all-round than a support, unless you have a support like Xpecial or someone who plays multiple roles, because it's really about either filling in with a guy who can play everything, or having a guy who fills a spot of someone who plays everything. So, I mean, if you take a team like CLG NA, double Chowster plays almost every role. So if they could find a jungler sub, then they'd be able to swap him in and kind of float around if they need to do that. But, you know, for Jree, and we've seen this in the past, guys who sub for these top teams usually use it as a springboard to join other competitive teams, and it's a great opportunity for him, for sure.
And the irony is, you know, MLG's actually had a really good history of sub players coming in and just performing really well. You just think back to the tournament, CLG Prime
when
had one
X
come
Hazard
in.
X.
They had X Hazard come in, play very well. In fact, CLG have basically all the tournaments they've won, they've had a sub, which is a little bit
still
harsh.
true. This is still a thing that happened for them.
Seltzer obviously came in at Gamescom back in 2011.
They had Voyboy was a sub once.
Voyboy was a sub, so they went and won an MLG with him there. They've had a good history of this, so maybe CLG is seeing a pattern here and thinking, Crepo, you're going to have to step away.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy for them. You can't say it's a good thing, right? You should always be better with your full roster, but there's something about the environment you put yourself in when you pull a sub in. Even Dignitas back, the very first tournament they were ever in IPL 3, had Lo Cicero as a sub instead of Voyboy, and Scar played in the top lane. Dignitas was able to pick that one up. So subs for pro teams actually work out pretty well for the most part. And I don't know what that says for these teams that win with subs, but it's still an impressive trend.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. There is obviously a small problem in the game at the moment. It is still paused, and there you all are on screen. We'll be back in a moment, guys. It's going to be CLG versus TSM. Hopefully, we'll continue in a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live. Yay! Everybody's happy with that one. So the game didn't need a restart, but they're diving straight in. Xpecial's going to get caught out. Xpecial's going to get dropped. CLG are all over them. They're diving on towards the bottom tower. Scumbag CLG taking advantage of the pause.
So I think what happened during that pause, if I had it correct, is there was a brief internet outage, so people didn't know where they'd end up on the map, and then they just unpaused it, and it happened. Xpecial got caught out afterwards, but I think we're good to go. And this is a power push immediately by CLG.
We are going strong. The mid turret's already gone down, but CLG absolutely piling through. They've discussed it. And you know, they all said well, nobody knew where they were going to end up. So it's like, wow, whatever, let's go for it. They were talking about maybe making the record longest game, but they'd have to go 8 hours for that one. I'm not sure I'd want to be over for that one. They are going to pick up the blue, and they're going to true shot barrage. That's going to cross towards the bottom turret, where Dyrus is continuing to push on the inner turret. Maybe we can check it out. Reginald is also maybe going to get caught out here. Dyrus still on that bottom turret. They're going to DFG on towards Wickd. Wicked's going to get caught out, impaled on, but unfortunately Reginald had to pull the wrong side, and they are going to come back into this one. Chaox with the ultimate running. They're going to go for the ghost there, and that turret is still continuing to go down. You can see Dyrus is trying to take advantage of it. They did pick up the dragon, and there's a whole lot of advantages being picked up by both teams. DFG on towards Reginald, Sad Mommy on towards Reginald as well. Shen ultimate, Dyrus is coming in. Then TSM are going to turn this one around. They're diving on towards Froggen. Froggen's going to get dropped. Froggen will go down. Reginald picks up the kill as Impaled comes down. The Karthos ultimate coming out from Froggen. No, Froggen's going to go. Can they catch on towards Chaox? He's going to be Wickd. Wickd catches on Chaox. We also saw that solo mid finally lose another kill. Oh, they're diving on towards the OddOne. The OddOne trying to take down Jree. He's going to back away from this one. CLG all taken very, very low. And Dyrus trying to get on Wickd. Wow.
Everyone
that was a comeback
on CLG EU. Yeah, just poof, 25 minutes of pause and then non-stop action. 3 members flashing red for CLG EU, but they win the fight 2-1. That's just going to extend their goal lead, and it's the close fights that they're just barely winning out on. All that gold ticking onto Snoopeh there. 7,000 already with Amumu. The Abyssal Scepter has been completed, so somewhat of an AP Amumu. True Shot Barrage just whiffing out there. OddOne able to steal the red away successfully, but here comes all of CLG EU. Shopped up, ready to go, powerful. After the pause, already gotten Dragons and a turret lead. Still bad for TSM.
Yeah, it's still a 5k lead for CLG, and it's 15-14, 22 minutes just gone in this game. Very much an aggressive game with 29 kills, I can't count. 29 kills in 22 minutes, that is not a bad stat. Maybe they're going to try and match out Dignitas versus AZUBU BLAZE in terms of kills per second. As it is, the Ionic Spark has just been picked up by Dyrus, so expect to see that split push continuing. That top turret already very low on the inner, so expect to see that continuing. Stan United will be back up in around about 40 seconds time.
Wickd actually said before this tournament that Ionic Spark is one of the best items in the game, and he was going to build it in every game. He's on York this time. I don't really see Ionic Spark York being that good, but yesterday in the match-off stream with Dignitas, he did pick it
Reggie's
up,
diving bottom.
And Reggie's bottom lane. Yellowpete's going to be in a lot of trouble. He has no flash up, just his E. Boom, that's a big spike by Reggie.
DFG straight in there, and he's going to get destroyed. He hasn't got the life steal to come back with that one. Reggie just catching him out. They have to be so careful of that one, because Reginald's so fed right now. He's just going to pop anyone he catches on the map.
And especially if he's able to get a Rabadon's death cap coming on top there, because everyone's just getting obliterated. And it's strange, CLG EU is winning all the engagements, but the split push pressure continually feeds Reginald kills over and over again. That's why it's even at 15 all, but there's the 5,000 gold advantage, and you are right, this is a kill-full game, 30 all across the board. TSM really just needs to find a way to corral CLG EU, because even with all the picks, they're still quite far ahead.
Okay, so try and recap us on really where we're at in terms of the two teams.
So CLG EU has been pushing turrets and farming pretty much the majority of the game. So much of this early game was Froggen shoving up mid, which is why we see that mid tower missing, and Reginald going around the map and creating ganks. But what kept happening is Reginald would get a kill or two, and then it would get turned around, usually by a Snoopeh gank or even just a Karthos ult coming in. So they roam all around.
Oh, there's Chaox. They're getting on towards Chaox. Chaox had to pop his ultimate, but is it going to be enough? True Shot Barrage takes him down. Now they're getting on towards Xpecial. Xpecial has to back away. What will CLG pick up as an advantage off this one?
They might actually rush towards Baron. They know that Dyrus is in the bottom lane. He does have his ultimate up, but they do not have full vision control of the Baron area. So Never mind, there is a ward right in top of Baron. What am I saying? They're clearing it out now, but that Baron falling very quickly. TSM with no AD carries got to be very careful here.
Well, the Baron nearly dropped as well. They're going to bring down. They managed to get in. No, Snoopeh takes a smite. The OddOne gets dropped. Dyrus is in there. You stand united on Snoopeh, but he's going to get taken down by the OddOne. And that is an easy, easy pick up. And CLG now with a huge advantage. That gold shifting to 7,000, 18-15 in the kills. You can see that the Reginald is lingering in the background, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in and pop anyone. He's sneaking up behind them. Can he get on towards yellowpete? I'm not too sure. Even if he comes in at the last second, he's going to have the damage. They are going to take the turret down. They're going to continue on the inhibitor, and he's positioning himself right now.
Everyone on CLG EU has their ultimates up right now outside of yellowpete, so there's not much they can do. Reggie wants to flank around, but without the OddOne and Dyrus, it's just not there. They're most likely going to have to give up this inhibitor. Reginald, however, still sitting back. They will look to catch someone backing if Reggie can get the right vision bubble, or if he can catch an isolated member. They want to turn this around now, because if they let CLG continue to farm, they're giving up the game. So they have a feeling that they're all in there. They might try to collapse in. CLG EU, though, staying very close together, know exactly what's happening.
They are waiting. They are ready for this one. They're going to see if anyone's going to come to it. Here comes Dyrus. Uh-oh.
No.
Poor Dyrus is going to get dropped down, and he did not have a chance. And now they're going to try and turn this. They've gone aggressive. They caught the wall of pain across them, but Reginald turns it. Reginald pops Froggen straight down. Crescendo comes across. Reginald taken down. The OddOne's going to get dropped. The ultimate coming out. Requiem will land. It's not picked up the kill. If he can span across, he can see Chaox on absolutely nothing. Wicked's trying desperately to catch across. Xpecial's backing away. They're going to go straight for the Nexus instead. They can just drive this one through. TSM cannot respond to it, and they're going to push in towards the turrets.
Chaox needing to get back to base. He's still sitting on the recall. Xpecial back already, but they're powering down on the turret. 4 members versus 2. They're probably going to be able to get one. They now have the minions arriving. This is going to be really close. I think Dyrus is going to res enough to hold off this Nexus, but this is the fastest CLG push I've almost ever seen.
I've never seen CLG do a 26-minute game. They have managed to get both Nexus turrets down. They can't get the Nexus because TSM have respawned, and they're going to live to fight another day. There's a huge stack in that top lane as well, which is what you see Dyrus splitting off towards, but the rest of CLG backing away. They're going to pick up the blue. They're going to pick up the dragon on the way out, and they are in full control here.
Well, at least if you add the 25-minute pause to the 27-minute game, it's still a 50-minute CLG Farm Fest, but really impressive finishing power here by CLG. They actually applied so much pressure to counteract Reginald's roam, and then as soon as they got a fight without Reginald there, they really just destroyed all of TSM. That Baron was a very aggressive play. Normally they would peel off or just poke back and forth, but they just went for it. Could have something to do with them having a substitute, or maybe just taking this as a new leaf. Season 2 championships are over. Need to get more aggressive. They know that playing the same game every time doesn't always result in victory. And with that Rabadon's Death Cap coming out, Jree has a Zeke's Herald and an Aegis of the Legion. So all those kills he got early have really paid off into big-time aura items, because that's really helping their teamfight presence.
Yeah, he's still got a better score than yellowpete. He's doing well. He's managing to keep those kills and assists counting up there. Left Whisper being picked up by yellowpete. Deathfire Grasp now on Snoopeh. So that's a double DFG on CLG EU right now. So that Amumu is going to be very painful when he gets in there alongside that Abyssal Scepter. It's almost like an Aram Amumu there. 614 as well, Snoopeh. So he's definitely going to be painful when he pops that Curse to the Sad Mommy. It's going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage. It's going to get that tantrum in, and you can see CLG now pushing into the base.
And they still got about 15, maybe 30 seconds on this Baron. There are no turrets defending the Nexus, so TSM really having to make a last stand here. I don't know if CLG is going to go headstrong right into them, or if they're going to take down other turrets. They might just go straight up and start hitting the Nexus, though. They have super creeps. This could very well be the final fight.
They can look towards the concede, poking in it. Reginald sitting off at the side. They're keeping the harass on towards Dyrus. Dyrus tries to get the taunt across. Kills the Sad Mommy pops. Crescendo was badly timed. He went across at the same time. The OddOne is going to get poked though. He tried to pull Snoopeh in. It was not the right target. Dyrus, meanwhile, is being absolutely ripped apart. He uses Stand United. Doesn't get across. Dyrus goes down. Here comes Requiem. Is it going to land? It's going to hit 1 and 2. Chaox managing to survive just about on the fountain there. Requiem. Reginald is also going to get popped down. yellowpete's continuing to drive on them. Nexus turret's going to go down. There we go. CLG EU take game 1 eventually, and that is a 29-minute game, 25-17. Crazy match between CLG EU and Team Solar Mid.
That was well played right after the pause by CLG. It's almost like they came back a completely new team. They'd been trading a lot of kills, but they weren't taking the initiative on those. Really, once we got back from that pause, they just flipped a switch and went for it. They had more ore items, they had more farm, and they really just hammered it home against TSM. Impressive victory there. One more, and they knock TSM out of the tournament.
They do, and well, who will be going home? That's the question. CLG EU with a substitute coming from the lower bracket straight away. Have really performed very well. You know, they've come through this one, they're looking good. Obviously, Dignitas put them down there 2-1, so we've seen Dignitas beat them. Dignitas also in the lower bracket. How are they going to perform? How are they going to react to this one? Dignitas CLG Prime will be happening off the stage, unfortunately. With these pauses and delays, unfortunately, we can't get them on there. We're going to keep you up to date with the scores on that one. So, knowing Scarra's just said he's just woke up, and he wakes up to see CLG EU.
Internet issues.
Internet issues again. He's like, are you kidding me? It's just like deja vu all over again. So, TSM, they go 1-0 down against CLG EU. They've been in this position before, MLG Anaheim. How do they come back?
They just got to try to channel what they've done before. They're usually pretty good at coming down from 1-0s. Like, they've been a team for long enough that they generally don't go on tilt after losing one game. But you got to be fearful right now because CLG EU, coming into this tournament, almost no practice really. They seem to be warmed up now. They're starting to hit their stride again. And if there was a dark horse for the losers bracket, dark horse, CLG EU, probably the strongest team that got knocked in the losers bracket early, showing why.
And I've said this before. I said it many times. From CPL Dallas, we're back in Dallas. It happens all the time in this town. The home of esports is Dallas, and so many times in the days of Counter-Strike and Quake and everything that happened, the lower bracket team, someone that got knocked down there in the first day would come back through because they play so many matches, they get so practiced, and they come back and win it. Are CLG EU going to be that team? Can TSM stop them? That's the question. But NAJIN SWORD and AZUBU BLAZE are in that winner bracket final at the moment, and they are both looking very strong.
Both those Korean teams look incredible, but if any team really needs the practice and the synergy, it's the team with the substitute that got knocked in right away. So,
well, you could argue the same with AZUBU BLAZE. They got a sub.
Yeah, with Shy.
Albeit Shy, world finalist.
It's
not too bad.
Finalist sub. I think that's a good one.
It's not a bad sub to have. We're going to go to commercial, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to get back underway. There is the beautiful sunny Dallas, and that is where we are taking part right now. It's the MLG Fall Championships. It's TSM versus CLG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MLG Fall Championships. It is CLG EU versus Team Solo Mid, and we're into the picks and bans. And Jatt, we are going to get underway. How would you adjust if you were TSM right now?
It's kind of strange because CLG EU wanted to play passive, and TSM's aggressive playstyle really just took it straight to them and ended up accelerating the gold gain in that match so much because they were farming happily, and they got so many turnaround kills that they were really just able to finish their item builds and close out the game sooner than normal. And what universe are we in where CLG EU finishes the game before 30 minutes? Because that just happened, and I wonder how TSM will react. The Evelyn didn't really work out for them. If anything, CLG is going to keep the same bans, and TSM is going to have to switch something up. Yeah, and we're seeing the bans coming through. Jace being banned out by TSM, and Dyrus being banned out by CLG Co. No obvious changes here. And Nivea being banned out, of course, they're going to expect to take that away from Froggen. But, you know, we talked about it. The fact that, you know, Froggen won't get to play that. Rengar also being a common ban. TSM actually was saying, you know, and they did get Rengar against NAJIN SWORD, but they said, my God, if we get allowed Rengar like DIGNITAS did, we're going to destroy with it. But they didn't. And they got destroyed. It's strange, actually. The only teams that have allowed Rengar through have been NAJIN SWORD and AZUBU BLAZE. So they're really the only ones that are confident with their ability to deal with it. And it is so hard to deal with his just invisible initiation that he continues to throw down. TSM with the Shen ban, even though they had the first pick, so something changed there for Dyrus, really almost banning out himself in a slight way, unless they're planning on picking Aurelia away from Wickd, because that's still on the board. And no, if they go with Ezreal, I mean, I think we know what Wicked's going to be picking here. Well, will it be Evelyn? I'm not too sure. Immediately, they just locked it in. Wickd was happy with Aurelia, yeah. It's like, yep. I mean, that's all he said. Season 2 championships. We talked to him on stage. I just want Aurelia. I want Aurelia. As long as I get Aurelia, I'll be happy. You know, Wickd is always a happy man on Aurelia. Bit of discussions coming around how yellowpete's going to pick this final one. And would we go with a support pick maybe here? Sona being available, would they want to secure that again? Yeah, I think they'd want to secure Sona, even though Jree's pretty comfortable with Zyra support as well. I don't see them needing to switch up anything. The Sona would be the most logical pick for them. It's strong, it's comfortable, it's what they did last game. And if you really learn anything, when you lose a game, you try to just disrupt the other team, and letting him have Sona again isn't that disruptive whatsoever. So CLG EU quite comfortable right now. If anything, TSM's going to want to pick Karthus away from Froggen, because that was devastating last match. So we saw the switchers lanes. They're trying to do it up. Are you thinking Aurelia's going to be a 2v1 here? Is he going to manage to get a 1v1? What sort of bruiser do we think Dyrus is possibly going to pick out here? Because they're going to try and counter. Dyrus's pick is the strangest one, and I mean, he could go with Jax, but if they do that, I'd expect a heads-up matchup between Wickd and Dyrus, because that's a brawl fest right there. Aurelia should be able to handle that if he deals well. That's just going to go for late game for TSM, and that's one thing that successful teams against CLG EU have done, is they just made sure that their late game comp is better. So if it ever does get taken late, that they have the edge. Yeah, so now sat next to TheOddOne during the games earlier on, and it's good to hear the discussion he was having. And, you know, Lee Sin's potentially going to be locked in here. Is this going to be... Oh, man. Is this going to be Froggen Lee Sin? You know it's going to be Froggen Lee Sin if Cho'Gath gets locked in. And, you know, the whole crowd wants this. Everybody wants this. And you can see, I don't know if yellowpete wants it. He's thinking maybe not, maybe not. There's still a chance, in all honesty. There is a chance. But it would leave them without no ability power champion. This composition would be doable. Sona is actually fairly high damage support. Aurelia does very mixed damage, ultimate being magical, W being true damage. Cho'Gath has actually high damage nukes, Vorpal spikes, and Corki, surprisingly, also lots of true damage and magic damage, so they could actually pull it off. They used it against Dignitas game 1. They lost. They played it twice, though. Yeah, they used it in Team Dynamic match 2 as well, and that was very successful. That was one, Froggen bought 3 Guardian Angels at the end of the game by the end of it. But it's something that could still very well happen, but now they have the freedom of counterpicking. So if there's something that he knows he can beat on with Lee Sin, then they could still pick it. Something that they've allowed Froggen to do already this tournament, so I don't see why they would stop now, especially against something like Karthus. Lee Sin can run circles around that, at least in the laning phase. And it would certainly be a crowd pleaser, and it might actually be a good pick to do Lee Sin mid up against Karthus. It may work out for them, and it was with Aurelia, I believe, when he had that Lee Sin. So it's a potential pick. You can see Reginald sat there thinking about it, talking about it. In fact, he's not talking about it, he's just sat there looking at it. So there it is, it's been locked in. We can see what TSM's team, is it going to be Lee Sin, ladies and gentlemen? Let's listen in at CLG.
Just bad against this, except for they have a lot of CC, but that's not really a problem.
Okay. Why not Swain? I don't. What's the problem with Swain?
Swain, Jax, Casus,
Right.
they're just gonna blow him up in a half a second. Morgana is fine
We
for
don't
me.
have that much damage then though.
I think Morg is fine. I don't think that's a problem. I think Lee is okay. I don't really like Lee, but yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing.
What do you think of Morg?
Morg is good as well. Honestly, I like Lee more. The way he plays when he's playing cards is positive aggressive, and that's like...
Alright, fine.
Or Rihanna.
It's your choice in the end.
I would feel most comfortable picking Lee. And we're picking Lee.
And there it is. I feel comfortable picking Lee Sin, and he locks it in. You know, we heard yellowpete. It's like, whatever, man, up to you.
They just kept
whatever
throwing
you
in
feel
champions
comfortable.
like, you should play Morgana.
Yeah,
you can play
everyone
Orianna,
they
maybe
can think of.
Swain. And he's like, you know, I
wanna
kind of want to play
Lee
Lee.
Sin.
I think Lee Sin's a better choice.
He's kind of been playing it for 2 or 3 weeks since the World Finals. He's like, even during the World Finals, he was saying, I want to play Lee Sin, I want to play Lee Sin. It was either going to be Lux or Lee Sin, I think.
Yeah,
that's what he's been playing.
It's what he wants to play. This is the tournament where he gets to do what he wants right here. Everyone has the freedom. You like to see it. This is an unconventional comp. Lee Sin mid. Everyone should be excited for this.
We're all excited, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break. It's going to be CLG versus TSM. It's going to be Lee Sin mid. It is going to be Froggen. Let's see how it works out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MLG Fall Championship, CLG versus TSM. If you're watching, tell your brother, your friend, your mother, your grand. Get on the phone. Lee Sin is being played mid by Froggen versus Reginald's Karthus. How is it going to work? Everybody wants to know. If you're not watching, you should be.
And immediately, everyone of CLG EU just powering in to get that ward at race. That seems to be the common strat for everyone in this tournament. They group up 5. I'm waiting for someone to turn that around at some point in this tournament because everyone's just going and placing that ward. There would be a way to camp and catch them out there. But even then now, CLG just grouping as 5, hoping TSM doesn't invade. Still no forward wards placed by TSM. Oh, there's one. Where'd it go? I heard a ward. Okay, Xpecial placed a ward in the mid to the right, middle lane to the right. But CLG, defensive formations, doesn't look like we're going to see much once again, early game.
Well, I mean, if they were to invade level 1, which way would you stack this one? I'm not convinced. I think CLG actually probably are the slightly stronger with the Rupture, etc.
Especially Rupture, and then Froggen's Lee Sin would be able to chase many people down with his Q over and over again. Even just invading a Cho'Gath is an extremely dangerous proposition, and you can see TSM doesn't want to do that. OddOne and Chaox actually doing the double golems. Funnily enough, Xpecial went back to base, and he might have picked up a health potion for himself. Or maybe it was just a fast way of getting bottom. I don't think he did. They're helping with red. They're going to get Cho'Gath red early on in the game. And really, everyone's eyes are going to be mid lane here for Froggen too.
So they're going to be using reds. They're not going to be using the smite, so they're going to be saving those for the blues, I guess, themselves. And yeah, like you say, so take us through these lanes to start with. Starting with the top, it's going to be the Jax Aurelia combo, Dyrus versus Wickd, the age-old battle.
And they're just going head-to-head. One thing here, Dyrus went back for a fourth health potion against Wickd. Wickd's probably going to play this fairly defensively early on until he gets points in his W for more true damage, but right away, Snoopeh's actually coming up for a gank, so they could get aggressive right off the bat here.
They are going for it. There's the Rupture. It lands. They managed to get on towards Dyrus. He has got level 2, I tell a lie, but he went for Vorpal Spikes rather than the silence, which made Dyrus able to jump away from that one. And now Snoopeh is going to return. He has still got smite. He's going towards the odd one. The odd one down on the blue buff at the moment. If we can get a look down towards it, you can see he's going to go for it. Manages to land the rupture on towards the odd one. He's going to force the odd one away from this blue buff. He's going to have help. And Dyrus cannot come and help here because he's being pressured. Meanwhile, and Snoopeh is keeping control of the odd one in that jungle. The odd one wants to get back in here, but he's not able to.
And Snoopeh was waiting on his smite or just for the Froggen support. They know he's there. Odd One didn't get that blue buff early, and he's went straight back to base, so they are conceding this blue buff. Froggen actually does a little bit of work for scouting. This is going to give Reginald a bit of an XP advantage lane, but it's really going to set Snoopeh up, and they give the blue to Froggen here. So he's going to be spamming spells in lane with that energy.
He's going to be literally kicking Reginald's ass with that. He's going to be trying to get in there. Here he goes. He's going to try and come across. Reginald's going to be forced away straight away. And he's just going to try and farm this one out. So we are looking at this mid lane. How is that going to match out? Karthus versus Lee Sin.
This is such a difficult matchup for Reginald. He really just has to try and chain shove, but as soon as Froggen lands one Q onto Reginald, he's going to be chunking down his health. So difficult to gank a Lee Sin in lane as well, because he can always just W back to a creep or a ward once he gets him there. You can see there's so much fear in that lane right now. There's double wards in the rivers for TSM, so Reginald really just trying to shove as much as possible. Froggen going to have a lot of roam presence if that's the case, because Reggie only looking to farm. You can see almost impossible to land those Qs on him because Lee Sin is so mobile in mid lane. Reginald's really at Froggen's mercy there.
And you think of his control with Anivia, with the stun, the wall, the stun, he manages to land it perfectly. So Lee Sin is just you know, perfect champion for him. He's going to land those kicks. It's like Diamond Procs all over again. This bottom lane, it is going to be Corki versus Ezreal. It's a pretty standard lane we see at the bottom, but this time it's going to be Sona Leona.
And this is kind of poke versus engage, so CLG EU is going to be all about just trying to get them low, but TSM, once they land one Leona Zenith Blade, they're going to be going in straight for the kill. And if they don't get it there, then they're going to lose the lane because the sustain will come out from CLG EU, and Jree's actually sitting at completely full mana, so they haven't even been harassing much. They're quite content just farming this lane out because 33 to 21, they're out farming and pushing TSM back already.
Well, the odd one's only just gone in to clear out those
top,
blues.
actually.
They are going around the side there. You can see Snoopeh's coming in. He's going to try and go for Dyrus. He misses the silence, actually, and the rupture. The odd one was there to help out. I'm not too sure whether he'd been able to help too much. He's level 3 versus level 4. And like I said, he's only just cleared out those blues.
So the blue buff is going to be probably about 11 minutes and 30 seconds before Reginald can get his hand on it. And that's going to be trouble, especially since he's trying to shove the lane so fast. Froggen, however, getting out-farmed a bit by Reginald. The rate's being taken away, so 44 to 36 in that mid lane. Not the most impressive score early on. Whether Froggen can get 6 and turn the aggression on, we'll have to see, but Reggie beats him to 6 as well, so the Requiem can come into any lane if Leona and Chaox decide to get aggressive at some point. Jree still trying to out-farm. Overall, CLG EU is out-farming quite well in every single lane except for mid, so right now the farm off is working for CLG.
And meanwhile, a little poke back and forward on that top lane. Wickd and Dyrus did use the counter strike, but not able to pick anything of it. Down the bottom lane, Chaox trying to shove that lane a little bit and opening things up. We are seeing Snoopeh, though, sneaking around the backside of this bottom lane. Here he comes. He goes through the Tribrush, says no ward. They won't have vision of it. He is going to be a get round there. He puts the rupture down, but Leona uses the stun to get out of it. Very nice dodge of the damage.
Knew he wouldn't be able to dodge the rupture. Knew he'd fly out of there with Zenith Blade, so just a very good play there by Xpecial, completely avoiding that gank. Snoopeh, level 4, despite the great counter jungling, a little bit behind an XP, spent a lot of time trying to gank. TheOddOne feeling more of the pain, never able to get a blue buff. Just now hitting level 4, 6 minutes and 43 seconds into the match. So really, I want to look up top for the most part, because this Wickd versus Dyrus matchup is something we may see a lot more of in the future. 50 to 32. A lot of that had to do with Snoopeh's early ganks and the jungle invades, but still looking good for CLG in the lanes.
Yeah, and you can see Lee Sin in that mid lane is slightly out farming a Karthus. That in itself is pretty impressive. Froggen, of course, did get the blue buff earlier on. He had fell behind, but that was only due to the fact that he was missing in the lane. So Karthus has just gone back to buy. He's picked himself up a Catalyst to protect Lee Sin. Meanwhile, yet to go back and buy. Probably will do now. and see what he's going to pick up. And what would you pick, really, for that mid lane? Would you go your standard bruiser build? Would you anything particularly special against Reginald?
Well, Froggen's decided he's going for a BF
Oh my
sword.
God.
So he's going straight up, no fear of Reginald right now. I was thinking maybe he'd go for a Hex Drinker, maybe a Brutalizer, but it looks like he's going for that Bloodthirster rush, so he's going to be looking to just kick Reginald around once he gets going. One Q, and maybe he'll get a combo. And bot lane, TheOddOne is only level 4 camping in that brush to a lane that's pushed up, and Chaox taking heavy poke. Not working out that well for TSM.
Karthus is going to come back and try and help out. I think he's going to pick up the Wraiths, actually. A ton of light. He's going to steal the Wraiths. Meanwhile, you can see TheOddOne is coming around. Ping goes down. They knew that Snoopeh was trying to sneak on towards that top, so Dyrus purposefully backed off. Chaox going to go back and buy for the first time. Wickd actually going back, buying a recurve bow right away. Going for the Wits End start.
Or it might be an Ionic Spark. He said before the tournament that he's going to build Ionic Spark on every champion. He uses it to shove the lane. He uses it to duel. Those two items build perfectly into it, and he might just be rushing the Spark. He might just use that to shove up and then roam around with Lee Sin, because unlike some of the other CLG compositions, this isn't really a late-game powerhouse.
Yeah, this is crazy.
They have to win early, or at least mid-game. Otherwise, Reginald's Karthus is going to power up. Dyrus' Jax is going to power up. It's on CLG to take the initiative.
So CLG becoming the aggressor just 8 minutes into this game. And potentially we might even see early dragons as well. We can see at the top lane, Wickd is getting dived on towards Dyrus again, forcing Dyrus away, using that ulti to just back him off that lane. And Dyrus, only with the Doran's Blade, is going to back off. We are seeing, well, Froggen was trying to come up to help out. Reginald just pushes that farm lead up there. So effectively, Wickd kind of went a little bit early on that one.
I think it was okay. He forced Dyrus to go back. He's still 20 minion kills up on him. Dyrus having to spam out health potions in that lane, 300 gold behind. Such a role reversal, though, for TSM. They're content farming out the lanes. They're content losing slightly because they know if they keep up the pace here, none of them die, no objectives get forced, they're going to be okay. And it's really just a matter of Froggen and Wickd, and even the bottom lane of Jree and yellowpete, they have to force something. Snoopeh has to get going, he has to start feasting the targets, and they have to create for themselves. Even with that BF sword rush, Froggen hasn't created anything aggressive. The lane's continually getting shoved by Reginald, and this is an interesting moment for CLG because they really have to act soon. Snoopeh got seen by that ward going bottom lane. He's camping in that brush. They know he's there. What are they going to do to create something? I'd say maybe a dragon.
Well, the blue buff is being taken away, so Karthus is going to get it for the first time. Reginald will be happy with that one. Meanwhile, Wickd getting a stun on towards Dyrus in this top lane. So blue buff for the first time for Karthus. So Reggie will be able to catch up, and you should think surpass Froggen in that farm. Froggen doing a very good job of farming so far on Lee Sin, though. Dragon being picked up.
Here it comes. So this is going to be a fight here. 4v4 potentially. They're staying fairly sustained on here because Froggen heals up a lot from W. They're looking to force a fight off this. There's the crescendo.
The crescendo goes across. Xpecial's the one that's getting caught out. Chaox has been forced away. There's going to be Reginald's ultimate. It's Lee Sin, though, that picks up the kill. So Leona going down there. Froggen managed to take advantage. They didn't get the dragon off, though. And instead, they are going to have to back off from this one. Are TSM going to try and take advantage of this one? Will they go for that dragon? You can see Snoopeh coming around. Froggen is there. They're still pretty healthy. He has got the brew buff. He's got the sustain, of course, from Jree, but Jree hasn't got that crescendo. He's going to catch it, and Froggen goes straight in, rips Chaox apart, and now he's going to see if he can pick anything else off of this one. He's going to go towards Reginald, manages to get the kick in there. The Impale is still available. The odd one has not hit level 6 at the moment. He gets the rupture down, the silence across, and Snoopeh's going to get taken very low for this one. Reginald's trying his best, but they turn it, they put the exhaust down, and Reginald is going to get dropped. Snoopeh walks away. There we go. Wow, CLG 4-0 up. They're trying to get on towards Jree, but Jree just walks away, and Froggen continues her killing spree. 2-0-2, that BF sword already paying off.
There's the force that they needed. They picked up 4 kills off that dragon attempt. Didn't get the dragon, but that wasn't the point. They were trying to lure TSM out of their safe farming lanes, and it was very successful. You could see Chaox not used to dealing with such a farm-fed Lee Sin so early on. Just 1 Q. Froggen still had his ult up, and he just obliterated Chaox from there. The shield just saved Snoopeh off of that. He healed off killing a champion, caught the Sona heal on the shield, and they just finished it off. Ionic Spark, of course, getting finished by Wickd. Early Oracle's Elixir already on Snoopeh. This is the CLG force. Expect them to go right back for the dragon, and that Bloodthirster that Froggen had been working on, as well as a Change Best, he's just getting scarier and scarier. 3,000 gold lead, gonna try to force a dragon if I had to guess.
And from that point of view, I mean, what is Chaox going to do now? Because he's going to be able to dive on Chaox. Chaox cannot do a damn thing against Froggen right now.
Especially when you consider that Froggen's sitting at 117 armor already and can almost two-shot him, to be quite fair. He lands his Q, pops in there with an E, and just kicks him away at the end of the combo. They need to pull off some counter ganks. TheOddOne still level 6. Snoopeh a level and a half ahead of him, hoping that Wickd makes some foolish dive, but he's winning this lane 1v1 up here, and we could very well see something coming in here. They might try counter gank.
They tried to get the rupture. Dyrus managed to step away. There's going to be an impale on towards Wickd. They pull him back into the tower. He gets away straight away, though, and just manages to force his ult. He keeps the life sustain on him. And well, Snoopeh with those double GP10 already. Now he's TheOddOne falling behind. He had to go Ninja Tabby early on. He had to try and get involved, but he's really struggling to force his will across the team here, because everywhere he goes, they are ready for it.
And so much of that comes from the early blue steal that Snoopeh and Froggen put onto him, so just hasn't been able to reach his way back into the game. The Ninja Tabby is because of the huge amount of physical and auto attack damage that comes out from CLG EU. I'd expect most members of their team to actually go for Ninja Tabby when they have a chance. And really, Jree and yellowpete, there's been almost no ganks in that bottom lane, up by 30 against Chaox and Xpecial. So really, across the board, CLG doing quite well. And how are they going to force Froggen? Face check, Reginald brush.
Froggen straight on him because he's got that bloodthirsty. He goes straight in and just tears him a new one. There's turrets on him though, but Impale was not available for TheOddOne. He just used it and he just safeguards straight to Snoopeh. Snoopeh once again being there. You can't underestimate all of these motions have been created by Snoopeh getting in there with those ruptures and silences.
And so much of that was just the brush control, the oracles making it so Reginald wanted to get race. He even went to Safeway for the race, but Froggen was waiting for him. That queues up the Crisp Dragon. 5 kills to 0, 5,000 gold advantage. They need to keep pushing this, but so far, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, and we talked about how they needed that earlier aggression. This is a CLG EU that we've never seen before. This is something new. You know, Jree stepped in. I wouldn't say it's just Jree. I'd say it's CLG basically experimenting live here at MLG Dallas, and it seems to be working very, very well for them.
Even top lane, Wickd with a quick 2-level advantage. Dyrus going to level up real quick here, but that turret almost going down, doing his best to push it off, and Dyrus struggling early on against Wicked's Ionic Spark. Every lane really struggling. Oracle's clearing down, turrets almost falling all across the board. They're up 5,000. They've yet to take a turret, and if they take a turret, they're going to crescendo them off. Like really, they're just going to take 1, 2, 3, try to get them all down, and then they should be able to push, because if Froggen has any experience, it's closing out those solo queue games with Lee Sin, which is what he's been spamming for the past 2 weeks.
And Wickd back on Dyrus, forcing him away again there, and he's got a 40 CS lead over Dyrus currently in that top lane. The mid lane, it's a 20 CS lead. The bottom lane, it's a 20 CS lead. This is not good reading for Team Solo Mid fans, as it is 5-0, massive gold advantage. 5K this early on is huge, 25% advantage over them. And Froggen is just playing splendidly. 3-0-2. How are they going to be able to stop this? Because they are losing every single lane.
And you look at this now, he almost has a 2,000 gold
Top
lead
turret's
of
gonna go.
everyone on CLG, 6,000. The next closest is Reginald at 4,100, so he is just exceptionally strong. Wickd has to flash away because he saw TheOddOne going, but every lane getting substantial pressure applied to it, and Froggen can almost tower dive at will here. He's also sitting on 1,800 gold, so he's going to be picking up even more damage pretty soon to increase his assassination. He's just running right up to Reginald. He wants to kill him here.
He's going straight on towards Reginald on the turret. He does use exhaust, safeguards away to a ward, and just strolls away. And he's now that strong that he can just do that on the turret, 1v1, no problem. And Reginald really having to use everything at his disposal to try and save him. How is he going to come back from this one? He hasn't even got that Rod of Ages completed yet. He's 0-2-0. We're 16 minutes in, and he's desperately clawing for any bit of CS he can get.
Need to see what Froggen's going to build here. 1,950 gold. It's a boots upgrade, is a Guardian
Angel.
Right off the bat.
16 minutes Guardian Angel. Even Diamond Prox would be happy with that, I think, right now.
Look out, world. Here comes Lee Sin right now.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine the amount of Lee Sins in solo queue right now. It's a scary, scary thing. And I think everybody's seen the Reddit post of Froggen picking Lee Sin. Now everybody's going to have to go through that stage. But the farm and the top lane is huge as well. We can't underestimate how much Wickd is out-farming Jax right now. You can see 50 CS advantage. He went for that early Ionic Spark, and it's working. Like he said, it's just so strong. They're going to clear out this Tri-Bush ward in this bottom lane. They've got to be careful they don't get enclosed on there. And we're also seeing that Wickd actually went towards that blue buff. It's not there because obviously the timing was already messed up for them.
Right, and they're going to be trying to get in on that. They put the deep wards because they've taken down that first turret. He's really done a great job at keeping Dyrus off of his turret. That is Wickd with that Ionic Spark. He just keeps the lane shoved whenever he wants to. And they might try to gank on him here. Flashes down. There's the stun. Here comes a kill.
They get the counters right. They're going to get the Impale. They pull it away. Is it enough though? They put the Ignite down and he backs away. Uses that ultimate. Can try and get some lifesteal off it. Dashes back again. Manages to get the stunner towards Dyrus. Dyrus leap strikes on him. Wickd might be able to escape, but the Reginald Carthus ultimate will come out. There it is. The kill finally comes. And it's Reginald that picked it up. And he desperately, desperately needed that kill.
But now Froggen immediately comes in. He's going to look to tower dive him.
They're diving on towards Reginald. Here comes Snoopeh as well. He manages to get away, but the Q just follows through. There's the silence.
Wow.
Kicks him straight towards the tower, and he is destroyed. Safeguards back to Snoopeh. Down the bottom, though, they're now diving, and yellowpete's managing to get a kill on towards Xpecial. Is it enough? Chaox has already taken down Jree. And Dyrus takes that top turret. It's back and forth. The mid turret's also going to go down as well. You can see Snoopeh and Froggen in there. This is probably the most explosive, aggressive style I've ever seen CLG EU running. Look out, World. They have changed their playstyle.
And in the bottom lane there, Jree actually got bursted down with Xpecial Leona stuns before he could pop his crescendo. So that was an unfortunate kill. But with that, all the pressure coming out, as you said, maybe going to get this bottom turret even with yellowpete.
Oh dear.
Top turret was
Xpecial,
lost,
you're in trouble.
Oh man, here comes Froggen.
Oh god, Xpecial's in desperate trouble because here comes Froggen closing in. Chaox also showed himself there. It doesn't matter. Froggen's going to go for it. Misses the Q. Went for Chaox actually. Instead the turret goes down. Now they're going to turn it. That goes Xpecial. Xpecial gets dropped. OddOne's desperately going to try and avoid the damage here. Rupture does catch him though. And then suddenly the rest of the team turn
turnaround.
up. Dyrus is in there. Dyrus is on Froggen. Froggen might get dropped. The Guardian Angel is available. Can he avoid the damage? Dyrus is going to get another leap strike. Meanwhile, Snoopeh's getting caught out. But Jree's there. Puts a crescendo across the OddOne. The OddOne has got Impale available. Is he going to be able to catch in? It's not up just yet. Oh, Froggen's going back aggressive. He goes for Chaox. He turns it around. Dyrus is being kited. Dyrus is in trouble now. Go back down to Dyrus, damn it. There goes Dyrus. Froggen manages to catch him out. And wow, the kiting ability from these teams. And TSM are in desperate trouble now.
Froggen pops his Guardian Angel and then turns it around for a double kill. In and out around the back, doing everything. And he's healed up so much that he can fight Reginald now.
The OddOne is there. Are they going to catch him out? It is going to be the two effective carries. It is a bruiser and an AD, and Reginald's escaping. The OddOne comes in. They were ready for it. OddOne has not got Impale. He's just used it. There he goes. Manages to catch it onto it. Is it enough? Rupture catches on towards Reginald. The OddOne. They do actually try and escape the damage. Honestly, I think they could turn this one around. And then suddenly they realize it. Oh, True Shot Barrage goes across Froggen, but they're going to back off. And the danger is averted from both teams. Wow. It's ultra aggressive CLG. 20 minutes in, 9-2 in kills. And they have nearly, well, it's a 9K gold lead.
And you can see that TSM doesn't really know how to handle this from CLG EU, especially how do you handle such a farmed Lee Sin this early into the game? Because when you jungle Lee Sin, or even if you top Lee Sin, you don't have this roaming potential combined with the farm, especially when you pick up so many early kills. And just the Guardian Angel Rush, all the lifesteal with all the resistance that he offers himself, it's just this like up and down health bar. It doesn't seem to stay where it should. He always jumps back to full health. And man, they just don't have an answer yet. They haven't gotten the armor yet. This is a very physical damage-oriented CLG EU team, but they haven't gotten there. The pressure's been on so high. Phage now coming out for him as well. Finishes off the Mercury Tread. It's going to make him even harder to pin down. The Dragon's up again. There's a 9,000 gold advantage. They're going to continue to press this advantage.
And the difference is the fact that they have Lee Sin as their bruiser with 211 CS. There is no soft targets. There is a Corki. Wicked's getting on towards Chaox. Chaox is in trouble now. Chaox is going to get dropped by Wickd. Absolutely decimated. Not only just dropped there. yellowpete is the only squishy target. But he's got Valkyrie, he can just zip away. And then he's got Crescendo, he's got two bruisers defending him. You cannot get near him. That is a big, big problem for TSM. It's 10-2, Dragon being picked up as well. The gold advantage stretching. It's going to go to 10,000 gold advantage in 22 minutes. That is enormous. TSM are in desperate trouble of going out of the MLG 4 championships.
2 kills to 10. Snoopeh reaching maximum size already. That's a bad sign when Cho'Gath gets that big, that early. That means he's always going to have his feast up in these subsequent team fights. 2,400 health onto Cho'Gath with only a Heart of Gold for health items, so he is a big problem in more ways than one. Froggen just fearless right now, completely going in on TSM. Really, this is time for TSM to just try to be like NAJIN SWORD, end the game quickly. They have to fearlessly dive, they have to go in together. It's got to be Froggen and Wickd just tag teaming their way into these turret dives. If they do it successfully, almost 50% more gold than TSM at this point. They should be able to close out TSM.
So Snoopeh. I just noticed Snoopeh's keeping it real, by the way. He's got his English skin on. Even though he's Scottish, he's got gentleman Cho'Gath, which I still suspect is actually something towards Total Biscuit because he's got that hat on. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to ask the maker of that. But it's been around a long time. Anyway, regardless, I am seeing Froggen in that bottom lane, and Chaox has got to be careful. If he steps a little bit further, if we could look down there, you can see he's in that brush, and he could decimate Chaox here.
If he gets too close to a creep, Froggen will W to it. I don't know if he realizes, he suspects something's up. He knows to stay back.
He's being cautious. I can see also Wickd is thinking about going back on towards Dyrus as well in that top lane. Chaox is still poking in there, uses True Shot Barrage and actually backed off, and instead Wickd is going to go towards Dyrus. He's just going to get a little bit of poke on him. Does manages to keep him there, and he just forces him away. Yeah, Chaox was not falling it. His spider senses were tingling. And Lee Sin, unfortunately, didn't manage to pick up that kill. TSM trying to camp something out here, trying to force something, see if they can catch anyone out in that jungle. The Impale from TheOddOne is really their one big initiate that could cripple someone to get the damage down on them.
The trouble with that is you pretty much have to impale yellowpete, otherwise you're not going to get a target that you really need. They don't have enough damage to kill Snoopeh yet. They don't have enough damage to kill Wickd or Froggen because they both built fairly bruisery in essence. And I look at TSM's items right now. Eventually, they need to get the chain vests, right? But there's so much resiliency on CLG.
Reginald's
there's the
out.
crescendo.
Crescendo goes across. yellowpete gets on him. He does flash away, though. And yellowpete actually used his Valkyrie to get in there, so he couldn't follow through. He did have flash, didn't want to use it, didn't have the vision, and they just continued to push that. And that is a flash abused. And are CLG going to turn this into a Baron? Are they in the position where they could just force that fight?
They might, because we were saying earlier, TSM doesn't have the resiliency to fight up against them here. So everyone on CLG can actually heal up off this Baron, including Froggen and Wickd. They're not going to take much damage here. They can peel very easily. Froggen, Garda's Guardian Angel back up again. True Shot Barrage comes through to scout. They actually peel off. They're looking for a fight as best they can. TSM's got to make sure they don't give it to them, because if they do a heads-up fight here, they're most likely going to lose.
And as it is, they have got the lanes all pushed. The bottom lane might deal with itself. Are they going to continue on towards this mid turret? I'm not sure TSM can even defend this turret now. They're wisely not even going to go near it. The rupture comes through. Chaox thought about going in there. Has to be very careful he doesn't get dived on. Froggen could be very quick and engaging. We have seen some flash crescendos in the past as well. So Jree, we don't know how Jree's going to react as a support. We've only seen him really for a few games, so maybe he could be the ultra-aggressive support that we used to see from, say, Melisande when he used to get those flash.
Look at Wickd. He's going to... Oh, he could catch Reggie. He didn't go for it. He thought maybe it was a bait.
And Wickd and Reggie, yeah, Reggie's actually just going to force him away with that lay waste. The top lane is also poking back and forward, and maybe they're just going to delay it. Yeah, they are going to go back and buy. So let's have a look across the board. How is the gold splayed out? Well, there's a massive advantage. Top lane, Wickd absolutely out farming. He's got 2,500 gold advantage. Jungle, even 2,000 gold advantage. Mid lane, the APs, I guess you could say the APs, that's history now. Bruiser is in there now, the mid laners. It is a 3,000 gold advantage. The ADs has even got a 2,000 gold advantage. Jatt, how in the world, when you're in this situation, do you just stall out and do it? CLG have done it in the past, but what are TSM going to be able to do here?
They have to realize that this isn't a regular CLG EU team comp that doesn't get better with time. So if they can continue farming, and if they can mainly prevent Barons and not team fight for quite a while, they need to catch up in experience and gold. I mean, Reginald is level 15, Froggen's level 17, Wicked's level 17. They're not only 12,000 ahead on gold, they're also 5 to 6 levels ahead in experience, and you can see Froggen just beasting down Dyrus. Dyrus has to run away immediately. They gotta find a way to stall. It's just a matter of CLG isn't that practice putting on pressure, so maybe they won't be able to close it, because when you have a lead this big, it's really on you to close, and it's not on TSM to really do much, because even if they fight a man down, they might lose the fight.
Yeah, and Dyrus has yet to complete a major item. That's a scary thing. Oh, Crescendo goes across from Jree. He didn't follow up on it, though. Does manage to put the rupture down, catches Reginald. They backed away from it. They don't want the fight here. Maybe that's the chance they have. They're going to impale on Jree. Jree will get dropped. Two-shot barrage goes across. Jree goes down, but that's going to be Carthage dropped as well. And he's going to try and pull anything away from this one. It's a straight 1-for-1 exchange, but honestly, the blue tower already going down on the top lane there. Snoopeh needs to be careful he doesn't get caught out. A 1-for-1 exchange, but an AP champion versus support. CLG come out on top again.
And what are they going to do to deal with Froggen here? Because he's pushing down on this turret fast with all that attack damage, the attack speed he gets from his passive. They have to send multiple members back for this. And in the meanwhile, CLG is just going to continue farming up the jungle and the lane. Froggen going to have to do his best to get out of here. Easy pickings for Lee Sin.
And he just walks away from that one, even turns around and has the cheek to try and land something. yellowpete was taken very low, so CLG are going to back off after this fight. They're going to clear out everything they can in the jungle. They have got the ward stand to go out across the board for TSM's jungle, so they have full vision. Void Staff being picked up by Reginald. Reginald trying his best to get in this one, but all he's got is a Rod of Ages and a Void Staff. Still no Trinity Force completed by Dyrus. Dyrus is desperately trying to keep up with Wickd, but Wickd with that Wit's End, the Ionic Spark, now the Guardian Angel and the Phage, he is so far ahead.
And this is the point where CLG really has to turn it on. They got the last Whisper now onto Froggen as well in that last back. You can see, look at the wards everyone on CLG just picked up on the right side. That's real quick count, 13 wards across the team. They're going to be littering that Baron area with vision so they can take it, but mainly get a fight in there because they have Jree's ult coming up again. Crescendo should be there. They'll be able to chase down and finish if TSM tries to contest this Baron whatsoever, and if they don't, then they'll be able to dive the base with the Baron buff. All those Guardian Angels trying to ensure the fight. The armor isn't there on TSM, and even if it was, a lot of it will be getting penned because both of CLG's AD carries, so to speak, Froggen and yellowpete, have picked up their last Whispers. Really dangerous times for TSM here. CLG, though, actually slow playing it a little bit, much is their style, making sure they take the Dragon down. Really, though, the Baron Force is where the story is going to happen.
And this is really this is a new move in CLG's arsenal. They know how to do the slow game. They are the champions of the slow game, one might say. But they now have a quick approach. So any team that comes up against them, they're going to have to work to research it. And when they look at them team comps, it's no longer a case of, well, we know how CLG play. They're going to go for the slow game. Once they see the team come out like this, they think, damn, how do we plan against this? And
this is the surprise for Froggen. He said when he was in Korea, they wouldn't let him play anything other than mid in solo queue, so he just started playing Bruisers mid, and he found Lee Sin. He's got a couple others, and here's the Baron Force. They know Ezreal's not there. They're going to be trying to peel. We might see a fight here if they do it successfully.
If they catch on to anyone, they do manage to clear out the wards. The Baron is still yet to reset. Now it will reset as they all back away from this one. Oh, it looked like Wickid's going for it. Chaox might get caught out. He's on towards Reginald instead. Reginald's going to get caught out. The Ionic Spark actually manages to catch a multiple stun there. Reginald will get dropped there, turning on towards Dyrus. Chaox is also going to get caught on. That's going to be Wickd diving on towards Chaox. Lee Sin gets involved. Dyrus is going to get taken down very low. Nobody drops from the Karthus ultimate though, and it's going to be Froggen taking down Chaox. Xpecial now is getting dived on. Xpecial's going to go down. That's a double kill for Froggen. Now they're on towards the TheOddOne. The TheOddOne with the Oracle is not long in this world. He gets taken down. A triple kill for Froggen. And well, Dyrus had to back away from that one. Couldn't get involved. GG, well played. Surrender vote. TSM are out of the MLG 4 Championship. CLG EU move on to the next bracket.
Safe to say CLG U's warmed up now after this. That was a very impressive performance. All smiles from CLG. I imagine there's some pretty big smiles from Froggen too, getting to showcase his Lee Sin mid. I fear for the land of solo queue at this point because everyone is going to want to try that out. Still, very impressive play. So much control coming out, not just from Froggen, but everyone on CLG individually winning their lanes and really enabled that fast pressure CLG to take off the win.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from CLG EU. 2-0. We're going to have a quick break, and we're going to have CLG versus Dignitas, I believe.
That's what I just heard.
Are we going to jump? I don't even know whether that's game one. That's got to be game two, I think. I don't know what we're going to jump into. It's going to be game one. It's game on.
All right.
We're back on schedule, apparently. So let's see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after this break.
You're looking at the Dallas skyline here at the MLG Fall Championship. We're about ready to get into our winners bracket finals. NAJIN SWORD versus AZUBU BLAZE. I'm MonteCristo, and with me is Phreak.
Hello, everybody, and this is going to be a crazy epic match. A lot of people predicted these two teams to be in the winner bracket final. They're in the winner bracket final. I don't think any of them have lost a map yet. I'm trying to think, but I think they 2-0'd everybody so far.
I just want to bring up the fact that for the, yeah, they have 2-0'd everybody so far. But this is a rematch, actually, of the Season 2 World Playoff seed from Korea. So what happened was AZUBU Frost got the first seed and was automatically sent to the World Playoffs. And then there was a tournament to determine which teams would go. Blaze and Sword met in the finals. It went to 5 games. Sword pulled it out 3-2 over Blaze. So you better believe that Blaze, is looking for revenge here. So it's a really exciting match.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. And even still, Blaze has that sub-top laner Shy, but Shy's been playing amazingly. And it's great for them, too, because they're on that same team, sort of, right? It's from AZUBU Frost versus AZUBU Blaze, so they know the player really well. And, unlike CLG Europe, where maybe they don't know their sub quite as well, clearly, they know Shy quite well, personally and everything. So it seems like their synergy is all right there. And so, I think they're going to be on the same page. The match, of course, means a lot. But I wouldn't discount either team having like a disadvantage here. Yeah, okay, they lost last time, and yeah, they've got a sub, but like Blaze has every right to win this.
Yeah, you can see the bans going down extremely quickly. These teams play each other constantly in Korea. Orianna, Sona, and Jace. So those are going to be the bans. Ambition, really a tier 1 mid player, but they're not going to ban any champions against him, which is a bit interesting. We have seen him play Ryze before. He's also known for his Ahri and Orianna play. So very interesting how we're seeing this play out. Ezreal going to be the first pick for AZUBU Blaze. Captain Jack made his name on Graves, but really has switched over to Vayne. We've seen him play a lot of Vayne so far this tournament, and Kog'Maw being banned out against him as well. And of course, Singed, Shy, my god.
Yeah, these bans ultimately make a lot of sense if you're Najin Sword. Their thought process basically, hey, we're going to remove the hyper carries from Captain Jack. We know he's an amazing player. Some would argue he's one of the best AD, maybe even literally the best AD carry player in the world. And so, if you remove the hyper carries from that role, the ones that can kind of single-handedly dominate a game, then that gives you a little bit more breathing room that even if AZUBU Blaze wins that bottom lane, they've still got some other chances there. And then you remove that Singed because I guess they just don't think MaKNooN has an answer to it right now, or they want to set Shy up with something a little bit less comfortable. So you've seen the picks come out, though. They rushed that Ezreal grab. They grabbed the Lulu as soon as possible. You mentioned Ambition, famous for Ryze, so they've already got a lot of big threats in that roster. And honestly, if you pick up enough of champions like this, like Ryze, like Ezreal, who won't single-handedly control a game, but if you don't stop them, they're just going to keep putting out damage. You've got to have an answer to these champions really quickly in the fight.
So look at what Najin Sword is doing. We saw TSM run this Zilean Rengar combo earlier today, and you and I were sitting and talking off on the side, and we were discussing Zilean. I was talking with Jatt as well, and he was saying Zilean really is only viable with Jax, and so it's interesting that we're going to see that comp coming out in this game.
Yeah, I was surprised with the Zilean, and then a non-heavy damage bruiser top lane. Dyrus was playing, I think it was Rumble that game, and it gives them a nice source of damage, but you don't really care that much about reviving Rumble as much as you care about hasting up and reviving something like Jax. A jungle Rengar is going to be good in the mid game, but he won't have that same damage output at minute 45 as a top lane Rengar or a top lane Jax. So I like this. This is the kind of strategy we used to see dominate in the North American scene a year and a half ago, when it was all crazy bruiser top lane, put Zilean on top of that, and make him never go away. And we've seen Moscow 5 Ben Q run that. They used to actually with Jack specifically as well, and now we're seeing it kind of permeate through all the different regions as well, and now the Koreans are running that Zilean Jax combo, and I like it. It's really, really strong, and what better player to do that than MaKNooN, one of the best top laners in the world.
Absolutely, and I'm still waiting to see if this is going to be a support or a mid lane pick. I suppose there's a small chance that Zilean could be heading support. I think a lot of the Korean teams use unconventional supports. It'll be a Zyra support instead if they lock it in, so that will be Ssong on Zilean in mid.
Yeah, most likely, and the thing is, we've seen now, especially from the Korean teams, they kind of share the mids and supports that we've seen, both support Lux and mid Lux from AZUBU Frost. We've seen Zyra, who was, first introduced as a mid laner, come into that support role. We've seen Counter Logic Gaming North America back when they used to run Galio support. So even then, okay, well now with Leona, I'm not expecting a solo lane here anymore, but a very aggressive bottom lane here available that is going to be the Zilean support, a great front line as well, and there's a lot of damage threats here for Najin Sword.
What I love about the Corki Leona combo is the fact that Sunlight procs on every tick of the Gatling gun, so you can really make sure that you get all of the Sunlight procs that are going down, even if your Leona is using those abilities in rapid succession. So I think it's a great combo to do a lot of damage very, very quickly.
And it especially works well when you've got someone like Rengar. I normally like Leona a lot when you've got something like Nocturne as well, who's going to dive in from kind of the fog of war, from outside of ward range, things like that. Rengar is going to perform that same sort of purpose, and even though Nocturne wasn't banned, he chose Rengar over that. But we've seen Watch on these heavy diving junglers a lot. So we're going to see if that works out here for NAJIN SWORD.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be ready for AZUBU BLAZE versus NAJIN SWORD Game 1. We're back at the MLG Fall Championship here in Dallas for AZUBU BLAZE versus NAJIN SWORD Game 1. The winner of this will be heading to the grand final tomorrow, so there's a lot on the line in this $30,000 tournament.
Yeah, first place $16,000, second place $8,000. And they're about to find each other right now. AZUBU going for an invade, but they've been spotted out. And there's a jump in from Rengar, time bomb on as well. AZUBU BLAZE will walk back out. Yeah, that'll be enough of a dissuasion, I think, to actually push Helios and the rest of BLAZE out of lane. They're still going to comfortably pick up that red buff, and NAJIN SWORD should get exactly what they want, which is some early ganks from Rengar with that red. Yeah, they're going to start him off pretty securely overall. Zilean, a lot of starting ability power, should be able to easily set up a lot of these early jungle camps with those time bombs. MaKNooN spending a lot of time helping out as well, so they're trying to get Watch to be nice and healthy when he starts out. There's that first time bomb coming out. This was a lot of coordination there. You can see just waiting for that, and the immediate explosion there is going to give Watch, it looks like a smiteless red pull right now. Yeah, very nice from NAJIN SWORD. We can see that Watch is starting with a significant amount of flat AD, already up at 74 attack damage. That's going to make those initial ganks very brutal. You can see Watch, actually he's holding his savagery here. He actually hasn't used it at all, and he went Bola Strike. So this tells me he's going for a level 2 gank right now with Lizard buff, and he's going to show up and try to kill someone right now. Yeah, and without Rune Prison, Ambition could be in trouble. We're going to see Watch try and get it on. There's the Bola Strike locking him down, but he will get away. Yeah, unfortunately for him, Ambition kind of smelled aggression. He stood on the right-hand side of the lane. It meant it took a long time for him to jump in. This bottom lane, though, a bit of aggression here. They're really pushing back and forth at each other. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of trades. And we see Lustboy again playing some Lulu. And there comes the Eclipse. And let's see if he can actually get it on. No, he will back out, gets the exhaust out on it. But a dual Ignite's going off. Prey getting very low. Ignite ticking down. Captain Jack has popped a health potion. No, the Glitter Lance will miss onto Prey. Cain comes in. Lustboy still quite healthy. He's going to go over at first blood to Captain Jack. Oh, and they so nearly picked up the trade kill, though. He put the Sunlight up onto Ezreal and couldn't quite pick that up, but the time bomb on Zilean, and that's going to be a trade. And they look at that, they rushed the Golem buff onto him, too, as that gave him so much presence there. Yeah, and this is going to be a really, really scary Zilean now. If he can get that early catalyst, he's going to be such a monster in lane with that mana and health sustain. He'll be throwing bombs left and right. And it's a great counterpick against Ryze as well, because the application range of Time Bomb is actually quite long, and it actually outranges, I think, every one of Ryze's abilities. So anytime Ryze wants to trade, he's going to take a double Time Bomb to the face, and it will always be a double Time Bomb thanks to that Golem buff. We'll have infinite mana here. Yeah, it also presents interesting build options on Ryze, because a lot of times you see, going for that Tear of the Goddess first, or trying to build into a Frozen Heart. But in this case,
there's not going to be a lot of magic resist items that he could get to combat this in that middle lane. You know, some champions could simply build an Abyssal Scepter or start building that in order to stay in lane more effectively, but that's not really optimal on Rise.
Yeah, if he gets bullied out, I mean, Abyssal Scepter is okay. He has decent ability power ratios, and you might see him go Mercury Treads, being that he's against a stun from Jax, a stun from Leona, you know, a possible slow from Zilean. Merc Treads aren't the worst choice here, but he's going to need to get, you know, a Null Magic Mantle or something early on to keep himself alive. Now, we are at the same time watching CLG NA versus Dignitas, and Jatt's going to give us a quick update on how Game 2 is going.
Gets the kill onto Loco and this is a chain of events. So Shen teleports in, but watch for Scarra coming around the back. It was a farm fest up until this point, 2,000 gold advantage, and look out, here comes Diana, crushing down onto Hotshot, keeps the chase going, he ignites double lift, gets the flash, able to finish him off. They don't pick up a Dragon off this, but a 3-0 early lead for Dignitas. Let's send it back to Monty and Phreak, keeping you up to date on this other game.
All right, so we did see a trade down there in that bottom lane. Both AD carries going down. Now we have another gank here as Watch and MaKNooN move into Blaze's jungle. So Watch and MaKNooN chasing down Helios. Can he make it back to the turret? In the meantime, this lane is heavily pushed. And so they're going to just back off. MaKNooN looking like he still wants to do some damage. He's still pressing forward with this. There comes the counter strike, but Ssong is there, reviving him in lane. Shy might go down as well, and he will, but it looks like we have MaKNooN, or Watch, excuse me, going down also. So a bit aggressive there, but a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it's completely worth it in every sense of the word. Not only was it a 2-for-1 trade, but it's also an unassisted kill. So you got to consider that assist gold is 58% of the kill total in the first place. So they basically got 3 kills worth of gold versus 1 kill worth of gold.
Yeah, great point, Phreak. And again, earlier when we saw the trade for the AD carries in the bottom lane, we actually saw Prey pick up the kill, whereas Lustboy picked up the kill for Blaze, so that another trade slightly in favor of NAJIN SWORD.
And you can see there that that's giving them this 1,000 gold lead early on with just a 1 kill hit. There's the stun up on a Captain Jack. A bit of damage, exhaust as well. Can Lustboy defend him here?
No, it looks like Cain is going to back off as well as Lustboy. He's got to come in and hit that Glitter Lance. Ignite going down onto Prey. So that'll be enough to force them back and recover under their turret with health potions.
So we're seeing the mid lane reset a little bit. Actually, a little invade in the jungle. The Bullet Strike goes off. This is not great for Helios. He is surviving this, but he's still down a level on Rengar.
Yeah, but look how well Watch is tracing the steps of Helios. Every time I feel like Helios is in his own jungle, there's Watch trying to, you know, bite at his heels here and keep him away from ganking or actually picking up any kind of jungle creeps.
And actually in the top lane though, MaKNooN once again dueling up against Shy. You know, he's kind of going into his face a little bit because he has, you know, those early 2 assists. He's got a minion kill lead. You know, MaKNoon's going to be richer here, and you're seeing him constantly jump into his face. There's the equalizer. Actually, a whole bunch of damage onto MaKNooN. He's got to run away from this.
Yeah, he's going to pull out with that flash. Shy has the 2 amplifying tomes right now, going for that early Hex Tech Revolver. Now we're seeing some more action in the jungle. They chase Watch out as they try and pick up this pick up some of these creeps, but it looks like Watch managed to steal the red buff.
Without smite. He just straight up auto-attacked it and got it away.
Yeah, probably a leap it from the savagery. We're able to pick that one up. So we have Prey and Cain pushing this lane back the other direction. Both players looking for these aggressive trades in this lane. Captain Jack and Prey doing a little tit for tat there. And we have Ssong heading off over to join Watch. We might see some sort of play here in the opposing jungle. Helios looks like he's wrapping around. This is very dangerous. They're trying to get the blue buff, but they found Helios. And that leap from the bushes, will it be enough? He tags him with red buff, but no, not quite enough damage. This should be a free blue buff steal for NAJIN SWORD. And they've now taken away both of the buffs from AZUBU BLAZE.
That's really, really great play there. They had timed the golem buff from the get-go. They actually got themselves right there and made sure they took that one away completely. And you just saw, you know, MaKNooN was ready to jump down. He had pushed the top lane in preparation for that, which means that call came out
over a minute ago and said, MaKNooN, it's going to come up at 8:30, push your lane out, and then come down and get ahead of Shy here. And that's exactly what happened. They had a 3 versus 1 basically because the rest of AZUBU BLAZE was not ready for that kind of move.
And the ping's going down now from AZUBU BLAZE. They see that Ssong is heading south through that ward by their wraiths, so there's going to be no gank there. Ssong turns around as we saw a BLAZE's bottom lane just back off. So the bomb's hitting this minion wave, pushing really heavily. Of course, Rye's not the best champion at farming underneath turrets, so this constant pushing by Ssong really helping Ssong out in terms of getting a creep score lead, already up 66-35 at 9 minutes.
Yeah, that is absolutely brutal. The early kills. Here comes Dr. Mundo. Unfortunately misses the cleaver. That would have been a decent setup though. Even though Ssong did have his ultimate anyway, it wouldn't have been too dangerous for him. But still, getting the pressure there is useful overall.
Yeah, Ssong now continuing to push this lane as hard as he can with that blue buff and the chalice. He pretty much has unlimited buffs at this point. Helios looks like he's going to be coming around to try for this gank again. Ssong now backing off. Here comes Dr. Mundo popping the ult, but that time warp just going to get him out of there nice and safe.
Yeah, so now we're going to see how these lanes match up. It's a 1,200 gold lead. We're about 10 minutes in, and NAJIN SWORD really are holding the reins here. They're controlling the game. They've been the ones stealing the buffs. They've been the ones kind of setting the pace in all these lanes. They've got a minion kill in mid, a minion kill at the bottom lane. It's only really the top lane that's really holding equal here.
And in bot lane, looks like Cain's going to face check a bush as Watch comes down. He's going to leap immediately onto Captain Jack after they kill Lustboy, and that'll be a double kill for Prey, putting him even further in the lead, 3,600 gold to 2,900 from Captain Jack.
And there you go. That's the damage output they want on Rengar. Right? It's the pop stealth run in. You don't see him come in, and it's just like solar flare into immediate double kill. That's the exact kind of combo they want going on. You know, it's what Jatt talked about in the Dignitas game in the morning here is, you know, Rengar, you typically show up, you know, in bottom lane because you can bypass all the wards and kill off the incredibly squishy champions down there. Well, that's what NAJIN SWORD did. It gave them control of Dragon, it gave them a 5-on-3 on the map, and it gave them now a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and especially with how bursty these champions get with the Leona Sunlight procs, the P-bomb, and the stun lock that Leona gives, makes it very easy for Watch to pick up those kills and to help his teammate out, and feeding Prey is exactly what you want to be doing right now.
Yeah, that is going to be their one major, well, I say one major carry. They've got 2 major carries in this lineup, and that's MaKNoon's Jax up at top and Prey's Corki down at the bottom. Right now, a lot of their effort has been focused on Prey at the bottom, and that's just fine. That's okay if that's the guy who gets all their gold and gets all their attention, because he can just happily run through the enemy lineups and win the game by himself. And MaKNoon's holding equal up at the top lane. They don't really need to give him any extra attention because he'll do just fine against Rumble.
You know, this is the most aggressive jungle Rengar build we've seen yet today. Boots and mobility, 1 Doran's Blade and Longsword, as well as an Oracle Elixir. He's kind of a glass cannon, looking to get those early assassinations and help out his lanes as much as possible. Heavy gank build. We don't see an Oracle's now being purchased, and MaKNoon going to do some trading with Shy up here as we see Ignite go down. MaKNoon moving in, but Leap Strike is on cooldown, so he won't be able to finish up that kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Watch's ultimate was still about 15 seconds away from cooldown, so he couldn't, you know, sneak past that ward. Did clear it with an Oracle's, and I actually want to point out, you just said a very aggressive Rengar build, and that's exactly right. Watch has actually been maxing Savagery. When you compare that to what IWDominate was doing, he was maxing his armor buff first and the Bola Strike second, leaving Savagery for last, and rushing items, you know, like Frozen Mallet or Aegis of the Legion. This one's going all for damage.
And looks like we have Ssong chasing Ambition along with Watch around the turrets, and they're going for a full bore dive here, trying to get that second bomb. Will he live? And no, he gets taken down underneath his second turret. Helios, in the meantime, has been looking around this bottom lane trying to get a gank, but there was a ward in the side brush, so Frey and Cain knew exactly what he was up to, and that'll be another slight edge for NAJIN SWORD, bringing them to an almost 4,000 gold lead.
Now, this entire game, they've been keeping the pressure on. Captain Jack getting cut out at the bottom lane. Solar Flare on as well. He's getting crushed down right now.
And Watch going to come in and chase with the passive. He's going to try and get the Savagery on. Is he going to make it? Captain Jack has Wild Growth on him, and he will fall down. Another kill for Prey. While Ssong chases Helios off, he has no life, but he does have the Chrono Shift on him. He's going to have to back out. Chrono Shift goes down, and he just has a sliver of health left, 30 HP, but he will get out, it looks like.
And Cain dropped low. MaKNoon versus Shy in the top lane, again trading back and forth. MaKNoon cannot quite seal the deal onto Shy, but they're still getting low both sides here. MaKNoon out of mana means Shy actually gets to be the aggressor here.
Yeah, and he will be able to heal up with that Hextech revolver that he's finally gone back and gotten. Looks like he's going to be going for perhaps a Will of the Ancients first with that blasting wand.
Yeah, they've got 2 ability power mages who are going to be putting out consistent damage and will be in the line of fire. Double Will the Ancients here is actually not really a bad call in any way here. It's going to give them both a lot of sustain. And thing is, with Captain Jack not having a great game, they're the carries. Shy again jumped on MaKNooN. So few hits to go. There's the kill. Flash and power is all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, that was playing with fire from from Shy up in that top lane. And I know Rumble usually wins by playing with fire, but not this time, Phreak.
I mean, you're fighting Najin, or not Najin, but AZUBU BLAZE. You're always playing with fire.
Well said, well said. So Watch continues his mission of stealing all of the buffs from AZUBU BLAZE, and it's looking pretty grim. NAJIN SWORD is really in the driver's seat this game. They are dictating the pace, and it seems like AZUBU BLAZE doesn't really know what to do. At the MLG Summer Arena, when we saw BLAZE playing, it has always seemed like if they can't play very aggressively, if they can't push really hard, they tend to kind of fall apart a little bit. It's like they don't know how to deal with a situation where they're not in control.
And this is, you know, it's a little bit brutal here, and this is kind of, you're right, it's kind of what we saw with AZUBU BLAZE versus DIGNITAS, where, you know, all the moves were made on one side, and their team fights are impeccable, and their landing is great, and they're all individual all-stars, but yeah, it's getting dictated by the red team here, and AZUBU doesn't quite have the answers here. None of their ganks are really working. They're not really making action happen, and you just kind of see Helios running around and face-checking a ward and then having to turn around and go somewhere else. Yeah, and when I talk about the MLG Summer Arena, I'm referring to the game with Curse, where Curse won. The only game that AZUBU BLAZE lost in that tournament, but they really did get an early advantage and push it extremely hard. And that getting the fast snowball and getting that rolling was really what set them apart from the other teams at that Summer Arena. And you know, this aggression, though, it's just all here for NAJIN SWORD. And they're not even doing it by pushing turrets. They're doing it very differently. This looks a lot like, oh, actually, the dive in middle. Look at the instant burst going down. And even if Prey is going to die, he's going to have that revive. And look at that. Just flips over. He's going to come back up. Another 1 for 0. Well played, NAJIN SWORD. And they're playing, oh my gosh, more initiations. Yeah, Shy coming into the top. Cain will move in, and MaKNooN another kill. Watch coming around the other side, but he is not needed. And the push continues here in this mid lane. Oh man, and there we go, finally their first turret kill of the game, but they've been pressing advantages this entire time. Oh wow, that was an aggressive move by Ssong. Hastened himself forward just to put a bomb on Captain Jack, then run right back out, and now it looks like a second turret kill available here to NAJIN SWORD, but they're getting poked out a bit low. Yeah, that Zenith Blade missing on Lustboy. Lustboy juking that backwards, so he's not going to get any more pressure on this mid turret. So they're coming back, but we're going to go over to Jatt with another update from CLG North America versus Dignitas Game 2.
Thanks, guys. 20 minutes into the game here, CLG versus Dignitas. Vayne on double lift is split pushing bottom lane, and here Dignitas is forced into initiation on the turret. They're going to be able to get in. They win the team fight and actually take a turret, but they end up trading turrets off this team fight, so all the ultimates getting used in. It was really a forced engage by CLG. This game, very, very close. After this fight, there's actually enough chasing as Hotshot escapes with a perfect stand united that both teams trade inhib turrets. This game is still going. It's a lot of split pushing, and it's still really close. Let's go back to Phreak and Monty to take on the action.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Jatt. So we're back in this game. Nothing much happened during that intermission. So a lot of posturing around the map. We're about to see a dragon fight here as Watch rolls in. Here we go. Equalizer goes down. An immediate dive by Cain into the heart of AZUBU BLAZE. Now we have a couple kills going down. NAJIN SWORD just cleaning them up. Lustboy getting very low. A missed rocket. And will they be able to clean up Lustboy? They're chasing Captain Jack out. They have split. Lustboy will go down. And that will be a 4 for none and a free dragon for NAJIN SWORD.
And you got to think they could probably get Baron off this as well. They've got enough time. I mean, it's early on. The death timers are pretty low. They'll be coming back in the next few seconds. Actually, you know what? I take that back. Their health bars are pretty low. They're not going to get much more than Dragon out of this. They do want to probably recall back for health before too terribly long. But, you know, if you were playing a team like Counterlogic Gaming Prime, who will just, like, sneak Barons out of nowhere, you've got to keep that in the back of your mind sometimes.
Hey, yeah, I want to point out, by the way, Ssong here, 7,100 gold to Ambition's 3,500, so he's got more than double the amount of gold as Ambition. And Ambition, by the way, guys, is known as one of the top mid laners in Korea. He is very, very well respected, considering like a tier 1 player. And so to shut him down so completely on a champion that he knows very well like Rise is very impressive.
Yeah, I've got to give so many props to Ssong right now. And, you know, in talking with a lot of people backstage before the games and whatnot, you know, after seeing Dignitas' game against Blaze, people were saying that, you know, Dignitas might have been the most improved team at this tournament, but also NAJIN SWORD as well. That, you know, if you look at them in the past, it was kind of like the MaKNooN show, and then, you know, the supporting cast trying to help out. But really here, you're seeing everyone really playing their A game. I mean, really just crushing down a competition that's incredibly fierce here.
I have to say, Phreak, I would definitely watch the MaKNooN show. Best trash talking I've ever heard.
That's true.
Very, very entertaining.
He should get his own show. That'd be great. You're right. I would watch that too.
I would totally watch that show.
That'd be really fun, as long as he gets to write his own lines.
Absolutely. So, Ssong, I also want to talk a little bit about how we're seeing NAJIN SWORD play now versus how they played versus TSM. We saw the same strategy where they were diving the mid laner, and it looks like their goal, really, in a lot of these games, they leave MaKNooN kind of by his lonesome because they have a lot of confidence in his ability just to win that lane, or at least to come back late. But in both times when we saw them play against TSM, they really focused on killing Reginald in that mid lane, just like they really focused on taking down Ambition this time.
Yeah, and it's worked out so very well for them. When you've got, you know, a player that you can leave alone and he'll have an easy time of it no matter what happens. I mean, you look at TPA, and they did that with Stanley, where his nearly just sat there alone and they focused everywhere else on the map. It's a really powerful thing to do. If you get just free reign to only get 2 lanes because you know your third's going to win no matter what, that's an incredibly good place to be in.
Yeah, and the fact that they can do that time and time again, and they can build their team comps around it so well too, like picking up Jax and knowing that MaKNooN can make himself a very big presence in the late game. Already 2-0-5 up in CS and up about 1,700 gold on his laning opponent, Shy.
Yeah, and that's really where they want to be. They want that late game Jax. He's already got Trinity Force. He's starting again now on, I would guess, Mercury Treads next up, and then Guardian Angel will follow, because he does have a number of slows and routes he needs to be a little wary of. But he's completely on pace to finish his items, you know, when they need to be done in this game. And with his team so far ahead, they're up now 12,000 gold. There's not even a major damage threat on the other side here. You've got Rumble with Sword Shoes and like 80 bonus ability power from items. Rise is barely starting to get mana for himself.
And also, Ezreal doesn't even have Trinity Force yet, where it's fully completed for Prey, and that's going to give them a lot more burst and a lot more pushing power with those Trinity Force Sheen procs on those turrets, should they choose to take this advantage even further.
And I mean, just look at the item differences kind of across the board in any single one of those roles, and you're seeing just a complete sort of landslide of items on one side or the other. NAJIN SWORD now with map control, they're pushing in for Baron themselves, and AZUBU are just kind of trying to kill off minions in the mid lane. They have no idea this is happening.
Yeah, and here comes the Baron push, and of course Zilean is going to go ahead and move and try and zone them out, making sure that nothing goes wrong here, and that'll be a fast Baron for NAJIN SWORD.
Yeah, just 21 minutes in, you can see a 12-kill lead, 3 turrets to none. I don't know if they've even given up so much as a dragon in this game, and you're just seeing everything go their way. You know, anytime they actually die, it's because they're trading kills, not because they're getting caught. Every team fight has gone extremely well, and you'll just watch them as soon as Rengar's ultimate, actually it is back up already, you'll probably see another very similar dive with Rengar and Leona starting it up, and everything just getting cleaned up right after.
You know what I enjoy, Phreak, is this Chrono Shift could go on either, you could go on many of the champions onto NAJIN SWORD. Watch is a great choice. He does have a ton of armor penetration right now between the Brutalizer and the Bone Tooth Necklace, which still has that initial ability. It hasn't been nerfed yet as of this patch.
It's got all that extra damage on it right there, so he's going to be plenty powerful there. And you can see he's really just stacking attack damage for the most part. Finally now starting on his Guardian Angel. You know, Wickd has that sort of idea where if you're playing a bruiser and you're trying to carry, you've got about 20-25 minutes to build all your damage items, and you've got to hurry up and get your Guardian Angel started, because you've got to be able to survive as an initiator late game against big-time AD carries and mages. And it seems like that pace is being held here by Watch. Brutalizer, Bone Tooth Necklace, and he's like, yeah, okay, I'll go defense now.
I mean, he already has 206 attack damage. Look at how much damage he can do. He's going to pull out. So Savagery, by the way, dealing about, let's see here.
So, a lot of damage.
Just a massive amount of damage. Looks like he can break 450 attack damage if his Savagery, if his Ferocity is fully up on that. So that is definitely something to be feared for AZUBU BLAZE.
Yeah, it's 350 base damage plus 300 with Savagery on, so that's 350 plus 650 if he does a double trigger there. 1,000 damage on his Savagery if he puts it together.
So coming in now, they're going to easily take down this turret, and looks like they'll back off afterwards. A couple time bombs on MaKNooN. He didn't quite get into the heart of Blaze in order to get those triggered. Ssong going to go ahead and take the Wraiths, and AZUBU BLAZE milling around, looking kind of directionless in this mid lane.
Well, I mean, it's just so hard for really Blaze to do much, and it's pretty easy for NAJIN SWORD to kind of control everything. So as we square away in this game, we've got another update from Jatt in DIGNITAS for CLG.
Here we go, guys. DIGNITAS was able to take a Baron, and they used the pressure to take out all of CLG's outer turrets, except for this one. So actually, when they take this last turret, CLG forces a team fight with the Moon, when they get the Shockwave with the Curse of the Sand Mummy, and actually take out 2 members of DIGNITAS immediately in this fight. Still, CLG hanging on by a thread, 8,000 gold down. Real struggle for them to stay in this game because the pressure from DIGNITAS is immense. Let's send it back to Phreak and Monty.
Thanks, Jatt. Just some more milling around in middle lane and pushing. We do see NAJIN SWORD now moving over for yet another dragon, increasing their lead to nearly 15,000 gold. So that's a spectacular advantage at the 24-minute mark.
It's gigantic, you know. And when we saw NAJIN SWORD versus Carnologic Gaming North America, we saw a similar kill score and a similar gold lead, but they closed it out. And actually here they're going to find Helios, time bomb on his face. That's going to be the kill picked up for MaKNooN. That last time bomb not even doing anything for it. But that's exactly what it took for them to actually beat CLG NA in game 1, as they just found Doublelift, off on the side, made it a 5-on-4, and closed in immediately after.
And look what's going on. Watch as the vision up in top lane onto Ambition. There's some pings going down. They knew he was coming. He was trying to catch him all by himself at that blue buff while his allies pushed in that lane. Ssong actually getting trapped by that Rune Prison and run down by Shy. But here comes Watch, hitting down Shy's health bar by about half in one go.
Oh, and that 1,000 damage savagery burst, he's going to keep having that. MaKNooN picking up Shy at the end of that one, and here comes everyone else diving in on the turret. Just a 1-for-0 though.
Yeah, and that'll be 2 members of AZUBU BLAZE down, and again, the gold lead continues to, the gulf just continues to grow ever wider here for NAJIN SWORD, looking truly dominant throughout this entire game. Ambition now deciding to play a bit with Prey, and that'll be the surrender. So you'll have your NAJIN SWORD up 1-0 against AZUBU BLAZE.
That is amazing play by them overall, commanding from second one. They really never let up the pressure in that match. Great moves by NAJIN SWORD. You know, some people came in thinking they're the favorite over Blaze. They have that tournament history, beating them in the AZUBU third place match, the Summer League, beating them in the Korean regional qualifier as well, and they're still keeping that track record up.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so impressive from SWORD. They've shown how much they've grown, honestly, since the World Championship. This is not really the same team. I would be very afraid of them if I could see that type of Assassins match again. They're in the quarterfinals that we saw at the World Playoffs. So, again, just an amazing game, and we'll be getting ready for Game 2 in just a couple minutes. But in the meantime, we're going to go to Jatt right now for some more updates on DIGNITAS versus CLG North America Game 2.
Hey guys, and this was just a controlled game by DIGNITAS. We have the final fight here. They bait out Hotshot GG to run into one of the final brushes, and from there is just Hecarim destroying them with his ultimate. Everything goes down perfectly. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is not to be. The crescendo only lands onto Crumbzz, and DIGNITAS, with their increased advantage of 8,000 gold, just pushes through CLG. With this game, they force a third match in the second round losers bracket and stay alive in this tournament. So we'll have a game 3 in this set. They clean up these Nexus turrets. Let's send it back to Phreak and Monty.
DIGNITAS just looking so impressive these days. It really seems like they're the only team in North America that have effectively used their time after the World Playoffs, and they're just looking utterly fantastic.
They are looking absolutely great. You're right on that one. I mean, you got to say Carnologic North America doing great as well. I think these are the last 2 North American teams left in the tournament, and only one of them is going to make it into the top 4 here. And everyone else dropped out. Curse, Solo Mid, Dynamic as well. But one of these guys is going to move on to 4th place. They're going to play against Carnologic Europe, and that Game 3 about to go on. But we're here for Game 2. We'll be right back with that after this break.
Look at that lovely Dallas skyline. We're here in Texas for the MLG Fall Championship. Been just a beautiful couple of days. I wish I could have enjoyed being outside more, but it's great to be in here casting some top-level League of Legends with you, Phreak.
How dare you say you want to be outside? We are video game nerds. I'm basically a vampire. Aside from drinking blood and being able to see my own reflection, the sun hurts me.
I hear you're also quite sparkly.
I am quite sparkly, actually. No. I'm just not even going to go there.
Phreak is truly outrageous.
I am truly outrageous, that's true. Sparkly, not so much, but yeah, there's some outrage.
Gem Knight?
Gem Knight.
All right. All right, guys. Bans going down now. We're seeing the Kog'Maw Vayne from NAJIN SWORD again, so they're really concerned about Captain Jack on those late-game hyper carries. Sona Zilean now going to be the ban. I don't think anybody from Blaze wants to see Ssong Zilean again.
No.
That was real terror.
Yeah, it's exactly what we saw with Dignitas versus Blaze, actually, is they kept all but one ban, right? They said, okay, you know what? We're going to ban Ezreal against you because that was really scary when QTPow was in Ezreal, and they left everything else out there. And this time they're like, hey, we're going to leave everything, but let's just drop Zilean because that was probably key to your strategy. And so we're going to see, NAJIN SWORD just immediately rushing that Ezreal for themselves. I really hope that's a real Xerath because I would love to see that.
Yeah, CLG North America occasionally runs Xerath in their new school poke comp. Big Fat LP plays in mid with Trundle, support Jace, Urgot, and top lane was, let me try and remember.
Karma, right?
No, it was Gragas. Voyboy was playing Gragas. And they've done that a few times, actually, and with mixed results. Sometimes it was great, sometimes it was not so awesome.
Oh, sure, but I see it. It makes a lot of sense overall. And now you're just seeing these kind of picks come through. So NAJIN SWORD, the early Ezreal pick doesn't tell a whole lot. It gives them the option to play a poke comp, absolutely. You've got a long-ranged AD carry there, but it could just be, we're going to pick Ezreal to shut down any possible lane or play very safe against an aggro lane. And so you're just seeing, honestly, you're seeing safe picks on all sides. These Koreans love grabbing Lulu as a support. We're not seeing it nearly as much in North America or Europe, but the Korean teams over and over really grabbing that Lulu as their favorite support pick. And then Olaf is great because it's an ambiguous pick. Olaf could be in the jungle. We saw that from St. Vicious earlier, or Nintendude if it never gets banned against him. Or top laners. People like Voyboy really love playing Olaf. Dyrus as well. You saw that as a target ban against TSM. So this is difficult. This is interesting as well because AZUBU also likes to play Hide the Vladimir. And so, you've got a whole wide range of options where Olaf could be anywhere. You might see another ambiguous pick come out, and you've still got no obvious sort of lineup picks here that NAJIN SWORD has to be aware of.
Yeah, and also with Lulu, Lustboy has been playing Lulu for a long, long time before Lulu was even as popular as she is now, which is not to say very popular in a support role, but it really is Lustboy's specialty and has been for quite some time. And they used to use it with Graves on Captain Jack, and what they would do is they would run Cleanse Graves, shove the lane extremely hard, and defend against ganks with the Cleanse and also the Glitter Lance just to slow them down. So it worked really well for Blaze for a long time, and that's what we've seen a lot out of them in the past. We're going to see the Nocturne Watch, an amazing Nocturne player, and we're going to have a Shen coming up as well, so we kind of have two global ultimates. That's a lot of map.
You got three, you have Ezreal.
Fair enough, fair enough. But the presence of both Watch and whoever ends up with Shen.
It's got to be MaKNooN.
It probably is going to be MaKNooN.
So, yeah, and it's going to be, you're right, it's a lot of map control. And we saw them combo this on the first day, where Nocturne would pop Paranoia. That second, Shen would stand united, and then when Nocturne showed up, suddenly there was a Shen that appeared, and you were like, well, this sucks for me pretty hard, and then that person would die all the time. And when you combo, the Fear Tether from Nocturne with the Shadow Dash from Shen, I mean, that honestly gives enough time for Ezreal just to true shot barrage across the map. And I mean, I'm going to laugh if it's really Karthus because you've got quad globals now in this lineup. I mean, Soraka, just for fun, just for fun, pick Soraka.
It'd be really interesting to see what they actually pick up. On the other side, we actually have what looks like an old school AZUBU Blaze lineup with the exception of that Olaf, but Orion Aurelia used to be a champion that Reaper was an expert in, and we saw her all the time being played by AZUBU Blaze up in that top lane. Of course, Lulu being a staple of Blaze as well, and it will be Evelynn. And,
oh, wow.
I mean, that's a huge threat right there because you never know where she is. If she's in lane, you can play all kinds of mind games, backing off from the creep wave. You don't know whether she's actually going roaming or just sitting back there waiting for the next last hit.
Yeah, and this is crazy because it's like a full-on mid-game kill team. Like, there's nothing that's going to survive Solar Flare into everything else showing up on top of you. And so, I mean, like, from basically the second that everyone hits level 6 until the second, like, we hit
maybe 40 minutes into the game, Sword's going to run around killing things like all over. Just over and over and over repeatedly. And so it makes a lot of sense here that Captain Jack's going to be on a super long-range champion like Tristana, because that is a scary lineup otherwise.
Yeah, also that escape, especially when you're dealing with the kind of comp that NAJIN SWORD is running, that rocket jump might save her life multiple times in this game if she can save it and use it judiciously, as well as the glitter land. So I like that bottom lane against the combo that Sword is running. Should help them mitigate the extreme pressure that and dives that they are definitely looking to engineer with their lineup.
Absolutely, and the good thing here is Tristana can even help her teammates get away from things, because you've got that Buster Shot ultimate as well. So really, no matter what happens, someone there's got defensive tools against getting caught out. We're going to see how these lineups compare. We're going to be right back with Game 2 of the winner bracket final right after this.
Welcome back to the winners bracket final here at the MLG Fall Championship in Dallas. NAJIN SWORD currently in the lead 1-0, and look at this, they planted a ward right by the race, but there is a vision ward from AZUBU BLAZE already sitting there, so they're going to be able to see exactly what where NAJIN SWORD has warded and behave accordingly, take it out early if possible.
What I really like about that is that it shows how well they know NAJIN SWORD. I mean, they did that before that ward came down. They're like, hey, you know what Sword likes to do? Ward that brush. We'll just pink ward it and like leave and kill it later. And there it is. It's gone. Like, they got 25 extra gold, so now obviously Helios is going to win the jungle because he has 25 gold. And that's GG. Game's over. It's just start game 3 now.
Yeah, I mean, why bother waiting for 20 for the
surrender? You lost a ward. I mean, it's game.
So, you know what's interesting is I've never seen Helios play jungle Olaf before. Typically, when I think about Helios, I think about Skarner and Maokai because he is the king of the counter gank. So the way that AZUBU BLAZE typically pushes in lane, Helios' style has always been to wait for the gank to come in and then to immediately counter it once Captain Jack uses his cleanse and kind of gets himself out of a sticky situation. By the way, guys, Captain Jack running cleanse heal this game while Lustboy runs flash ignite, so a very defensive stance so far, and they're going to send him up for a 2v1 versus the king of 1v2s, MaKNooN.
And it's going to be a very sticky situation there. The difficulty, though, is MaKNoon's not going to be in the worst situation in the world. Actually, getting jumped on by Captain Jack, I say that as I completely tell a lie here, to quote Lee Deman Smith to my left. But generally speaking, it's not hyper aggro to fight against Tristana Lulu, and Shen is pretty good at last hitting from range with that Vorpal Blade, so I see it going pretty well. But watch, actually getting caught out by Helios at his own Golem camp. Is that going to be enough for Helios? He's got to flash out. There's the Undertow. Does he have the damage he needs? No, he's going to turn around.
No, looks like Reckless Swing might have been on cooldown right there. By the way, Phreak, we did see Shy solo blue buff on his side of the map, and so that means that he's going to be heading into lane with Aurelia, able to just hit those blade surges forever underneath his turret in this 1v2 lane. Didn't lose very much experience because he managed to hit level 2 from the blue Golem camp alone.
So we'll see if he's able to pan out well with that. He's already got a point in Blade Surge, one in Equilibrium Strike. You'll see him just sit in the back, last hit something with Blade Surge, stun prey immediately, and then walk backwards and kind of just rinse and repeat over and over and hope he doesn't get caught out too much while doing that.
Yeah, it's an interesting gamble. Olaf not necessarily needing that blue buff, even though he did pick it up from his opponents. So a little bit of a steal there, but otherwise pretty standard fare so far in this game for a 1v2 lane. Shy just sitting back at his turret and waiting. We have seen Ssong pick up some magic pen, not a lot of ability power to start at this game. Most of his runes and masteries focused in that magic resistance and the magic penetration.
Yeah, so the opening play here from AZUBU BLAZE is really well rehearsed because not only did they have Shy, grab that golden buff, you mentioned that Olaf got to steal that away. It's because they knew they lane swapped their top lane. They had a 2-on-1, so they had a numbers advantage up at top. So even if someone came to contest that blue steal, they'd have a 4-on-3 and they'd get it anyway. So that's why you saw, Ssong and MaKNooN not even try to defend that. They knew Helios would steal that away. That lane swap was part of that initial strategy. You wouldn't see that otherwise.
Yeah, and Shy now already eclipsing. He's nearly doubled the CS from MaKNooN, so even though he was not in lane for the initial creep wave of this game, he actually has paid off with this gambit, and he's getting more CS and slowly outclassing his theoretical laning opponent, even though they are in opposite lanes.
Yeah, his, champion role opponent, I suppose?
Yeah, I guess that's the right terminology
the best
for it.
one I can get. So Ssong versus Ambition in the mid lane. That one's actually going very well towards Ambition's Orianna. You're actually seeing AZUBU BLAZE with a 200 gold lead purely from outlaning their opponents. And here I feel like AZUBU is going for a lane swap here. They completely sent Helios over just to shove down, and they might recall and go back for it. Helios and Shy both recalling. Captain Jack at the turret as well, really pressuring MaKNooN. You might see them turn this one back around and switch the lanes.
And Phreak, you'll notice that they did this while Cain walking into the bushes straight into an Equilibrium Strike. Will they get this down? No, undertow, not enough damage. Helios now eating a few Mystic shots and autos from Prey. They'll be forced back. But you'll notice that Shy is going back immediately after the duration of the blue buff has ended. So now that they've noticed that advantage is gone, they're going to switch it up. And it's just these little leads that AZUBU BLAZE is engineering that might get them a snowball that they need to win this game too and keep themselves in the winner's bracket.
Wow, and first blood actually up by the Golem Brush. But you look at that, Evelynn and Nocturne finding Helios out of nowhere and turning that one around. Nice invades there. Again, they knew it was a 2-on-1 for their side of the bottom, so they can make moves on the bottom side of the map pretty easily.
Absolutely. So great work there by Ssong. First blood going to Ssong, and even though he is a little bit behind in CS, should be up in gold right now. Ssong returning to mid lane with that blue buff, slowly picking away at those creeps. Meantime, we have some pings going down from AZUBU BLAZE onto NAJIN SWORD's Wraiths. No action so far. MaKNooN returning to top lane. Top lane turret has gone down. So that'll be a slight advantage for BLAZE still, even though they are down a tower.
And that's where I might expect to see that lane swap come back in. Unless they really don't want to fight Ezreal Leona, I'm not really sure what their strategy is, but we see a lot of times, especially with BLAZE, they'll push a turret down and then swap their 2-on-2, swap to the 2-on-2 and then say, great, we got a turret advantage, we can go back to the fights as they were. Honestly, I would expect to see Shy's Aurelia do well against MaKNooN. So, and they are actually sitting Tristan on Lulu bottom lane, so that will be a swap finally.
Yeah, Helios coming in, trying to get that early lane gank, but the ward in the upper brush will prevent that from happening. Helios just holding the lane, throwing down those undertows in the meantime. He's only level 3 compared to Watch's level 5, finally hits level 4, but he's getting pretty far behind in the jungle already.
Yeah, it's only really tempered by the fact that, NAJIN SWORD has a kill on one side, but AZUBU BLAZE has a turret on theirs, and so that helps the jungler a little bit. That even if, sure, you've got the assist there on Nocturne, so he's got some money himself, but getting that that turret gold to everyone on BLAZE really helps ending those lanes that might have been at a disadvantage. It kind of snowballs them up.
We're starting to hit the sweet spot, really, for NAJIN SWORD's comp. So Stand United now up on MaKNooN, and looks like Watch is only about 3/4 of a level away from getting Paranoia himself. So that'll be once that happens, that'll be a critical moment for NAJIN SWORD to execute the kind of dives and ganks that their comp is capable of.
Yeah, and Cain also 4.5 right here. Shy, though, in a crazy duel with MaKNooN, you can see him dominating that guy's health bar because he's got just a Cage's lucky pick and no defenses whatsoever. It seemed like MaKNooN was still itemizing for that 1-on-2 lane and didn't realize he was about to be in this 1-on-1 where he's getting face checked by bruisers. Now, the minion kills are identical here, but Shy is still better equipped to fight right now.
Yeah, the gold pretend might make the difference in the long run, however, and MaKNooN doing a great job of catching back up. So in the meantime, we actually have some action down in bot lane as Lustboy gets hit by Ignite, and that'll be a pickup by Prey. Captain Jack now gets the solar flare done on him. True Shot Barrage goes off, and will he get the kill? Zenith Blade goes through, and that'll be enough for Cain to pick it up. But Ambition there trailing him. We also have some action going down inside NAJIN SWORD's jungle. Helios looping around. NAJIN SWORD will go down. So Ambition picking up the kill on Cain. Helios manages to make it back to his own side of the map.
All right, nice play by Ambition, getting him out there. The command protect into the distance, hasting him up, giving him his shield so he could walk back as well. But still, that makes it a 3-1 for NAJIN SWORD. And once again, an 800 gold lead. They've started this game out right.
Yeah, Prey continues to farm up in that bot lane. He does have 65 CS to 55, so a slight advantage for him with that kill and assist compared. Actually, we have some more action going down, and it looks like Ssong is just going to melt Helios under that turret, and that's the danger that Evelynn presents.
Yeah, she's got crazy burst, of course, used her ultimate Ignite as well. And you know, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, Helios has not had the best early game. He stole away the golem buff, but then it was kind of getting caught after getting caught now. 2 deaths early on. This is not very good for him. He's getting out-leveled by the supports.
Yeah, and Ssong also, by the way, guys, if you're just joining us, this is being played on the Kha'Zix patch, so the Deathfire Grasp nerfs haven't come into effect yet. And of course, that item incredible on Evelynn in this patch.
Yeah, you'll see that rushed out pretty squarely there. The Boots of Mobility as well, just to increase the roam power. Ssong really intends to just crush people's health bars down and get around the map, constantly ganking over and over and over again. That's going to be really powerful.
So yeah, after some early advantages from Blaze, we now have a lead switch for NAJIN SWORD. They're up 4-1 in kills, so starting to pull away just a little bit by 1,000 gold, even though they are down a tower. MaKNOON's gonna port down into the bottom lane as they go on to Captain Jack. So here he is taking him down with an auto attack. That'll be another kill for Prey.
And that is an amazing start for them. They're gonna like that. 5-1. The gold really focused on the major carries. Ssong is 2-0. Prey 2-0-2. Everyone who wants gold has it in a great place. Oh, a nice spell shield.
Watch shields the shockwave while Shy comes in from behind. That'll save his life. Ssong flashing and going in. There comes the Evil. Will he actually be able to get anything? Look at that flash and taunt from MaKNOON going to take down Shy. What a play there to turn that around by NAJIN SWORD.
And they are just keeping the pressure on now. All these moves are working out in their favor, absolutely. Ssong, no assists, just getting the gold from the kill, so he is getting rich very, very fast. If he gets that Deathfire Grasp super early on, no one's going to stand up to that burst damage.
No, and this is going to be a free dragon for NAJIN SWORD, and the 1,000 gold lead from a minute ago, some Mystic shots poking around, but that won't be enough. So that 1,000 gold difference that we saw from a minute ago, now up to about 4,000 in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, they just picked up a couple kills in a row, and they got that dragon. But we've got another update from CLG North America versus Dignitas. Jatt, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Here we have Dignitas down in the game, trying to dive in between the turrets for CLG, and they actually get it turned around on them. The Shen comes through, Scarra gets caught in the tower, and Hotshot is able to catch him with a taunt to finish him off. After this Scarra kill, they pick up Nunu as well, they take the turret, and they take the dragon. So in this Game 3 elimination game, CLG out to a pretty big early lead.
All right, and there you have it. CLG making a lot of really good early moves. It's looking a bit similar to this game, honestly, where NAJIN SWORD has kind of been strangling their opponents and taking neutral objectives while also taking kills.
Yeah, MaKNOON, not his usual dominance, but he's kind of playing for late. We see him get a Heart of Gold, picking up those gold per 10 items. And if we look at his gold compared to Aurelia right now, he is up by about 700 on Shy, even though they have comparable creep scores. Those assists and those global objectives really helping him out, taking that dragon, putting him a little bit over the top.
Yeah, so really, really great play overall. And here comes a push in on Ssong again.
And looks like the Shockwave gonna bounce Ssong back, but Ambition getting very low. Watch Hot on his tail. He does have that Wriggles Lander doing an extra damage, but Helios will throw the undertow. Ambition pops a potion and he will get out.
At the top lane though, Shy getting dove on the turret. Prey and Cain are there. He will dodge the True Shot Barrage. Cain still has turret aggro. Shy actually escapes it with an amazing jump back in and stun. If you look at that, Shy is still alive. If someone can show up to clean up Ezreal, it's going to be Helios trying to make that happen, but can he get it?
Prey's Arcane Shift is still down for a couple more seconds if they can make a play, but Watch will come around, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and pick up that red buff. It'll be put onto Prey after Watch uses Smite.
And I like the confidence there. He's running away for his life, got extremely low, and he's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to steal red. It's cool.
I mean, that's NAJIN SWORD in a sentence for you.
Yeah. It looks dire. No, still red. It's cool.
They are definitely known for taking risks. They will use their summoner spells to secure kills. They take risks that many other teams would be a little hesitant to make.
Remember, they've got the individual skill to back it up, and you're seeing that over and over. Still the 4,000 gold lead. Actually, Captain Jatt getting caught up a little bit by MaKNooN here. Can they get the damage? The Deathfire Grasp down as well, and they're going to keep the chase.
Yeah, Wild Growth, though, should ensure that Captain Jack lives. He does still have Summoner Heal and Cleanse up, so he's running down the lane. We may see another Shadow Taunt here. Let's check the goal. There it is, but Cleanse will immediately get rid of that ability. Summoner Heal going down. Can they make it back? No Glitter Lance slowing them quite yet, and that will actually be a kill for Ssong as they chase him all the way down the lane. Now they're diving into the turret. MaKNooN, he manages to live with fate, but Ignite ticking down, and Lustboy will get that kill onto MaKNooN.
Ssong with a double kill, though. He's 5-0. He is still carrying through this game. This is very reminiscent of that TSM Reginald game where his Evelynn just kept killing things and and really, you know, made his team what it was. So far, honestly, so good for TSM. Or TSM, yeah. You know, NAJIN SWORD, their gold, again, is on the right places.
So MaKNooN with his first death of the game goes back to pick up a Phage, and we see Watch pushing that middle turret, but he's gonna pull out for the time being. Ssong attempting to make a blue buff steal here. Watch is gonna come around and help him out. We do have Ambition in the bushes. Can he make something happen? And looks like Ssong will get that blue steal and run off with Blaze's blue buff.
And he's gonna keep kind of just pushing himself ahead. Ambition forced to farm away Wolves, which is some gold, but the lanes are pretty unsafe for AZUBU BLAZE, really. You notice that, you know, they chase that bottom lane down for a good 45 seconds, just waiting for that one last cooldown to get the taunt together, and it made it a double kill. And that's really how this NAJIN SWORD lineup works, is they're very good at seeing something on the map and is all-inning for it and picking it up. Almost everyone's got crowd control. Everyone's got chase potential. With the Ezreal going with that Phage and going for that Trinity Force, even he's got crowd control. So anything on NAJIN SWORD can chase down almost anything on AZUBU BLAZE.
Yeah, and again, those gold for 10 items really doing work for MaKNooN. He continues to widen the gulf on the gold totals. Got about 1,200 gold in the lead right now, so he's picking up a few extra items. Looks like Prey gonna try and solo Captain Jack. Rocket jump, and Ssong's gonna come in from behind and pick up the kill. Ssong now 6-0-0, burning that Deathfire Grasp, but securing the kill onto Captain Jack.
And that's really that Evelynn power. You're seeing him get more or less outlaned by Ambition. Ambition with a kill, no deaths, and a good 30 minion kill lead. But, you know, Ssong is on an assassin. It's not, you know, he's not picking Evelynn to be a strong laner and sit up there 1v1 and go toe-to-toe. He's picking it so that he can go run around and kill off the side lanes. You're seeing a 4-death Captain Jack, and that's because Evelynn is just going to roam constantly and keep picking up kills in other lanes, snowball his teammates ahead, and really farm his gold from champions.
And even with the CS difference that you're talking about, Phreak, Evelynn's still up 1,500 gold over his laning partners. So very impressive there, and certainly a ticket to some more big items. Got a lot of gold in the bank right now, about 1,800, so we'll see another major power spike once she goes back and picks up some more items.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it might be. It could be a Haunting Guise, getting flat penetration there to just synergize with the Deathfire Grasp. We'll see what, you know, that buy ends up being. Again, he's got enough money to pick up pretty much whatever he wants. And Captain Jack actually about to get found again. Ssong gonna force him across. He's gonna flash in. Will Nocturne show? Yes, he will. And look at that. Captain Jack has nowhere to run.
Yeah, that paranoia coming over the wall, securing that. Look how mobile this lineup of NAJIN SWORD is, coming right over the wall, catching out Captain Jack and nearly another member of AZUBU BLAZE as well. Now they're just gonna free farm their jungle, pull off a little bit. Let's check the dragon timer now. It's going to come up right away, and there's the dragon. So this will be another dragon for NAJIN SWORD, and that'll increase their lead to about 6K.
Yeah, and the worst thing as well is AZUBU BLAZE has no vision whatsoever on the map. Watch has been clearing wards for so long now. Didn't even invest in gold for 10, just got the Wriggles Lantern. You can see them just forcing BLAZE away every single time. Helios force pop his ultimate, everyone else just running backwards. Complete map control here for NAJIN SWORD.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see, like we were talking about, what item Ssong's going to get when he goes back. He has 2,400 gold in the bank at the moment. Going to go ahead and pick up a blue buff first, though. So if he's scary now, he's going to be even scarier in just a couple minutes. The central turret in the tier 1 turret line from NAJIN SWORD getting quite low and being pressured by AZUBU BLAZE. Of course, that Tristana range makes it very difficult to defend your turrets, and it only gets harder the longer the game goes on.
And it is just getting harder, of course. You can see the 2-to-1 kill lead, full dragon control. Again, wards getting swept just all the time. You've got very little vision here. Very little, I guess, aggressive vision here for AZUBU BLAZE whatsoever. They don't see much of the map overall. And this feels so much like game one, where NAJIN SWORD is playing aggressively, not so much by diving turrets all the time, but by finding kills, by snowballing themselves ahead. But they're constantly pressuring. They're always around there to steal a buff or to pick up a kill or to steal away dragon and things like that. And there's so little breathing room here for their Korean counterparts.
And Ssong finally deciding to blue pill is going to get hit by that command attack. So he's got nearly 3,000 gold now, so we'll have to see what he actually wants to pick up on this first back in quite some time. MaKNooN remaining in that top lane, chasing off Shy a little bit. And the item of choice is going to be, looks like Rabadon's Death Cap going to be the next item for Evelynn.
So he just sat there on an Amplifying Tome. Actually, he sold the Amplifying Tome, picked up his own oracles, actually. So Ssong really wants to start moving around the map, in combination with Watch, and again, making sure that no one sees him come in from the gank, and continue to snowball the game ahead with champion kills.
Yeah, I think this is a great call. This is a team that really thrives on that map control with the global ults, the ability from Ezreal and Nocturne to initiate over walls. MaKNooN as well with the right wall. Also Cain as well with the right wall and the Zenith Blade. So they really, if the more vision they can get, the more map control they can achieve. They're basically just trying to scare AZUBU BLAZE in their own jungle. I mean, if you can clear out all the wards, they never know when that next attack is going to be hopping over the wall. And here comes Ssong, popping the Deathfire Grasp immediately and just melting Lustboy, getting MaKNoon's ult on top of him. So that'll give him a little bit of a shield. Running into turret, trying to find Ambition, but there's not going to be anything there. Now Ssong going to be donated that blue buff as Helios makes an attempt from behind with that undertow.
Yeah, he's got all the gold for himself, and he actually swept away Lustboy's oracles as well, which means now map control is going to be even more in their favor. They're crushing everything. Jatt has another update from CLG NA versus DIGNITAS. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. 24 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. CLG had a lot of control. They force a Baron fight, and IWDominate just ends up going all in, but he gets split away from his team with Big Fat LP's wall, and they just clean up this fight. So they take it from 6 kills to 2 to 8 kills to 2. They pick off a Baron off the back there. So 10,000 gold lead for CLG, looking very grim for Dignitas. Let's take it back. Take it away, freaking Monty.
Thanks, Jatt. Sounds like a great game from those two teams. Shy now flashing over the wall as he sees Ssong and just immediately decides to get out of there. Ssong doing way too much damage at this point in time. 227 AP at 21 minutes. Watch holding down the fort in mid while Ambition and Lustboy push it up a bit. Frey has just picked up the red buff from NAJIN SWORD's side of the map, and Leona, Cain looking to go up into that top lane.
Wow, so you're looking at just how brutal Sword's been all day. I mean, you look at the very first match of the day, right? Of day one, and Counterlogic Gaming North America did not have the nicest match overall, getting hit pretty hard by NAJIN SWORD. It was a pretty harsh loss. You're seeing the exact same thing here in the winner bracket finals. How good does that really make NAJIN SWORD? And honestly, what does that say for CLG NA, where they're playing honestly about as close to the game as Blaze was?
I mean, what does that say for the rest of the Korean scene? Recently, we saw NAJIN SWORD lose to NAJIN Shield, their sister team. So, I mean, there are still teams out there that can beat this kind of stuff. Shy just getting melted immediately by MaKNooN and Ssong. That Deathfire Grasp just doing a massive amount of damage to the HP bar of Shy.
And now with an 8,000 gold lead still, 22 minutes in, they're pushing in for turrets. This looks a lot more like their very first game of the tournament, where they picked up the kills and then immediately started going for major objectives like these. And so they're keeping the pressure on everywhere on the map, whether it's kills, whether it's neutral objectives, or even the structures. They're really getting everything now.
And now 9,000 gold here at the 22-minute mark. Not quite as commanding a lead as, what, the 15,000 at 25 minutes last game. So Blaze holding in a little bit better, but not by a whole lot. This still is NAJIN SWORD's game to lose.
And I don't see that being very likely overall, but you know, AZUBU BLAZE has a really phenomenal late game. If you can finally stop Evelynn, she's pretty easy to kill in fights when she stops building damage. You know, at some point, if she has to go Guardian Angel, she'll stop peeking quite as hard in team fights. When AZUBU BLAZE can get some magic resistant health, they'll stop getting bursted down quite as hard. And as soon as their team doesn't get one-shotted. Like I said at the beginning, it's a full mid-game style team. Evelynn is going to be, looking for kills from minute 5 till minute 40, and then from there you start to be able to actually survive her burst damage, and you can just turn around. Her being melee, you can kill her off. The same available for Leona.
And Captain Jax is going to get caught here by Evelynn. The rocket jump isn't enough. And that is an astounding burst coming out of Ssong. He's just continuing to look for these picks, get his team the advantage, and here comes another dragon for NAJIN SWORD.
So, yeah, exactly. They're still completely controlling everything. Just the one hope for Blaze is you somehow stop the bleeding and go full late game mode, because a fed Tristana is going to be fearsome. She is behind Ezreal in items, to be fair, but if you can get at least that Infinity Edge and get protected by the 2 shields in your team, you've got a potential here.
Also, late game Aurelion, late game Olaf, nothing to sneeze at either, but it seems like, AZUBU BLAZE has a tough row to hoe to get into that late game phase in the first place, already down over 10,000 gold. So again, we've got another update from Jatt on CLG North America and Dignitas. Take it away, man.
Thanks, guys. CLG, with that Baron buff that they just picked up, take the advantage straight into Dignitas' base, looking to end the game. The inhibi wall goes, IWDominate tries an initiation, but CLG is just so far ahead. They land a great crescendo, burst down Imaqtpie, and then they just go. They end up taking this turret, taking the inhib, ending the fight, and taking the game, which is going to set up a CLG NA versus EU match in the losers bracket. See you later, Dignitas. They're eliminated from the tournament. Let's send it back to Phreak and Monte.
Middle of a team fight right now. Shockwave going down there, diving onto Helios, and that will be a 4-for-none trade for NAJIN SWORD as they continue to just clean up this kill score now. A shocking 17-2.
Oh, man, and that's going to be a surrender vote as well. So GG 2-0. NAJIN SWORD take this one in style. And they are now one of the top 2 teams here. You'll see them in the grand final tomorrow. AZUBU BLAZE in the lower bracket final. You'll see that one tomorrow as well. But we've got another match ahead. Counterlogic Gaming versus Counterlogic Gaming.
This is such an exciting match. This is actually a replay of what we saw at MLG in Anaheim earlier this year. CLG NA came out on top when CLG EU had their full lineup. So what's going to happen this time? I don't know. These recent roster changes are, looking actually pretty good for CLG NA. They looked somewhat discombobulated, a little weak yesterday, but today, wow, they're just powering through.
Yeah, well, what I predict, I think, is in Game 3, Froggen ults while still alive as Karthus, and Double Lift kills him, and then Game 3 ends.
That sounds so epic.
It sounds familiar. I don't know. Hopefully Froggen will be able to realize when he's actually dead. That would be key for that team.
So the true test here, NAJIN SWORD doing just an incredible job at this tournament, dousing Blaze with ease.
Nice. That was good. I like that. That was good. Dousing Blaze.
Yeah, you got to play the Fireman Tristana.
Unfortunately, right? I mean, you can't though when you are actually on Blaze. That's actually anti-synergistic. Going for the attempt there. And again, we're still going to see more of Blaze tomorrow. All right, they're guaranteed top 3. They're going to fight one of the CLGs. We'll see which one is going to move through there. And of course, again, that next match to come, it's really anyone's game here. Both these teams coming in with new supports. They haven't, tested either of them in a tournament so far, right? You've got Jree the sub or Locodoku, the new addition. We've seen Sword not drop a map all tournament and have looked amazing as a result. But we've got just more awesome League of Legends action to come, of course.
Yeah, there's MaKNooN on the camera right now. Looking very focused after the big win. I talked to MaKNooN before this series, and I asked him how he was going to do against AZUBU BLAZE, and he said that it was going to be a tough match. Well, MaKNooN, you were wrong. It was not a tough match.
I mean, it was tough. It was hard fought, of course, right? Everyone had to really play their part and play it well.
Absolutely.
But their A game, I mean, they were just strangling the opponents the entire game. From minute 4, Ssong picked up that kill in the jungle, and killed off Olaf, took away red buff, and then suddenly map control. And Evelynn just snowballed the entire way through. It took until like 25 minutes to even pick up an assist. She was 10-0-0, ended up 11-0-2. I mean, this Ssong just strangled everybody that entire game. Walked into a lane, got a kill. Walked another lane, got a kill. Walked into a lane, got a kill. Over and over again. The boots mobility roam, huge for him.
And Ssong, by the way, ending the game with 10.3K gold. The nearest member was Ambition with 6.9K. So just, that's a massive difference in gold right there. That's nearly an entire Rabadon's death cap.
It's basically, yeah, you're right. It's 3,400 gold, which is like
what is it? Revenant, I think it's Revenant is like exactly 3,400
Yeah,
or something like that,
you're
or
right.
3,600, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So, yeah, you know, again, just completely ahead of everyone else in that game. A really amazing play by Sword. You know, I can't say much else but that. You guys saw the games. It was just them killing everything in their way. Guys, we're going to be back, though. The loser bracket semi-final here coming up with CLG North America versus CLG Europe. And we'll be right back with that match.
In the future, and you can watch the
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the MLG Fall Championships. We have CLG versus CLG, and there is the beautifully dark Dallas there.
Very dark.
It is a lovely trip, and joining me is not Jatt.
Not Jatt at all. Actually, I'm Optimus Tom, so not quite Jatt.
Yeah, I mean, be gentle, ladies and gentlemen.
That's okay. I just saw an entire thread indirectly dedicated to my camera work, so.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, so
Yes.
people should know that it's Tom that's actually been doing the camera work most of the games, and then the terrible stuff's been me. And when I actually complained, when you guys heard me complaining about it, yeah, it was Tom.
Wow.
Go bottom, damn it!
So now we're both going to observe at the same exact time. Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, God.
Uh-oh.
Be prepared to miss first blood, ladies and gentlemen. Phreak is going to be doing the camera work.
All right, so that means that we're going to get a little bit of slack from this one. Or so I hope so. But
oh, dear.
besides the all-stars of the camera work and the casters, I
Yeah.
think we should actually start talking about the match now.
The game is going to be starting. So CLG EU versus CLG Prime. CLG are going to win this one.
I think, really, because I'm more of a CLG fan myself.
Yeah, CLG actually getting a little bit of their own back on TSM as well, because they're saying, oh, CLG, you're going to have 2 teams in the top 4.
They could have had 3 if Curse were to make it.
They could have. But unfortunately, CLG Prime had to knock them out. So, CLG EU coming into this one, you got to assume favorites now?
I don't really know about this. I mean, CLG Prime.
I do.
Oh, well.
They're clear favorites. I mean, come on. Froggen 8-0-4 against TSM in the mid with Lee Sin.
Yeah, but we can expect CLG Prime to not want to have fun and immediately ban out Lee Sin.
So you're saying Hotshot GG is against fun?
I'm saying he's against fun.
He's against fun. There you go. You heard it here first. And the question is, who will he bench when one of them loses this?
Ooh, I don't know about that one, but I think Big Fat LP is on the chopping block next.
Oh, there's room on Curse.
There is. Poor Jackie.
They've got a spare sub spot now. I mean, Salsy's left, so they need another sub.
That's very true. I heard there's actually might be room on Team Dynamic, too.
Have to say. We're going to go into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen, before we get too abusive about these teams. There is CLG. Before we get kicked out of the game there. So they're Relia being banned straight away. No shock there. They're not going to let Wickd have in that one. These 2 teams, they share a gaming house right now. They know about each other. They know how each other plays. They are well prepared. So Rengar being banned out, kind of the usual suspects here. Jace being taken out, of course. Vayne being taken away from Double Lift. Is it going to be a Lee Sin ban? No, it's gone to Nivea.
That means that we could potentially have some fun set up. It also puts EU in a space where are they going to ban out Evelynn? Because Big Fat LP had played, I believe it was a quadra.
They banned out Lee Sin.
Ooh, interesting. So they're not going to have that being taken away from them. Of course, Chowster or Hotshot would be able to take it into the jungle or top lane, whereas, well, if EU picks Lee Sin, then if anyone's going to know how to counter it, it should be CLG NA.
We got a few things here. Twisted Fate's been banned out against CLG NA throughout this tournament. Is Big Fat LP going to maybe lock that one in first? Is it going to go Evelynn? Are they going to go for maybe an Ezreal or something like that? Some top support, and the top laner, Hotshot GG gets the final say, and is going to be Shen. Shen's been a strong player throughout this tournament. Dyrus was really saying, you know, we've got to make sure we get Shen, but it didn't work for them. But CLG NA, they are the split push champions.
It's very true. Also, by banning out Aurelia and Jason taking Shen away, what is that really going to leave Wickd with? Perhaps maybe a Renekton pick. We did see him play Riven at the Season 2 finals, although it wasn't his best performance. He still has that champion in his repertoire as well. And now by picking that Shen away first, they are potentially going to give up both Sona and Ezreal.
Or Evelynn. I mean, I don't really know how much. It's going to be the Sona as poke, but looks of it. It's going to be that bottom lane. Jree has been playing a fantastic Sona this tournament. 5-3-2 scumbag Jree.
Well, someone's got to take the mantle while Crepo is away. He's landed some pretty insane crescendos the entire tournament. I mean,
Yellowpete's been offering, you know, he's been playing a brilliant support for Jree this tournament.
That's true. Support Ezreal, indeed. New meta. You know, even though this is back on the Kha'Zix patch, he actually reduces the attack speed. I expect to see this in solo queue a lot.
So we're waiting to see the final pick is going to get locked in. I expect it will. Right. What are we expecting CLG NA to do here? I guess they're going to go try and counter it, go with that bottom lane. Double left, you know, he plays a strong Graves. He's going to go Corki. We're seeing Loco Doka there. He's going to have some input into this one. The new support, this is his first tournament with CLG NA. Let's have a listen to what these guys have got to say.
So hard on fucking DK.
Yes, on Cain carry is too hard, dude.
Yeah.
Alright. How do we just pick Malphite now?
Malphite Ori.
Malphite Ori now.
It's so good. It's so good.
They could still play Ori, so we're gonna pick Malphite Ori now.
Alright, I'll pick Malph, get Ori.
Oh shit, you.
Okay, whatever, it doesn't even matter, get whatever.
Malphite Ori. Malphite Ori.
They might play TF.
Fine.
I think he's gonna play TF or Diana or some shit.
Alright, let's log in.
I don't know.
So it is, as you saw, you heard there, Malphite Orianna. I mean, that's what they feel is strong. You get the ball on Orianna's, Malphite's head. He ultimates in, unstoppable force, pull the shockwave in. You have good control, and then Shen can obviously get involved as well. He can stand united on top of Malphite, and there's really not a lot of damage they can do. The question is, how are they going to counter that?
Well, I mean, Big Fat LP's played Orianna almost every single game. I believe there was one game in the previous matchup where he was playing Anivia, and that was pretty much the only other champion he's played. So CLG has this one pretty locked in the bag, just composition-wise, what they're going to be able to do. Now, EU, they do potentially have that Diana pickup. Froggen played that while they were over in Korea, played it against AZUBU Frost in the OGN Summer Championship Finals. That's potentially on the plate, and we did see Dignitas actually playing some Diana versus Orianna earlier.
So Mumu may well get locked in. The question is it going to be the standard for CLG EU? What are they going to go with? Are they going to go with the top laner? And the question is it going to be Shen top lane? I assume it will, which means jungle Malphite.
Most likely, judging by the way that NA's been running their compositions recently. Chaox has been
Whoa,
playing.
whoa. Okay, this is something I actually had dinner with CLG EU on the first day I got here. And they said, Orianna, the best counter to him right now is Corki. Absolutely wrecks Orianna in that mid lane.
See,
this is Froggen, so Froggen is playing Corki mid lane.
I saw that and I didn't believe you, but now that you mention it, it is Froggen, and he's been playing Lee Sin in the mid lane. So picking up that Corki's not a bad idea at all. He has a lot of long-range harass. He has the ability to spam spells down like he's some sort of caster, but in addition to this, he has a physical poke, and he has the range that Orianna's going to try to gain advantage off of. So picking that Corki, not exactly the worst thing in the world.
No, and they've got so much maneuverability now. The fact that Unstoppable Force is going to come in, they can just Valkyrie and Arcane Shift away from it and just out of the way, put Crescendo across and just stroll off, and then Amumu can go in and counter it. What is the final pick going to be? What are they going to go with on that top lane? It's going to be up against, we think, a Shen? Or do we think Shen's going to go jungle?
Most likely going to be going up against Shen. I haven't seen Hotshot play a lot of Malphite in
that's
recent
what I'm thinking,
time, so Shen's most likely going to be going in top lane, and Yorick pickup would be...
It's something that the Wicked's been playing this tournament.
It's definitely a good idea. Having double AD, you have two targets for that Yorick, Omen of Death, in order for them to come back and really wreak havoc. Ezreal's not the best pickup with Yorick, but you have a Corki now in the mix as well. Double AD carries, having Yorick pop the Ghost on either one of those is going to be devastating, especially in the earlier team fights.
So, team fights, how are we stacking these? How do we think it's going to go?
I mean, we got CLG NA with the hard team fight engage of the Orianna, Malphite ult, the Shen stand united, Absolute Zero, and Caitlyn just a wail away in the back. But you got a lot of mobility and a lot of AD damage coming out from the side of EU. If you get double Trinity Force at about the 15 to 18 minute mark, get that big mid-game team fight before NA can deal any damage, they're done for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that are your teams, and how is this going to work out? Get your friends watching this one. It's going to be Orianna versus Corki in that mid lane. It's CLG Prime versus CLG EU here at the MLG Fall Championships. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a sec. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for CLG versus CLG. They have it in the bag. They are going to be top 4. The question is, who will proceed to play AZUBU BLAZE in the lower bracket final? And are we going to see any level 1 engages, Tom?
I mean, looking at the level 1 team fights, I have to give a little bit of the edge to CLG NA. They have the crowd control with the slow from Malphite. They have the slow from Nunu potentially. And they, of course, have the taunt coming out from Shen. Whereas on the side of EU, they got a lot more damage with the double AD composition. But early at level 1, it's really not going to kick in yet. And I got to give it to the crowd control.
So we're going to see the wards going in. They're going to try and ping it. It is, if you're just joining us, CLG Prime. That is CLG NA as the blue side, CLG EU as the red side. And yes, you are seeing it correct. There are double ADs. Oh, the attack ball covers onto Wicked, and he just steps away from it. CLG Prime, they thought about it. Now, I mean, how many times these guys have scrimmed each other since they've been in that house in LA? before the Season 2 finals, they were pretty much these only scrim partners back and forth between each other. They are so practiced against each other. But how prepared will CLG NA be for Corki in the mid?
To say, how prepared is CLG NA for anything that EU has shown us this tournament, whether it's Froggen at least in the mid lane, being extremely aggressive, winning a game in under a half an hour, running this double AD composition. If anybody's going to know how to combat it, it's probably going to be CLG NA, but they're not getting as aggressive as I thought they were going to be at level 1.
So Doublelift and Loco going for the blue steal here. They took the major golem and then left the rest, and they're going to go and try and get that blue steal away. The question is, can they get it? The red buff, meanwhile, Snoopeh's managed to pick that one down. Let's have a look back towards the blue. You can see that it is going to get steal off, and they will manage to get it. So Doublelift with the blue steal at the start. That is definitely going to hamper Amumu in the jungle.
Yeah, Loco waited for a little bit of time in order to get that level 1 consume to go for that invade. Meanwhile, CLG EU going for a lane swap, putting 2v1 against Hotshot in the top lane, and then leaving Wickd on that Yorick. He's going to be pretty safe in bot lane.
Well, he's going to be pretty safe, but he's against the blue up Caitlyn. I don't know, man. He's going to be throwing those Piltover Peacemakers at him. There you go. Manages to catch him with it, and again, he gets that passive. He's going to do a lot of damage to Wickd. He's going to have to start stacking those health pots. Hotshot, meanwhile, up that top lane against Jree. Jree, you'd assume, is going to try and zone him out as much as possible, and you can see he's going to get zoned a fair bit. The Arcane, Mystic Shot's going to keep catching on him, and Wickd, again, getting caught with those Piltovers in the bottom. So, take us through the lanes, Tom. We can see we've got the 2v1s. We've also got the mid lane of a crazy Corki versus Orianna.
Well, the Orianna versus Corki matchup, I think you might have a little bit more information on that one than me. Like I mentioned before, Corki's going to be able to abuse Orianna at the early levels with the amount of AD he's putting out, and then he's going to be able to combat the fact that she has a long-range poke into the middle stages of the game. So look for Froggen to get a CS advantage, push the tower forward a little bit, and just lay the pain down on Orianna from a little bit far away.
Where is Froggen going? Is he going to go for an early gank on Hotshot? It looks like he is. He's heading his way up there. As soon as that creep wave gets pushed in, expect to see a dive on Hotshot. He is still only level 1. That is danger, danger, Hotshot. He is in trouble. Here comes the wave being pushed. And there is Froggen, shows himself. They know exactly what's coming. The question is, can he do anything about it? Chaox comes in to catch it. That was a brilliant taunt. Froggen's in trouble. He Valkyries away. They do manage to take down the first blood. There is going to be Corki going down as well. Can they finish it off? There's going to be yellowpete in all sorts of trouble here. Onto Chaox. Can he put the damage down on him, though? He could try and get the double kill. No, you can see here's big fat LP. Gets the attack ball down. Dissonance. He does take down yellowpete. It's a 2-for-1 trade. That backfired horribly for EU.
And that was some sort of star sense there from CLG. They actually did not have any wards whatsoever, just recognizing Corki motioning away from that mid lane. Orianna eventually following him up with that one. Chaox at right place, right time, went back from his jungle to buy. Just perfect timing from CLG.
So Snoopeh clearing out that mid lane, and that has backfired. Did it give? Let's have a look. Hotshot managed to get the kill, but he got a death. Didn't get any support at all there. As it is, though, 4.5 minutes gone, 2-1. And CLG Prime with that slightest advantage at the moment. And you can see Hotshot returning to that top lane. 5.9k to 5.5k gold. Gold is going to be, you know, nothing really. I mean, at the moment, it is very close. So, bottom lane. We've seen what's happened in the top lane. How are they going to turn this one around? You can see they've switched lanes already. Yellowpete's gone back down there. Takes a good bit of Piltover. But they have tried to return this. So let's have a look across those lanes. You can see that, wow, Wickd only with 5 CS. Hotshot only with 9 CS. They really both were completely hampered in that 2v1 exchange.
And the one thing that happened while that 2v1 exchange was going on in the top lane was the fact that Snoopeh and Amumu had to come down and help push the lane back against that bottom lane, that 2v1. So he spent a little bit of time out of his jungle. He got the blue buff stolen away. Amumu's not going to be happy without having that blue buff, and Amumu's not going to be happy without having, you know, just any jungle or experience whatsoever.
So CLG Prime currently with the lead. Now they're coming into this one, they beat Dignitas. It went 2-on-1 though, whereas CLG EU coming into this one after beating TSM 2-0. Absolute domination. yellowpete though versus Doublelift. This is definitely going to be an exchange that they've probably had a number of times in the house, but honestly Doublelift you'd assume would come out on top. yellowpete didn't have that great an experience in the Season 2 World Finals. He has had a struggle. He's had, what, 2 weeks off in Germany, along with the rest of the team. Snoopeh's had a celebration, but the question is, you know, has that break actually benefited them more? Because CLG have been sat in that house, solo queuing up, while the rest of CLG EU are just taking a break, taking the mind off things, coming back into this game, into this tournament with fresh ideas. And we've seen a different CLG at the EU at this tournament.
CLG EU, by taking that vacation after the Season 2 finals, really got a chance to just clear their heads and refocus themselves. We saw Froggen actually, you know, solo queuing away with the rest of NA, but even he just kind of refocused his mindset, playing with a lot of fans, playing with that Lee Sin in the mid lane, just trying different things out, getting a new perspective on stuff, taking a vacation as well. Snoopeh and obviously Krepa, who couldn't be here because he's actually still on vacation, still just refreshing their outlook on things. And we actually seen Snoopeh do a couple things like getting that Deathfire grasp on Amumu, going those triple GP10 items, just really kind of reinventing and refreshing themselves. And not only is it just really good to see them coming back together, they had a little bit of a rough start at the tournament, but then able to kickstart themselves from the lower bracket, make it all the way this far. Not only that, but they're completely throwing their opponents off track as well.
In terms of farm, that mid lane, oh, we're seeing at the top lane actually, wow, Chaox just dropping Wickd. Wickd didn't even get a chance to move there, completely came in, unstoppable force, destroyed him there, and dropping him very quickly. That's going to give Hotshot the advantage in that top lane. Wickd had pushed a little bit too far, but I was about to mention the mid lane. You can see once again Froggen completely out-farming Big Fat LP, very strong with that Corki. Kind of expect that though, with an AD carry in the mid lane. We heard Nientonso on Caitlyn in the mid lane earlier, had 390 CS by 23 minutes, I think it was, no, 34 minutes, sorry, in that. So absolutely massively out-farming. So we're kind of going back to pre-season. Yorick being ganked once, Wickd 0-1-0, but in terms of items, Hotshot GG's gone with the classic. He's gone with the Doran's shield on there now, which is something we saw a lot of the Koreans do. He's also got the hog on there as well, the Heart of Gold. But honestly, that lane is definitely gonna slowly fall, you'd assume, to Wickd. I mean, the thing is between these two lanes, they're both players that will just farm on that top lane for like 20, 30 minutes. This could be a really long top lane for those guys.
You got to give a little bit of the earlier pushing power to Wicked's York, because he's going to be able to spam those ghouls and farm up very safely under tower and then turn the tide of the wave back on the Hotshot GG. Hotshot, in the meantime, he's going to be omnipresent on the map. He's going to be away from lane with that Stand United. He's not really going to be able to push back with the same kind of power until he gets something like an Ionic Spark or Sunfire Cain.
Are they going to dive Wickd here? We can see Chaox in the bush, standing ready and waiting. I think as soon as they clear this wave a little bit, they have a double stack. Wickd, if he goes a little bit too far forward, we do see Corki already heading up there, and Big Fat LP is following him up the river, so expect to see some slight advantage. They're going to come in, and Corki's actually directed round, which I think may even just force them back. No, they're going to dive. He's going to dive on Big Fat LP in that mid lane. He does manage to get the armor shred on him, but you can see that Big Fat LP completely dodges the damage, and Chaox, I think, has just shown himself in that top lane, so they are all going to back, and everybody returns. No chance to return into that top lane, staying on top of this one. He is going to go for it, but he missed it. The unstoppable force missed on Wickd, and he just walks away like nothing ever happened.
Oh, this is unfortunately a little bit of a side effect we saw Chaox. Actually, there's a Stand United coming into mid lane.
Oh, Snoopeh came around the side there, forced it. Hotshot GG comes around, and Froggen is there. You can see the rest of the team, they're pinging still on towards Snoopeh. Froggen forced away from this one, but not too much damage going down. Oh, and that was a whiff as well. Shockwave not landing. And, well, everybody missing out on their ultis there for CLG NA.
Yeah, as I say, this is reminiscent of the Curse versus CLG All-Stars fight where everybody, Jree having to expend a flash there as Nunu and Caitlyn were just chasing down on him. But I guess maybe a little bit of the nerves on NA's side is they're just missing these ultimates, something that happened in the MLG Prize fight last time we saw them go up against Curse Gaming. They're just using preemptive ultimates, they're just warring on the same kind of page, and I just got to chalk it up to nerves right now.
Well, CLG EU, they lost a lot of damage on that bottom turret of theirs, which is where Double Lift is certainly trying to win it out. He went for the BF sword early, only a single Doran's blade, so feeling very strong down there. Meanwhile, Ezreal obviously going towards that Trinity Force, and you talked about it earlier, the fact they could double stock these Trinity Forces. They both got Phage on there right now. I'm also seeing the fact that Loco Doko went up and warded the blue buff, so maybe keep an eye on whether they're going to go for a steal on there. We are seeing Chaox going down that bottom lane, but you can see it's fully warded up. He's not going to be able to pick anything up there, and they are giving the red buff across to Froggen. Of course, that's the bonus of having your AD carry as a mid, double AD carry essentially.
Yeah, and Chaox are continuing to clear up those wards you mentioned with the Oracle's Elixir, also with the ward on the blue buff. They're potentially going to try to make
he's going top. He's diving top, actually. You can see Froggen putting the damage down on Hotshot GG, forcing him back away from this one, putting a lot of pressure down, keeping him well around that turret. But this bottom turret, they are burning it down. So CLG NA actually maybe going to try and take it out. Crescendo goes on towards Loco Doka. He's got a turret on him as well. The Ignite's burning. It might take him down. Yes, it will. yellowpete picked up the killer. Ace in the hole on towards Jree, but he manages to survive the damage. And Snoopeh now returning down there. and Big Fat LP picks up the blue buff.
That was just a very smart coordination from EU on that. When they knew they wanted to try to focus down the tower, Loco Doco was going to be in a bad spot because of that. They switched the focus on the Loco, ignore the AD carry for the most part. Sona's heal and sustain just outclassing the damage that Double is able to put down on Caitlyn right now. Not going to be dealing a large chunk of damage until you hit that super hyper late game carry Caitlyn status. And until then, they're just going to try to abuse this as much as possible.
So CLG EU going to try and pick up the Dragon here. I don't think CLG NA can even fight this one, sticking to their own philosophy of not going involved versus CLG. And there is the Dragon picked up by Snoopeh. So you can see the two mid laners, or whatever you'd like to call them these days. It is Froggen versus Big Fat LP have moved to that top lane. So Hotshot GG now moving in towards the middle lane to counteract Wickd. Wickd was pushing in that mid lane. And Froggen, honestly, versus Shen is probably not a great matchup.
No, everybody's pretty much just jostling around like a carousel, trying to get advantages somewhere on the map. But by matching lane against lane, it's just, like you mentioned before, going into this constant state of CLG wants to farm against CLG. Corki does have a very large CS lead against Orianna, chalking up to the fact that he is an AD carry. CLG is going to respond by taking that bottom tower in the meantime, as well as the fact that, well, Corki's on pace with Caitlyn, but Caitlyn is just outclassing Ezreal right now.
Yeah, and this is the problem. I mean, the fact that, yeah, he is out farming Ezreal, but he's actually keeping up with Corki. So with the double ADs, you know, if they were to win a fight or just win a small advantage, they will really shove them towers fast.
And the fact of the matter is, too, by having both of these AD carries able to get that Trinity Force, they can get a relatively the same amount of farm the side of CLG, whereas Orianna, not necessarily super strong in the mid stage of the game until she really gets a lot of AP or at least some sustain in that Athene's on Holy Grail. Caitlyn not going to be dealing as much damage now that we're coming into the mid stage of the game as she can when she eventually gets, you know, the Last Whisper, the Infinity Edge, and the Phantom Dance that she's going to need to dish out a lot of pain. Just by having Ezreal and Corki at relatively close CS to the enemy AD carry or the enemy AP mid, whatever you want to call them at this point, they're just going to outclass CLG come the next big team fight.
Well, Wickd is heading up towards the top there. He needs to be careful. There's a double stack of Chancellor and Big Fat LP. He's just going to defend off that turret. Meanwhile, mid lane, the AD and supports both rotating towards there. We do see CLG NA possibly moving everyone into this mid lane. Of course, Dragon has just been picked up. So with that bottom lane down, where are they going to shuffle to? We can see Double Lift and Loco Doco have also responded and moved to this mid lane. yellowpete and Jree really need to try and play catch up here. And honestly, with one of the issues I'm foreseeing is the fact that they do have this double AD. Oh, hello, where's Chowster going? Chowster's trying to come around the side there. Snoopeh is there in response though, so if they do not want to dive this one too heavily on towards Wickd, Froggen is getting a lot of free farm down that bottom as well. He has got Hotshot GG going in there, but this is very much as expecting a bit of a farm fest between these two.
And both of these teams usually want to wind up doing this. We did actually have yellowpete going for a BF sword rather than going for a second Trinity Force. So he's going to try to compete with the fact that when you get to the late game, Caitlyn's going to outclass him. But top lane, meanwhile, we have a MLG ultimate coming down as well as the curse to the side. I mean, Stand United is going to wind up saving Big Fat LP. Snoopeh got to run away from that one. Hotshot's going to taunt into the tower, though. Wicked's taking a lot of damage. The Ignite taken away, but the tower aggro just way too much, and NA's not going to be able to handle it.
And there's the True Shot Barrage going back across as well, but it does force them back. But while that's all happening, because he had to use that Stand United, Froggen is just destroying this bottom turret, takes it down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Double Lift has also been forced back a little bit here. yellowpete now is also putting a lot of damage on towards that mid turret. So turrets-wise, CLG EU starting to stack this one up. They have a lot of damage coming through. And with that double AD, Froggen continuing to push the bottom lane a little bit there, finally does back off. So, effectively, Snoopeh is going to be the AP carry for CLG EU here. They're going to take this mid turret here. There's nothing they can do to stop it. So there is 2 turrets for CLG EU. Now taking that gold lead, 25k to 23.5. It's just a 2k gold lead, but it's enough to start creeping them ahead.
And I mean, you're joking around about having Snoopeh by AP carry, but he's gotten Deathfire Grasp I don't know how many times in this tournament alone, so it's not a far-fetched idea. But we do have Double Lift acquiring that Infinity Edge now, 182 farm, keeping on pace, even surpassing both Froggen and Ezreal both in CS at this point in time. But rushing down Infinity Edge, he has the Blood Boil from NuNu. He's trying to get as much damage as possible to force this kind of late-game Caitlyn on top of the double AD comp from EU a little bit early. Like I mentioned before, yellowpete yellowpete, in the meantime, going back acquiring his own bloodthirst before even upgrading his boots too. He's trying to stay on par with damage from Caitlyn, so by the time she's huge, so is Ezreal. And in the meantime, Froggen on Corki just pushing wherever he wants to. He has the AD now. He can do what he wants.
I am intrigued how this match is going to play out at the moment. A, for the fact that Shen, if he catches a good taunt across both, yellowpete and Froggen, if they're together, then he's definitely going to cause problems. But Froggen with the armor shred is going to cause so many problems for Shen. He could just get dropped very quickly. Chaox is in the same breadth. He could get caught out, could get dropped very quickly. Infinity Edge has been built very quickly by double lift down that bottom lane, or wherever the hell lane he's been on. But still, the farm is being very much equalized by Froggen. Froggen is keeping up very well with him. So honestly, there's not a lot of difference between these two teams at the moment. That's just 2k gold. They can see they're starting to stack up on this top lane, but they cannot get close enough because they can just keep it away. They can bat away those minion waves. There's not a lot you can do when there's 2 AD carries. Mid lane turret is actually being hit on by Big Fat LP here, but he's not got enough damage he could do, ironically, with double lift being back there.
Yeah, now we had Froggen completing his Trinity Force, so if CLG EU wants to engage, we're probably going to see it relatively soon. Phage as well as Bloodthirst on Ezreal means that if he gets into a duel with Caitlyn or someone else on the side of CLG Prime, he's just going to wind up outclassing them in sustain as well as damage at this point in time. Corki, in the meantime, can Valkyrie in and chase after anybody trying to run away. Like, he's doing a hotshot in the bottom lane now, and hotshot, he's going for split push Shen. He's got a recurve bow, he has a heart of gold, a little bit of effective HP there, but he doesn't have any armor. He doesn't have any real tankiness to him yet. So if EU is going to be able to abuse that, like you said, Shen can taunt across 2 ADs, but he's going to melt at this point.
Well, Froggen's obviously keeping Hotshot busy. Look, you can see he's trying to keep track of him because they're expecting something to come out of Snoopeh here. He doesn't want to use Curse of the Sad Mummy yet because he's waiting for Chaox to dive in with Unstoppable Force. So Hotshot's being kept busy by Froggen here. Froggen actually might go down. Hotshot's going to catch him. Yes, he will. That's going to be a straight-up kill. Let's have a look towards that top turret. They've had to back off, so they gave up that turret. They did take down the Hotshot, though. That was a good trade for them. The question is, will they be able to hold on towards its inner turret? yellowpete is free farming in that mid lane. And they just, slowly but surely working it down. Froggen now on the bottom turret. It's continuing to just push on through this one. He's shredding half a hit points off it already. Big Fat LP finally turns up. And they need to deal with him because Froggen is just going to farm his way to victory here.
Yeah, the funny thing is I thought EU was trying to force some sort of team fight, but in reality, they're the ones that are wind up split pushing on top of CLG before CLG can hit split push status. They're not having Caitlyn. Caitlyn has an Infinity Edge, yeah, but she doesn't have any other big items. EU's going to be taking out global objectives like they're going for Dragon right now. They've taken out towers and pushed their advantage onto CLG NA, so they can't even really respond. They've finally been able to take out that top tower just recently, but still at this point in time, they're just tearing CLG apart, not letting CLG farm to the point where they want to be, and just abusing them by the fact that their champions are better at the 22-minute mark.
Well, we are seeing Hotshot GD now picking up that Ionic Spark. It's been a popular item in this tournament. It's definitely been highlighted by the fact that all the top laners have been picking it up. True Shot Barrage being shot across that mid lane, clearing out the waves, keeping things at bay. So, how do you stack this right now in terms of team builds across the board, how they're stacking out? Obviously, we can see it's 4-3. It is still very close, though. It's only 3k, well, 2k gold difference. That really is nothing when you're talking a 30k difference.
I mean, taking a quick look at the gold counts, most of it's actually going to be on Froggen at 8.1k. He's the richest guy in the game right now. Next closest person to him on CLG NA's side is Double Lift with 7.4k. So Froggen just outclassing everybody in gold as well as item builds. We do have the Frozen Heart being completed on Chowster though, so that is going to slow down the potential damage output from the double AD composition. It's going to hurt a little bit on Yorick as well, as he's going to be dealing a little bit of physical damage, already picking up a Phage himself, potentially going for yet another Trinity Force on their side. So stacking it up right now, I still got to give it to EU with this impending team fight that's bound to happen over some sort of global objective. They're establishing their presence on the map. They're warding up a little bit more effectively. Chowster, of course, he had the Oracle's Elixir a little bit earlier, going to pan over. He still has it acquired now, so he is going to be trying to clear up these wards, but just by the fact that, they've pushed down a couple towers on the long side of the map from CLG, even though NA's ahead in towers, EU just seems to be a little more active all over the map.
Well, surely one of the big problems is the fact that they have these double ADs, is that you're going to build up a couple of Frozen Hearts across Shen and Chowster on Malphite and stick a Thorn Mail on them. Because what else are they going to... They don't need to build any magic because there is no big AP burst.
No, but you also have on the opposite side, Jree with Sona going to be able to pick up an Aegis and then go for a Zeke's Herald, and then that's pretty much all he has to do. Pops a Crescendo in a fight, locks people down for the 2 ADs, Curse of the Sad Mummy comes in, and it doesn't really matter what the enemy team has because they're dead.
Froggen might get caught out here. He has got Chaox to come around. He's managed to dodge and avoid the damage. The rest of CLG were trying to collapse around him, but instead they do not catch him. He's a slippery little sucker, that Froggen, on Corki. You cannot pin him down, and he continues his farm. Farm-wise across the board, well, you can see Doublelift and Froggen having a bit of a farm fest session here. They're trying to see who's the better AD.
I mean, last time we saw Froggen into a CS war, I think he won rather convincingly, like 400 CS at the 30-something minute mark. So Froggen, I mean, he's losing out the Doublelift right now, but we'll see how long that lasts. And actually, you raise a good point. The fact that Froggen's so slippery, yellowpete slippery with the Ezreal Arcane shift, both of these double ADs coming out from CLG have the best escape mechanisms for ADs in a game.
And look at the split push continue. Froggen is returned back to that bottom lane. Shen's going to keep me busy down there, so he's going to push onto it. He's taken half the health of it. Meanwhile, the CLG Prime trying to put pressure on towards this middle turret. Have they got enough to go for it? You can see Unstoppable Forces was trying to set it up there. He was just off the side in the jungle. He wants to get a position to do it, but honestly, are they in a position to dive this one? Because if they go into it, surely Curse of the Sad Mommy would just get popped by Snoopeh, and he can just deal with him on the turret.
I mean, Hotshot has acquired a chain vest now, so Froggen's not going to be able to keep him as occupied when he's trying to use Stand United in the bottom.
He's gone for it. Chowster's managed to go into it. Shockwave gets popped. Wickd is the target, but Chowster's going to get dropped on the turret there. They do manage to take a lot of damage. Locodoco's in all sorts of trouble as well. Locodoco's desperately trying to get away from this one. Does manage to back off. Now Wicked's using that ultimate. Doesn't manage to catch onto him, so it's a 1-for-0 exchange, and it was Chowster that actually died diving into it, and that's exactly what we said. You know, have they got the strength to dive onto that one? He loses an Oracle in that dive.
That was a very awkward time for CLG Prime to go for an engage. We saw in the bottom lane, Hotshot had just taunted Corki, and that means his Stand United's not going to be available to try to go and teleport in because he's in no space to do it. Had they waited a couple of seconds or had Hotshot not taunted, made Froggen potentially tower dive Hotshot and trade and then save that taunt for later, it would have been a completely different story. At least they would have traded 1-for-1 and then engaged it, if not had Hotshot teleport in and completely turn that fight around.
So a bit of miscommunication possibly, and multiple calls. How many times have we said that was CLG NA? A lot of people making that call, but it was Chowster that obviously chose to go for it. Oracle's Elixir being bought once again by Chowster. Jree picking one up for CLG EU. So again, people return to lane. Jree with the Oracle clearing out the ward, the positioning that they had there. Snoopeh, meanwhile, he's trying to get that Frozen Heart built up first. Obviously, he needs to get as tanky as possible. Warden's Mail being picked up by Hotshot GG as well, so he's building up. You'd expect this, though. You'd expect to go very tanky. And how is CLG EU going to counter it? The fact that they know that there's going to be a lot of armor stacking coming out from CLG NA.
I mean, by looking at the fact that Corki's going to be able to do a little bit of mixed damage, he has the phosphorus bombs, he has the rockets, he has the Gatling gun to shred away at the armor, on top of the fact he's going to be getting Sheen procs. We've seen him acquire a Last Whisper to combat the fact there's a lot of armor penetration or armor stacking that he needs to penetrate in order to have that happen. Ezreal also has a little bit of a mix of magic damage in him. Hasn't gone for the Trinity Force either. He's more raw damage potential. The fact of the matter is, though, they're going to have to split off. If Corki and Ezreal can stay separated with their mobility, Chowster's going to have to decide to go an Unstoppable Force on one of them while the other one comes into another angle and just cleans up the fight.
So Big Fat LP just backing off and clearing the waves in that mid lane. Very much a slow-paced game between these two teams, as you'd expect, because there's a lot of internal pride at stake here. I mean, who is going to get in towards that? There's a lot of bragging rights in the house, I guess. You know, if you remember back to, say, pre-season 2, Doublelift giving the cheeky comments about CLG EU, saying, oh, we're so much better. Hotshot GG, meanwhile, is getting dived on by Froggen here. The pressure, the armor shred still going down. Look at that. Half the health shredded off by Froggen without reply.
And that is already with Hotshot acquiring a Warden's Mail. He has an Ionic Spark and Heart of Gold for a little bit extra help. You know, he's going to try to run away from any of those Phage procs by having those Mercury Treads acquired for the team. Now he's picked up the Random and Zone, and this could be a little bit of an issue for CLG EU. Now you were talking about if Shen can land a taunt across everybody, is he going to be able to be effective? Well, now he has armor, now he has health, and now he has the Random Zone to slow down their attack and movement speed. This could be what CLG NA needs to really start taking the fights to EU. Yeah,
and you just saw the damage that Doublelift put down on yellowpete there. That is dangerous, dangerous stuff. If he can get hold of someone, he has got the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer, he will absolutely shred them apart. But while that's happening, Froggen again is causing himself so many problems. He's just, Hotshot is struggling to keep hold of him. It looks like CLG NA are going to try and peel off and maybe deal with him, but Froggen is so quick to react to this one. The communications is strong, and he's going to be able to get away from this one. They're putting the speed down. Meanwhile, CLG, they're trying to catch him on that bottom lane, but Froggen, yeah, he's just too slippery. You cannot catch him, and that's buying time for CLG EU to try. They thought about going for Baron there.
I think when it comes to the grand scheme of thinking about doing Baron, EU is one of the teams that really takes the cake. But regardless, the fact that Froggen is doing what Hotshot wants to do. He has an Ionics
back on Hotshot.
He wants the split push. Froggen's is continuing to keep him busy, but in doing so, he's doing the same thing that NA wants Hotshot to do, which is split push and keep the lane pushed off.
It's a 3v4 mid, and Chaox is coming around the side. Sorry to jump across, because there's the unstoppable force on towards yellowpete. Shockwave comes out. They do manage to get away with it. Snoopeh is going to pop the curse to the side. Mommy, Snoopeh will go down. They try and finally turn things around. Wicked's going to come back around. They will take the turret down. But while this is all happening, Froggen again is pushing the bottom lane. Hotshot had to come in to avoid that one. They managed to take that inner turret down. The question is, can they get to Froggen quick enough to stop him taking this turret down? I don't think they can. He will take the turret down. Now he's going to try and avoid it. He's going to back off. I think he's just going to teleport through in time. Froggen, oh no, he's had to cancel it. He had to cancel it. And well, they now are going to catch him out, surely. Can he avoid this one? He's going to go for the Valkyrie. Oh, and there's the exhaust. He does flash through. You slippery little sucker, Froggen. He's now got all sorts of trouble. Now he's going to go down. They will manage to pick him off, but Froggen tries to turn it around. Would he have got away with that? I think he may have been able to back off there.
He would have gotten the recall. There was maybe half a second left on the animation and the channeling time. He would have gotten out of it before Vorpal Blade hit. He would have had one of those instances where you see a Vorpal Blade fly across the map is what would have happened. But still, you know, Shen in the meantime finally getting into a team fight. CLG NA is able to capitalize on that one, pick up a kill, wind up picking up a turret as well. Bottom lane, you know, they trade the turret because Hotshot's already out of there. They're not able to pursue in the mid lane because, well, Froggen wailed away on Shen the entire time he was teleporting. Came into the fight with about 500, 600 HP, but regardless of that, the taunt and a little bit of extra shielding is all they needed to take the fight to EU. Turned it into a 5v4, and now, I mean, Froggen wound up split pushing, taking down the turret. EU not actually equalizing because they got that mid tower too, but...
Triple Trinity Force.
It's the Trinity Force of Trinity Force.
I'd like to ask Phreak how much damage he comes with Triple Trinity Force.
He responds with tons of damage, so Triple Trinity Force, this must be like one of Phreak's awesome dreams or something. And they're all putting me on the same side too. And you can see them all going on cooldown and off cooldown at the same exact time. But that is a lot of all of a sudden burst damage in the face of CLG NA. EU still has a slight gold lead though. They got 45.4k to 42.8k. They're behind a little bit on towers, and it hasn't been a lot of kills going on yet. But looking at that Triple Trinity Force, looking at the stacks on yellowpete's Bloodthirster and the armor shred coming off of that Corki, just watching them even continue to chunk down on Hotshot Shen, that just speaks that once they get into this big old team fight, Curse this side, Mommy goes down, Crescendo goes down, and all of a sudden CLG NA ceases to exist.
Yeah, and honestly, how well do you judge Froggen's Corki against Big Fat LP's Orianna? Because they've really not been together for long, have they? They kind of had a little tit-for-tat at the start, but that was about it. CLG EU, NA, sorry, starting on the Baron here. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to peel across? Froggen's already heading his way up here. They are going to put it down. Here comes Wickd. Wickd getting involved. Stand United coming in. Chaox catching the unstoppable force on towards Jree. Jree crescendos back across and avoids the damage. Wickd has gone down there. Double F taking him down. He's going to get towards Snoopeh. Snoopeh's going to back out of this one. Wicked's Ghost is doing a lot of damage. Here comes Froggen though. The armor shred. They're going to dive on it. Doesn't have Valkyrie available. Wickd is trying to continue on towards Chaox. Chaox trying to save the Oracle. Does split across, and CLG NA backing away from this one desperately. They didn't get the Baron down. Could CLG EU respond and take the Baron themselves here?
I mean, it's a possibility still, but the fact that actually Snoopeh still has a very decent amount of HP, so he could potentially go in and try to take this one away. Jree did actually land a really good crescendo, wound up taking double lift and Big Fat
Froggen's
LP.
gone for hot shot. Well, he went for it.
Well, I mean, that's something we've seen a lot. Maybe Froggen has like a hot shot radar. As soon as he pops up, he just goes for them and goes for kills. But regardless, in that fight, Jree had a great crescendo to stop the damage output from CLG NA. Landed on Orianna, landed on Caitlyn, stopped them from dealing any damage. Yes, they wound up losing Wickd in the fight before the crescendo actually was able to land because of their crowd control. But that means as soon as yellowpete and as soon as Froggen showed up, NA had to turn tail and run because you saw how low Chowster got. That was just 2 seconds of damage.
And they are back on towards the Baron here. CLG NA, they're going to try and start it off again. Have they got the speed to take it down? That's the question. yellowpete comes in there. He stood on top of a ward. The Baron down to 3,000 health now, but they are going to try and peel off. They don't have unstoppable force this time, but they do still have Shockwave. CLG NA pick up the Baron. Now they're going in there. Snoopeh didn't manage to catch it. Shockwave catches all of CLG EU. They just shred them apart. Big Fat LP with a double kill. Now they're going to chase on towards Jree. Jree has to flash away, but he is done. The damage done already. CLG NA managing to take down the major damage dealers. Froggen getting dropped there. Double lift is onto Wickd. Wickd is going to go down. He cannot avoid the damage coming out from double lift. Double lift absolutely tearing them apart. Jree being chased by Hotshot GG. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, he is going to catch him out eventually. They're going to push him towards the middle inhibitor, and CLG NA coming out on top in that fight.
And that was just EU. Let them take a little extra damage from that Baron. Yes, they let them finish it. They decided they were going to try to engage after with all the damage that Baron was putting down, the 6th member of the team. But when you run double AD, you run into the little bit of a chance that, hey, if you wind up getting stuck together, you just absolutely melt. And that is unfortunately what happened. Orianna landed a great ultimate from that one.
Still chasing.
You see Hotshot saying in chat, die, as he's just chasing Jree down, trying to mop up a kill. This could potentially be a little bit bad, though. They might have been able to just go and push another lane at the same time with that split push potential.
Dear.
But
here comes double lift.
Hotshot wants to get the lightnings down on Sona, but like you mentioned, double lift coming in, and this is absolutely
He's trying to juke him away, and I don't think it's going to happen. He's got no help coming in. He does going to finally get caught down there, and it was Hotshot that picked up the kill. So how do they respond? They're going to try and chase out Big Fat LP. I don't think they're going to be able to get close enough. They will pick up the Dragon. So CLG EU now, for the first time in the game, actually trailing in the gold by 2K. Or 1K now.
I just kind of want to go back and mention the fact that that's the first time I've seen Hotshot go for champion kills over split pushing ever.
Well, the pushing continues because they're going to take the top turret down. Chaox, they're tanking it up. They don't really have the damage on it. They could do with double lift going in, double lift just I want to carry on farming here. I don't want to get onto this turret. And he manages to carry on. So Abyssal Scepter has been picked up by Snoopeh though. So the question is, after that fight, you know, was it the positioning? Snoopeh didn't quite get in there, didn't get the smite down in time. Chaox managed to outsmite him.
I just got to chalk it up to the fact that EU wanted the extra Baron damage on NA, and they just did not anticipate the great Orianna ultimate locking down both AD carries, or AD, AP, whatever the heck you want to call it at this point. They locked down Ezreal, they locked down Corki, and they just had the AoE damage and the potential just to absolutely destroy everybody. Jree actually got caught in that one as well, so Sona, you know, wasn't able to use your utility, wasn't able to get the crescendo off, and NA did this without the unstoppable force from Malphite the entire time, so it's only half of their quote-unquote little wombo combo going down for them. So EU now, they got to be a little bit more careful about when and where they're going to decide to engage. And I mean, Froggen decides that he's not going to engage, just going to split push in the bottom lane.
Hotshot wants it. Hotshot wants this fight. He's actually gone in for it, and well, it's a pretty even exchange there. Froggen versus Hotshot GG. They do manage to keep that trade going, but you can see CLG NA, they're going to continue pushing on towards this top turret. They have still got the Baron available, of course. That's why Hotshot was quite happy to trade that one. Froggen continuing to chase Hotshot down the bottom lane, but you can see CLG NA are still coming in there. The ball is on Chaox. He's got unstoppable force available. That's why the Herald CLG EU are trying to stay separated here. But double lift, he only needs a little bit of time on that turret. He will absolutely shred it. They have to try and deal with this one. Froggen is backing off. He's going to try and come back here. They have to defend it. There's nothing they can do about this one, Tom. I think they're eventually going to exchange. Here we go. Chaox is pushing in. Doesn't manage to go for it. They're just tanking it up there. Have they got enough on towards Chaox? They're trying to shred him down. The shockwave comes out. It actually only caught Wickd in there. They do manage to engage. They're trying to go and engage it, but it's not enough. And Wickd does go down. There goes yellowpete. They're in all sorts of trouble now. CLG NA are looking good for this game, Tom. I think they're going to finally finish off. Acing a hole on yellowpete. yellowpete is just the... I'm pretty sure it's just the ghost of him. There we go. There goes yellowpete finally going down. They are going to get the inhibitor. And well, CLG NA absolutely driving home against CLG EU here.
And that is just, that's actually very impressive. CLG NA was down almost the entire game. Froggen with that split push in the bottom lane. Once Hotshot got those extra teamfight items, once double lift, reach, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Infinity Edge, Super Caitlyn style. Once that happened and Froggen decided he was going to split push against Hotshot, it turned into the tides of favor from NA. And it's just not even done. They're going to go in with the ultimate there from Malphite, mop up the blast kills on Froggen. Jree's going to flash away to live another day. Snoopeh is going to fall absolute zero just for style for Loco Doco. Little hair flip with that absolute zero. And they're just going to finish it off and take game one against CLG EU.
So 14-6 CLG NA take the first game, and well, they will be very happy with that. That's a big, big confidence boost in the house. Of course, these guys share the same house at the moment.
Double with a giant sigh of relief there, it looks like.
Well, and why not? He went 6-0-4 in that game, so not dying, pretty much carrying it very much. Orianna, of course, Big Fat LP 3-1-8 as well. 370 CS for Froggen, 392 for Doublelift. So Doublelift just saying, yeah, I am the AD carry. I will outfarm you all.
Oof, but now it's CLG EU in game number 2. They're going to have blue side. They're going to have first pick. It's going to be, I don't know what to expect.
Was that the blue strat?
That's the blue strat.
Was that the blue
it's the
strat?
secret strategy.
Did we see it there? Did we see the blue strat? I'm not too sure.
I think their secret strategy is first let your enemies pick double AD and then pick Malphite with a frozen heart.
So how would you go with the picks and bans? That's the question. That is the question we're going to ask after this one. It is going to be a quick break. It's CLG Prime versus CLG EU and North America. They're 1-0 up.
Welcome back to the floor here at the MLG Fall Championship here in Dallas. I'm MonteCristo, and joining me for this big Get Real interview presented by Flex4 Razors is, of course, Rachel Seltzer Quirico. So let's start with a question. You have a lot of new fans, many new esports fans, since you've been doing all of these hosting events around the world. But let's go back in time a little bit. A few years ago, You were on a show called WCG Ultimate Gamer. Can you describe to your fans, got a lot of cheers for that, can you describe to your new fans what that show was?
Sure. You know, I actually got into it before that. I was like a Team Fortress 2 player, and I got into this clan, and a couple of members of my clan were on Season 1 of Ultimate Gamer, and I got some other friends out there in the audience from Season 1, and they had such a great time. They were like, you really got to do Season 2. So Season 2, they picked me, another girl, Catherine Gunn, it was 12 of us, and they put us in a house in LA, and we're like, all right, you got to play video games and do like a live action, it was ridiculous. It was like I think they stopped after Season 2, but it was really fun when it happened.
So do you have a favorite memory from WC Ultimate Gamer, a story that you can relate to your fans?
So one of the events was they were doing a PC game and they did Battlefield, and the real life thing for Battlefield was they had 4 comm stations, and one team had to go to each station and like solve a mystery and move on, and the other team just had to light them up with paintballs. So after that episode, they actually made me wear like sweaters and jackets because I was covered in head to toe, like bruises, just 32 bruises all over my body. And then like a week into it, I look like a zombie. They wouldn't even talk to me. They were like, here, you wear a jacket today. It's 80 degrees out, 108 degrees out, but you wear a jacket.
That's very funny. So since WCG Ultimate Gamer, excuse me, why don't you talk a little bit about your career? How did you get into hosting? How did you make that transition?
Well, I'd actually met a friend, Jason Barbosa, like years and years ago when I was doing Quake shootouts. And he was like, oh, you should do interviews. And I was like, okay, I'm like all brunette and young and chubby and sweaty. And, you know, he really worked with me and he told me what worked on camera, what didn't work on camera. And it was like 4 long years of filming interviews that never saw the light of day before I really got a chance. StarCraft 2 came out. My boyfriend, Torch, Trevor, was like really into it. And he was like, come on, you know, let's do StarCraft. So I went out, I started doing interviews, and shortly after I was hired by Cybersports Network. So I've been doing it ever since.
So you travel all over the world doing these interviews with various players. You can check them out on Cybersports Network's YouTube channel. They're wonderful. What is your favorite and least favorite thing about your very hectic travel schedule?
My favorite thing is, of course, you know, the travel, and not just the travel, but I'm going to esports events. I'm seeing, like, whether I go to Sweden or Korea or the Philippines or anywhere in the US, I'm seeing the same faces over and over again. So there's like a real camaraderie among the players and the people at Twitch TV and everyone else who travels around to these events. And it's special to travel, but always see friends that are really important to you and that are all working on this really exciting thing that's called esports. The downside of it is I spend a lot of time just like alone in hotel rooms for like days at a time. Like I go insane. I watch horror movies and I like walk around with the towel as a cape and like it's real sad. So yeah, that would be the sad part.
That's a great mental image. You recently hosted the Season 2 World Playoffs, the Season 2 World Championships, the North American Regionals for League of Legends. What do you like about League of Legends as an esport, and where do you see it going in the future, and what have your experiences hosting League of Legends events been like?
Well, League of Legends, it was funny because one of my good friends in esports for a long time was Neha Renoa. And when League of Legends was not even in beta, when it was in alpha, she was like, you have to check out this game. It's going to be so big. You know, she was a Dota pro, and she got into League of Legends, and she was like, Rachel, this is the next big thing. And I'm like, yeah, definitely. I have an Xbox now, so this is what I do. And she really sat, and she was very patient with me, and she made me play the game. She put me, my first game I ever played, League of Legends, was in a game with like the developers. I was like, oh, thanks, that's great. And she was totally right. You know, a year later, you know, I'm playing it and I love it. Like, this is a game that, you know, I play 4 or 5 hours a day. It sucks when I'm traveling. I really don't get a chance to, but it was a game that I really fell in love with. And to watch it grow, to see so many people learn the game and compete at a very basic level, and then as these teams compete and they study the game and they work hard at it and it becomes a day job for them, they really pull it apart and they really find all the things that make it a true esport. It's not just a game, it's not simple, it's very complicated, and these guys we're finally getting to see the esports level of games. The World Final was absolutely incredible. These guys here are doing things that are still changing the meta, so it's growing, it's evolving, and I think it has a long history.
So you said there were many years that you did interviews where you were just practicing. So if you had to give someone advice who was looking to crack into doing interviews or crack into hosting, what is the most important lesson that you've learned in your own career?
To just do it. The thing is, so many people ask me, how do you get a job in esports? And I say, just do it. You have to go out, get a camera, film your interviews. If you want to write, start writing, because when somebody says, hey, I'm looking for somebody to do something, you have to be able to show them a YouTube channel full of dedication. You need to show them you're a dedicated worker, that you're capable of producing things on your own. That's what they want to see. They don't want to see somebody who thinks they're going to be great. They want to see somebody who knows they're great and has demonstrated it already. So there's so many opportunities out there. So many leagues are hiring, so many sites need writers. Just go and do it, and if you're good, if it's what you're meant to do, it'll shine through and you'll have a job, I think.
All right, and to wrap it up, who's your favorite League of Legends team?
You can't, Team MaKNooN, all the way. MaKNooN, I love you, man.
That is actually a fantastic answer. I'm a big MaKNooN fan myself. Anyway, this has been the big Flex 4 Razor Get Real interview with Rachel Seltzer Quirico. You can follow her on Twitter at Seltzer, please. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is Dallas. Now it's a big highlighted building, and that's quite an impressive building. You know what? I know the guy that owns the top floor of that building.
Do you really?
I do. Just gonna say it. He's the boss of my former company.
Impressive. Former company.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later, maybe. We won't talk about it right now. So, CLG EU versus CLG NA there. So, I mean, wow. NA, take 1-0. I would not have called that before this game.
I probably wouldn't have either, which makes me an NA trader, I guess. But regardless of the fact, they came out very impressive. EU had a very interesting kind of double AD composition. Regardless of the fact, it was just picking apart CLG NA piece by piece. Had a gold lead the entire time, but CLG NA came back strong with that Baron fight, completely backfired on EU, and they just took it from that point forward, pushed it continuously forward, and wound up taking the game away from them. So we're going to have to see, can they do the same thing in game number 2? Is Shen going to be banned out? Is Lee Sin? Well, Lee Sin's already banned out.
So we're going into the bigs and bans, and well, they are coming through thick and fast. Rengar being banned out by CLG EU. And Anivia finally being banned out. Are they going to lock in Orianna this time? No. Are they going to allow Lee Sin, not going to allow Lee Sin, obviously. Are they going to allow Froggen to do what he pleases, or are the teams suddenly going to go, okay, it's time to break out Karthus, or something like that?
I mean, they've talked very heavily in a previous series about having him play Morgana in a certain matchup, so we could potentially see that. Shen is still on the table, and I don't know if they're going to want Hotshot to have that one. However, if you pick Shen against Hotshot GG, he's going to want to wind up picking up that Jax, then potentially have another giant farm fest where Hotshot GG is going to try to split push and try to farm himself up to a point in time where he can just do whatever he needs to for his team in order to win.
Well, I wonder if we can have maybe a listen in on what these guys are discussing, because there's clearly a lot of discussion going on with CLG EU here.
With Ezreal again?
Okay, Ezreal.
And what about open with Sona?
I think Ezreal is better.
I don't care if they have Sona. You already hate the NuNu, so... Okay.
Or even NuNu, like Flex, everything works.
Then Malphite.
So it's Ezreal they went with there, and they're talking about the NuNu maybe as well, but I guess they're expecting the Shen to come straight out from Hotshot GG there.
I think they're also expecting potentially to have this Orianna be picked up or a Malphite, and then they were saying that, well, Doublelift and Locodoka are going to be favoring that NuNu in the bottom lane, potentially having that sniped away. You know, we could potentially have Snoopeh playing that in the jungle as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be a support in the bottom lane, and they could still snatch up that Sona afterwards, but it's all really going to kind of revolve around what NA decides to pick up for that that second pick. Assuming Hotshot's going to take that Shen, it seems to be his staple go-to top laner now that he's back in that lane. And now it's all up to Chowster. Is he going to take his jungle? Are they going to take... Actually, now they're hovering over the Sona.
They've locked it.
Don't really know if EU considered that fact.
They took that away from Jree, so that's something Jree's been playing pretty strong throughout. So Loco Doco taking Sona away. That is, of course, going to be the blue lane for CLG EU. And Jree, look at Jree in the background. He's like, that's not fair. But we've seen him, you know, we've seen him playing Lulu, I think, a few times as well.
I believe he said that maybe he's played a couple games to support Zyra as well.
Yes,
That's what I've
yes,
overheard.
it was Jatt that was talking about that. Yeah, I mean, it's a potential. And, you know, during the Tales of the Lane tournament last weekend, there was the lane of Ezreal and Zyra was just, you know, we weren't sure how it was stoppable, how teams could deal with it. Something, Kersey, you were dealing with running a few times. Moscow 5 ran it a few times as well. Blitzcrank, wow, okay. Well, I don't know whether, I don't know Jree that well. Can he land them hooks? We've seen a few Blitzcranks this tournament. Patoy was running it earlier, and he was not landing those hooks that successfully. I believe we've seen Elements also running it. We've seen Elements actually run Fiddlesticks off the stream as well, and Maokai locked in this time. So Snoopeh returning to what he knows in the jungle. Now let's maybe get a listen in on what CLG NA are saying about this.
Malfoy, Wombo. Malfoy right now. We're gonna save our AD for last pick. If he has Karthus, I want Graves.
If he has Karthus, we should go Sever.
Yeah, Sever.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Actually, Sever owns with our team pound too. Yeah.
Holy, Sever's like best pick.
So Siva's the best pick, they reckon. So let's see whether Karthus does get picked up here. That's what they're expecting. And honestly, you know, we talked about it at the start. Froggen is very much a renowned Karthus play. It's something he played, pretty much fell back on after he couldn't get Anivia. You know, Anivia was locked in throughout. I think DreamHack, he played it throughout the entire open bracket. I think he died twice throughout the entire open tournament at DreamHack, if I remember correctly.
It's kind of counterintuitive if you're playing Karthus too. Normally you want to die to deal more damage.
Yeah, but he just didn't die.
If you're not going to die and you're still going to put that damage out, it doesn't really matter. And of course, everybody knows that Froggen going to have that 400 plus CS at 30-something minutes into the game. Ooh, and now we could see Wickd picking up one of his favorite Ribbon characters, something we haven't seen. Well, we saw at Season 2 finals, but before that, we haven't seen it for a very long time.
And let's see, oh, it could be Ahri in the mid lane, so it's not going to be the Karthus they were expecting. So those charms going to come out. Yes, he will be locked in, so Riven and Ahri. And let's maybe hear what CLG responds to this one. They know it's going to be the AD carry as the last pick, but what are they expecting? We're not going to get it.
Well, we did know that they wanted to have that Sivir or Graves pick up regardless. Now that the Karthus is no longer on the table, probably just defaulting to that Graves Sona lane. There's going to be a lot of poke potential there. They're going to have the buckshot. They're going to have the Sona putting out those Qs for poke damage as well. However, on the opposite side, CLG EU, this is the patch where Deathfire Grasp is still ridiculously strong. Having Ahri being able to run in and assassinate. Actually, MonteCristo and myself are watching the Enter the Dragon tournament going over on in Asia, and there was a matchup between KT Rolster going against LGIM, even post-nerfs on Deathfire Grasp. Ahri was 10-0, rushed to Deathfire Grasp, run around the map. We've seen what Evelyn can do with it. Ahri even more mobile from that mid lane than Evelyn.
And it's something we saw the Korean teams as well, running Ahri versus Orianna. Whether it's a counter or not is another matter, I guess. Froggen versus Big Fat LP, we are going to see. Ladies and gentlemen, it's CLG EU versus CLG NA. 1-0 currently to the North American side. Something a lot of you guys probably weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting. There's the Snoopeh.
That's what we were expecting.
That's what you were expecting. The whole crowd are quivering. The question is CLG NA quivering? It's MLG Dallas. We'll be back after this quick break. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, game 2 underway. It is the game just before lower bracket finals. I don't know what you call that. Maybe round 3, quarterfinals. I don't know. We're going to give it a name, whatever way. It is going to be AZUBU BLAZE versus the winner of this game. They are awaiting themselves in the lower bracket finals, of course. MaKNooN and co. with NAJIN SWORD are in the final. And CLG EU coming out with another slightly unusual lineup. This time it's a little bit more expected, but I don't remember the last time I saw a Blitzcrank played by CLG EU, if ever.
I can't really recall it myself, but they are going for a little bit more of an aggressive play.
Stood on a ward.
Oh, they are on a ward, though, so NA knows exactly what's up with this one. NA still has the strong kind of level 1 comp they had in the previous matchup. Of course, Hotshot GG on Shen as well as Chaox, potentially going to be able to pick up that seismic shard at level 1. Actually hasn't acquired a skill himself yet. On the opposite side, the CLG EU has a fairly strong level 1 fight as well. Wickd, I'm taking a look at him, waiting to see if he gets that key burst at level 1 to get the AoE stun down at first. Blitzcrank, of course, basically the god of invades at level 1, and Froggen has that charm. So they have a bit stronger level 1 fight than NA did last game, but Wickd already on that recall. NA saw them with the ward, they know what's up, and this could be a level 1 fight.
There they go, they're coming round. Is Jree going to go for any hooks? yellowpete might get caught out. yellowpete has been caught out. yellowpete was just dropped where he stood, and Chaox picks up the first blood. Can they chase down Froggen? The taunt comes in from Hotshot GG. Full max length. The shards also landed. That's going to slow him. There's actually a couple of flashes there on towards Froggen. Froggen is in all sorts of trouble. He's heading towards the turret. He is going down. There's no way around this one. Froggen's a dead man. Can he pick up a kill? No, he can't. And big for LP. So 2 kills on the early invade, all to do with that ward.
And that was basically hero ward right there in the brush, plotting out what EU was trying to do. Froggen unfortunately gives a kill to his lane counterpart. yellowpete gives a kill over to the enemy jungler as well as first blood. Interestingly enough, going in on the invade, yellowpete went for that mystic shot to get the damage output at level 1, did not save it to see if NA was going to be coming in. Great delayed tactics from CLG NA side, waiting because they saw where EU was, waiting to go until those buffs spawned, until they knew they started, letting CLG EU pick their level 1 spells, and then just decimating them with the superior crowd control.
Very clever play. So, lanes are returning. Let's have a look through them. To start with, it's going to be the bottom lane. It's going to be Jree with Blitzcrank versus yellowpete. And how is that one going to lay up against a Graves, which honestly, Doublelift has highlight reel of him playing Graves.
Basically, Doublelift has a highlight reel of any AD carry. That's one thing. But as you talked about, it's kind of the wild card. We're very unfamiliar with Jree's style of Blitzcrank. Can he land those potential hooks? If he can, especially on Sona, you know, it's not the Shadow Isles pass where Sona basically has less minion than anything in the game. Maybe the same like HP as a ward or something. But Sona's still going to go down very quickly to the combined efforts of Ezreal with his Mystic Shot attack damage bonus, as well as the potential knock-up combination coming out from Jree's Blitzcrank.
Oh, they're diving on the bottom lane. Locodoka's going to get caught out. Locodoka will go down. It's Snoopeh that picks up the kill there. Absolutely destroyed in bottom lane. So Snoopeh with the early ganks out. Meanwhile, the top lane actually is being pretty much pushed heavily by Wickd versus Hotshot GG in that top lane. How is he going to farm that one out? The top lane, a Riven versus a Shen.
I mean, Riven's going to be able to push Shen around at the early stages. Once again, this is going to be just like last time, where Hotshot wasn't really able to establish a lot of presence on the map until he got tanky. He went for that Heart of Gold, the GP10, to try to tick away and get himself to a point where he was strong enough to contend with the game, and eventually they wound up working out for them. However, Wickd, when he gets that early damage down, he's going to be able to seal the deal in a way Froggen couldn't on Corki by activating Riven's ultimate, taking away all that extra damage from the missing HP Shen's going to have from trades like this, and Hotshot's going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation.
And let's talk about finally that mid lane, the Ahri versus Orianna. It's a lane, but I don't know. I mean, it worked out well. I think it was AZUBU Frost that played it maybe before in Season 2. But honestly, I don't think it's so much a counter lane, it's just the skill of the champions, the skill of the players. It's
pretty much how much Froggen's be able to shove the lane against Big Fat LP's Orianna, and if Froggen's going to be able to move around from that mid lane. We saw him in the last game playing Corki. He was in every lane. He was all over the place on the map. So if he could do the same kind of thing with Ahri, it's going to go a little bit more in his favor. However, gave up an early kill to Big Fat LP on Orianna. Actually went back, picked up a no magic mantle, so he got a little resistance. But looks like top lane, they're going to try to deal with this Wickd.
Yes, shards come in from Chaox on towards Wickd. Wickd just walking away from this one with the Hellpot running. Flashes just at the last moment when Hotshot goes for the max length thought and then turns it around. Actually gets aggressive, tries to get a little bit more damage onto Chaox. Not going to happen. It has to back away.
I think it was actually just Wickd having a lot of fun with the buttons there. It's just like, I haven't played Riven for a while.
I can press Q lots.
I can press Q, I can dash backwards, I can still be safe because they have no more cooldown. So.
Yeah, so he's just going to walk away from this one. So is Jree going to start landing those hooks? That's the question. They potentially could go for double lift here, but honestly, I think he might wait for Snoopeh. Snoopeh's going to come back down to the bottom lane. He's sneaking in as MLG in towards the bottom. They're not going to be on an injuries way, and he's going to have to wait at the turret for now. yellowpete is caught putting the damage down, but you can see double lift is actually backing away. He's going to get the hook. Double lift does manage to land it. No, just missed out. How did he miss that hook? He was stood still recalling.
I don't know. You can kind of ask the same thing of Chaox last game with a couple of those unstoppable forces, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Jree not being able to land the hook there. Snoopeh, like you said, was trying to sneak around, maybe wasting a little bit of the time out of his jungle. But regardless of the fact, double lift went back. Now yellowpete's got a little bit of time to free farm the lane. Actually, he decided to go back as well, so, you know, completely wrong on that one. Going back, he's got double Doran's Blades compared to Graze's only single Doran's Blade, but Berserker Greaves.
So Wickd has returned to that top lane. He's got himself a Vampiric Scepter along with that Doran's Blade. So going to start winning out that trade with Hotshot for a little while. Hotshot's going to have to go back and try and counter this one. We are seeing MLG possibly coming around in the mid lane at the moment. There's pressure on towards Froggen. He's just lingering in those bushes. He can see Chaox that is there. Is he going to try and steal away those wraiths that are not there? So there's nothing really to steal away. So he does immediately back off. Jree getting towards that bush. This time he could go for double lift. He does land the hook on towards double lift. Gets the power fist down. Have they got the damage to turn it around? And LocoDoco immediately goes aggressive. Put the exhaust down on yellowpete, but double lift had already escaped the damage.
Yeah, so that was pretty much a clutch exhaust there. They weren't able to really chase after. Arcane Shift was available. yellowpete could have gotten aggressive. He did burn the Ignite as well, so there was potential to chase down double up and
go
just
top.
Ooh, top lane we actually have once again a lot of members of CLG EU now making their way up towards Hotshot. This could potentially be part of their plan. Ahri coming in from mid lane. They have MaKNooN in order to get the Twisted Advance under Tree. There it goes.
There they go. They're diving on towards Hotshot. He hasn't been back to buy, remember, so he's only got a pair of boots at the moment. Froggen surely can catch him out. They've already put damage on him. He's just going to walk into the turret. The damage that he's using is Stand United. He gets interrupted by Snoopeh. Is it going to be enough? It will be. Snoopeh manages to catch him out there. Tried to the ulti out of it. Clever play, but it backfired. Snoopeh was quick on that one.
That was actually kind of clutch from CLGU stopping that.
Chaox the bottom.
Yeah, as I said, they were setting up on the bottom lane. Ezreal actually got aggressive.
Got his ulti.
Oh, he's only level 5. He's not really going to be able to do much. Seismic Shard goes down, though. There's a shift forward.
He pulled in. Chaox manages to get hit by the tower. Tries to turn it on towards LocoDoco. Double Lift quickly responds towards yellowpete, and he backs away from that one.
Yeah, as I was talking about, if Hotshot got that Stand United off, that would have been a 4v2 gang because he was teleporting to Graves and bottom lane. yellowpete Arcane shifted forward, got a little bit of trade damage on him, and luckily enough, you know, they were able to shut down Hotshot in the top lane and really turn that bottom gank around as well.
Snoopeh coming in towards the mid lane. Big Fat LP needs to be careful and immediately reacts to the damage. In fact, he was just going to the blue. He didn't react to it. He was just going across to that blue lane. So lanes starting to stack out a little bit here. And honestly, that farm in the top lane is pretty huge right now. 65 to 38. Wickd really out farming Hotshot.
Yeah, and this happened last game as well. Hotshot was just getting outclassed by his lane counterpart, regardless of who it was in that game. He's getting outclassed and farmed by a lot of the members of CLG EU. But early on, he has that Doran shield trying to sustain himself, trying to get some sort of immediate advantage so he could just last hit and get himself to that Heart of Gold, get himself to the Iron Expart, and then eventually farm himself back in. EU, though, they've recognized this. They don't want him doing this. Wickd, with that aggressive Riven pickup, being able to stop that Stand United for him to get away and gank around the map, being able to pressure that lane and pushing against the tower. And Shen, you know, he doesn't have a lot of wave clearing potential until he gets those items to do so.
So we're going to see Snoopeh go back and buy a Heart of Gold. Are they going to keep stacking? Yes, they will. So both junglers doing the same thing right now. They are stacking out those GP10 items. See how it compares across the board. The two AD carries of Double Lift and yellowpete very much even in farm. They've not really had too much aggression down this bottom lane, despite the fact Jree is effectively in a kill lane with that Blitzcrank. Tries to get a hook. Wow, he just hooked a minion. That was absolutely nowhere close to hooking on towards double lift there.
Securing some CS for yellowpete to try to get ahead in that lane. But regardless, yellowpete has actually gotten back to buy, has acquired an additional Doran's Blade as well as his Longsword and Vampiric Scepter. So at this point in time, he's going for that phage. He wants to get aggressive and win out in trades one-on-one with Graves, or 2-on-2 if you want to count the two support characters as well. But on top of this, you know, he's going to be able to get an immediate advantage if Blitzcrank lands on this.
He does land it there. He lands the hook onto double lift there. A lot of puts his ultimate down as well, and double lift having to be burst out, but he did manage to get a buckshot across, causing them problems, and they're just going to continue grinding him down. We'll have the hooker back available. Malphite, meanwhile, MLG rather, has gone up towards the top lane, snuck in towards the bush against Hotshot GG. Here comes Jree, puts the exhaust down on double lift, doesn't manage to land the hook. True Shot Barrage goes across as we look towards it. Doesn't manage to get on again though, and he had to use the exhaust. LocoDoka there just helping out, defending his AD carry, and that is going to force LocoDoka to go back. Meanwhile at the top lane, they see MLG diving on towards Hotshot GG, taunting, pulling him in towards that turret. Turret actually very low in that top lane as well.
Turret's probably going to go down with this next little wave push, if not the one following that. Bottom lane, double lift, a little bit of fancy footwork, was able to actually evade not only the Blitzcrank pull, but also get out of range of the knockup from Blitzcrank. Would have almost certainly secured a kill on the bottom lane. So double lift mechanics just really outclassing yellowpete and Jree right now. And of course, Jree not being able to land hooks from this, it's not necessarily going to be the best lane to have Blitzcrank in. And even if he can't run up and even just get that knockup down the double lift, there's going to be problems for yellowpete in the bottom lane. They finally forced him back though, so now yellowpete has a little bit of a grace period to get...
he's hooked again. He's hooked on towards double lift this time very, very low. Has to cleanse it off there, and he's taken incredibly low, but he does manage to avoid the damage. The question is, can yellowpete push the lane? No, he can't, because the wave just came at the right time, and he backs away from the danger. Farm-wise in the top, 30 CS advantage for Wickd, though, continuing to drive that advantage.
Now that yellowpete has finally pushed double lift back, he is going to be able to generate a little more CS advantage for him. He has the item advantage. Double is going to equalize on that now that he's gone back to buy, picking up a Vampiric Scepter. It's actually not as equalized as I thought it was going to be, but yellowpete's going to get himself that little extra oomph, get the extra farm, go back, pick up his phage, and then continue to press this small advantage he has over the AD carry bottom lane.
So Wickd once again putting pressure on Hotshot GG. Mid lanes both returning, so Froggen versus Big Fat LP. Froggen with the blue buff at the moment, puts pressure down, puts the ultimate across on towards Big Fat LP, manages to pop the second ultimate, does get the charm down, but Big Fat LP did not really the burst there, and he does manage to escape it. But Froggen continuing, he really wants to get that kill on Big Fat LP, trying to send him packing, but unfortunately hasn't got the damage just yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a scare tactic there, but Froggen doing an excellent job with Ahri in this mid lane matchup. He fed away an early kill to his lane counterpart in Big Fat LP, and he just come back and really taking a CS advantage. He has the assist from the kill on Hotshot in top lane. He's really farming himself back into this game, has a current item advantage over Big Fat LP, has gone for the Sorcerer Shoes, but bottom lane there's a lot of trouble going down. Double Lift actually getting knocked up by Jree, finally landing one of those pulls. Once again, going down under turret this time. Flash forward from LocoDoka with the crescendo. Jree's not in tower range anymore though, and that is going to be a nice kill secure for CLG EU.
Yeah, so Chaox clearing out the Oracle with it. Clearing out the Oracle? Clearing out his ward with the Oracle, yeah. As it stands, though, I mean, the lanes themselves are definitely stacking in favor of CLG EU this time around. So is it the blue advantage, or is it just the team advantage?
Maybe they shared the Season 2 Secrets document on the blue side, but it looks like actually Snoopeh going to come around, winds up getting a twisted advance down on the LocoDoka. LocoDoka does get the stand unit from Hotshot, though. Orianna comes in with the command Shockwave, knocking away Snoopeh, and yellowpete has to flash away through the tower. It's got a little bit of mini Nagro. Snoopeh might actually wind up living through this one. Oh, no, he's going to find a wild Chalister, and Chalister's going to go down. In the meantime, though, yellowpete chasing down LocoDoka, and actually Snoopeh is going to want to pick up the kill. I guess there's a sapling in that bush, taking it away from Ezreal on that one.
And Chaox was careful there, and well, Froggen stood on top of a ward, so they know he's going to possibly come in and try and pick up the blue, which is why they back it away. So they're going to stack on towards the middle turret instead, and they're going to see yellowpete is in there as well as Jree. They're going to put a lot of damage down on towards this turret compared to just picking up the blue buff, and that's going to be CLG EU taking the second turret of the game, and the middle turret is a very important one. Look at Froggen, though, just absolutely out-farming in that top lane. 129 CS to 84. He's got that BF sword now. He's going to do a lot of damage next fight.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Wickd in top lane took down the turret at the exact same time. So now there's two towers all of a sudden down. They have the kill advantage. They have about 3,000 extra gold on their side. I mean, they're just continuing to push these early advantages. We saw them do this last game. CLG NA was able to kind of outlast them a little bit and were able to really come back into the game. But EU, they have a little bit more assassin-y comp. They have a standard AP and Ahri. They have a top lane bruiser with Wickd now running Riven in the top lane. They have the potential to pick people out with either Ahri or Blitzcrank, as well as the twisted advantage coming out from MLG. They just have a little bit better team comp to deal with what they did to CLG last game.
Well, we are seeing a ping go down. They're going to try and catch on towards LocoDoka. Wicked's also closing in. Wickd flashes in there. Manages to catch the stun. LocoDoka has to use his exhaust to try and keep him away. He's in desperate trouble. If the twisted advance comes out from Snoopeh, he is a dead man. Uses the crescendo, but just at the exact same time, Snoopeh gets in there. Wickd picks up the kill. Now Chaox is in trouble. He uses unstoppable force, but he's going to have to flash out of that one. And, well, he didn't expect yellowpete to come in. And, well, CLG EU just continue pushing their advantages. They're going to go for Dragon.
Yeah, and Locodoco actually was saved a little bit by just the fog of war from that one. He ducked into a brush at the same time Snoopeh twisted advance, so it canceled it the first time. Meanwhile, Hotshot GG is going to want to split push in this top lane, so they're going to trade tower for Dragon, but with the additional kill from the side of CLGU in the earlier
Froggen's there. Froggen's got the charm.
Where
on the
Froggen
turret.
come from?
Froggen pops in there, pops it down, tries to put the damage down. He puts the DFG down, but Big Fat LP comes in response. Shockwave goes on Froggen, and they are forced to back away. Defensive work from Big Fat LP.
Regardless of that, even though Froggen got bursted down extremely low, he saved that top tower. The rest of his team now going into the bottom lane, they're going to take down every single outer turret from CLG NA at the 16-minute mark, and that's going to put them in a defensive posture. Hotshot, once again, going to have trouble with the split push that he wants to do on Shen, and now that they have, like I said, a more normalized team composition, CLG EU might be able to close the deal on this one.
And Big Fat LP now returns to that top lane. He is taking the top lane, and, well, Hotshot GG also stealing away the blue buff. So CLG NA trying to pick up a couple of advantages if this one. Their first turret will go down eventually, or is Big Fat LP? Yes, he will just get it. Has to tank the last hit. Takes it down, though. Meanwhile, down the bottom there, the hook comes out. They're going on towards Double Lift. Double Lift gets power fisted. He's in all sorts of trouble. yellowpete, Arcane shifts onto him. Stan United comes out from Hotshot GG. He turns around, collateral damage on towards yellowpete. yellowpete's going to get taunted up by Hotshot GG. He's trying to avoid the damage. He does get taunted. Double Lift has to get away, but they will take down yellowpete. The ignite goes down. It's Locodoco that picks up the kill. And that was a good return kill from Hotshot G getting down there. Have to use that ulti, and it worked out for the good.
And CLG NA is going to have to look to try to do this a little bit more. Hotshot stole away the blue buff, went back into his own jungle, farmed up a little bit. He was away from Riven and away from Froggen. Well, speaking of away from Riven, he's actually going to run into her right here.
Yeah, Wickd comes down, finds Hotshot GG in the tri-bush and has to back away from that one. But he does try and save this turret. He's gone defensive. They should be able to keep it away. Jree gets back down there. He's going to clear it out. While that was all happening, Froggen and the Big Fat LP had a little bit of a poke back and forward on that top lane. But we are seeing Froggen getting some free farm in the top. So let's have a look down the lanes. How are these comparing? Because we're starting to move to the mid game. 153 to 104. Hotshot GG versus Wickd. That's a big difference.
It's a huge difference, but Hotshot itemizing a little bit differently. Not going for his and mine fan favorite Ionic Spark this game, going for that Sunfire case. He's going to be a bit more tanky than he's been in the previous matchups, and I think he's going to need that to combat just the pure damage output that CLG EU is putting onto NA at this point in time. Riven going for the Bloodthirster. Hasn't even gotten boots 2 yet, but we're potentially going to see her getting a Guardian Angel and just continuing to stack pure amounts of damage against this CLG NA lineup, which is something that EU, that kind of had the double AD composition before, but they didn't have the added utility that Riven gives in. Her ultimate, of course, can be dealing massive damage depending on how much more her team outputs, in addition to the fact she has the mobility, she has a stun, and she has more presence in team fights than the standard AD carry.
And you can see the mid pair, the AP pairing. We see Locodoco having to use his flash there. And he also used Crescendo. Might get caught out. He's actually moved away to try and avoid Wickd. And he's going to get caught out by yellowpete. It's Wickd that steals the kill at the end, though. Kill secure.
There's the ultimate. But meanwhile, top lane, Froggen got aggressive on Hotshot, burned the Deathfire grass. Look how low Hotshot got from one combination of Froggen spells. If he's going to be dealing tanky, he's going to have to look to get a little bit of magic resistance now. They don't have that double AD composition they had last time. Froggen's going to hurt.
Well, the fact that he stacked out the DFG as well on Ari, he's managed to get in there. Oh, Big Fat LP comes around there, puts the attack ball, doesn't go for distance. Froggen just backs away from that one. He's got Jree coming in support. They are invading the jungle here. They're going to try and steal the red away. And they do not get it because he's not there.
Oh, man. Well, he had 3 eyes on Blitzcrank, but still wasn't able to see that one with the Oracle's Elixir Deman. But regardless of the fact, they have the right mindset now. They want to keep CLG NA down. They're going to take away buffs, take away the enemy jungle, take away all they really can to make sure that they can't farm themselves to the point they did last game. They've already done a really good job in that top lane. Riven's been so aggressive on
Jree hooked it. Jree hooked the Blitzcrank away. They do manage to steal it away. Oh, the shockwave comes out there from Big Fat LP, and he gets it back.
Well, now CLG EU is going to have this open window of opportunity where they're not going to have the command shockwave available. Of course, with the cooldown reduction from the blue buff, it's going to be up in about less than a minute, but they want to make a move on something else. Dragon's down on the map. Baron, not potentially what they want to be going for, but if they want to put pressure on a lane, now's the time to do it because Orianna's not going to have that team fight ulti.
Well, Hotshot GG getting dived on by Wickd in this bottom lane. He was trying to keep him busy. Hotshot just can't find himself a free lane at the moment. He goes bottom, Wicked's there, goes top, Froggen's there. and they are just pushing all of the lanes in, and Doublelift meanwhile is picking up all the farm in the mid lane. How is it working this time? Because Doublelift again aggressively out farming yellowpete, and it's just something we regularly see. But that difference in farm, Hotshot GG now 127 to 184, and Last Whisper just being picked up by Wickd.
Yeah, Wicked's really outclassing both Doublelift and Hotshot GG in itemization as well as damage right now. Doublelift has a Bloodthirster. He's been able to farm up a lot of those stacks. But on the flip side, you know, Riven's had hers for a while at this point. Now Wicked's acquired the Last Whisper. He's going to be dishing out a lot more pain. We saw Hotshot itemizing a bit more armor and HP this time around. Not going to work out when you have that shred. We already saw Chowster on Malphite already pick up an Aegis of the Legion for his team to try to survive in those team fight organizations they're trying to go through. But with that Last Whisper, basically the added bonus is going to be mitigated as well, and then some.
Well, I mean, at the moment, the control of the map is definitely in hands of CLG EU. You can tell they're just quite happily free farming, pushing it. Wickd again down the bottom layer, closing in towards Hotshot. Hotshot with the Sunfire Cape. Is he going to be strong enough? Yes, he is. Gets that poke back down, and Hotshot forced to back away again. Meanwhile, also the difference in farm between the two AP carries, 30 CS difference in that top. You can see Froggen also got the needlessly large rod now, so his AP stacking starting to come in alongside that DFG. Definitely starting to completely out-farm them. But Hotshot GG, he's going to get stronger now. He's got that Sunfire Cape. Almost certainly the Ionic Spark may well come out after this one, but he needs a bit of magic resistance. What you mentioned, Wickd again dives on towards Hotshot. This time he forces him away again, and the free farm continues. But the Dragon this time being picked up by CLG EU, and I don't think CLG NA can react to this one.
No, I don't think so. So EU is going to get a relatively free Dragon. Wickd continuing to apply the pressure on Hotshot, making sure he's not going to be able to farm himself to get those bigger items. He has a Cloth Armor in his inventory. I'm assuming he's going to want to try to get something along the lines of a Guardian Angel, not a double Aegis of the Legion for his team.
Oh, they're diving top.
Oh, man.
Diving bottom, Hotshot's in trouble.
Not going to like this one. He's got everybody coming through, but a lot of missed spells, but I mean, there's not much to say about that one. Hotshot just evaporated.
There's not a lot you can do when there's 5 members of a team coming on towards you. He are going to take the turret down, and they're just going to stroll away from that one. So Hotshot kind of caught out. Wickd goes aggressive, goes back on towards Big Fat LP. Big Fat LP in all sorts of trouble. Unstoppable Force came out from Chowster, but the rest of his team had backed away. Wickd does go down eventually to Big Fat LP. So I think the rest of the team weren't expecting that as well as us.
I mean, Wickd just kind of turned around, decided to go in. CLG EU, when they wanted to react, all of a sudden were knocked up in the air by a Malphite ultimate. So that was just kind of better coordination on the side of CLG NA, reacting to what Wickd did better than his own team.
Absolutely dove in there. Well, Chowster's going to clear out. They're picking up that ward. Trinity Force now picked up by yellowpete, so starting to get those end game items. Meanwhile, against Doublelift. Doublelift out farming quite heavily on yellowpete here, mainly for the fact that he probably can't get himself a free lane because, well, Wickd and Froggen are taking everything.
That's very true. 210 CS on Wickd, 205 CS on Froggen, and unfortunately poor yellowpete at 156 farm. They wound up pushing out his lane entirely too, so he has nowhere to go from that bottom lane. He's really not going to be able to get super aggressive and farm that out because, well, at that point in time, you know, it's just going to be all the members of CLG NA all of a sudden collapsing in on him. So he is in this kind of tight spot. He's taking the jungle farm, but in addition to this, you know, Snoopeh not really going to be able to finish that Shurelya's Reverie as of right now. He's 3-1-2 though. Already has an Aegis of the Legion of his own to try to combat the rest of what CLG NA is throwing at them. But still, I mean, you don't have a lot of farm your AD carry. You have, you know, a couple items acquired by your jungler that the enemy team already has. There's a Shurelya's on Loco Doko, the Aegis being acquired by Chowster. It could potentially backfire on them. We're just going to see if Wickd and Froggen are strong enough to carry CLG EU.
So Froggen picking up a Zhonya's Hourglass as well. Are we going to see him going some crazy diving here? Jree just popped his ultimate there.
Well, he popped his ultimate to go in with the Oracle's Elixir and went clearing out the ward, so he wasn't able
Baron.
to draw.
Didn't want to pull Baron, of course. Yeah, clever play there.
You take too much damage from that, and all of a sudden, well, we saw what happened last game with CLG.
So CLG NA taking the turret in the mid there, so that's going to be the second turret of the game for them, while Wickd continues pushing on that top lane. True Shot Barrage popped across to try and clear out their minion stack. The minions continuing on there. Jree hasn't gone for any grabs there, but you can see the free farm and continuing aggression on from Wickd on that top lane. Has he put too much damage onto it? Not really. And was it worth losing out on that Minotaur? No, it was not. So possibly called out a position there, Wickd. And Wickd, well, he's backing off there. The rest of CLG NA were stacking on for it. The question is, can EU do anything about this one? Jree's starting to push up there. Can he get a hook on anyone? They're going to turn around, and they're not going to go aggressive. They're going to continue farming for late game.
We're going to have to keep a quick eye on what Hotshot and Wickd do in this top lane. If both the remaining members of both CLG teams decide to engage in mid lane, Wickd could solo Hotshot at this point in time. He has the Sunfire Cape, not much else besides that. So Wickd, with the itemization, he has Last Whisper, Bloodthirster. He could easily take take Shen out. Once again, Jree pulling the blue buff over the wall is going to secure that for Ahri this time around. But if it's EU right now, they have a bit more gold. They're about 5k in the gold advantage department. They have Froggen, who's very
Wicked top lane. Wicked top lane. He's going into a hot shot this time. Can he catch the stun on him? Yes, he does. Manages to force him away. Doesn't really. Yeah, he does have the damage. Look at that hot shot taking a quick burst there. And the rest of the team forced to do something here. How are they going to... They've got to deal with Froggen. Froggen's off the side farming, and CLG NA may try and take advantage of this and try and drive through the middle.
And Wickd against Shen in the top lane. Now that Shen's recalled, EU's going to be a little bit careful. Not knowing where Shen is on the map, they're not going to be able to stop that stand united. As I was talking about before, they have more farm on certain characters right now. Ahri's a lot stronger than Orianna, whereas Gray is a little bit stronger than yellowpete's Ezreal. They can get into a good 4v4 engagement, have Wickd in the top lane.
Double lift and Wickd engaging on the top lane. Double lift having to flash out there to avoid the damage from Wickd. Does manage to get on him, but wow, now he's going to continue chasing. They catch on towards Chaox. The Chaox are in trouble. They're going to dive into him. Jatt's going to be catching through. The shockwave was used. They haven't used the grab yet. In fact, they're not going to bother grabbing him for it. They're just going to let him go. Froggen, meanwhile, on the bottom lane, he's diving on towards Hotshot GG. The ignite was not quite enough to finish him off. Now Froggen's in trouble. He gets the charm across. Big for LP, turns back around, puts a couple of glass balls across, and Froggen should avoid the damage. No, has the Zhonya's hourglass, but he is going to die coming out of this one straight away. And it's Loco Doco that picks up the kill. Mid turret though goes down to Snoopeh.
Yeah, and we saw in that top lane, Wickd was able to solo double lift, he's able to solo Shen, even Froggen being able to solo hotshot Shen at this point in time. So CLG EU gets in that 4v4 spot. Shen can't use that stand united, they're going to wind up winning a team fight. But if they continue to split push, just like last game, they were so strong in the mid game. They had the team fight advantage, they just didn't do it, and they let CLG NA get some advantages like they could potentially now let them go for this Baron.
They are going towards the Baron. They realize the yellowpete's a long way off. They have got Wickd just around there. There's MLG is a long way away. There's going to be True Shot Barrage. Is it going to be enough? No, it doesn't stop them. They can quite happily continue on this one. There's a lot of hit points already taken off. Stand United used. Here comes Hotshot GG. Gets a taunt on towards Wickd, just forcing him away. They're going to finish off the Baron here. I'm not too sure. Oh, they managed to hook out Double Lift. Double Lift getting caught out there, and Double Lift's going to get dropped. Is it enough, though? And that's going to be big for LP going down as well. Wickd gets a double kill. He goes on to Chaox now. He gets the triple kill, and that's going to be surely the end of it for CLG NA. They're continuing on the Baron. They don't even get the Baron. Snoopeh gets in there. Hotshot GG now going to get dropped down as well. Wow, CLG come out with the ace. And well, I was not expecting that.
That was a very strong Wickd. He was able to take out Sona in the meantime while they pulled away double lift. And then Hotshot GG put the ignite down on Baron. Maybe he forgot he didn't have smite anymore. I don't know, but still they secured the Baron. They wind up pushing down ace CLG NA in a spot where NA looked to be so far ahead, and now they're pushing into this mid lane. They're definitely going to get the inhibitor, could potentially add some Nexus turret damage, but NA is on the quick respawn. But regardless, they have that 4-minute pause button with Baron. They have the potential to go in and do a lot of more damage. Now Wickd still continuing to Rambo away on this top tower. He's going to get that one no problem though, and they're going to have a 7-2 tower advantage.
Has a huge gold advantage. 10,000 gold stacked in 28 minutes, which is going to give them a huge advantage across the board. Let's have a look at that gold advantage across the board. We're going to see another 1,000 gold. Look at that on Wickd. 3,400 gold on Wickd. Oh, and that's double lift getting it absolutely decimated in the top there. Wickd picks up another kill. That's going to stack into about 4k gold now. He can just go and buy a big fat item right away. What's he going to spend his gold on?
Maybe
Guardian Angel straight away?
Maybe he's going to buy that illuminated building that you know about.
The illuminated building outside in Dallas. Maybe he could do that. Last Whisper by yellowpete being picked up. Zeke's Herald also by Jree, so helping out in that support. Froggen's going to back off as well. Massive stacks of gold across the board for CLG EU. They could buy any, and it is a GA. It is a GA for Wickd. So he picks that up. Flat out GA as well, and the Giant's Belt.
So he's going to be going for a Frozen Mallet on top of everything else. He already has the Last Swift and the Bloodthirster for damage, and clearly it's enough to solo almost the entire team of CLG NA in the Baron pit. So he's going to be going for a little bit more survivability. Guardian Angel means that he's going to live twice. Giant's Belt means he has a lot more HP and the effective HP from all the resistances he just garnered. Wickd 6-1-3. He's looking very unstoppable. And CLG NA, double lift is fairly farmed. He has a Bloodthirster and a Phantom Dance. He's getting those stacks back up. Orianna itemized a little bit more for utility. Now going to acquire the Rabadon's Death Cap. Not a lot of damage coming out from Hotshot GG Shen this game. No Ionic Spark means no no little extra oomph and magic damage either. So they've been a little bit more tanky. And
Hotshot caught out, but he uses Stand United to get away from it this time. He was nearly a dead man by Froggen there.
Almost, and that's just the pure damage output that EU has over NA. Most of the time, you see it flip side. You see EU going for tankiness and going for a late game kind of strategy. Now they've flipped on the aggression, turned into a lot more damage, gotten to the point where they're super, super farmed up, and now it's going to be very difficult for NA to stop their advance.
Well, Doublelift had just recalled he was caught down that bottom lane. He has to react to this one, but honestly, I think he might be a little bit too late. Are they going to catch a charm? They do. Hotshot GG taking down half his hit points, shredded off there straight away. The hook came in a little bit late there. Could have caught the charmed up Hotshot, surely. But instead, Hotshot has to back away to the turret. That means they're going to be a 4-on-5 on this turret. Wickd gets in there, and look at the damage chunking down already on this inhibitor. That's going to be Chowster going in. Shockwave was used. Crescendo goes across. Chowster's getting dropped here. He couldn't withstand the tankiness of it. True Shot Barrage pops across the whole team. Wickid's down diving on. The turret is going to get taken down. Loco Doco gets dropped. Hotshot GG in all sorts of trouble. Froggen, meanwhile, is off the side there, dealing with Big Fat LP. Yeah, well, that is surely going to be it now. Super Minions coming in the middle. It's going to be CLG EU taking game 2. It's going to be 1-1 all square between CLG and CLG. And CLG are going to win.
I mean, I don't know. My bet is still on CLG after the great performance that CLG put on this CLG versus CLG matchup. But in that last team fight, that's what happens when you wind up engaging with a giant team fight wombo combo and the enemy team has Maokai and negates all the damage that you don't really have because you built very tanky. So really good job from CLG EU. They got so aggressive and so much damage, turned these fights around onto the heads of CLG NA, just weren't able to do the same thing they did last game.
And big smiles from CLG EU this time around. They are much happier about that result. So you can see the players getting up. They're going to go take a break. So we are going to do the exact same. It is CLG EU versus CLG Prime. Who is going to face AZUBU BLAZE in the lower bracket final? We'll find out with the next match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, that's an extreme close-up. I was not expecting that. Holy moly. Yeah, so Tom has joined me here. Tom is a computer, and you can win Tom. You can.
Well, that made this giveaway a lot more enticing.
Well, I'm not sure if it would entice them or keep them away. Where's the brushed hair? What happened to that brushed hair you had?
It's been a long day.
It was lovely and combed off to the side there.
It's been a long day.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can win this computer here. For the contest details, head over to ibuypower.com/MLG, of course. It's signed by all the players. You can see them all on there, and you can even get a Tom.
I'm having way too much fun with this now.
You are having fun. There's a lot of StarCraft guys on here. There's a few League of Legends as well.
He's right here.
I can see Zion Spartan. I mean, McKinsey is just here on the front as well. But yeah, there's a lot of StarCraft, a lot of LoL.
Saint Vicious.
Saint Vicious on there as well. Maybe at some point you'll get Phreak on there as well. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. He might be too popular.
He might be too popular. You got to queue up for Phreak.
There's tons of signatures already.
Tons of signatures. I like it. So it's going to be CLG NA versus CLG EU. We are 1-1, all square. All the love for CLG in the room. And the question is, who will face AZUBU BLAZE?
I don't know. I mean, it's been back and forth between both of these teams. CLG NA looked to have the number of CLG EU in game number 1, but they ran that double AD composition. They had Corki, they had Ezreal, something a little out of the ordinary. So they switched it up. They still technically had double ADs, but one of them was Riven, offered a little bit more utility, a little bit more durability to those team fights, and they just wound up smoking CLG NA. The same kind of style game we saw in game number 1. So now it's on CLG NA's shoulders to try to, break out their secret blue side strategies and go for a different kind of style or different kind of team composition to combat what EU threw at them in game 2.
Yeah, and do you think it's just a matter of time before Snoopeh stares down the entire CLG NA team? Just goes and stands in front of that booth and just stares them all down, one-on-one.
4v5?
Yeah.
I mean, 4v5, I think they could do it. I think it's just a matter of time before Snoopeh turns over here and stares at us, is what I'm waiting for.
No, he's focused on here. He's feeling a little bit tired as well. The rest of the team are, as you'd expect. They were up till 1:30 playing last night. We're at 10 o'clock. Actually, no, it's 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock local time. I'm completely lost.
Our computers are
To
off.
me, it's 2 a.m. right now.
See, to me, it's almost 11, so
yeah,
we're 10 o'clock.
I'm still with all your European guys. Don't worry, I'm still here. I'm on the European time, so feeling a little bit tired, along with everyone else. Of course, as I mentioned, that Snoopeh and yellowpete, they both traveled to this event. Jree as well. They've all flown to this event from Europe, so they're all in the same spot right now. But there's a good discussion going on between them. Picks and bans are underway, so let's, without further ado, get into there. Aurelia, Jason, and Nivea banned out by CLG NA. Same bans throughout the tournament. Lee Sin Vayne and Rengar banned out by CLG EU. And the first pick coming in, Hotshot GG taking Shen once again.
No surprise coming from there. Prime's pick for the past 3 games now have been Shen for Hotshot GG. Use it quite effectively in game number 1. Game number 2, CLG, you seem to kind of have his number on that one, but gonna probably see some sort of similar style coming out from CLG Prime because of this. So now it's all up to CLGU to pick the same champions they had last game. They have Ezreal coming out as their AD carry. Maokai going to be coming out of the jungle. Snoopeh did an excellent job pressuring the different lanes by using that twisted advance, rooting them in place. Hotshot on Shen actually was the first one to feel the wrath of jungle Maokai, hitting the twisted advance and wound up losing out in that gang in top lane. Wasn't quite first blood because, well, CLG EU threw away 2 kills at the level 1 fight.
Yeah, and it's something that, if it's not broke, why change it?
It's very true.
It worked out for them. Maokai has worked pretty much throughout the season 2 as well. Let's get a listen to these guys, because they're obviously having a deep discussion about what to pick. Orianna, maybe.
Oh, wait, Mumu? I'm moving to Mumu.
Pick Ori, GG. Oh, shit. I'll pick.
Good one.
I'll pick it.
Good one.
You pick Ori.
I'm a really good one. Yeah, Mumu's fine. I like it.
So, Nunu being picked in there. Were they discussing a Mumu in jungle as well?
I think they were discussing jungle Amumu. Hotshot saying he's fine with that. They have the stand united. They have a lot of lockdown. Amumu going to be another one of those champions they can combine that Orianna Shockwave with very effectively. Nunu with the Absolute Zero going to channel him with that as well. But now, they've left open Sona, and Jree have been playing a lot of Sona this tournament. Actually, probably the first game we didn't see him playing Sona was last game where he played Blitzcrank. So, he's going to reprise the role as a support. They're going to have a lot of poke in that bottom lane. It's really going to be now at the double of what kind of AD carries are going to use to combat the poke.
Well, let's have a listen to what the EU are going to do. We know what NA are going. We think Amumu's coming out. Let's see what they're going with.
He's most likely going to go Vayne again.
No, the thing is, every single time he's playing Orianna without somebody support when they're jumping in, he's missing them.
He's going to go Caitlyn again. That fight's good.
but I won't shit on hot shots to the mouth. Oh well, I kind of want to take advantage of him being banned.
Yeah, there's Caitlyn.
So, he's saying he won't stay on hot shots along, did he think? I think that's what he said.
I think he said that, and he also said that they wanted to take away the Malphite, so they're worried about that Malphite versus Shen matchup, saying that they're not going to have
Well, Froggen wasn't worried about it.
Well,
he says it was messing it up. But,
but, I mean, they have Malphite now, as they said, every single time Big Fat LP has been putting that Orianna ball down. If it's not on someone to engage, he has been hitting all of them, so they're not too worried about Orianna's general team fight threat. And there's the Amumu they talked about. And locking in Caitlyn again, they had good success with her earlier on. They didn't have the same success with Graze. If it's not broke, why try to fix it?
Indeed. So, what is the final pick going to be for Wickd? Will it be... Oh, actually, I guess it's going to be Malphite. I guess it is going to be Froggen. Yeah, the Malphite is
we got AP mid Malphite. I mean, we've seen
Well, we have seen it. Oh,
oh, AP mid Blitzcrank. This is another Froggen specialty. We've seen him running this on his stream with the Lee Sin. I mean, if they lock this in, this is going to be absolutely fantastic because I don't know who besides maybe Scarra has played an AP mid Blitzcrank. And you've seen Froggen's Lee Sin landing those Sonic Waves resonating strikes. Now imagine if it pulled it to him instead of him suiciding forward into the enemy team.
Wow. Okay, let's see if this gets locked in. You know, Blitzcrank was okay for Jree. They did interrupt Doublelift's Graves quite a bit. This time he's gone Caitlyn again. He could manage to land them hooks the same. He has got cleanse on him, expecting it to come through.
Oh.
No. Everybody's sad.
I'm so upset.
Even yellowpete looks sad. Doesn't he look sad? That's a face of focus right there, isn't it? I don't think that's a face of focus. Is that a face of focus,
This
Tom?
is the face of no AP mid Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Why you troll us? Why?
Why, Froggen? Why?
Why?
He was super successful on Arudo last game. Once again, going into the matchup against Orianna, kind of has a number. Even though Orianna started to kill up on him at level 1, dominated that mid lane matchup.
Well, at least if we get to listen to the voices of Hotshot, we're going to hear why Nunu why.
We're probably going to hear a lot of why Nunu why, and we'll see if Loco Doka is the next member to join Curse.
So, CLG versus CLG, that's going to be next. It's 1-1. Let's see who takes it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. CLG EU versus CLG Prime. It is the battle of the CLG household. Who will take precedence in it? They're going to be sat and flying back to it. I guess all on the same flight going back to LA, but these guys are all going to have to share a house with each other. Who is going to be unbearable in that house before they come back to Texas again next week?
Who's going to have to put the maid outfit on and clean up the other one's crap is what I want to know, because I always assume that they have that bet going on. I know Snoopeh was all for it with Hotshot, but I don't know if Hotshot's
I could just imagine Loco Doku doing that role.
Well, we'll talk about that another day.
That's a little bit worrying, yeah.
So it's a little too accurate, though. So, I mean, Doublelift would enjoy it, I'm assuming. But
well,
now, CLG EU going for a potentially aggressive level 1 again.
Well, Doublelift right there, standing in the tri-bush. Are they going to be able to open with anything to slow him down? Wickd is just around there. If they get any vision on it, is he going to take a skill? That's the question. Has he taken anything? Nothing yet. Looking like he might back off here, Wickd. So he's not going to be able to get in there. Doublelift just staring the whole team down. They're looking like it's going to be a 150 invade. They are going to sneak their way around. Doublelift just stepped away. I don't think he actually caught them with any vision there. They've gone to the golems already. So CLG EU going to come around. We can see Chowster's actually on the race. He's going to come around to the red buff. If they stay here, yes, he is. They're going to come around.
Yeah.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I
Here
hate
comes
suspense.
Chowster. Oh, he's just threw out the charm. It's going to be the exhaust. Chowster's going to get caught out here.
Doesn't
First
matter.
blood goes to scumbag Jree.
Scumbag Jree taking that one away, and they had. This is something that CLG NA does quite often, is they start Chowster on that red buff with a move.
Victory.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought?
I mean, I don't know about that one, but they actually did, they've done this a lot since MLG Anaheim when they had Hotshot in the jungle. They used to start him on Nautilus at red buff. It's just something that they do quite often.
Oh, down the bottom, they're diving on towards. Double lift is not quite enough, though. He cleansed it off already, though. And Snoopeh getting that twisted advance, doing a lot of damage, forcing him out of lane early on, and they're just going to keep the poke back and forward. So, finally, Tom, looking like lanes are going to start returning to normal.
Yeah, just a little bit, but we can never figure that out because Froggen's on Ahri. He's going to roam around, and eventually he'll wind up in another lane. But that cleanse on bottom lane being blown already means that Snoopeh is going to be able to circle around once right now with Twisted Advance.
Snoopeh coming back around. Yeah, there it is, Twisted Advance. He went towards his Loco Doka this time. They haven't got the damage to put down on him, but they're trying to force him out of lane. Snoopeh took a few too many hits this time, though, so that's going to actually interrupt his jungle path.
A little bit, but now they've blown 3 out of the 4 combined summoner spells. The only one left available is Exhaust, which means if Snoopeh comes down for yet a third gank on bottom lane, it should be first blood unless for some reason Double Lift is way underneath his own tower because of this massive wave that's pushing.
Oh, I see what he was doing. So he's actually delaying it long enough that his Smite is back available now. So now he's gone back to the blue buff Snoopeh. So he just came around, forced and blew a bunch of summoner spells. Clever, clever play.
We're going to have to see if he goes for an early boots of mobility as well, because that means we're going to see a very gank-heavy style coming out from Snoopeh's Maokai. He has acquired his blue buff, probably going to go back, actually chugging through a couple of health potions, so he's potentially just going to clear out a couple more camps before he goes back. Meanwhile, in top lane, we have a Malphite against Shen matchup. Malphite potentially winning that one out just a little bit early. Both of these guys, very, very tanky, very durable. Not going to be a lot of action in that top lane to start off.
The usual 2 tanks there. Chowster, of course, having to continue his farm, missing out on the red buff, so it's going to put him behind a little bit. The question is how much ganking Snoopeh will try and go for here. It was surprising that he didn't come rushing around to his own red buff, so they knew that CLG NA were not even going to try and remotely invade it. He threw the sapling in there, tried to draw them out, checking out his red buff, and he's like, no, they're not here. Just got a glimpse of them there, and they just realized he's going to back off. He doesn't need to rush that red buff yet.
No, this is one thing Amumu's going to need to fall back on as well, considering they could start at the red buff and then transition to yours or your enemy's blue buff. They need to secure it for Amumu. Otherwise, his jungle with the red steal going down means that he's going to be extremely far behind. So they know that Chowster's not going to be ganking on the map anytime soon. Had to secure that the blue buff. I'm sorry, they lost the red buff, and he's going to have to make sure he gets a couple of those creep camps down. Otherwise, Amumu's going to become obsolete, just starting off a little bit too late. So he's secured some experience points. He secured his own blue buff. He's going to try to stabilize himself before he decides to try to gank around the map.
Snoopeh's going to get taken very, very low by that blue buff. He has got Smite available, does manage to smite it down, picks it up, taken low. Is he going to go golems? He's going to have to back off, I think. But we do see Wickd. So the back and forth in this top lane, you said we're not going to see a lot. At the moment, Wickd actually losing out on the farm currently. It's 10 CS behind.
Well, they had his wave push all the way down to the tower. Hotshot cleared it out, and now his giant wave is pushing all the way back to the tower. So this is how it's going to be. It's going to be a seesaw in this top lane, and Wicked's going to catch up in CS as soon as he gets to the tower. Of course, he has the ground slam in order to farm up a little bit easier than Hotshot does. As I say that, he misses a couple CS right there from the tower.
Oh, the charm on towards Big Fat LP in the mid there. Caught some pretty chunk of damage down on him. Froggen putting out the ward there. Well, you can see Hotshot GG is going to get interrupted, not allowing him to back off there. So this mid lane, you know, we had it in the last game, Orianna versus Ahri. How long are they going to stay there this time?
Well, Froggen's going to want to roam as soon as he gets to that Deathfire grass, or even just a little bit beforehand. So when we see him hit that level 6 to 7 area, goes back, gets a Kage's lucky pick, not necessarily going to be returning.
Cages, damn it.
Cages, Kage's, Vigar, Aegis.
It's named after Cage from Tenacious D. It's Cage.
All right.
Oh, Hotshot GG going to get dived on. It's going to be Malphite coming in. Twisted Advance is available on him. Goes diving in. Hotshot tries to get away and gets the knock-up. Wicked's going to get the shards down, slows him down, but Hotshot walks away from it. Doesn't burn any. Actually, did he burn Ghost?
He used the Ghost on that one. No flash on Hotshot this time, running Ghost in that Ignite. So he is going to be able to get away. But once again, Snoopeh going around burning away the enemy summoner spells. Did that on the bottom lane.
Oh, Froggen's coming.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they are backing off. He goes for Unstoppable Force on towards Hotshot GG. Manages to get the Twisted Advance. There's Froggen coming in. Secures the kill. And Froggen picks it up there. Very, very nice. And the question is, are they going to continue crushing this turret? They have a lot of the stack there with them. They could do the turret, but no, they're going to let this one farm out, and they all back away. They're going to burn a lot of damage down here. Actually, Wickd and Snoopeh staying there. You can see Chaox just below. They know his position, so that means the rest of the team are going to feel a little bit comfy here. They've got a lot of damage done to that turret already.
I wouldn't actually be surprised to see them try to take this one down and force some sort of lane swap afterwards. By having Snoopeh burn those summoner spells on bottom lane early, yellowpete's already gotten a decent-sized farm advantage. You know, Locodoco and Doublelift being able to farm up these double golems as well as apply a little bit of long-range pressure with early-game Caitlyn when she's still a bit stronger than Ezreal. They've been able to come back a little bit into this, but he's got an item advantage in the bottom lane. Snoopeh now burning those summoner spells and taking a kill onto Hotshot GG. Could potentially just be giving those two lanes the snowball potential, so he can now focus down like on mid lane with Froggen already roaming around the place. They're going to potentially shut down these lanes systematically one by one and then try to push towards that mid-game advantage they've had in the previous 2 games as well.
So we've got an Oracle picked up fairly early on by Snoopeh. He's going to make sure it makes it pay though. That mid lane shoved in, poked in. Kill, of course, 1-0-1 for Froggen in that mid lane. This bottom lane, it's staying fairly even. This time around, yellowpete has got that advantage in terms of CS. He's starting to drive Doublelift out of there. Of course, it's the classic poke lane. It's the Ezreal Sona poke lane. And Jree seems very comfortable in this lane with yellowpete already. You know, it's just, we're just, what, 7 games in for these guys, and they seem very comfortable. Froggen getting a lot of damage done down to him. Snoopeh's going in. He went aggressive there in that mid lane, forced the flash. Snoopeh didn't go in. He's used that Oracle. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught out here. He's got no help. Curse the sad mummy from Chowster. He's just used that Oracle. This would be a big damage for Snoopeh there, and he used that Oracle already. That's 400 gold just burnt out.
Oh, that was an unfortunate timing of the Oracle's elixir, and Chowster had been very passive on the map. Like I said, he wanted to secure himself, get farmed up, get the potential to gank, gets level 6, hits Curse to the side mummy almost immediately. It's the first time we've seen Chowster pop up in a lane all game, and it worked out very, very well for NA.
So Wickd continuing to put pressure on towards Hotshot GG there. And then now he's going to come down. He's got to be careful because there's 2 of them already out that blue buff. That's where he's looking towards. The blue buff does spawn, and there's nothing they can really do about that one. Down in the bottom there, they continue. Crescendo goes across, and Locodoco immediately clears it out. I think whether he missed it or I think he whiffed it.
Yeah, it was a whiffed Crescendo there. Interestingly enough, Locodoco also just hitting level 5. That's a large experience advantage. Once again, I got to chalk it up to Snoopeh for being very proactive the early stages of this bottom lane matchup. Unfortunately for him, by being present in that top, middle, and bottom lane now, he's fallen behind Chowster. Hasn't actually acquired level 6. We saw him lose that Oracle's Elixir a little bit earlier on. So now CLG EU, the rest of the lanes are fine, but now the jungler's got to play a little bit of catch up. Otherwise, CLG NA is going to be able to push the favor back on their side.
And they're trying to keep Doublelift away from any CS here. It's not really working out for him though. He's very good at, sneaky at getting in there. He's got that long range pilter over as well. You can see Jree putting the tricord on him, the power cord, sorry, on towards Doublelift, keeping the poke down. Froggen's returned to lane. Remember, Froggen was driven out of that lane early on, and he's gone back. What's he going to pick up? He's got the Cage's lucky pick. He's got the blasting one this time. So slowly building that Deathfire Grass, but once he gets it, expect to see him bursting around the map. Ward's coming out from Locodoco, going to try and ward out. Very cautiously putting it down as well. Locodoco, they pinged on him. They need the exact timer on that one.
Yeah, meanwhile on top, let me see Wickd and Hotshot GG just continuing to bash heads against one another. Wickd gets that shield up, goes in for some trade damage. Vorpal Blades come out from Hotshot. They back off each other, farm up a little bit of CS. Story of the top lane right now. Wickd coming out a little bit of a head. Like I said, those ground slams on Malphite going to give him a little bit of edge in the farming. Has actually itemized for a Giant's Belt first, so he's going for HP rather than going for those GP10s like Hotshot is to try to push for a little bit later game. Potentially going for an early Sunfire Cape to help push, get a little more CS, and just have a little bit of that extra damage and sustainability in team fights.
And it's much closer in that top lane, despite the fact they've obviously dived Hotshot and had that kill. He was around about 30 CS ahead this time with Riven. He's not that far ahead as well with Malphite, so we'll see how that one turns out. Mid lane very much even between them. Bottom lane also pretty even. Doublelift slightly fell behind, but they've pushed that wave on towards yellowpete, trying to put a lot of damage down on it. You can see the damage going on towards yellowpete as well. They've not really had any help at all from Chowster. Chowster's had been preoccupied having to catch up that farm because he lost out that blue buff very early on. He has got Curse to the Sad Mummy, so let's see whether he is going to come on anywhere. Wickd continuing to hold out that top lane. We just see Shen going back, so Hotshot getting them GP10 items still.
Yeah, now CLGU's team comp's going to shift a little bit. We saw Wickd doing a lot of the hard carrying in the game number 2 with Riven. Now he's playing a little bit more of a tanky initiator in the form of Malphite. Ahri, we saw her coming up to that top lane when she really didn't need to be there. Speaking of actually, she's going to get tagged with a shockwave here.
Yeah, big fat LP just catching on towards him. There's because of the sad mommy. They've caught Snoopeh out. Snoopeh in trouble once again. He's going to get dropped down. It's big fat LP that picks up the kill. They're trying to turn it on towards Loco Doco, but that was a really good push. And CLG NA managing to pull back the kills. There's still 1,000 gold behind though.
Wickd's going to have to be careful here. Actually,
Top three goes.
Yeah, as I say, middle members of CLG NA's mid lane, they're not really motioning towards the top. Hotshot going to take the long way back around the top lane, so they're not looking to really cut off Wickd and engage on him there. He does have the chain vest though,
red.
so. Ooh, actually,
He
yeah.
stole it.
Amumu taking away the red buff over there. Very good call there from NA, denying the resources to CLG EU. EU still ahead in the gold count by about 1,000 gold at this point, but we're approaching like the 12-minute, 13-minute mark. The 1,000 gold advantage not going to mean as much as it did, you know, in the earlier stages of the game. It is just really a bit of the farm disparity. Froggen in the mid lane, even though he's been roaming around, a little bit slight advantage in CS. Ezreal, slight advantage in CS. The tower has been acquired as well, so just a 10 or 15 CS apiece, as well as that tower, it's just going to add up to that gold now. But if they acquire this dragon uncontested, CLG NA not really in position to kind of fight this one. They're going to jump ahead, spike up to about a 2,500 gold lead.
And they made it very clear that they were going for it. I mean, Wickd just strolled past that mid turret. It was very much blasé about it.
They got all these wards there too.
And I think they just realized that CLG were not going to respond to it. Hotshot continues farming out on that top lane. He's not going to be able to take it down if they get back up there and react. Wickd is heading north, so you expect him to get there and prevent Hotshot GG to end that trade. You can see him coming in back towards the top. Wickd in there. He has got unstoppable force if he wants to use it. He does. Goes on towards Hotshot GG. Don't think he's going to have the damage to finish him off, but he definitely puts a good chunk down and forces him to back off away from it. Let's have a look across the lanes. How is it working out, Tom? Where is really the advantages coming between the two teams?
Well, now looking at the side of CLG EU, as I was talking about before, Malphite being a tanky initiator, going to rely on Ezreal and Ahri to get a little bit extra damage. Actually, Big Fat LP running around that mid lane with a red buff of his own, so he's going to be farming away. We see actually pushing Froggen back a little bit. Froggen on the going back, acquiring that Deathfire's Grasp and Sorcerer Shoes. He's going to be playing a more heavy role as the assassin. That top lane gank earlier on, we saw Malphite and Maokai really securing the kill, but Ahri came in and took it because she's the one that needs to get fed early and is going to have to carry into this mid-game state, whereas then yellowpete going on Ezreal, he's got a BF sword, he's going to be going for a little bit more late-game damage.
Well, that's miscommunication right there. Chowster comes down to the bottom lane, say, okay, I'll come for a gank. And double lift teleports back. Let's see ya.
Why?
I'm gonna go buy my BF sword. It's like the miscommunication for that. That's putting Chowster out by quite a bit. That's knocking him back behind. I mean, yeah, he's got the kills so far, but he's going to pick up these. But you know, the fact that that's just basic communications.
That's just the fact. That's almost like the solo queue mentality.
Yeah.
Where like, well, I'm going to go gank, but I'm going to go buy my own items. And we saw this from CLG NA in game number 1 when Chowster was playing Malphite. He going for initiation. Orianna didn't really combine the ultimates. They wound up missing them. And so, once again, I'm probably going to chalk it up to nerves. Maybe it's just the fact, you know, it's game number 3. They win this one, they got to go and basically defend NA's pride. They're defending it right now. There's an EU team, 2 Korean teams left, and they're the last over North America.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of predictions across the board were pretty much there's 2 Korean teams and an EU team, so therefore they will be top 3, which was a little bit harsh. But we are seeing Snoopeh. We're diving on towards the bottom here. They put the Caitlyn trap down. They will catch it off. yellowpete actually catching onto it. They're going to 4-man stack on this bottom lane. Amumu heading up top. They're going to try and trade it. They're going to try and push that top lane turret, you'd assume. Froggen's going to come around. No, they don't want to take it. CLG wanna, would you believe it, last this game out? No, they are eventually going to take the turret. So we're going to push pressure down. It will be 2-0 in terms of turrets. So I'm just keeping my eye on Big Fat LP in the mid lane versus Wickd. And there is Snoopeh taking the turret. They're not going to transfer onto it. Chowster instead is going to take the red buff away. So try and take advantage of any objectives. And CLG could continue pushing this bottom lane here, Tom.
It looks like they're actually going to wind up doing that. Still 3 members strong now. Snoopeh is peeled off to try to go into the enemy jungle. Maybe go and put some wards down. Potentially just going to scout out and figure out when they're actually going to respond to this one. Amumu in the meantime going down onto Wickd. Catches them out over by the Wraith Camp. Giving a little bit of damage. Wickd just continue to turn around. Has to burn the ultimate to try to get away. That's going to be huge. CLG EU in the bot lane going to continue to push down that tower. We saw the unstoppable force used from Malphite, but yeah, I mean, now they have the big team fight engagement.
It's like, hello, you're taking your inhibitor turret here. Double Lift might want to react. The rest of the team, Double Lift's like, I cannot stop this. Oh my word, Deathfire Grasp on Double Lift has to cleanse it away. They do back away. Hotshot finally takes the top turret out, but they have just shredded 2,000 hit points nigh onto that. Wow. Finally, CLG NA react to this, and they've just lost their entire bottom lane.
I don't really know what's going through the minds of CLG NA at this point. I mean, even though they pushed out the 2 bottom turrets, they're not losing the base turret is very important, but now, you know, that bottom lane's going to basically be a farm fest for Doublelift. He's not that far behind in CS against yellowpete. He's going for a relatively similar build, whereas yellowpete's had to stop, get that ruby crystal, eventually going to turn that into a phage or Trinity
Bottom lane, Doublelift nearly getting caught out by Froggen there. Froggen just lingering in the bush there, just puts the trap down on his head. They've also stole away the red buff, actually, while they backed off. Doublelift on the, Wickd on the top there, on towards Hotshot GG, comes in, but he's actually having to back away from this one. Hotshot GG split pushing nicely. Meanwhile, Froggen getting called out. Froggen's going to get dropped. He does take it down. It's Doublelift that picks up the kill. So transferring, 17 minutes gone though, only 3-2. It's a very cautious game, this one.
And CLG NA finally reacting to that one. Not unlike this push going down on the bottom lane there. They react immediately, trying to save Doublelift, their AD carry, which makes me think that that might have been done a little bit on purpose. Hotshot's going to pressure that top lane. They eventually took down that first top tower. You know, you never want to lose 2 towers for absolutely no reason. They wound up burning an Amumu ultimate. They burned a Malphite ultimate. A couple of weird things gone down. But now Doublelift has a relatively safe haven to farm. As long as they can keep Ahri from roaming down on top of him or trap Froggen into going down and split pushing against Doublelift, which he's done in both previous games, you know, Doublelift's going to hit that late game carry Caitlyn status like he did in game number 1, just decimate CLG EU.
Well, top lane, Hotshot GG catching on towards Wickd here. Wickd only with the Sunfire Cape with basic boots, so he's going to have to escape and avoid any damage from this one. Hotshot GG so far out farming that top lane, 132 to 155, but he's got the help. He's had the 2 assists. So in terms of gold, he is behind.
Yeah, so
that makes perfect sense to me.
He has 2 GP10s taken away as well.
Yes.
When Wicked only has the Sunfire Cape and the Haunting guy, so he's going for damage, he's going for sustainability.
There goes Froggen, top lane.
Froggen once again on the roam, potentially going to try to burst down Hotshot, which, you know, normally you wouldn't think that Ahri can burst down a Shen, but this is Froggen we're talking about, so we're going to have to see if he does wind up going into Shen here and taking him out.
Yeah, so he's going to come around. Is he going to go for it? Pops the defensive orb, tries to go in. DFG goes down, misses the charm. He's going to continue. Pops the ultimate as well. Hotshot GG and also Trouble Ignite going down. He's going to continue passing through. The Ignite runs out, and Froggen does not quite have it timed. And luckily for him, he didn't die for it because Chowster was there.
Yeah, Chowster coming in, that would have been...
Loco Doku in trouble in the bottom lane. Oh,
Yellow...
Doublelift keeps him away.
Yellowpete with that red buff as well. That could have potentially been a kill, but Doublelift in the right place, right time. They have forced away a couple members of CLG NA, though. Once again, going for this global objective in the Dragon. They're going to try to contest this one. CLG NA in a little bit better spot, but EU's backing away.
No, they can't go for it because there's the shockwave on towards Wickd. Here comes Kiss of the Sad Mommy from Chowster. Crescendo replies, and as Wickd taking all the front damage, he's quite happy to take that one. And CLG NA do force them away. Can they pick up the Dragon, though? That's the question. Have they got the damage? They realize there's a lot of abilities been used up here, and Snoopeh already tossing out their saplings. Can he get in? No, he can't. It's Chowster that picks it up, and they're going to reply. They're going to go in towards Chowster. Chowster goes down. That's an Oracle burn, and they're going to continue chasing on here. And Hotshot GG just covers the back door, and CLG EU turn this into a push on towards the mid turret, and they are taking advantage here. It could be 4-1 in turrets. Froggen tanking up the turret.
Chowster actually had to use his bandage toss to put himself in a bad spot. Was still able to smite down that Dragon.
Wickd and yellowpete catching out. Hotshot GG. They're trying to keep him away, and they will push on the mid turret. Sorry, Tom, just to cut you across, but Hotshot GG nearly got caught out in the jungle, and CLG EU really are pushing the pressure on towards CLG here. NA getting caught out here. It's going to be Hotshot GG taken down. Snoopeh dived in, and they're going to continue the pressure. They do flash out this time, but damage was done. And Froggen picks up kill. Ace in the hole on towards Wickd. Oh, he got the kill because he followed it up. Big Fat LP gets on towards it. Snoopeh now in trouble. They do manage to take down Big Fat LP. Big Fat LP picked up a double kill though, and Doublelift is in trouble now. There's going to be another kill exchange, and Doublelift just about escapes with his life as Froggen goes epic. And wow, a 3-2 exchange, really from nothing.
Froggen just absolutely decimating the entire CLG NA squad, although Big Fat LP now reprising with a 4-1-1. However, Froggen is 5-1-1, still continuing to outclass him in farm as well as champion kills. Items, he's building once again a little more utility before damage with the Athene's Unholy Grail, whereas Froggen straight up assassin. Now Zanya's Hourglass acquired, has that Deathfire Grass, has taken chunks of HP even out of their tankiest characters in Amumu and Shen. And Amumu, Chowster, continues to have to put himself in bad spots. Back at that Dragon fight, he was able to smite it away from Snoopeh, but at the cost of having to bandage toss to stop Snoopeh's smite, put him in a really bad spot, actually wound up, you know, dying because of it, and CLG NA weren't able to have that. They used the Curse of the Sad Mommy in the previous engagement right before the Dragon, but just did not have their front-facing tank to really pull through all the damage. Hotshot, you know, he's not able to tank absolutely everything, just now picking up his Sunfire Cape, so he doesn't have the HP yet, now just coming into this one, and CLG EU continuing to take advantages in just these gaps of time where NA is just absolutely weak.
So Jree coming in, he's going to ward out the Baron. Do CLG EU feel strong enough to try and force this one? They're realizing there's not really any wards around here. There's only one in the river. There's Jree. They have started the Baron here. Let's see whether anyone, CLG NA, can react to this one. They're a long way off this one. I tell you what, they might be able to get this one burnt down before they can react.
At all.
They've got 4,000 hit points on it already. Here comes Chowster. They've peeled off. They're going to go for Chowster. Chowster pops his ultimate. It's not going to be enough. And there goes the Stand United. Is it going to be yellowpete's the target? Ace in the hole's going to land through. No, it doesn't. Jree blocks it out. Chowster manages to get caught out. That's going to be the shockwave. Is it enough? Wickd manages to get dropped, but Doublelift picks up a kill. Froggen missing the charm on towards NuNu. NuNu goes down. Why, NuNu? Why? The triple kill by Froggen. He comes across. He's going to go for the big fat LP. He's on the triple kill already. Can't go for the pentakill. Not going to go for it. Doublelift far too strong, and everybody backs away.
And unfortunate for the CLG EU, they would have absolutely cleaned up that fight, but the Stand United with the Curse of the Sad Mummy onto yellowpete got caught in a really bad spot. Jree was able to block the shot from the Ace in the Hole from Caitlyn, but the red buff of Hotshot GG was enough to finish off yellowpete's Ezreal. So no True Shot Barrage dealing all the extra damage onto the team of CLG NA. Froggen, though, picking up a triple kill. You can't really say that was a bad fight for EU, but it could have been a better fight. NA somehow was able to stop the AD carry, though.
Well, he's got a stack of 1,700 gold in him. He's now he's over 2,000 gold ahead of Big Fat LP. That's going to help out. He's going to go back. That's going to give him another needlessly large rod. He's going to build up towards that Rabadon's death cap. I would suspect he may go something different here. Let's see what Froggen goes and buys. As he backs off, it is another needlessly large rod. So it's going to be a death cap coming out for him. And that's just going to start hurting even more and more. And he's starting to cause himself problems in their team fights. CLG EU setting up once again. A lot of wards got placed by NA here, but Jree is going to clear them all out. Got that Oracle, and he's just making a sweep to clear out everything that CLG NA put down.
And now NA's in this weird spot because they know the EU has the power to take on Baron. They also know they have the power to completely turn a team fight around on their heads. So they're in a really bad spot. They're going to have to go for another one of those good engages, chain together the Shen ultimate and the Amumu ultimate. If Orianna can throw her ultimate in there as well, then that is the wombo combo they were talking about in Champion Select. They need to land all these ults, though, to even stand a chance against CLG EU. They have the ability to interrupt their wombo combo by putting that Malphite ultimate down. That's why they took them away. That's why they picked them. And then on top of this, they have Maokai from the previous game doing the same exact thing. Throws down that Vengeful Maelstrom, completely negates 20% of that damage being issued down, and they just do not have the damage output once again at 25 minutes. Shen's built no damaging items, no Ionic Sparks once again. Orianna only now building AP, and even Doublelift, he has Infinity but only a Zeal, no Phantom Dancer.
Well, Stand United's just become available. There's the ward. They spot Chowster coming in. They're going to peel off. The charm misses out, actually, and they just peel away from Baron, but they are taking that Baron down very, very quickly now. They do manage to sneak a ward in towards that bush, so Jree's going to spot that one out. Are they going to dive in towards Big Fat LP? The pings go down. Snoopeh's making his way around there. Chowster may turn this one around. Stand United is available by Hotshot. Hotshot continuing to throw and push farm on that side. CLG, how are they going to react to this on Wickd? Do not go. He's stepping in. I wasn't sure whether that was going to be a classic Wickd getting caught out. Loco is backing off, actually. They need to be caught split out here. They will take this middle turret, and that's going to be another inhibitor turret going down. Sorry, not inhibitor turret. CLG EU clearing things out here, and that makes it 5-2 in terms of turrets, spreads the gold. They have a slight 2k gold advantage. It is still very close between these teams, though.
And CLG NA was almost in a very bad spot. They almost had an NA sandwich between a Maokai and a Malphite, and that is not a place you want to be.
Now they're in trouble. They were at a 3-man, and they're completely out of position. Locodoco's coming up behind them. They're going to spot him. They walk across the ward. Are they going to dive on towards Locodoco? Locodoco's going to get caught out. He's been slowed. The shard, he's had to burn the flash. Oh, they've used Unstoppable Force on Locodoco. That's going to be Twisted Advance. That's Locodoco down. Are they going to continue pushing on towards the inhibitor? Will they turn it in towards the middle? No. Froggen's just going to back off. They're going to take it and say, right, we've used an advantage. We've used our ultimates to get that advantage. We'll just buy ourselves some time. Wicked's going to come around. Chowster's there in the bush, just steps around. Is he going to go? He's gone for a yellowpete. He's going to pop on towards it. Curse of the Sad Mom. He catches Jree as well. Jree gets dropped. yellowpete manages to avoid the damage. Stan United coming in. Hotshot GG gets onto him. He's going to land the taunt. yellowpete gets dropped by Big Fat LP as well. And that's a double kill. And that is a quick turnaround and complete mistake by CLG EU. And NA now taking their advantage and going towards Baron.
I think the first mistake they made was using Unstoppable Force just to kill LocoDoco. Once he burned the flash, they should have backed off, realized they had the separation, went for a team fight with Unstoppable Force. Unfortunately, they use it to take out the single target. It's not available to stop that combo of Curse of the Sad Mummy and Shockwave that we were talking about just a second earlier. CLG NA pulls that off. They get the double kill on the AD in support, and now CLGU has to wait, and NA is going to push down. Double lift now. Like I said, Infinity Edge, Zeal stop to pick up that Negatron cloak to go for some sort of extra magic resistance, maybe even a Quicksilver Sash to try to get out of Twisted Advance or any CC they're throwing down. But now NA has a chance to take the global objectives of their own. They took down that mid lane turret. They're rotating towards Dragon, and guess what? This is going to equalize the gold counts, if not put them slightly ahead.
100 gold between them. 27 minutes gone, 10-9 in kills. And they can see Wickd coming down now saying, yep, it's been cleared out, guys. We need to rethink our strategy. So CLG EU with a bit of an advantage earned, just threw it away by simply getting caught sloppily in that jungle.
And that's like a 3K gold advantage. They just threw down the drain by the misuse of one ultimate. That's how close these games are between the two CLG teams. They know each other in and out. They know their strategies. It didn't look like it in game 1 from CLG NA. Kind of had this weird thing for CLG EU coming at them, but they were able to take it. Game 2, once again, a little bit of confusion, but they know their play styles and they know what they're trying to go for. So EU had a 3,000 gold lead. NA identifies that once that Malphite ultimate is down, they can abuse the fact, and they just completely turn it around on them.
Froggen camping that bottom lane. He's going to go for Hotshot GG. Pops the death fire grass burn. Is it going to be enough this time? Surely he burned him down. Hotshot GG surely in trouble. The Ignite running. Froggen still. Oh, he lands the charm. That's surely the end of Hotshot GG. Still hasn't taken him down. Finally gets the kill. Let's have a look towards the mid lane because you can see they're thinking of engaging here. But that is Hotshot down for 41 seconds. What will CLG EU do with that?
Hopefully they're going to try to transition to Baron. Even though we acquired that Force of Nature to go for all that strong AP damage coming out from Froggen's RA and the Malphite initiation. Malphite also, as I talked about, had that Haunting Guys and the Sorcerer Shoes acquired for him. You know, Hotshot goes to the Force Nature. Still not enough, though. Froggen is 10-1-1. He has a lot of AP and a lot of Magic Shred. Even that Force of Nature didn't help him from just absolutely melting under Froggen's might.
And there you go, Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Shockwave follows it up. Froggen taken down very low. Has to pop his Onya's Hourglass, but Wickd with the Unstoppable Force. Chaox taken down very low. He gets dropped by yellowpete. LocoDoco is going to get dropped down. Just about survives. No, that's going to be Wickd going down as well by Big Fat LP. 1-for-1 exchange. Everything blown out between the teams. Have they got any reaction from this one, though? Froggen backs off.
No, and that was another good fight from CLG EU. They saved the Unstoppable Force that time. They traded 1-for-1 in that situation instead of coming out on the back foot of that one. Multiple members of CLG NA dropped extremely low in that fight. Just really didn't have the oomph to finish it off from Froggen. Ace in the Hole actually got used up for the cooldown there, even though Orianna wound up picking up the kill. So now NA a little bit weak. This tower already extremely low. EU just going to poke back in, take that down, and leave with their victory and reestablish slight gold lead.
So they have first inhibitor down, and look at that, Froggen. He's waiting. He wants to get another gank on someone. It's like, my DFG's available, guys. I could possibly get someone. I'm waiting. Instead, he's going to go get Sarah. No, he has cancelled it. Again, he's going to go for it. It's Chowster's come out. He catches the Charm, and Chowster with the DFG.
Oh, no.
Backs away, but wow, Chowster just getting absolutely burnt down. Has he got enough to go get his Deathfire Grasp? Yes, he has. 1,800 gold on him, so he can go and complete that. Meanwhile, Hotshot GG continuing to push farm on top there. He's actually got a Brilliance Potion, actually.
So he's actually going for a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, maybe just in order to get that Stan United. Actually, Stan United has already been up, so interesting choice in that one. So we're going to have to see what he actually does with it. Maybe it's just used, maybe they want to go for some sort of team fight or some sort of push strat relatively soon. He's going to want to have that up a little bit longer to get the cooldown reduction on Stan United early. Kind of confused and perplexed with that one, but I mean, this is Hotshot GG. We've seen him do a couple of weird things no matter what position he's going to be playing.
Well, LocoDoco's going to get caught out here, surely. LocoDoco goes in to clear out the ward, and he's going to get closed in. He doesn't get it, realized the situation he was in, flashes through, but Twisted Advance gets knocked up. There's going to be an Oracle going down. LocoDoco can do nothing about this one. Froggen comes in, he leashes the Baron. Is he going to start on it? Are they just going to back away? It was yellowpete that picked up the kill. And now CLG have to react to this one. CLG versus CLG. Oh my word! That's going to be double lift, getting burnt down by Froggen. Stand United from Hotshot GG. They turn it around. Ace in the hole, catches on towards Froggen. Sails to the side bomb. Froggen gets dropped down. Can CLG NA react to this one? The Baron still leashed out. You can see CLG EU reacting. There's going to be unstoppable. Force on to double lift. Double lift gets dropped by Wickd. Now they're turning on towards Chowster. Wickd is continuing through. They do choose the shockwave, but it's not enough. Jree's going to get taken down by Hotshot GG. Jree is still surviving. He finally gets popped though, and that's going to be double lift also going down. Sorry, big fat LP goes down. Hotshot GG going to go down. There's no way he's going to avoid any of this damage. It's yellowpete that picks it up, and what a crazy, crazy exchange once again.
And yellowpete now showing that he is the carry they have to deal with. Hasn't even popped. He has an elixir of fortitude. The red elixir, he hasn't used it yet. So he still had that available in that fight. Bloodthirster stacking up. Trinity Force on top of all that. They catch Froggen out. They think that that's enough. Now so it looks like Chaox are going to be on the bad receiving end of a Snoopeh twisted advance. Yellowpete's going to wind up netting himself another kill. Snoopeh actually picking that one up. And now CSU continuing just to pressure this Baron. NA kind of conga lining to their deaths one by one just to try to stop them from doing this.
Why, Nunu? Why?
I knew
Don't
you were gonna say
do
that.
it. He knew it was coming, but he comes in. He tries to absolute zero. It's not going to happen. And actually, Snoopeh taking a fair bit of damage, but it's not enough. Loco Doco's going to get dropped down once again, but they couldn't get the Baron. They keep conga lining, and that conga line has prevented them from taking it.
Yeah, eventually it was going to stop CLG EU from doing it until either Froggen or yellowpete came back and just melted down the Baron, or CLG NA stopped it. Thankfully for NA, they were able to stop that advance on the Baron, and now CLG EU going to have to back off, farm up the lanes, potentially go back and buy some more in-game items. Look at the items right now. Look at how many wards are in the inventory of CLG EU. They're going to go forward, put those down in the enemy jungle, put them down in the river, save a couple on their support as well as one more for that Baron dance, and they are going to try to take such control of this game and just close that stranglehold on CLG NA and just, well, choke them out of the game.
12 wards being picked up by CLG EU, just the 5 by NA. Froggen continuing that farm, 10-2-2. Got a hell of a lot of ability power, of course. Very, very strong. Yellowpete also picked up a couple of kills in that fight. 18-12. They have that 3K gold lead, 6-3 in turrets. And CLG NA now going to try and start something. They cannot go for this Baron, surely. The rest of CLG are pretty well spread out, though. They might be able to catch it down. It's down to 2,500 hit points. CLG NA might pick it up. Snoopeh goes in. They're not going to get the snipe on it. It's Chowster that picks it up. Snoopeh in trouble now. He's trying to get away. Curse of the Sad Mommy catching on towards Jree. Shockwave goes out, catches yellowpete. And the double lift might be able to pick up a kill here. They're going to get on towards Snoopeh. Snoopeh just hiding in the corner. Cannot get it. Here comes Froggen, but is it too late? Yes, it is. CLG NA now on a drive forward. Froggen having to use his ultimate to escape. Yellowpete catching the red buff on towards Hotshot GG, catching that slow, keeping him back away. And CLG NA now going to try and drive through the middle. They have the advantage.
That was very impressive by NA. They were taking advantage of the fact that EU was split out again. Once again, Froggen, bottom lane, going for that split push. He's not really a split push character. He's an assassin in this game. He's not quirky. You know, he's running on that Ahri, and he has the wave clearing potential, but it's much better used in melting down the enemy characters instead of just minions.
Froggen getting caught on, but Chowster might well feel the effects of it. Can they get the inhibitor? They've managed to go for it. Chowster actually taking a hell of a lot of a beating off Froggen there just from it, and they're going to have to back away. So they've opened that inhibitor in the middle lane. So we've got 2 open turrets now by both teams. One at the top, the bottom for CLG EU. In the mid lane, NA managing to open things up. How can CLG EU react to this one?
Well, they're going to have to refocus themselves in team fights and go as a group of 5. They need that unstoppable force up from Malphite, which it is. They're going to deny this Dragon acquisition from CLG NA to equalize the gold counts once again. 18 kills to 14. They're in kills advantage. They have a tower advantage, but they're down in global gold. They're actually down by 1,000 still after picking up that Dragon. So they're going to have to identify targets and take them out of the fight, as well as just refocus on what they're doing. Baron buff is on CLG NA, as well as Double Lift having acquired a Last Whisper now, in addition to that Phantom Dancer and an Infinity Edge. Caitlyn is very scary. Taking a look at Orianna, she's now acquired a Zanya's Hourglass on top of her own Rabadon's Death Cap. She's getting really scary. They need to interrupt that combo of spells in team fights, and they need to be able to have Froggen get to Double Lift and just annihilate him for the fight before the combo goes down, or even afterwards, just to make sure there's no sustained damage from CLG NA.
Well, Chowster has been catching that. He's been catching the Banditos on really the right people. Whoa, Wickd at the top at the moment. They're going to continue driving forward. Jree getting caught out by the trap there, and he's in a lot of trouble. The Charm having to survive there, and Jree realizes he's got to back away. That's going to be the inhibitor going down. Surely CLG NA, but it's going to be Wickd coming around the side. Chaox is keeping him busy just off to the side, so they're having a little poke back and forward. A Teta 2, can they keep it busy though? Wickd has had to come around the side. They're going to keep him away. There's the inhibitor finally going down. Double Lift managing to get the shot on. They're going to turn it around. They're going to drive towards the top turret, Tom.
That Caitlyn range just taking advantage of all the position of CLG EU. We even had Jree having to burn the Shirelles to get away from the fact that she was just laying the pain down. Red buff was slowing it down on top of everything else, so he needed to burn that in order to get away. And like you said, Wickd trying to come on the side to engage with that unstoppable force. Didn't group up with the team. They're trying to set up some sort of positioning, and now here they're going for it.
They go for it. The Shockwave actually missing this time, so that's going to be a tragic. CLG EU catching it. Froggen using the Zonyas just at the right time. They've already taken double lift down. That's a hell of a lot of damage down, and that's going to be Hotshot. GG caught out with the charm. He's going to get dropped out. CLG EU turning things around, but Hotshot's not gone down yet. He can't survive. yellowpete catches on him, so that was a good encounter for CLG EU. The question is, what can they do against it? That was against the bound up CLG NA. They're all backing off. There's nothing they can really push the advantage of this one.
No, unfortunately, they can't really push anything forward, except they can clear out the super minions coming down this mid lane now. They can reestablish their own map presence they lost because of their previous team engagements, and that is exactly what they needed to do. We were talking about it just a little bit earlier, a couple minutes ago. They needed that unstoppable force. They needed to break up the initiation combination from CLG NA. We saw the missed shockwave coming out from Orianna. The curse of the side bomb, he didn't layer perfectly with it. Maybe he didn't get the exact target he wanted to with his bandage toss either, and they were able to pick apart CLG NA after this. Froggen survived with a lot of HP before we had to pop his Zanya's Hourglass, melted down the targets they absolutely needed to. Hotshot actually being taken out as well, as Stand United was already on cooldown, wasn't able to utilize that in the fight either. So CLG EU now back in this game, and now it's up to NA not to overextend and not to miss those chain ultimates together, and be prepared that next time EU wants to go for a fight.
And the Baron is down, I believe, across the board. Let's just have a quick look across. Yes, it is.
It's going to be up in
buff now
2.5 minutes or so.
Yep, so 2 minutes as soon as it runs out. It's a 4-minute timer on that one. As it stands, well, I mean, where would you stack this one? This is such a tight game. You can see, just looking across all the item builds they've got, there's just stacks amount of damage. There's a lot of armor. There's a lot of just everything. CC, it's really going to be one crucial team fight that could turn this.
Double Randuins, double Shirelias on the side.
Froggen's going for Hotshot.
Uh-oh, Froggen is actually going to be going for Hotshot. GG, waiting patiently in that bush. Hotshot, oh, he's going to walk right into it too. I can't even look.
No, he just gets straight in there, and Hotshot GG's going to be able to turn his way through this one. Is Froggen going to follow? Yes, he will. Pops the ultimate across there. He continues on towards Hotshot GG. Oh, the charm lands. That's going to be Hotshot going down. Now, can they take an advantage from this one? Froggen once again popping Hotshot on that free farm. He just keeps getting caught.
Is Froggen going to follow? Of course Froggen's going to follow. Yeah. He's done that all game. So now CLG with the man advantage could potentially try to set up around that Baron area and go for that Baron dance. Still that neck and neck with one another. As I talked about, double Shirelia's Reverie, double Randuin's Omen means that they've itemized to go for this Baron dance or to go for certain team engagements. Get positioning, deny positioning to the enemy team, disengage if it's not a favorable encounter. CLG NA on the opposite side though, Randuin's Omen on Hotshot, which he used against a Froggen in that bottom lane skirmish, currently on cooldown. It'll be up by the time he is, but there's no engagement capability coming out from a Shirelia's Reverie. The only disengage speed up they have is Orianna's Dissonance on top of Nunu's Blood Boil. They have Sona on the opposite side for CLG EU. They have Malphite to get in there, Maokai to get in there, double Shirelias, double Randuins. When it comes to team fights, it should be in EU's favor, but NA, with the complete combination of all their ultimates and all their AoE skills that they need to set up, have the ability to stop this. So it's all about positioning, and it's going to be all about this Baron Pit area.
Yeah, and you can see the pings going down by CLG NA. They are warding it out as much as humanly possible. Hotshot once again, free farming in the bottom. It's like a loop recording, I can say.
Yes, surprise!
But Froggen is pushing in that mid. Look at CLG NA. They are ready. They wanted to try and catch someone out there. True Shot Barrage goes across, cleaves out the wave that Hotshot's dealing with. The problem is they're going to have to deal with Hotshot. And at the moment, They know the Baron's going to spawn, so Hotshot's going to get a little bit of free farm and a little bit of free poke on towards that turret. Just move CLG EU moving in bulk to try and clear out those wards that CLG NA did place down there. There's Hotshot. He's going to be on that turret. He's going to take the turret down before CLG EU can do anything about this one. So they're going to lose a turret in this engage. They can see Froggen backing off. He stood on top of that ward, so they know they're going to be down to a 4v5 in this area.
So we do have Froggen actually going down to deal with Hotshot, though. They're starting on this Baron. There goes the Orianna Command Protect as well as the Stand United already. So Ori actually completely out of position for that.
Well, they knew it. I mean, the Froggen just went back. They know it's a 4v5. They realize it. There is no big tanky item. There's no burst damage in there. And CLG EU are in trouble. And there goes the Baron. Wicked's now completely out of position. Is he going to turn it around? They're grouping up. He's going to have to flash through. Or is he going to use his ultimate on them? They are getting into position to try and defend this one. They might catch him out of position. Here comes Froggen. Froggen coming up behind them. Wickd having to use his ultimate because of the Sam Army catching them out there. Froggen comes up the back there. Doublelift is in all sorts of trouble. He's had to try and evacuate Loco. Doko's taken down very low as well. They're going to come across. Wicked goes across. What were you doing, Wicked? Wicked tries to use his unstoppable force to get across, but gets caught out. That's going to be Chaox going down instead. Now they're catching on towards Snoopeh. Snoopeh goes down to Doublelift. Froggen picks up a kill. It's a 2 for 2 so far. And now yellowpete is going to try and cause the damage, but Hotshot GG is going to chase through. He might catch a taunt as he dashes through. They all avoid the damage. True Shot Barrage goes across. Big Fat LP taken down very low. yellowpete's going for Big Fat LP. Can he catch him out? No, he can't. yellowpete's in trouble now. Doublelift takes him down, and it's a 3 for 2. And CLG NA again coming out on top, and that was all about Froggen backing away on top of a ward.
That was Froggen backing away to start the Baron fight whatsoever. That was Wicked being in an awkward position, having to use that unstoppable force once again on just one member of CLG NA.
Jree still got Crescendo, didn't even get to use it.
And that was all about yellowpete going back in, hitting that True Shot Barrage, stars in his eyes, thought he could finish down Big Fat LP, could not. Double lifts Caitlyn, just dealing too much damage now. Actually popping the Quicksilver Assassin engagement as well, so the Charm did not wind up securing the kill. Double lift living through that entire engagement. Froggen on Ori not being able to burst him down in just enough time. And that was just all about the sustained damage from CLG NA, finally outclassing the burst and the team fight potential that EU had. Like I said, D-Man, it was all about positioning. Froggen was completely out of position. The rest of EU was not in the right spots whatsoever, and NA just picked them apart because of it.
And this is one of the big dangers you have of a game where one player just gets fed. If he's not in that fight, you are in desperate, desperate trouble. They hadn't got the damage there. They hadn't got anything. And CLG NA just completely aware that we're in a 4v5 position. Let's fight this one. They wanted to fight it. And when you're against a team that's so confident they are going to win that fight, it's a problem. And they completely caught them out. Bloodthirster being picked up by Doublelift. Doublelift is pretty much in full build right now. He's absolutely unstoppable. The question is, can they get near him? We saw Snoopeh try and get him. We saw Wicked try and get on him, but he's just not able to deal with him. There, I believe the inhibitor will be respawning shortly for CLG EU. So once that's up, they might be able to start stretching their legs a little bit. But until that Baron buff is taken away by CLG NA, they are pretty much stuck in their own base.
One thing, though, that CLG EU has on their side now is Guardian Angel has been acquired by yellowpete. So if he does decide to try to chase down any targets, or if he does get focused on another one of these team fights, he's going to have that extra life and the capability to just dish out a little bit more pain, or at least survive and escape from one of those battles. So that Guardian Angel is going to be huge, because no one on NA's side has acquired anything like that. Frozen Heart being acquired, Zanya's Hourglasses, Quicksilver Sash is the itemization for Double Lift. Even on the side for Nuna, he's gone for the Zeke's Herald to get that extra attack speed buff down for him and Shen. So they've gone for these offensive items, not a lot of defensive capabilities besides Hotshot, who's pretty much solid tank right now.
The Baron still got around about 30 seconds left. Are they going to continue on this one? Hotshot, you can see, continuing to push that bottom lane. CLG trying to prevent them going anywhere near that middle. And they have to do something about Hotshot GG. Froggen again is off the side, camping it. He wants to try and get the burn on him, but well, CLG NA are going to go into it. Chauster's coming in there. Stand United on Chauster. CLG NA are going to dive on towards this turret, but the question is, they didn't use Curse of the Sad Mommy yet. They've held it off. True Shot Barrage goes across and hits the entire team, and CLG EU managed to defend that one. Just for now.
And it was wise of EU, even though they keep sending Froggen to deal with Hotshot because they know he's the one person that can burst him down and actually fight him 1-against-1. They continue to split off the Assassin and then use the Stand United to go and engage. Froggen immediately went down, threw down the Orb of Deception, then backed off to go to the top lane. So he identified what Hotshot was going to do, kind of outplayed him a little bit there, and they wound up burning the Stand United, and they didn't burn the Curse of the Side Mummy because it was a poor engagement on the side of CLG NA. They did not want to wind up overextending, despite the fact that, you know, they have the advantage right now. They didn't want to get caught out. They didn't want to lose a fight that they should win. Like you said, they're identifying when they can win fights and only going in when they know they can.
Well, Baron buff is down now for CLG NA. The question is, do they feel confident enough to dive onto the turret? There's Cookies laying out the traps there. CLG EU, do not bite them, Wickd. Do not bite them. They are not tasty. Do not go for them. They are trying to bait you in. Chowster just off at the side. There's another wave on the bottom, but that's going to clear itself. Bottom turret down to about half health. Froggen clearing out, continuing to defend out that mid lane, and NA just waiting to bait anyone, but unfortunately they're stood on top of a ward, so they're well aware of the position. They're not going to fall for any of these silly traps, or at least you wouldn't expect them to. Froggen down the bottom, and the rest of the team, NA, realizing it. Froggen's away from it. Froggen badly running up towards there. There's going to be unstoppable force. It's NA EU. They went for it. Shockwave manages to land. Because the Sad Mummy goes across. The turret doing a lot of damage here. There's Froggen. Froggen goes aggressive. Chowster's going to drive in towards it. Doesn't manage to land the Charbon in. Hotshot GG's going to force away. CLG EU looking pretty strong in this fight right now. There's going to be Froggen. Froggen gets on towards Chowster. Chowster goes down. Are they going to continue chasing, or are they just going to feel confident enough? They are. There's going to be coming around the side there. The ball. LocoDoco taken down very low, but they're going to have to come back. They need to deal with these super minions pushing towards their own Nexus turrets, and they are backing off. And CLG NA realizing this, and they want to continue getting that poke on that top turret. The top turret down to 760 health. They're going to take the inhibitor turret. Everyone's backed away from it. There it is. Doublelift takes it down. Sneaks back in. Very clever play.
And that wasn't quite the engage that CLG NA wanted from that one. Froggen almost getting himself a double kill, almost picking up LocoDoco on the backswing of a very nicely placed Orb of Deception as well. But still, EU came out ahead in that team fight. NA went into the fight without Stand United. They went into the fight in a little bit of a poor angle. They, like you said, they were a bit too close to the tower, got a couple pot shots in and really turned it around against them. Surprisingly for them, EU decided to back off, give up that tower because they did take a bit of damage. Doublelift did not die in that fight. Froggen had to kind of split his damage, went on the Doublelift, he popped the Quicksilver Sash, got out of the Charm, got out of everything, and then decided to go switch over to Chowster, took down Chowster, who has a lot more HP, and now, you know, this all about this Baron Pit area again. NA is already over here, EU is going to meet up, Oracle's Elixir have been acquired by both sides, and they're going to be all about this vision, all about the Baron, and once again, it's going to be a CLG style game.
It's a Baron standoff. It's what we expected. CLG still two of Wickd and Snoopeh stood on top of that ward. NA completely aware of their position. Chowster's thinking of coming around, trying to cut them off. yellowpete desperately backing away. yellowpete with the Guardian Angel this time. And here comes Wickd round the side. Is he going to engage? Puts the shard down on Chowster. He's trying to bait something out here, but can Wickd tank it up? He does manage to get caught out. Hotshot GG. Now he's going to carry. He wants Doublelift. Stand United used on Doublelift there. Hotshot GG just using it, and that's an ultimate wasted. Now he gets him, catches the entire team. Crescendo goes across. Oh my life! Chowster got dropped. Shockwave manages to catch the CLG NA out here. EU attacking very low. That's going to be a double kill. Froggen picks up LocoDoco. Big fat LP now taking low. Froggen coming around. He's forced out of the fight. Doublelift still in there. Takes down Jree, and Doublelift just off of the side. You can see Big fat LP just off of the side, but CLG EU do win out the fight. The question is, can they do anything with it?
That was the perfect engagement there for CLG EU. We saw Wickd baiting out the Stand Unit, baiting it out. Hotshot had to use it. He burned the taunt already. Then the Unstoppable Force comes down. EU now backing off from this one, despite the fact that Froggen and yellowpete still have Guardian Angels up. This is a mistake because CLG is going to come in, recognize that they're gone, and go for this Baron. They have Doublelift with a lot of damage. They have Hotshot to tank it. These two guys can take it by themselves.
They have no vision of it. yellowpete's going to start coming up here. He's going to see it, but he's going to get caught if he's not careful. You can see just how quick that Baron is going down. That's it. He goes for the full taunt, not going to land it. yellowpete's presence is going to be enough to force them away from that, but he took half the hit points off the Baron in a matter of seconds there. If yellowpete just hadn't reacted to walk up there, that would have been gone, and then, well, CLG NA would have been on the aggression again.
Now it's EU trying to put some pressure onto this Baron. Hotshot GG though still is around. Big Fat LP also rejoining with the team. Froggen extremely low. He actually didn't even go back. He went to go farm another lane. So Froggen once again continue to go for that split push mentality. Go for the CS. 404 CS acquired by Froggen. Once again, this is a very high CS Froggen game. 15-2-5. You'd think he'd have enough gold right now considering he's got a full build and he's still farming minions.
He is still farming minions. He needs to beat really around his team.
He's the farm champions.
He needs the farm champions. And again, look at that. They've engaged on the Baron. Is it going to be enough? Wickd getting himself in position. He's trying to take the aggression, trying to take the position of forcing anything out. Chaox has taken a lot of damage there. Stan United is still down. I'm a little concerned about Stan United's what Hotshot did with that ultimate. CLG EU going to turn this into a possible push. They're going to try and force the fight. If they all bunch up here, they realize they're in a desperate trouble. And CLG EU are going to be able to take this inhibitor turret, but quickly before CLG react to it. And here comes NA. Are they going to get the damage down? Chaox tries to get in there. Wasn't close enough. Didn't burn his ultimate. Clever, clever play. There's so much tension between these two teams now. They've got to have the bottle not to hit that R key at the wrong time.
Yeah, that one misused ultimate, the one you misused skill shot, the one missed skill period is going to result in win or lose at this point. The gold counts are at the 75,000 mark, 26 kills to 18. Kind of a low kill game when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, but still 51 minutes into this game, 14 towers have been taken across the entire map. This is that nail biting. I'm biting my own nails right now watching this game for both these teams. The first one to misstep, the first one to get a better positioning will outright win the game.
So Froggen is just, look at this, they're waiting, they want someone to step up. They're not going to do it though. Hotshot GG shows himself down the bottom. He can stand United back in. CLG EU, now they could take this Baron down incredibly quickly. The question is there any vision of it? I don't think there really is. CLG NA's vision has been wiped away from there. They have got those traps down, and CLG EU just, they are so worried about this. Unless they are 100% happy about the situation, they don't go for it. It's something they did in Season 2. You know, why risk it? You know, there's absolutely no reason to risk it. They're in a pretty strong situation here. 26 to 18 kills. They realize they can pick off the kills. Here they go. They're going for the Baron. And here comes Chaox. Oh, the charm missed there this time at Chaox. The Stan United used. Stan United has been used. Wickd just off at the side. He's trying to get himself in a position to get that unstoppable force down. But again, they are not going to go for it in CLG EU. Backing away from this one. The Stan United
just wants to win here.
They're forcing a fight. They're forcing a fight. They're going to go for the inhibitor. Here comes Double Lift on towards the inhibitor. And the rest of CLG EU are going to have to react to this one. They're going to take the inhibitor down very, very quickly. And now they're going to react to it. There they come around the side. They just have to land the perfect unstoppable force, and it's double lift they want. It's double lift Wickd is trying to aim for. There's the bandage toss missing. Snoopeh goes in. He gets on towards double lift. Is it enough? True shot barrage lands across. Crescendo used, but they're not in the right position. CLG NA are looking very strong in this fight already. They're going to dive on towards double lift. Double lift gets taken down. Can they turn it? Loco Doko goes down as well. That's a double kill. Shockwave nearly takes CLG EU apart, and NA have to back away from this one. So they get a 2-for-0 exchange in their own base. They lost an inhibitor, but again, they can't pull anything off this one.
They take down the priority target they wanted to a double lift. The shockwave from Orianna absolutely saving them. That ability power now pushing forward with the Void Staff acquired as well, taking chunks out of the members of CLG EU. But we were talking about earlier, they needed to take down double lift in a fight. They needed to reassess and acquire priority targets. They've done so. They've taken them down. Unfortunately, they lost the inhibitor, so they're now able to apply as quick pressure onto Baron. They're still not going for it, despite 2 Guardian Angels still being up on the side of CLG EU. They really want to meticulously wait this one out, and now that the 3 members of NA are going there, Froggen's just going to decide to recall, try to stall him on himself, actually gets knocked up by the Baron there, so he's not going to be able to recall in a lot of time. NA's trying to go and split push, force them off Baron and end the game, and EU wants to get Baron and win another team fight.
Hotshot GG on the inhibitor at the top there, but the Baron is going to get taken by CLG EU. Question is, how can they react? Froggen has to get in, he has to deal with Big Fat LP and Hotshot GG. Here he goes the ultimate, and he's got unstoppable forces coming in as well. Can they manage to catch on to him? They do defend the inhibitor just well enough. Baron gets picked up. They're going to try and close out. They're going towards the top turret, and now Big Fat LP and Hotshot GG are in desperate trouble. It's a 5-man collapse around him. Here comes Jree. Jree comes across. They're going towards him. It's going to be Big Fat LP. They're closing, and they're going to use the shockwave on towards Froggen. It's not going to be enough. They do take him down. Jree going aggressive. You can see Snoopeh on towards Hotshot GG. Jree, you're not going to be able to back away there. Hotshot is never going to allow it. And you can see yellowpete also. yellowpete, what are you doing?
They're trying to recall. They gotta ignore Hotshot. CLG NA is pinging down. The AD is up. They're trying to end the game. This is what NA does. They backdoor.
They are backdooring. Hotshot GG is going to go down, but he kept 3 members there, and that's another inhibitor down. Doublelift managed to sneak in. The minions were there as well, and now they have just 1 inhibitor old left open, should I say. And honestly, it's completely unmarked. And Doublelift, I just get a feeling he's going to ninja his way in there and take it down. So despite the fact they got the Baron, they've just done nothing to the base, really. That inhibitor on the bottom lane for CLG NA has been exposed for around about 30 minutes now in this game, and they've not got close to touching it.
This is going to be something EU is going to have to adapt to. They're going to have to deal with. CLG NA no longer wants to fight them. If they see EU grouped up, they're going to split up amongst random parts of the map. Well, not random. They're going to have an objective, and that's going to be killing EU's base while EU is away as a group. If Hotshot can keep them busy, if 2 members of CLG NA are all they need to distract EU from a team fight or keep them from recalling, that's all NA needs to win the game. Doublelift, already a full build. He's sold his Quicksilver Sash now to acquire a Banshee Gel. He's going to have, of course, that spell shield as well as extra HP just to survive any amount of damage that EU is going to put down onto him. Like I said, their ping's going down on the Nexus. They're going to charge forward. They're going to try to distract them. We have Orianna coming up from a side. He's potentially going to be meeting up into this mid lane. Hotshot GG is going to be reviving. He's going to have Stand United to come in if they do get caught out into a fight. But regardless, expect him to go in a completely opposite direction and split push like he always does. They have 2 inhibitors down, and we know how hard it is for a team to come back when they're 2 inhibs down. CLG NA is going to abuse this fact, use those naturally pushing lanes, and just continue like you said, sneak in their base, ninja away in, and take down those Nexus turrets and Nexus.
Froggen down the bottom. He realizes he needs to shove that lane up. Meanwhile, CLG NA are going to drive through the middle here. Chaox, if he catches onto someone, he could easily flash engage here. You know, they're not going to. They've got to be careful. There's the speed up from Big Fat LP. They're going to keep driving forward. Big Fat Froggen's being kept busy with Hotshot down the bottom. Hotshot and Froggen are fighting, so the rest of the team are going to have to close in. Hotshot GG is going to go down to Froggen. I'm not sure if he's got the mana to deal with it. Meanwhile, in the base, they're going to close in there. LocoDoka's going to shockwave goes out. It's not going to catch him. There's the unstoppable force. Doublelift's going to get taken out very low. Crescendo goes across. Hot Stand United coming across. Is it going to be enough? Doublelift is just about surviving. They've still not taken Doublelift down, and that's going to be yellowpete. He does take down LocoDoka. There's just one more. Can they sneak on towards him? There's going to be one. Charmed. Then they do manage to catch him, and that's going to be a double kill. Is it enough? That's the question. Froggen's pushing on down the bottom lane. Froggen is going to get on the inhibitor. He's got 2 super minions beating on his backside. There's super minions also pushing through the middle. Someone's got to go back and deal with them.
Yellowpete's gone back.
They have to defend it. They have to defend it. There's yellowpete. Now Froggen. Is he going to get? Yes, he is. The first inhibitor of the game for CLG EU. Wow, this game is mental. 57 minutes gone. 83,000 gold to 86,000.
Froggen once again being the Hotshot GG blockade, using that taunt, saving the charm until that Stand United went off, landed it perfectly, wound up picking up a kill on Hotshot once again. He's so fed, 17-2 and 7, being able to burst down even the tankiest members of CLG NA, and still Guardian Angels are up for both members of CLG EU with them. There is 2 Guardian Angels, one on Ahri, one on yellowpete's Ezreal, and they are just looking so strong. CLG NA knows that they couldn't fight them, tried to go for engagement, just force a push on those Nexus towers. Now they identified they just can't do it without Hotshot, and they have a way for Hotshot, you know, to be taken out of that fight, the Stand United not be utilized as well as it could be. CLG NA is going to have to go for that sneaky split push and try to backdoor the base, but now a middle Nexus is respawned. That bottom one's surely going to come up in just a minute and a half now, and I mean, an hour-long game. This is what CLG NA knows what this is how they win long games. They go in, they sneak with those backdoors, and this is how CLG EU wins long games. They force team fights and force you to get the fight to them where they can take advantage and win.
So the question is now, who is the strongest in a flat fight? It's really a case of who you engage on. Well, you say that, but they had the Baron in the last fight.
They did have the Baron in the last fight, but taking a look at Froggen, even yellowpete now, farming himself up to 8-3 and 20. Support Ezreal once again being used by CLG EU. Even Doublelift having a lot of CS, 33 more CS than Ezreal, just does not have the same kind of assist. Take a look at the gold count, 19,000 gold, 20,000 gold on these 80 carries, 23 for Froggen. Then the only other member is a Big Fat LP with 18,000 gold. Even Wickd not that far behind Hotshot GG on Shen with Malphite. They have basically full builds at this point. Looking at the way that EU utilizes their team fights, though, if CLG NA can chain together those ultimates, and NA's always had the stronger team fight in this entire game, but the way that EU has to pick the parts out that they need to put that puzzle together, EU is just time and time again. Look at the kills, 34-19. NA is somehow still in this one, but it's not because of their team fight presence.
Absolutely, it has been an epic, epic battle, back and forth, very much between two teams that share the exact same gaming house. Ooh, Wickd, I thought about going for it there. It's double lift he wants to go for. If he can exchange onto double lift, he'll be happy. That's what he's looking to ultimate on. And both these teams looking to fight here. They're defending this inhibitor. The bottom inhibitor is respawned as well. LocoDoco's getting caught with the charm there. LocoDoco taking half the hit points, shredded off him quickly. And the CLG NA realize they're having to disengage this one. They're running away from it. Wickd is going to continue chasing. Stands on the trap, and that's going to stop things. And that top lane, now they need to defend off that top lane. They need to get all the inhibitors to respawn just before the Baron spawns. They've got to clear out those lanes and protect themselves.
Yeah, EU identified that because CLG NA has the potential to split push down their base, they want to sit back, they want to keep these inhibitors alive and wait for them to respawn, push out those minion waves, and get a secured spot for their own base. They could have re-engaged on CLG in that fight. They have double Shirelli's Reverie. Actually, yeah, double Shirelli's Reverie on the side of EU, only one on the side of NA, so they could have easily given chase and slowed them down with double Randuin's Omen, reinitiated with the unstoppable force there, but then there is potential to have someone like Double Lift come in from behind in top lane, all of a sudden end it.
Hotshot's in trouble. Snoopeh's coming around, he's got yellowpete with him, they're going to get twisted advance towards Hotshot, there we do, gets caught, gets the knock-up, and yellowpete should have the damage to deal with him. Is he going to be able to stand united away from this one? He should be able to, without being interrupted. There's Snoopeh, catches him again, twisted advance, knocks him up. He's got that much cooldown now, he is in desperate trouble, but CLG NA tries to get a stand united, it's not enough, yellowpete gets taken down, and the rest of CLG EU now going to try and position themselves. Can they collapse on towards NA? You can see they're going to mad dash up the river. Baron just respawned, 64-second cooldown on Hotshot GG.
That was such a weird time for him to stand united. Snoopeh had already used Maokai's Q on him twice, and he waited for the cooldown to come back up before he stand united. Was more concerned about getting away with his,
Baron.
Oh, he's more concerned about his own HP rather than his enemy's cooldown, and he paid the ultimate price for that.
Here
like you said, over a minute cooldown. Baron has been started by EU. Shirelli's Reverie to run away from NA. EU is going to secure this Baron easy peasy.
Well, it's down to 10,000 hit points, 8,000. They are going to secure it. CLG EU pick up the Baron. True Shot Barrage being used to try and clear off, try and save that inhibitor turret there. And they do try and keep it away. They also have the Baron, the Nexus turret, getting hit on, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be able to back off. They're going to be able to defend this one. And now CLG EU in the driving seat, despite the fact they only have inhibitors left up in their base.
And this is the largest gold lead we've seen in this game to date. It is 94,000 gold to 87.5k. That is a gold disparity that it's not even 10,000 yet, despite, look at the kills.
24,000 gold on Froggen.
Oh my gosh, that's
more than you see in some games.
That's what we saw, how much NAJIN Sword had over AZUBU Blaze in the winner's bracket final. That's how much gold Froggen has accumulated at this point in time. That is a very, very dangerous Ahri. Even yellowpete at this point in time, as I mentioned, he was cresting on the 20,000 gold mark. Double lift on the opposite side, the richest member of CLG NA, followed up by Big Fat LP, where if I take a quick look at his gold count, he's even almost cresting at the 20,000 gold mark. So if you're going to say, you know, a game's gone the late game, I'm taking this one as an example. It's almost 63 minutes. The kill count is, what, 54 kills? I can't even math at this point, D-Man. All I know is that everything is at a large number, and that is a very dangerous spot to be in team fights.
And Wickd just picked up a DFG as well, so he's going to be looking to try and pop someone down with the help of Froggen. And of course, it's going to be double lift or bigger fat LP. They're going to go for him. CLG EU, finally, 62 minutes in, are on the attack.
Sounds like this is what we are expected from CLG EU the entire tournament. They're finally giving us what we all came for. So,
well, the bottom inhibitor has spawned, so that's where you'd expect CLG to go for. They want to try and force the fight down there. They have all waves pretty much pushed up. Here they go. Starting to go in there, and Wickd immediately looking to see if he can engage on someone. Double lift, of course, with that Banshee's Veil. They're going to want that popped before they push onto those. And there's the sapling, lands perfectly on double lift. Pops down that Banshee's Veil. Now, can they find a position? Can they go for it? Froggen with the Guardian Angels. yellowpete with the Guardian Angels. Banshee's Veil on Big Fat LP. They're going to try and catch anyone out here, and they're just slowly poking away that inhibitor. It's down to half health. Wickd trying to catch someone out, and Double Lift realizes he knows he's the target. LocoDoco in a little bit too much damage for my liking, and they are continuing to try, and if that charm catches on anyone, it's Chaox that they're aiming that charm at. Snoopeh comes poking around. A shard lands on towards Double Lift. Gain, yellowpete getting the poke down. He's going to be engaged. There's Chaox going in for it. The sex is not quite enough. Froggen manages to use his Zhonya's, tries to catch him out. The damage not really going onto any single target. Snoopeh trying to get in there. Double lift has to back out. LocoDoco's getting taken down very low, but nobody going down in the initial exchange. The inhibitor gets dropped, and everybody disengages.
It's CLG against CLG. Both of these teams picture perfect positioning. They land the combo onto the members of CLG EU. They don't catch Wickd in there. He immediately re-engages on a double lift with that unstoppable force, separating both fights. They're trying to jockey for position. They almost get double lift down. yellowpete takes a significant amount of damage. His Guardian Angel actually still not popped in that engagement, despite him dropping fairly low, but able to leech that back with his Bloodthirster already. LocoDoco gets extreme low, but still uses that lock into the Iron Slayer he's had to keep him and his team alive.
Oh, they're going for it. LocoDoco's getting caught out here. LocoDoco's going to get dropped. Chaox now being the second target. And as it always happened, Double Lift managing to try and get involved. Chaox taken down very low. Shockwave back up. Shockwave lands. yellowpete's getting shredded. Double Lift picks up a kill. Double Lift threatens to get another kill. Double Lift goes down eventually. yellowpete on towards them. Big Fat LP uses the Zhonya's hourglass. He's on the turret. He's going to get caught out, but Froggen goes to the turret. Guardian Angel manages to get popped. yellowpete comes back. CLG EU are going to take it. They are finally going to finish the game. 65 minutes gone in this one, 40-20. CLG EU go through to the lower bracket final to face AZUBU BLAZE. What a game. What a match between these two, Tom.
And I finally figured out CLG EU's strategy. They wanted to crest over 100,000 gold in that game.